Any veteran fisherman knows you must never go into the sea at midnight when the tide is rising. Yet you plunged into the deep waters alone to pay off your 800,000 debt. The icy seawater instantly submerged your mouth and nose logically. You could hold your breath for no more than 2 minutes. But just as you tucked in your limbs and prepared to hold your breath, a surge of warmth suddenly coursed through your entire body. Pale blue data flashed across your retinas. Acquired primordial breathing technique. Breath of the ocean. Underwater night vision unlocked. The seabed, which had been pitch black, became clearer than daylight in an instant. Not only can you breathe as freely as a fish, but even the basin-sized blue crabs and top-grade lobsters hidden deep within the reefs are flashing frantically like radar blips. This is no longer just a trip to the shore, it's a one-sided shopping spree. The sea has completely become your backyard. Chapter 001 Trouble from Above. Brain storage. The protagonist doesn't catch a cold when he goes into the water, he isn't cold in winter or sunburned in summer. And fish and shrimp can't help but stop in their tracks when they see him. This is a plot device, not science. If you're looking for realism, look elsewhere, just enjoy the ride. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the front door of the Chun family's ancestral home was violently kicked open. Wood shavings flew, dust swirled, and blinding sunlight flooded into the dim hall. Chun, your 6-month deadline is up. A burly man strode over the threshold, his floral shirt unbuttoned. A gold chain as thick as a finger dangling from his neck and swaying with each step. Behind him followed 4 or 5 burly thugs, each looking menacing. Chun's mother turned deathly pale with fear. She staggered and slumped into her chair, trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Zhao, please calm down. Calm down. Zhao Defa let out a snarl, pulled a crumpled IOU from his chest, and slammed it on the table. 800,000. If you don't pay up today, this ancestral home is mine. Sign the contract and move out. With a wave of his hand, 2 of his henchmen moved to step forward. Wait! A voice called out from the doorway. Hannah Wells turned her head and saw Logan Turner and Chun Guofu striding toward them, their faces etched with concern. Mr. Zhao, let us talk this out. My nephew is young and doesn't know any better. Please don't take it personally. As Chun Guofu spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Zhao Difu. Zhao Difu shot him a sidelong glance, declined the cigarettes, and snorted coldly. Chun Guofu, why are you butting in? Yes, I know, Chun Guofu said with a forced smile, leaning closer to Zhao Difu and whispering something in his ear. Hannah Wells faintly caught the words 1 month, take a gamble, and auction. Zhao Difu frowned, then grinned and patted Chun Guofu on the shoulder. He then turned to Hannah Wells and held up a thick, stubby finger. Fine, for Logan Turner's sake. I'll give you 1 more month. If you can't come up with 800,000 in a month, this ancestral home goes to auction, and you and your son can get the hell out. With that, he strode off with his men. The Chun family ancestral home. Bang! The door was slammed shut once again. Only Hannah Wells and Chun Guofu remained in the courtyard. The anxiety on Chun Guofu's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of heart-to-heart sincerity. Fanner, Logan Turner really did you a huge favor just now. If it weren't for me, Zhao Difu would repossessed the house today. He sighed. But Logan Turner has to warn you, coming up with 800,000 in a month is practically an impossible task. Hannah Wells stared at Chun Guofu, alarm bells ringing in her head. She had seen the interaction between Zhao Difu and Logan Turner clearly just now. There was something fishy going on between those two. What advice does Logan Turner have? Chun Guofu chuckled and leaned in closer. Fanner, we're family here. Logan Turner 1T beat around the bush with you. Our ancestral home is worth over $1 million on the open market. But if it goes to auction, with all the deductions and fees, you might not end up with much. Why not sell it to Logan Turner right now for 950,000? You'll pay off your debt and still have over 100,000 left over. What do you say? 950,000? Hannah Wells looked at Chun Guofu's sincere face and scoffed inwardly. The ancestral home's market value was at least 1.1,950,000. Might seem fair, but it was actually taking advantage of her distress. More importantly, Logan Turner, this ancestral home was left to me by my father, Hannah Wells said calmly. It's not about the money. Chun Guofu's smile faltered for a moment, then he adopted a solemn expression. Fanner, I know you're attached to this house, but you need to think this through. If you can't come up with 800,000 in a month, you won't be able to keep the house anyway. He shook his head and sighed. Logan Turner is doing you a favor. The auction process drags on for months with handling fees, appraisal fees, and connections at the courthouse. After all those deductions, it's hard to say how much you'd actually end up with. Selling it to Logan Turner now saves you the hassle and even nets you over 100,000. Hannah Wells didn't respond, she just looked quietly at Chen Guofu. Logan Turner's behavior today was highly unusual. Back when her father was in trouble, Logan Turner had gone out of his way to avoid him, yet today he'd taken the initiative to help secure an extension and even offered to buy the house. What was he after? Hannah Wells' gaze rested on Chen Guofu's face as her mind raced. I appreciate Logan Turner's kindness, Hannah Wells said calmly as she stood up, but I want to sell the ancestral home. Chen Guofu's expression darkened as he stared at Hannah Wells for 2 seconds. Ha! You're ungrateful. He stood up, brushed off his clothes, and paused at the doorway, glancing back over his shoulder. There was a chill in his gaze that Hannah Wells had never seen before. Young man, don't be so stubborn. If you can't come up with the money in a month, I'll see who you'll be crying to then. With that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Hannah Wells stood where she was, a chill spreading through her heart. Logan Turner wasn't helping him at all, he was partnering with Zhao Difu. They were betting that he wouldn't be able to come up with 800,000 within a month. By then, the ancestral home would go up for auction, and Logan Turner would find a way to snap it up at a bargain price. While Zhao Difu would pocket the money and walk away, both sides would come out ahead. Only the Chen family would lose everything. The room fell into a deathly silence. Chan's mother covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Fan what are we going to do? 800,000, this is enough to drive anyone to their grave. Mom, don't worry, I'll figure something out. Hannah Wells helped her mother back to her room to rest, then sat alone before her father's portrait, silent for a long time. That scene from half a year ago flashed before her eyes once more. It was a gloomy afternoon. Chen Guohua lay in his hospital bed, his face waxy and pale, his voice weak yet resolute. Fan the ancestral home is the root of our family, we must hold onto it. Ever since your great-grandfather's generation, our Chen family has fished for generations. This house has been passed down through 4 generations. And that man surnamed Zhou, 3 years ago, he betrayed our family. You must remember. You must stand your ground. We must never lose the ancestral home. As he spoke these words, a final sigh faded into the air. Dad, I'll protect the ancestral home. Hannah Wells spoke to the portrait, enunciating each word clearly. Then he stood up and walked out the door. Borrow money. It was the only solution he could think of. Hannah Wells ran around all day. Relatives, friends, neighbors, everyone he could and couldn't ask, he asked them all. The result? His second uncle, Wang Jiangwo, made excuses, saying he needed the money for his child's tutoring fees. His third aunt, Chen Guiyun, avoided him altogether, and friends who had once treated him like a brother immediately changed their attitude the moment they heard he was asking for a loan. As night fell, Hannah Wells dragged his weary body back home. After a whole day, he hadn't borrowed a single penny. Chen's mother had already gone to bed. Hannah Wells tiptoed into the room, not wanting to disturb her mother. He stood before his father's portrait and remained silent for a long time. Dad, I want to accept this. Hannah Wells clenched her fists, her fingernails digging into the palms of her hands. Why does our Chen family have to be treated this way? Why does our ancestral home have to be taken away from us? He took a deep breath and turned toward the storage room. There, piled up, were the old belongings his father had left behind. Perhaps he could find something of value to sell off to cover his immediate needs. The storage room was dark, so Hannah Wells felt his way to an oil lamp and lit it. Under the dim, yellow light, the mountain of clutter looked particularly desolate. Old fishing nets, tattered baskets, rusty iron hooks. Hannah Wells was rummaging through them when suddenly, his gaze fell on a dusty wooden box in the corner. He had never seen this box before. Hannah Wells walked over, blew the dust off it, and carefully opened it. Inside lay a fragment of a stone tablet, about the size of a palm. The fragment was grayish-white, its surface covered with eerie patterns that resembled ancient script or natural fissures. Hannah Wells picked up the fragment and examined it closely. Just then, a sharp sting shot through his finger. The tip of his finger had been cut by the fragment's sharp edge. A drop of blood fell and seeped into the stone. Buzz. A faint blue light suddenly burst forth from the fragment. Hannah Wells felt a flash before her eyes. An icy chill spread from her finger throughout her body, and she felt as if she were plunging into an endless ocean. A hoarse yet authoritative voice rang in her ears. The Songhai Steel, First Fragment, Awakened. Chapter 002, Survival in Desperate Straits. The light was blinding. Hannah Wells instinctively closed her eyes, yet a series of strange images flashed before her. Bottomless ocean trenches, roaring waves, and colossal figures rising from the seabed in ancient times. Those images flashed by in an instant, yet left a deep impression on her mind. It was as if 1,000 years of memories had awakened in that single moment. The Songhai Steel, the First Fragment, Awakened. That aged yet majestic voice still echoed deep within his consciousness. Hannah Wells gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his back. He opened his eyes to find himself still standing in the storage room. The fragment in his hand had vanished at some point. In its place was a faint blue mark in the palm of his hand. The mark resembled a miniature whirlpool, rotating slowly. What is this? Before Hannah Wells had time to think it through, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation. It was coming from outside the window. He turned to look out the window. Although it was the middle of the night and he couldn't see a thing, he could clearly sense the ocean. Just a few kilometers away, by the coast, the tides were rising and falling, and waves were crashing against the shore. Those sounds he hadn't been able to hear them before. But now, every sound of a wave crashing against the rocks, every rush of the current, came clearly into his mind. No, it wasn't just the sounds. He could feel the ocean's breath. The sensation was wondrous, as if his consciousness had extended outward and become one with the entire ocean. Hannah Wells closed his eyes, and an image emerged in his mind. Pitch-black seawater, schools of swimming fish, the swaying seaweed, the outlines of underwater reefs. He could see everything clearly. He could even sense the creatures hiding behind distant reefs, as if an invisible radar map were unfolding in his mind. Is this real? Hannah Wells opened his eyes in disbelief, then closed them again to feel it once more. That strange ability to perceive was still there. His heart began to race. The fragment. Had that fragment given him this ability? Hannah Wells tried hard to recall the words of the voice he'd heard moments ago. The monument of the vast sea. The first fragment. The first fragment? Did that mean there were other fragments? And what he had obtained now was only a fraction of the shard's power. Underwater vision, underwater breathing, affinity. Hannah Wells muttered to himself as these concepts floated through his mind. He could imagine how much clearer his vision would become once he went underwater. The murkiness of the seawater and the dim light would no longer be obstacles. Moreover, he could stay underwater for long periods without worrying about oxygen. This would be an absolute godsend when fishing along the shore. At this thought, Hannah Wells' heart began to race. He'd been going out to gather seafood with his father since childhood and knew the ocean like the back of his hand. But for fishermen, success depended on luck and experience. If luck was on their side, they'd find a good catch. If not, they'd return empty-handed. But now, Hannah Wells stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the pitch-black night sky in the distance. Toward the sea, hope flared in his eyes. With this ability, the 800,000 debt, perhaps he really could pay it off. But just then, a faint message came through the connection in his mind. This power is a responsibility, not a privilege. Hannah Wells froze. A responsibility, not a privilege? What did that mean? He carefully sensed the power and gradually began to grasp the implications. Although this power was formidable, it wasn't something he could use indefinitely. If he overexerted his mental energy, he would fall into exhaustion or even lose consciousness. Rest was needed to recover. So that's how it is. Hannah Wells took a deep breath. It made perfect sense. Every power comes at a cost. But even with that cost, this was his chance to turn his life around. Hannah Wells clenched his fists. Tomorrow? No, tonight. He was going to the beach to test this ability. Hannah Wells tiptoed out of the house, careful not to wake his mother. The night was deep, and the sea breeze carried a salty, damp scent. Hannah Wells walked along the familiar path toward the beach. The coastal villages of southern Fujian were eerily quiet at night. Only the occasional bark of a dog and the faint glow of a distant lighthouse broke the silence. Hannah Wells walked for about 20 minutes before finally reaching the shore. It was a stretch of tidal flats he knew well. During low tide in the daytime, vast expanses of reefs and sandy beaches would be exposed here, making it the main area where fishermen foraged for seafood. But now, at high tide, the seawater lapped over the reefs, reaching all the way to his feet. Hannah Wells stood at the water's edge and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, once again sensing that strange connection. Beneath the water, the life force of countless creatures surged into his senses. Small fish swam through the shallows, crabs scuttled through the crevices of the rocks, and in the distance, a few conger eels slithered through the mud and sand. He could see everything clearly. Hannah Wells opened his eyes and took off his shoes and jacket. Since he was testing his abilities, he had to get into the water. Wearing only a pair of shorts, he walked slowly into the water. The seawater was icy cold, quickly lapping over his ankles, knees, and waist. Hannah Wells took a deep breath and then dived beneath the surface. The moment he entered the water, the world changed. The seawater, which had been pitch black and murky, became incredibly clear to Hannah Wells's eyes. He could see the texture of every grain of sand, the veins of every piece of seaweed, and the antennae of every tiny shrimp. Light seemed to pass through everything unimpeded here. Even in the dead of night, his vision remained as clear as daylight. Even more amazing was breathing. Hannah Wells tried to inhale seawater flowed into his nostrils, yet he felt no sense of suffocation. It felt as natural as breathing air on land. "I really can breathe." Hannah Wells was so excited he almost cried out, but then he remembered he was still underwater and quickly closed his mouth. The seawater rushed into his nostrils, bringing a cool sensation but no discomfort. He tried opening his eyes underwater, and his vision remained clear. This was underwater vision and underwater breathing. Hannah Wells' heart was racing. Combined, these two abilities meant he could move freely underwater, just like a fish. This was the ability every fisherman dreamed of. Hannah Wells steadied his nerves and began to explore his surroundings. His radar had already detected movement from some large creatures in the reef area not far away. He swam over. The reef was just a dozen or so meters ahead. Hannah Wells swam slowly, trying not to make a sound. As he got closer, several dark shapes appeared in his field of vision. They were lobsters. 3 massive lobsters were perched beneath the reef, lazily moving their antennae. Hannah Wells' heart skipped a beat. He'd seen lobsters of this size at the market, each weighing at least 2 jade, and these were wild. The price difference between wild and farmed lobsters was more than double. Wild lobsters of this size were rare in the nearshore tidal flats. Ordinary fishermen might not even encounter one in a whole year. And now, 3 of them were right before his eyes. Hannah Wells steadied his breathing and crept closer. The lobsters didn't seem to sense any danger. They remained completely at ease by the reef. Was this the power of marine creature affinity? Weren't they afraid of him? Hannah Wells held his breath and moved swiftly. Swish! He grabbed the first lobster firmly. Swish! The second one. Swish! The third one. All 3 lobsters were safely bagged by Hannah Wells. The whole process took less than half a minute. Hannah Wells was trembling with excitement. He looked at the 3 lively, wriggling lobsters in his hands, his eyes brimming with joy. With this ability, there's real hope of paying off that 800,000 debt. Chapter 003 First Try at Shore Fishing. Hannah Wells stuffed the 3 large lobsters into the mesh bag he carried with him. He grabbed it on a whim just before heading out, thinking he'd catch whatever he could, never expecting it would actually come in handy. Hannah Wells steadied his nerves and continued exploring. His radar constantly scanned the surrounding waters, searching for his next target. The terrain around the reef was complex, but for Hannah Wells now, it was as easy as taking a stroll in his own backyard. He swam through a patch of seagrass, circled a few large rocks, and suddenly, 2 signals appeared on his sensor. Right there, in a crevice in the reef about 10 meters to his right. Hannah Wells swam over, and 2 blue crabs came into view. They were quite large, each about the size of a dinner plate with plump, powerful claws. They were clearly top-quality catches. Blue crabs of this size could easily fetch 200 or 300 yuan each on the market. Plate-sized blue crabs. Hannah Wells struck again. Swish! Swish! Both blue crabs were effortlessly caught in the net. The net gradually grew heavier. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. This was practically cheating. No, this was even more unbelievable than cheating. For ordinary fishermen foraging along the shore, finding a few small shrimp or crabs is considered good luck. Coming across such big catches is something to give thanks for. And yet, she'd been in the water for less than half an hour and had already caught 3 large lobsters and 2 blue crabs. If she sold these, Hannah Wells quickly ran the numbers in her head. 3 wild lobsters, each weighing over 2 jade at market price, That's at least 400 per lobster, so 3 would be 1200. Wild lobsters caught bare-handed. 2 large blue crabs, 2 to 300 each, that's another 5 or 600. This single net alone is worth 17 or 1800, and he'd been in the water for less than half an hour. Hannah Wells was so excited he almost laughed out loud in the water. But he quickly regained his composure and continued searching. His radar was still active, scanning even further afield. Suddenly, a strong signal caught his attention. It was at the edge of the reef, in a hidden crevice. The signal was strong, it was a big one. Hannah Wells swam over. It was a crevice in the reef, hidden by seaweed extremely well concealed. If it weren't for his radar scanning, Hannah Wells would never have found this spot. He carefully parted the seaweed and peered deep into the crevice. Then, his breath caught for a moment. It was a grouper. It was massive, weighing a full 7 or 8 gene, and was resting in the crevice. A big grouper. A grouper. This was a real prize. At the market, a wild grouper of this size would fetch at least 3 or 400 per gene. A grouper weighing 7 or 8 gene would be worth 2 or 3,000. Plus, grouper is delicious and considered a high-end seafood. It would sell like hotcakes. Hannah Wells' heart was racing. He had to catch this fish. He crept closer, and then he struck suddenly. But the grouper reacted just as quickly, sensing danger. It flicked its tail and tried to dart away. However, Hannah Wells had already anticipated its move. His hand traced an arc through the water, precisely cutting off the grouper's escape route. Slap! His palm clamped down on the fish like an iron vice. The grouper struggled desperately, but Hannah Wells' strength was too much for it to break free. A few seconds later, this large grouper weighing 7 or 8 gene was stuffed into Hannah Wells' landing net. The net was so heavy that Hannah Wells could barely lift it. He surfaced and took deep breaths of air. Although he could breathe underwater, the sensation was quite different from breathing on land. Now that he desurfaced, his whole body felt relaxed. Hannah Wells looked at the net in his hands, his eyes brimming with joy. 3 large lobsters, 2 blue crabs, and a huge grouper. This catch was a real jackpot. It was the kind of luck even veteran fishermen might not experience. And this was his very first time in the water. Hannah Wells took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. This was just the beginning. He still had a long way to go to pay off his 800,000 debt. But at least he saw a glimmer of hope. Hannah Wells swam back to shore and walked up onto the beach, carrying the net. The night was still deep, and the lights from the distant village shone faintly yet warmly. He was going to take this catch to the county seat to sell. The seafood market in the county seat opened around 3 or 4 in the morning. That was when prices were best, and buyers didn't haggle. It was already past 1 in the morning, so he could make it there just in time. Hannah Wells got dressed, hid the net bag, and prepared to head toward the county seat. Just then, a blinding flash of light from a flashlight suddenly shone in his direction. "Hey, I sent that the Chun family's kid?" A sleazy voice rang out. Hannah Wells squinted, shielding his eyes from the glaring light. He got a clear look at the man approaching. A gaunt, monkey-like face, a crooked dragon tattooed on his neck, a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. He had the look of a thug. Urguzi, a notorious village thug, he usually loafed around and made a habit of picking on honest fishermen. Behind him were 3 henchmen, all looking like a bunch of good-for-nothings. "It's so late, and you're still hanging around the beach. Did you find something good?" Urguzi stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the fishing net in Hannah Wells' hand. He reached out to snatch it. "Let me take a look." Hannah Wells sidestepped him. "Get out of the way." "Hey, you're pretty sassy for a kid," Urguzi said, narrowing his eyes. "A net bag this big, it's gotta have something in it, right?" He rubbed his hands together, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "If you're unloading at this pier, you've got to pay some protection money. Don't you know the rules?" "Protection money?" Hannah Wells stared at him coldly. These waters were public to begin with. Fishermen had been gathering seafood here for generations. When had there ever been a protection fee? Urguzi was just bullying those honest, hard-working fishermen because he had a gang of henchmen backing him up. In the past, when Hannah Wells ran into him, she might have just swallowed her anger and kept quiet. But now, "Move aside," Hannah Wells said in a deep voice. "Hey!" Urguzi's expression darkened. "Kid, don't push your luck." He gave a nod to his 3 henchmen behind him, and the 4 of them formed a fan shape, surrounding Hannah Wells in the center. "You're paying this protection money today, whether you like it or not." As he spoke, Urguzi reached out again to snatch the net bag from Hannah Wells' hands. Hannah Wells stared him down. I said, step aside. His voice was low, yet carried a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Urguzi froze for a moment, then flew into a rage. You'd rather face the consequences than take the offer, huh? Guys, go get him. The three henchmen charged forward, swinging their fists. Hannah Wells' reaction was far quicker than theirs. His body, tempered by years in the water, was already strong, and now, empowered by the fragment of the Songhai steel, his reflexes were even sharper. Sidestep, dodge, punch. Bam! The first henchman took a punch straight to the bridge of his nose. He screamed, clutched his face, and staggered backward as blood seeped through his fingers. Bam! The second henchman took a kick to the gut, his body curling up like a shrimp as he collapsed to his knees. Smack! The third henchman tried to sneak an attack, but Hannah Wells delivered a backhand slap that sent him crashing to the ground, one side of his face swelling instantly. 3 seconds. 3 men all down. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the distance. What's going on? Who's fighting? Chapter 004. The first big score. Several flashlights swept toward them. It was a group of villagers who gotten up early to gather seafood by the shore. They heard the commotion and came to investigate. Holy cow! Old Zhang, leading the group, saw the scene before him and his eyes widened in shock. Isn't that Erduzi's crew? How come they're all lying on the ground? Hannah Wells. Old Zhang recognized the person standing there and was even more surprised. You beat up these 3 guys? The other villagers gathered around, murmuring among themselves. Holy crap! When did Hannah Wells get this tough? 3 guys. Knocked out in the blink of an eye? Wasn't this kid always pretty mild-mannered? Hey, mild-mannered? Just look at Urguzi's crew, they're all beaten to a pulp. Urgu stood rooted to the spot, his face alternating between pale and crimson. He never would have imagined that Hannah Wells could fight so well. And with all the villagers watching, he completely lost face. Urgu took 2 steps back, pointing at Hannah Wells. Just you wait. This isn't over. Hannah Wells stared at him coldly and took a step forward. Urguzi shuddered in fear and nearly stumbled. What do you think you're doing? Let me tell you. Assault is a crime. Hannah Wells stopped in her tracks and looked down at him from above. Urguzi, I put up with you before because I didn't want any trouble. But if you dare bother me again. His voice was low, yet it cut like a knife. I won't just stop at hitting you. Urguzi's whole body prickled under Hannah Wells's gaze, and cold sweat poured down his back. There was a wildness in that gaze like a predator in the ocean. He forced himself to keep his composure and snarled viciously. Fine. You're ruthless. Hannah Wells. Mark my words, I'm not forgetting what happened today. You think beating me is the end of it? Dream on. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and said menacingly, You've got the guts to beat people up, but what about your mother? What about that run-down shack of yours? I've got plenty of ways to make sure you can't survive in Xinjia village. Believe it or not, in less than a month, you'll be on your knees begging me. With that, he grabbed his 3 henchmen and fled in disarray. The 3 henchmen clutched their noses, stomachs, and faces, limping along behind him like 3 drowned rats. The villagers watching the scene couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Even Erduzi has had his day. He has always been bullying people, now he has hit a brick wall. Hannah Wells, you did great. Old Zhang patted Hannah Wells on the shoulder. That was so satisfying. These thugs needed someone to put them in their place a long time ago. Exactly. Hannah Wells, you really vented our village's frustration today. Hannah Wells nodded at the villagers without saying much. Uncles, I'm heading out now, I still have to go to the county seat to sell my goods. He picked up his mesh bag, waved to the villagers and strode off toward the county seat. Behind him, the villagers' chatter gradually faded into the distance. In the darkness of night, Hannah Wells' stride was firm and resolute. He didn't take Urguzi's earlier threats to heart. He knew that scum like that was just all talk. But the mentions of your mother and that ramshackle house in his words. Hannah Wells' brow furrowed slightly. The ancestral home. That was something he had to protect at all costs. 800,000 in 1 month. He had to work his ass off to make that money, and he wouldn't back down from anyone who stood in his way. Hannah Wells gripped the net bag in his hand tighter and quickened his pace. He was going to turn tonight's catch into cold, hard cash. And this was just the beginning. 3 a.m. The County Town S Seafood Market. Could this really be called the County Town S Seafood Market? Hannah Wells carried the heavy net bag as he made his way through the bustling crowd. At this hour, the market had just opened, though not yet crowded. The atmosphere was already lively. Trucks came and went. Vendors were busy setting out their wares, and the sounds of haggling echoed all around. Hannah Wells found an open spot, set the net bag down on the ground, and pulled it open. Wild lobsters, blue crabs, just caught. His voice wasn't loud, but several nearby vendors still took notice. Hey, these lobsters look great. A middle-aged man wearing a straw hat leaned in, peered down at the lobsters, and his eyes lit up. Young man, that lobster looks like it weighs over 2 Gene, doesn't it? Wild caught. Wild. Hannah Wells nodded. Caught in the reef area. All right, I'll take the whole lot, the middle-aged man said, rubbing his hands together. 300 per lobster. 900 for 3, how about that? 300? Hannah Wells knew the value. Wild lobsters of this size go for at least 400 each on the market. He shook his head. 300 is too low. 400 each, that's 1,200 for 3. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then chuckled. You know your stuff, kid. All right, for 100 it is 1,200. He pulled out a stack of bills, counted out 12, and handed them to Hannah Wells. What about the blue crabs? Are you selling those? Yes. Hannah Wells pulled out 2 blue crabs. 250 each. 500 for both. Deal. The middle-aged man moved swiftly, counting out 5 more bills. Hannah Wells took the money, feeling confident. 1,700. On this trip alone, she made a net profit of 1,700. Although she was still a long way from 800,000, it was a good start. Just as she was about to pocket the money and leave, a voice called out from nearby. Hold on. Hannah Wells turned and saw a middle-aged man in a shirt walking toward her. He was around 40, with neatly combed hair. Holding a thermos, he seemed out of place in his surroundings. That grouper of yours, are you selling it? The man pointed to the grouper still in Hannah Wells' net. It was a large grouper, weighing 7 or 8 Gene, that had been swimming in the water for a while and was now lazily lying at the bottom of the net. Hannah Wells glanced at the man but didn't rush to answer. She noticed that the man's eyes lit up the moment he saw the grouper. It wasn't the kind of gleam an ordinary vendor gets when seeing good merchandise, but rather the gleam of a connoisseur. You are Li Guoqiang from Lin S Seafood Restaurant, the man said, handing her a business card. I specialize in sourcing high-end seafood. This grouper of yours looks excellent. I'd like to buy it. Lin S Seafood Restaurant? Hannah Wells had heard of it, the most famous seafood restaurant in the county, catering exclusively to high-end clients. How much? She asked. Li Guoqiang smiled. This grouper weighs 7 or 8 Gene. It's wild caught. The market price is 350 per Gene, but I'll give you 400. 400 per Gene? Hannah Wells did a quick mental calculation. 7 or 8 Gene at 400 per Gene, that comes to about 3,000. That's significantly higher than the market price. Why are you offering such a high price? He asked, eyeing Li Guoqiang warily. Li Guoqiang smiled. Young man, integrity is key in business. This fish of yours is indeed top-notch. I'm offering a higher price because I hope we can establish a long-term partnership. He paused for a moment, then continued. I've been in procurement for so many years that I can tell the quality of a catch at a glance. These lobsters, blue crabs, and grouper you've caught are all top quality. Wild caught, fresh, and large in size. You know the sea and have real skill. What I, Li Guoqiang, lack most is a stable supply of high-quality goods. If you're willing, we can work together long-term. I'll give priority to your catch and pay a fair price. What do you say? Hannah Wells looked at Li Guoqiang, weighing her options. What she needed most right now was a steady market. Selling her catch piecemeal meant unstable prices and wasted time. If she could find a reliable buyer, she'd have more time to focus on fishing. Deal, Hannah Wells nodded. This grouper 400 per Gene, 3,200 total. It's a deal. Li Guoqiang's eyes lit up. Straight to the point. He pulled out his phone, transferred 3,200 to Hannah Wells, and handed her a business card. Young man, what's your name? Hannah Wells. Hannah Wells, nice name, Li Guoqiang said as he packed away the grouper. If you have any more stock in the future, contact me directly. As long as it's good quality, price isn't an issue. Hannah Wells nodded and slipped the business card into her pocket. Today's haul brought in a total of 4,900. 1,700 for the lobsters and blue crabs, and 3,200 for the grouper. 4,900. This was the first big sum of money he ever earned in his life. Although he was still a long way from 800,000, he saw a glimmer of hope. Chapter 005. The Coldness of the World. As dawn broke, Hannah Wells left the seafood market. She walked along the highway toward Chinja village, feeling in good spirits. 4,900 plus the income from future beach foraging as long as she kept at it, 800,000 wasn't out of the question. Just then, a shrill voice came from behind her. "Oh, isn't this Hannah Wells?" Hannah Wells stopped and turned around. A middle-aged woman, heavily made up, was standing by the roadside, carrying a basket of vegetables and wearing a mocking smile. Second Aunt Wang Xiufan. "I heard you went shellfishing in the middle of the night?" Wang Xiufan eyed Hannah Wells up and down, a sneer playing at the corners of her mouth. "A young person like you, instead of going out to find a job, you run off to the beach every day. What kind of future do you think you'll have?" She shook her head and clicked her tongue twice. "If your father were still alive and saw you like this, I don't know how heartbroken he'd be." Hannah Wells stared at her coldly. This second aunt had looked down on her family ever since she was a child. When her father was alive, she'd come by from time to borrow things and never returned them. After her father fell on hard times, she went out of her way to avoid him, afraid of getting caught up in any trouble. Now that she saw him making a living by gathering seafood, she was back, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Second aunt," Hannah Wells said calmly, "I earn my own money through my own efforts. I don't steal or rob. What is so shameful about that?" Wang Xiufan's expression changed. She hadn't expected Hannah Wells to dare talk back. You little brat, is that how you talk to your elders?" "Elder," Hannah Wells laughed. "When my dad was alive, you'd come to borrow things from him, second aunt, and you never paid them back. Now that my dad has fallen on hard times, you can't even wait to get away from him. And now you're lecturing me about respecting your elders." Wang Xiufan's face turned bright red, and her finger was trembling as she pointed at Hannah Wells. You ungrateful brat. I'm just trying to give you some good advice. What future is there in gathering seafood? How much money can you make in a month? You'd be better off getting a steady job." "Thanks for your concern, Auntie," Hannah Wells said, turning to walk away. "My business is none of your concern." You stop right there," Wang Xiufan shouted from behind. "If you keep this up, you'll starve to death sooner or later, and your mother will suffer along with you." Hannah Wells stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and looked at Wang Xiufan. "Auntie, I'll remember what you just said." Her voice was calm. "Don't come begging me in the future." With that, she strode away without looking back. Wang Xiufan stood where she was, her face flushed crimson, unable to speak for a long time. Several villagers passing by saw the scene and began whispering among themselves. "Isn't that Wang Xiufan? How did she get shut down like that by Hannah Wells? She deserves it. She's always got a sharp tongue. That Hannah Wells, he seems to have changed quite a bit." By the time Hannah Wells returned to the Chun family's ancestral home, the sun had already risen. Mrs. Chun was hanging laundry in the courtyard. Upon seeing him return, she hurried to greet him. "Fan how did it go? Did you sell it?" Hannah Wells pulled a stack of bills from his pocket and handed it to his mother. "Mom, here's 4,009. Mrs. Chun's hand trembled, and her eyes welled up with tears. 4,900, that's so much. Mom, this is just the beginning." Hannah Wells took her mother's hand. "I'll earn even more in the future. I'll definitely be able to pay back the 800,000. Mrs. Chun wiped away her tears and nodded repeatedly. All right. I believe in you, Fan. You've really made something of yourself." Hannah Wells helped her mother into the house, but in her heart she was already planning her next move. Foraging on the tidal flats yielded limited results. To earn more money, she'd have to venture further out. The nearshore waters. There were bigger fish and rarer catches there. If she got lucky and came across a large yellow croaker or two, that could mean tens of thousands or even over 100,000 in earnings. "Mom, I'm planning to borrow a boat and check out the nearshore waters." Mrs. Chun paused for a moment, looking concerned. "The coastal waters? That'd be dangerous." "No," Hannah Wells said. "I'm a strong swimmer, don't worry." What he didn't say was that, with the power of the Shanghai steel fragment, he felt just as at home underwater as he did on land. Mrs. Chun looked into her son's determined eyes and finally nodded. Fan be careful. Okay. Hannah Wells stood up and gazed out the window toward the ocean. The tidal flats were just the beginning. The real rewards lay in the depths of the sea. After a quick breakfast, Hannah Wells headed out. He was going to find a boat. In Chinjia village, quite a few families own boats. Hannah Wells thought for a moment and decided to visit his third uncle, Chen Guoqiang, first. Uncle Chen's house was at the eastern end of the village. His family owned a wooden boat over 5 meters long, which Uncle Chen used for his regular trips out to sea. Hannah Wells walked up to Uncle Chen's front door and knocked. Aunt Chen answered the door. Upon seeing Hannah Wells, a look of surprise flashed across her face. "Feina, what brings you here? Aunt Chen, is Uncle Chen home? I'd like to borrow his boat for a bit." A subtle expression crossed Auntie's face. "Borrow a boat?" She looked Hannah Wells up and down. "What do you need the boat for?" "I want to go out to the coastal waters." "The coastal waters?" Auntie furrowed her brow. "Do you know how to steer a boat? If something goes wrong, we can't take responsibility for it." Just as Hannah Wells was about to explain, Uncle Chen Guoqiang's voice came from inside the house. "Who's there?" "Fan someone here to borrow a boat," Auntie Chen replied, turning her head. Uncle Chen Guoqiang stepped out of the house, glanced at Hannah Wells, and wore a look of hesitation on his face. "Fan it's not that Uncle Chen doesn't want to lend it to you," he said, rubbing his hands together. "But you know how the village feels about your family these days. If you borrow my boat and word gets out, it'll make things difficult for me." Hannah Wells looked at Uncle Chen, understanding perfectly. It wasn't that Uncle Chen didn't want to lend it to her, he simply didn't dare. Ever since her father's incident, many villagers had been avoiding her family like the plague, afraid of getting caught up in any trouble. "It's okay, Uncle Chen," Hannah Wells nodded. "I understand." "Fan don't hold it against Uncle." Uncle 3 looked a bit awkward. "I don't blame you," Hannah Wells said, turning to leave. "Go ahead and get back to work." Behind her, Aunt 3 muttered under her breath. These days, who would dare lend him a boat? Hannah Wells kept walking and stepped out of Uncle 3's courtyard. She didn't blame Uncle 3. It's only when you're in trouble that you can see who's truly there for you and who's just pretending. After leaving Uncle 3's house, Hannah Wells visited 2 more households. One was a distant cousin, who said his boat was broken and under repair. The other was her neighbor, Logan Turner, who flatly stated he'd already lent his boat to someone else. Hannah Wells understood. These people weren't really without boats, they simply didn't want to lend one to him. Who would want to get involved with someone in debt for 800,000? Hannah Wells sighed and headed toward the western end of the village. That's where Old Zhang lived. Old Zhang's real name was Zhang Difu. He was 68 years old and a well-known veteran fisherman in the village. In his youth, he was a renowned master fisherman, famous far and wide. Alone in his boat, he could drift at sea for days on end. He knew these waters better than anyone. Unfortunately, fate wasn't on his side. He never married and had no children. His wife had passed away years ago, leaving him alone in a dilapidated tile-roofed house at the western end of the village. Now that he was getting on in years and his legs weren't what they used to be, he could no longer go out to sea. Instead, he earned a little pocket money by mending fishing nets and patching up boats for others. The villagers called him Old Zhang, and the children called him Grandpa Zhang. He didn't mind, he was always cheerful. He hoped this time wouldn't end in failure. Chapter 006. First Exploration of the Coastal Waters. Hannah Wells walked up to Old Zhang's doorstep and knocked. "Who's there?" came a hoarse, aged voice. "Uncle Zhang, it's me, Hannah Wells." The door creaked open. Old Zhang appeared in the doorway, his hair streaked with gray, his skin tanned, his face etched with the furrows of time. His eyes were cloudy, yet sharp, a skill honed by decades of gazing out at the sea. "Fan Old Zhang looked a little surprised. "What's up?" "Uncle Zhang, I'd like to borrow a boat to go out to the near sea." Old Zhang paused for a moment, then smiled. "Borrow a boat? Come on in." Hannah Wells followed Old Zhang into the courtyard. The courtyard was piled high with all sorts of old fishing nets and worn-out gear, and in one corner sat a small wooden boat. Old Zhang walked over to the boat and patted the gunwale. "I used this when I was young, but I'm too old to handle it now." He glanced at Hannah Wells. "It's a bit worn, but it doesn't leak. You can take it." Hannah Wells was a little surprised. "Uncle Zhang, are you just lending it to me like that?" "Hey, you little rascal." Old Zhang glared at her. Word already spread around the village about how you took on Erduzi's gang down by the beach last night. He paused, a hint of admiration flashing in his cloudy eyes. Those thugs are used to bullying people. Someone should put them in their place a long time ago. You've got guts, kid. Old Zhang, know people well. You're not the kind of good for nothing. Hannah Wells felt a warm glow in his heart. Ever since his father's accident, there had been very few people in the village like old Zhang who were genuinely kind to him. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Hannah Wells nodded solemnly. If there's ever anything you need me for, just let me know. Old Zhang waved his hand, but continued to chime in. All right, go on. But let me tell you, the open sea isn't like the mudflats. The water's deep out there. You're a strong swimmer. Sure, but don't let your guard down. He pointed toward the distant waters. Once you're past the reef area, head east for 2 or 3 li, and you'll find a deep water zone where there are plenty of grouper. But the current is strong there, so be careful. Also, there are a few hidden reefs over there. You can't see them normally, but their tips peek out at low tide. Remember, don't run into them. Old Zhang went on and on for quite a while, covering every little detail drawn from decades of experience. Hannah Wells took note of everything. Uncle Zhang, I've got it. All right, go on then. Old Zhang patted her on the shoulder. Do your best. Your father's spirit is watching over you from heaven. Hannah Wells felt a pang of sadness and nodded firmly. Hannah Wells dragged the small boat to the water's edge and gave it a thorough check. Although the boat was a bit old, it was structurally sound and rode smoothly. It seemed that even though old Zhang was no longer able to use it himself, he had always maintained it well. He found a bamboo pole to use as an oar, pushed the boat into the water, and jumped aboard. The small boat slowly pulled away from the shore and headed out toward the open sea. Behind him, old Zhang stood on the shore, watching him drift away, a hint of anticipation in his cloudy eyes. That kid's got what it takes, he muttered to himself. Hannah Wells knew these waters well. As a child, his father often took him out to sea, telling him where the reefs lay, where the fish were plentiful, and where the currents ran strong. Those memories, combined with old Zhang's ramblings from earlier, all came flooding back to him now. After rowing for about half an hour, Hannah Wells stopped the boat. This was already the nearshore area, where the water was over 10 meters deep. He leaned forward to look at the water's surface, closed his eyes, and felt the power of the fragment of the monument of the vast sea. That familiar sense of perception spread out from his consciousness. The underwater world appeared clearly in his mind. The deep blue seawater, schools of swimming fish, undulating reefs on the seabed, everything was crystal clear. Hannah Wells' breathing quickened slightly. Although he used this ability several times before, it never failed to amaze him. He continued to expand the range of his perception, scanning the surrounding schools of fish. There were plenty of small fish and shrimp, but they weren't particularly valuable. He needed to find something bigger. Hannah Wells' gaze swept the underwater landscape. Suddenly, his perception detected an anomaly. It was in the southeast, about 200 meters away, a cluster of reefs. Amid the reefs, several points of golden light were swimming. Hannah Wells held his breath. That color, that size. Almost instinctively, he paddled with his bamboo pole, moving closer to that direction. The cluster of reefs appeared beneath the boat. Hannah Wells stabilized the boat and scanned the water once more. This time he saw clearly. It was a school of fish, about 7 or 8 of them swimming leisurely among the reefs. Each was as long as an adult's arm, entirely golden, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Wild yellow croaker. How wonderful would it be to catch wild yellow croaker while deep-sea fishing? The taste of money. Hannah Wells gripped the gunnel tightly. Yellow croaker, one of the most prized fish in nearshore waters. Due to overfishing, wild specimens have all but disappeared. Occasionally, one appears on the market commanding an astronomical price. And this school, at least 7 or 8 of them. Hannah Wells tried hard to stay calm. He took a deep breath, took off his jacket, and prepared to enter the water. Yellow croakers are highly alert. The slightest disturbance will send them fleeing. But with the power of the fragment of the Shanghai steel, he was confident. Hannah Wells slipped into the water on tiptoe. The coolness of the seawater instantly enveloped his entire body, but he didn't feel cold. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. The moment he entered the water, his vision became incredibly clear. Reefs, seaweed, and small fish swimming by, everything was visible in exquisite detail. And that school of yellow croakers was just over 10 meters ahead. Hannah Wells held his breath and approached slowly. He tried his best to make no sound, gliding through the water like a fish. The yellow croakers didn't seem to sense any danger. They swam among the reefs, sometimes stopping to feed, sometimes chasing each other and playing. Hannah Wells watched the school closely. The largest one looked to weigh about 11 or 12 jin. The others ranged from 5 or 6 jin to 8 jin. They were all adult yellow croakers. He swallowed hard. Yellow croakers of this size were all prized catches. But his target was the largest one. Hannah Wells continued to close in. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. He could make out every detail of that yellow croaker. Its golden scales, slender body, and agile tail. Just then, the yellow croaker seemed to sense something. It flicked its tail, ready to make a run for it. But Hannah Wells was ready. He lunged forward, his body tracing an arc through the water to cut off the fish's escape route. Slap! His hand clamped down on the fish with precision. The yellow croaker struggled frantically, its strength astonishing. But Hannah Wells was even stronger. He steadied the massive fish and swiftly stuffed it into the net bag he carried with him. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Hannah Wells surfaced, gasping for air. He looked at the net bag in his hands, which contained a gleaming golden yellow croaker. 11 jin, at least 11 jin. Hannah Wells smiled. This fish would fetch a high price. He returned to the boat and placed the net bag in the cabin. The yellow croaker was still thrashing about inside, its golden scales glistening in the sunlight. Hannah Wells didn't linger in these waters any longer. He wanted to return to Liguoqiang to see how much this fish could sell for. He was in high spirits the whole way back. Today's catch had definitely exceeded all expectations. Chapter 007. The sky-high-priced yellow croaker. Back in Chinja village, Hannah Wells moored his boat at the dock and immediately contacted Li Guoqiang. Uncle Li, I caught a big yellow croaker today. Would you like to take a look? On the other end of the line, Li Guoqiang's voice was clearly filled with excitement. A yellow croaker? Wild. Wild. Hold on. I'm coming right over. Half an hour later, Li Guoqiang's car pulled up in front of Hannah Wells. He jumped out of the car, hurried over to Hannah Wells, and fixed his gaze on the net. When he got a clear look at the golden yellow fish, Li Guoqiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! He crouched down and carefully examined the fish. The size, color, scales, gills. He studied it for a full 5 minutes. Then he looked up at Hannah Wells. Young man, your luck is just unbelievable. This is a genuine wild yellow croaker, Li Guoqiang said as he stood up, his tone turning serious. And it's in excellent condition. About 11 jin, that's practically a miracle in these coastal waters. He paused for a moment before continuing. We haven't seen a wild yellow croaker of this size on the market in many years. Hannah Wells knew exactly what he meant, but she didn't let it show. Uncle Li, how much do you think it could sell for? Li Guoqiang was silent for a moment. On the market, wild yellow croaker usually goes for about 1,000 to 2,000 per jin. But this fish is in such excellent condition, and its size is rare. He looked at Hannah Wells and said earnestly, I can help you connect with high-end clients. Conservatively speaking, at least 200,000. 200,000. Hannah Wells' heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm. Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Li. Li Guoqiang nodded and carefully placed the yellow croaker into the live water tank he brought with him. Wait for my call, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Before getting into his car, he turned back to look at Hannah Wells one last time. Young man, if you ever catch fish of this caliber again, contact me right away. Lin's restaurant will buy the whole lot. Okay. Li Guoqiang's car drove off into the distance. Hannah Wells stood where she was, staring in the direction the car had gone, her mind already racing with calculations. 200,000. Add that to the 4,900 from before, and that makes 200,490. She was one step closer to 800,000. Late afternoon. Hannah Wells was at home helping her mother tidy up the yard when her cell phone suddenly rang. It was Li Guoqiang. Hannah Wells. That big yellow croaker of yours sold. On the other end of the line, Li Guoqiang's voice was brimming with excitement. It sold for 230,000. That's 30,000 more than we estimated. Hurry over, I'll transfer the money to you right away. 230,000. Hannah Wells' hand paused for a moment. Then she steadied her voice. Okay. Uncle Li, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Hannah Wells turned to Chana's mother and said, Mom, The fish sold. I'm going to the county seat to pick up the money. Chan's mother was taken aback for a moment, and her eyes welled up again. It sold. Good, good. She knew her son had been waiting for news these past few days. Go quickly, Fanner. Be careful on the road. Okay. Hannah Wells hopped on the borrowed electric scooter and headed for the county seat. Lin's seafood restaurant. Hannah Wells pushed open the door to the private room, where Li Guoqiang was sitting inside drinking tea. Seeing Hannah Wells enter, Li Guoqiang set down his teacup and stood up. Come, have a seat. He picked up an envelope from the table and handed it to Hannah Wells. Here's 230,000. Count it. Hannah Wells took the envelope but didn't count it, she simply tucked it into her bosom. Uncle Li, I trust you.
Li Guoqiang smiled, straightforward.
He sat back down and poured Hannah Wells a cup of tea. As for that big yellow croaker of yours, the buyer is a businessman from Xiamen. He specializes in collecting wild big yellow croakers. Yours was in such excellent condition that he fell in love with it at first sight. Li Guoqiang took a sip of tea and continued. We were originally talking about 200,000, but then he raised the offer by 30,000, saying that wild big yellow croakers of this size are becoming increasingly rare. Hannah Wells nodded without saying a word. 230,000. He silently calculated in his head. Add that to the previous 4,900, and that makes 230,490. Still 565,001 short of 800,000. There's still a long way to go, but it's a good start. Li Guoqiang looked at Hannah Wells and suddenly spoke up. Hannah Wells, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to keep fishing along the coast? Hannah Wells looked up at Li Guoqiang. Uncle Li, what are you getting at?
Li Guoqiang smiled.
What I'm saying is, since you've got the skills, why not partner with me long-term? Just like we discussed before, I'll give you priority for your catch and offer you the highest price. What do you say? A long-term partnership? Hannah Wells weighed the offer in her mind. What she needed most right now was a stable sales channel. Selling her catch piecemeal meant unstable prices and wasted time. If she could partner with Li Guoqiang long-term, she'd have more energy to focus on foraging the tide flats. Uncle Li, I'm open to a partnership, but I have one condition. What's your condition? You have to guarantee me the highest market price for my catch. Li Guoqiang paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. You're a smart kid. All right, I'll agree to that. As long as your goods are good, the price will definitely be fair. He held out his hand. Deal. Hannah Wells shook Li Guoqiang's hand. Deal. Leaving the restaurant, Hannah Wells rode his electric scooter back toward Qinjia village. She was in high spirits the whole way. 230,000. That was a huge sum. Although it was still a ways off from 800,000, she saw a glimmer of hope. By the time she returned to Qinjia village, it was already afternoon. As soon as Hannah Wells entered the village entrance, she sensed something was off. The villagers' gazes toward her had changed. Some were whispering among themselves, others were pointing and gesturing. Isn't that Hannah Wells? Have you heard? He sold a fish for over 200,000. Over 200,000? For one fish? You've got to be kidding. It's true. People from Lin's restaurant in the county seat came personally to pick it up. Good heavens. A single fish selling for over 200,000. Hannah Wells furrowed his brow. Had the news spread that fast? She quickened her pace and headed home. As soon as she reached her front door, she saw several people standing in the courtyard. Logan Turner Chun Guofu, Logan Turner's mother Zhang Guifan, and her cousin Chun Jiqiang. They were talking with Chun's mother. When he saw Hannah Wells return, Chun Guofu immediately broke into a broad smile.
Fijn is back. Come sit down.
He pointed to a chair nearby, looking every bit the caring elder. I heard you sold a fish for over 200,000? Is that true? Hannah Wells glanced at him but said nothing. Seeing that she wasn't responding, Chun Guofu continued. Fanner, Logan Turner is happy for you. You've made money, that's a good thing. But Logan Turner has to remind you, just because a young person has money doesn't mean you should get carried away. You have to keep your feet on the ground and not squander it. He paused, his eyes glancing at the envelope in Hannah Wells' lap. With this over 200,000, you'll still have quite a bit left to pay off your debts, right? Would you like Logan Turner to help you plan it out? Hannah Wells snorted derisively. He could see right through Logan Turner's true intentions. Just a few days ago, Logan Turner had been mocking and belittling him. Now that he heard he made money, he immediately rushed over to show his concern. Logan Turner, I'll handle my own money matters. No need for you to worry about it. Chapter 008. Establishing a sales channel. Chun Guofu's smile faltered. Logan Turner has your best interests at heart. Young people lack experience and are easily taken advantage of. Logan Turner has been through it all, he can help you. No, thank you, Hannah Wells interrupted him. If Logan Turner has nothing else to say, I'm going to rest now. She turned and went inside, closing the door behind her. Chun Guofu stood where he was, his expression grim. Zhang Guifan, standing nearby, said sarcastically, "Oh, so making 200,000 makes you so great? You don't even respect Logan Turner anymore." Chun Jiqiang also snorted coldly. "Pfft. Selling a single fish for 200,000, who knows if it's even true? It could just be a made-up story to fool people." Inside the house, Chun's mother looked at Hannah Wells with some concern. Do you think this might? Mom, it's okay. Hannah Wells sat down beside her mother, took an envelope from her bosom, and placed it on the table. Here's 230,000. Please keep this safe. Chun's mother looked at the envelope, her hands trembling slightly. 230,000, that's so much. Mom, this is just the beginning. Hannah Wells took her mother's hand. I'll earn even more in the future. I'll definitely be able to pay back the 800,000. Tears welled up in Chun's mother's eyes. I believe in you, you've really made something of yourself. Outside the door, the voices of Chun Guofu's family gradually faded away. Hannah Wells sat at the table, staring at the envelope. 230,000. A good start. But it wasn't enough. With a debt of 800,000, she still owed 565,001. She had to keep working. The next day, Hannah Wells made another trip to the county seat. This time, Li Guoqiang had reached out to her. In a private room at Lin's seafood restaurant, Li Guoqiang pulled out a contract. Hannah Wells, this is our partnership agreement. Take a look. Hannah Wells took the contract and read through it carefully. The terms were straightforward. Hannah Wells' catch would be supplied primarily to Lin's restaurant. Li Guoqiang guaranteed to purchase them at the highest market price and would never drive down the price. The partnership would last for 1 year and could be renewed upon expiration. Uncle Li, this contract is fine. Hannah Wells signed her name on the contract. Li Guoqiang signed as well, and they each kept a copy. Let us have a fruitful partnership. Li Guoqiang held out his hand. Let us have a fruitful partnership. Hannah Wells shook his hand. After signing the contract, Li Guoqiang poured Hannah Wells a cup of tea. Hannah Wells, now that we're partners, there are a few things I need to be upfront with you about. Uncle Li, go ahead. Li Guoqiang lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. The seafood market in the county seat is a murky business. Do you think I'm the only buyer out there? There are plenty of them, but very few are truly reliable. He looked at Hannah Wells, his tone serious. Some vendors drive down prices, run up debts, or pass off inferior goods as the real thing. They'll pull every trick in the book. If you go out there to sell on your own, you'll get taken advantage of in a heartbeat. Hannah Wells nodded without saying a word. She understood what Li Guoqiang meant. The seafood market wasn't that simple. There's one other person you need to watch out for, Li Guoqiang said, lowering his voice. Who? Lin Ziyuan. Li Guoqiang's expression grew somber. Lin Ziyuan is the biggest seafood wholesaler in the county. He runs several stalls and supplies a number of major hotels. He's not an easy person to deal with. What has he done? Last year, a fisherman refused to sell his catch to him and sold it to another restaurant instead. A few days later, when that fisherman went to the market to sell his catch, a group of people blocked him at the entrance and insisted there was something wrong with his goods. It turned into a big scene, and in the end, that fisherman never dared to come to the county seat to sell his catch again. Hannah Wells' gaze turned cold. Karma.
Li Guoqiang nudda.
So you need to be careful. If Lin Ziyuan finds out you're working with me now, he might come after you. I'm not afraid. Hannah Wells' voice was calm. Li Guoqiang glanced at him and smiled. You've got some backbone, kid. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and stood up. All right, I've said everything I needed to. From now on, just focus on catching fish. I'll handle the sales. No need to thank me. We're partners. When you make money, I make money too. Li Guoqiang patted Hannah Wells on the shoulder. By the way, the market for grouper in the nearshore waters has been good lately. If you can catch some, I'll give you a slightly higher price. Okay, got it. After leaving the restaurant, Hannah Wells rode his electric scooter back home. All the way, he was mulling things over in his mind. He remembered what Li Guoqiang had said. Lin Ziyuan. He etched that name into his memory. If that man dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't back down. By the time he returned to Qinjia village, it was already noon. As soon as Hannah Wells arrived home, he saw old Zhang standing at the door. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? Old Zhang chuckled and pulled a cloth bag from behind his back. I came to bring you something. He handed the cloth bag to Hannah Wells. Hannah Wells opened it to find a yellowed notebook inside. This is my experiences from when I used to go fishing at low tide in my youth, old Zhang said. I've written down where the fish gather, when the tide goes out, and which spots are dangerous. Hannah Wells was taken aback. This notebook must have been very precious to old Zhang. Uncle Zhang, this. Just take it. Old Zhang waved his hand. I'm old now, I don't need it anymore. You're young and capable, it'll come in handy for you. He looked at Hannah Wells, his eyes brightening. When I was young, I also dreamed of setting out to sea. Unfortunately, fate didn't allow it. Seeing you now is like seeing myself when I was young. Hannah Wells carefully tucked the notebook away. Old Zhang smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Do your best. Old Zhang has a good eye for people. You, kid, are going to do great things in the future. With that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Hannah Wells stood at the doorway watching old Zhang's retreating figure. He opened the notebook and examined it carefully. Its pages were densely filled with all kinds of tips for foraging along the coast. Where the reefs were, where the fish gathered, what fish were in season when, and when the tide went out. This knowledge was the culmination of old Zhang's entire life's work. Hannah Wells tucked the notebook into his chest. With this notebook, combined with the power of the fragment of the Shanghai steel, his catches would be even greater. Hannah Wells spent the entire afternoon poring over old Zhang's notes, until Mrs. Chun finished cooking and called him in to eat. During dinner, Mrs. Chun suddenly spoke up. Fan what are your plans for the future? What are your plans? Hannah Wells put down his chopsticks and looked at his mother. Mom, I want to pay off the debt first. Then I'll buy a boat and go out to sea to fish. Buy a boat? Mrs. Chun asked, a touch of worry in her voice. How much would that cost? No rush, we'll take it slow. Hannah Wells took his mother's hand. Mom, don't worry. I'll make sure you live a good life. Mrs. Chun's eyes welled up with tears. Fan I don't want a good life. As long as you're safe and sound, I'll be content. Mom, I know. Hannah Wells lowered her head and continued eating. But in her heart, she was silently calculating how many more fish she'd need to save up 800,000. If only she could catch a few more big yellow croakers. She'd go back to that reef tomorrow, who knows, maybe those big yellow croakers would have swum back. Chapter 009. Mandarin Crabs. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells took old Zhang's notebook and set out to sea in his small boat. He headed straight for the reef where he'd caught the big yellow croakers before. Last time, that 11 Gene yellow croaker sold for 230,000 and there had been 7 or 8 of them in total. If he could run into them again, he'd make a killing. Hannah Wells anchored the boat, closed his eyes, and sensed the underwater world. The power of the fragment of the Shanghai steel spread out. The reef, the seaweed beds, the schooling small fish. Everything was crystal clear. She searched carefully, hoping to catch a glimpse of that golden figure. However, nothing. She combed through the entire reef but didn't see even a trace of the yellow croaker. Only a few ordinary sea bass were lazily swimming, hiding in the crevices of the reef. Hannah Wells surfaced, feeling a bit disappointed. Well, that made sense. That school of large yellow croakers was rare to begin with. Just coming across them once was already incredibly lucky. How could they possibly stay there every day waiting to be caught? Luck is something that comes when it comes, you can't force it. Hannah Wells sighed and sat on the boat for a while. The sun gradually climbed higher in the sky, and the salty, damp sea breeze blew against her face. She opened old Zhang's notebook and examined it carefully. Several locations were marked in the notes, and one of them caught her attention. 3 li east of the reef cluster, water depth over 10 meters, dense reefs. Rare catches are often found here. Hannah Wells checked the direction, adjusted the bow, and began rowing eastward. About half an hour later, Hannah Wells arrived at the spot marked in the notebook. It was an open stretch of water, with the faint outlines of reefs visible in the distance. This reef area lay at the edge of the coastal waters, with a depth of over 10 meters. Fishermen rarely ventured here. Hannah Wells brought the boat to a stop, closed her eyes once more, and scanned the underwater world. The power of the fragment of the steel of the vast sea spread out. The deep blue seawater, the dense cluster of reefs, and the schools of small fish swimming by all were crystal clear in her mind. Hannah Wells searched carefully. Suddenly, her senses detected an anomaly. It was in a crevice between the reefs. Two crabs were tangled together, completely motionless. Hannah Wells adjusted her perception and probed carefully. That position was a bit strange. The two crabs were stacked one on top of the other, their claws intertwined, as if they were fighting? No, that wasn't right. Hannah Wells took a closer look. This wasn't a fight at all. It was clearly. The corner of her mouth twitched. Wow, they're caught red-handed and don't even know it. Hannah Wells slipped quietly into the water and slowly approached. The two blue crabs were completely absorbed in their private moment and didn't sense any danger at all. Hannah Wells held her breath, adjusted her angle, and reached out with both hands, pressing down firmly on the carapaces of both crabs. Snap! The two blue crabs were firmly pinned down. Only then did they react, struggling frantically and swinging their claws. But it was too late. A few seconds later, the two blue crabs were stuffed into the net bag. Hannah Wells surfaced, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What incredible luck! But two blue crabs weren't enough, so he continued exploring the reef. As time ticked by, Hannah Wells darted through the water, scanning every nook and cranny. Crevices in the reef, patches of seagrass, sandy and muddy bottoms. He searched them all. Yet the haul was meager. A few sea bass, 2 or 3 small crabs, and some miscellaneous fish. Grouper? None. Lobster? None. Yellow croaker? Not a trace. Hannah Wells surfaced and glanced at the sky. The sun was already setting. He spent most of the day in the water, and aside from that pair of mandarin crabs, everything else was just worthless odds and ends. He sighed. The resources in these coastal waters were, after all, limited. Those rare catches, grouper, large lobsters, and large yellow croakers, weren't something you came across just anywhere. Finding them before had been pure luck. Today's haul was about par for the course. Hannah Wells looked at the catch in his net and shook his head. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. He picked out a few less than perfect miscellaneous fish and put them in another small net bag, planning to take them home for his own meal. The remaining mandarin crabs and a few sea bass were meant for sale. Back on shore, Hannah Wells walked toward the village carrying the 2 net bags. Just as she reached the village entrance, she ran into Old Zhang. Hey, Hannah Wells, back from the sea? Old Zhang leaned in. Caught anything good? Hannah Wells opened the mouth of the net. Old Zhang peered inside and paused for a moment. 2 blue crabs. How big are they? Old Zhang took a closer look. Not bad, they're pretty plump. Just as he was about to ask how much the crabs would fetch, he suddenly noticed a detail. The 2 crabs were stacked on top of each other, their claws still intertwined. Wait a minute. Old Zhang crouched down, leaned in for a closer look, then looked up at Hannah Wells with a strange expression. These 2 weren't they just when you caught them? Hannah Wells nodded. They were busy. Old Zhang was silent for 2 seconds, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. You're a character. Getting caught at a time like that's really ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard he slapped his thighs, causing passing villagers to turn and stare. Old Zhang, what's so funny? That kid. Hannah Wells, he caught a pair of mandarin crabs. Mandarin crabs? What are mandarin crabs? Old Zhang pointed to the 2 crabs in the net. These 2, a male and a female, were mating when he snatched them up. Fishermen call them mandarin duck crabs. Catching them together is a good omen. The villagers gathered around to watch the commotion. It's true. Look, they're still all tangled up. Hannah Wells has some incredible luck no one else does. Hey, I heard that mandarin duck crabs are a good omen. Whoever catches them will have good luck in love. Is that true? Does that mean Hannah Wells is going to find a boyfriend? Ha ha. Hannah Wells felt a little embarrassed by the comments and cleared her throat. Uncle Zhang, how much can these crabs sell for? Old Zhang wiped the smile off his face and estimated. The 2 of them together weigh 4 or 5 jin. At market price, they fetch about 1,000 yuan. 1,000? Yeah, they're just ordinary blue crabs, nothing special. But these 2 are pretty plump and look good. Hannah Wells nodded, getting the picture. 1,000 yuan. That was nowhere near as much as those big catches she made before. But every little bit helps. Every penny saved is a penny earned. Word spread quickly. The story of Hannah Wells catching a pair of lovebird crabs became the talk of the village during mealtimes and after. That Hannah Wells, he can catch just about anything. He snatched them right in the middle of their business. What do you call that? That's leaving them no way out. Ha 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 ha. Someone teased Hannah Wells. I heard that mandarin crabs are a sign of romantic luck. Are you going to find a girlfriend soon? Hannah Wells didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle, please don't make fun of me. He carried the blue crabs and a few sea bass over to Li Guoqiang. Li Guoqiang took a look and nodded. Those 2 mandarin crabs are plump. I'll give you 1,100 for them. Add another 100 for the sea bass and those rock crabs. That comes to 1,200 in total. Hannah Wells put the money away and picked up another small net bag of assorted fish. Uncle Li, these ones aren't very good looking. So I won't sell them. I'll take them home to eat myself. Li Guoqiang smiled. All right, go home and have your mom cook up a nice meal. Hannah Wells nodded and turned to walk back. 1,200, plus the previous 234,900. She now had 236,100. She was still 563,900 short of 800,000. Chapter 010. Passing down the craft. When she got home, Chan's mother was sorting vegetables in the courtyard. Seeing Hannah Wells return with the mesh bag, she quickly put down what she was doing and came to greet her. Fan, you're back? Are you tired?
No, Mom.
Hannah Wells handed her the mesh bag. I caught a few fish today. We'll stew them for dinner. Chan's mother took the bag and, upon seeing the few small fish inside, paused slightly. She didn't say anything, just looked down at the fish in the net, her eyes turning a little red. Hannah Wells sensed her mother's concerns and said softly, Mom, I also caught a pair of mandarin crabs and a few sea bass today. I sold them for 1,200. Mrs. Chun nodded and forced a smile. 1,200, that's good. That's good. She set the net aside and pulled Hannah Wells to sit down on a wooden bench in the courtyard. Mom isn't saying you don't earn enough. It's just that. She paused and sighed. 800,000, such a huge debt for you to shoulder all by yourself. It breaks my heart. Hannah Wells took her mother's hand. Mom, don't worry. I'll be able to pay it back. Mrs. Chun looked at her son's hands, which had turned slightly pale from being soaked in seawater, and her eyes grew even redder. These hands of yours, they used to be so soft. Now, she gently stroked the back of Hannah Wells's hand with a pained expression. Soaking in water every day, I'm afraid your body won't be able to handle it. You're still young. What if you develop some lasting health issues?
Mom, me fine.
Look how healthy I am. Hannah Wells deliberately flexed his arms. I'm as strong as an ox. Mrs. Chan's tears turned to a smile, and she gave him a gentle pat. You're so good at cheering Mom up. She stood up, picked up the fishing net, and headed toward the kitchen. All right, Mom's going to make you some fish soup. You rest a bit, don't start thinking about going out to sea again. Hannah Wells watched his mother's retreating figure, feeling a warm glow in his heart. He knew his mother wasn't scolding him, she was just worried about him and fretting over that 800,000 debt. Mom, he called out toward the kitchen. Put extra ginger in the fish soup to cut the fishy smell. His mother's voice came from the kitchen. Got it. Do you think I don't know how to cook? Hannah Wells smiled and sat in the courtyard for a while, but his mind was already racing with plans for what to do next. Early the next morning, just as Hannah Wells was about to head out, old Zhang arrived. Uncle Zhang, come in. I need to talk to you. Old Zhang stepped inside, sat down in a chair, and looked at Hannah Wells. Hannah Wells, be honest with me, how did you develop these skills for foraging by the sea? Hannah Wells's heart skipped a beat. Lately, old Zhang had been looking at her differently. Hannah Wells thought for a moment, then said, Uncle Zhang, the knowledge you taught me has been very useful. Plus, my dad taught me a few things back in the day, and I figured out a few tricks on my own. Old Zhang stared at her for a few seconds, then sighed. All right, you've got your secrets, I won't pry. He stood up and pulled a stack of yellowed papers from his coat. This is the experience I've accumulated over my lifetime, reading the sky, interpreting the color of the water, spotting fish schools, it's all in here. I've been thinking that notebook alone isn't enough, I'll have to teach you hands-on. Hannah Wells was a little surprised. Uncle Zhang, you're going to teach me? Of course, old Zhang glared at him. You've got talent, kid, but without systematic knowledge, you're bound to get into serious trouble sooner or later. Starting today, every day after you come back from the shore, I'll teach you for 1 hour. Hannah Wells nodded. Uncle Zhang, I was actually hoping to ask you about the contents of your notebook. There are some parts one still don't quite understand. Old Zhang paused for a moment, then smiled. All right, you're a sharp one. Sit down, and let us get started. From that day on, Hannah Wells' days became much busier. What old Zhang taught her was far more profound than she had imagined, observing celestial phenomena, discerning watercolors, and identifying fish habitats. Hook-shaped clouds in the sky mean rain on the ground. Old Zhang pointed to the clouds in the sky. Look at that patch, doesn't it look like fish scales? That S called fish scale sky, and it means the weather is about to change. Clear water means shallow water, green water means deep water, old Zhang said, crouching by the shore and pointing at the sea. That patch of water is dark in color, which means there's a deep trench or a cluster of reefs fish like to hide in there. You can't just pick any spot for a fishing spot. The leeward side of reefs, areas with lush seagrass, and where currents converge, these are all places where fish gather. Hannah Wells listened intently. He discovered that combining old Zhang's experience with the abilities granted by the fragment of the Songhai steel yielded surprisingly good results. Previously, he could only see what was underwater. Now he could determine where certain fish were and the best time to go out to sea. After studying for a few days, Hannah Wells began putting his new knowledge into practice. On the first day, following old Zhang's instructions, he found a reef area where the water was slightly deeper and, sure enough, made a good catch, a grouper weighing over 3 jade, for blue crabs, and a small school of sea bass. He sold the catch for 3,200, double what he made before. On the third day, having learned to read the tides, he took advantage of the rising tide to discover a nest of spiny crabs on the leeward side of the reef, over 20 of them, which he sold for 5,800. On the fifth day, having learned to identify fish schools, he found a large school of sea bass at the confluence of currents, which he sold for 4,300. On the seventh day, he learned to read the signs in the sky. In the morning, there were fish scale clouds on the horizon. Old Zhang warned that one should be careful going out to sea in such weather, but Hannah Wells went anyway. He wanted to test whether the fragment of the Songhai steel would be useful in rough weather. Sure enough, he found what he was looking for, several large grouper hidden in the deep water reef area, the largest weighing 7 or 8 jade. That trip brought in 6,500. On the way back, the wind and waves were indeed fierce, but relying on his sense of the currents, Hannah Wells rowed steadily back to shore. When old Zhang heard that he'd gone out to sea under fish-scale skies, his face turned pale. You young fool, are you trying to get yourself killed? Uncle Zhang, I know what I'm doing. Old Zhang glared at him, then finally sighed. All right, you've got your own skills, but be careful from now on, you never know what might happen out at sea. Day 15. Old Zhang had finished teaching the final part of his lessons. Hannah Wells, I've taught you everything I can. The rest is up to you to put into practice. He looked at Hannah Wells. You're a quick learner, kid. You've mastered a lifetime's worth of my experience in just half a month. Hannah Wells stood up and bowed to old Zhang. Uncle Zhang, I'll remember this favor. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just say the word. Old Zhang waved his hand. All right, cut the formalities. Just work hard. Paying off your debt is what matters most. He walked away with his hands behind his back slightly hunched. Hannah Wells watched him walk away, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Over the past half-month, she earned a total of over 73,000. That averaged nearly 5,000 a day. Compared to her previous approach of winging it solely on her own abilities, her efficiency had improved significantly. She started with 236,001 after earning over 73,000 in the past half-month. Her total now stood at 309,000. She was still 491,000 short of 800,000. There was less than half a month left until the repayment deadline. With more than half the time gone but her earnings falling behind schedule, Hannah Wells took a deep breath. She had to find a way to source bigger catches. Ordinary grouper, blue crabs, and sea bass were reliable, but their unit prices were limited. To build up his wealth quickly, he had to target the truly valuable, rare catches. Hannah Wells closed his notebook and gazed out the window at the night sky. Tomorrow he'd head out to sea again. His target, rare species. Chapter 011. A school of red-spotted fish. Early morning, just as dawn was breaking, Hannah Wells pushed old Zhang's small boat into the water. With a flick of his bamboo pole, the boat sliced through the water and headed off into the distance. Having finished learning the final part of old Zhang's teachings yesterday, he decided to explore deeper waters today. Ordinary grouper, blue crabs, and sea bass, though they provided a steady catch, had limited profit margins. To raise the remaining 500,000 within half a month, she had to find rarer catches. She flipped through old Zhang's notebook and found a marked entry. 5 li east of the reef cluster, at a depth of over 20 meters, lies a group of submerged reefs where rare species like red-spotted grouper and humphead wrasse occasionally appear. However, the currents are swift and dangerous. Although red-spotted grouper can't compare to the eastern star grouper, it's still considered a high-end seafood. As for the su mei, which is actually the wavy-lipped grouper, its price is more than double that of ordinary grouper. Hannah Wells closed the notebook, adjusted the bow, and rowed eastward. After rowing for about an hour, Hannah Wells arrived at the area marked in the notebook. This was already the edge of the nearshore waters. The depth exceeded 20 meters, and in the distance several dark, rugged reef peaks were faintly visible. The current was indeed swift, and the small boat rocked back and forth on the water's surface, making it difficult to keep steady. Hannah Wells found a relatively calm spot and anchored the boat. He closed his eyes, and the power of the fragment of the steel of the vast sea spread throughout his body. The deep blue sea, the dense cluster of reefs, and the schools of small fish swimming by were all crystal clear in his mind. This reef system was larger than he had imagined, stretching for hundreds of meters, with varying elevations that formed countless natural caves and crevices. This kind of terrain was a paradise for bottom-dwelling fish. Hannah Wells searched carefully. There were plenty of common grouper, with over a dozen weighing 3 to 5 gene each. There were also several schools of sea bass, though none were particularly large. He continued to sense deeper into the reef. Suddenly, a vivid splash of color caught his attention. It was at the very heart of the reef, inside a cave surrounded by massive boulders. The red spots stood out strikingly against the deep blue seawater. Red-spotted fish. Hannah Wells's heartbeat quickened. He adjusted his perception and carefully scanned the cave. 5 in total. Each weighed around 3 or 4 gene and was lazily swimming inside the cave. Red-spotted groupers are bottom-dwelling fish that like to hide in reef caves, making them difficult to spot under normal circumstances. Moreover, they are highly alert. The slightest disturbance sends them darting into deeper crevices, making them hard to catch. But with the power of the fragment of the Shanghai steel, Hannah Wells could see their exact locations. He took a deep breath, took off his outer garment, and slipped into the water. The moment he entered the water, the world changed. The swift current was crystal clear to Hannah Wells' senses. He timed his move perfectly, riding the current as he swam toward the reef cave. 20 meters below the surface, the light was already dim. Yet Hannah Wells' vision remained clear. The surrounding reefs, seagrass, and small fish swimming by were all visible in minute detail. He quickly found the cave. The entrance was small, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Inside, the space was larger. 5 red-spotted fish were swimming leisurely, completely unaware of the danger approaching. Hannah Wells didn't rush to make his move. Red-spotted fish are quick to react. If he charged in head-on, they would surely scatter in all directions. He needed to take them one by one. He swam quietly to the entrance, reached out, and approached the red-spotted fish closest to the opening. That red-spotted fish was still leisurely swaying its tail, completely oblivious to the danger. The marine creature affinity ability of the fragment of the Shanghai steel made the fish less wary of his approach. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Hannah Wells struck suddenly. Smack! Her hand clamped down precisely on the fish's body, and before the red-spotted fish could even react, it was shoved into the net. The remaining 4 red-spotted fish were instantly startled and darted deep into the cave. But Hannah Wells was ready. She rolled her body in the water, blocking the cave's other exit. The second red-spotted fish swam toward this exit and ran straight into Hannah Wells's trap. Snap! Another grab. The remaining 3 red-spotted fish grew even more frantic, darting wildly around the cave. Hannah Wells remained calm and composed, guarding the entrance and patiently waiting for the right moment. A few seconds later, the third red-spotted fish swam near the opening. Hannah Wells struck again, hauling it into the net. And so, he stayed in the cave for nearly 20 minutes, eventually catching 4 red-spotted fish. Only the smallest one had slipped into the deepest crevice, completely out of reach. Hannah Wells surfaced, gasping for air. The net was heavy, with 4 red-spotted fish flapping about inside. Their bright red spots looked especially beautiful in the sunlight. It had been a pretty good catch. Back on the boat, Hannah Wells placed the net into the live well and glanced at the sky. It was only 10 a.m. It was still early. He decided to continue exploring this reef area. Who knows, he might find other rare catches. He maneuvered the boat to a new position, closed his eyes once more, and scanned the underwater landscape. The reef stretched for hundreds of meters, and Hannah Wells searched it section by section. He encountered plenty of common groupers, sea bass, and blue crabs, but he didn't make a move. His current target was rare species. Common catches were a waste of time. After searching for about an hour, Hannah Wells spotted a few more promising targets. In a crevice between the reefs, 2 large lobsters were hiding, each weighing over 2 gene. In a patch of seagrass, there were several juvenile eastern star groupers, but they were too small, so Hannah Wells let them go. In a deep water area, he sensed a fairly large fish, but it was hiding too deep for him to identify the species. Hannah Wells thought for a moment and decided to catch those 2 large lobsters. Although they weren't as valuable as red-spotted fish, every little bit helps. Any profit is better than none. He dove back in. By noon, Hannah Wells returned with a full catch. For red-spotted fish, 2 large lobsters, and a few bass he snagged along the way. He headed straight to Li Guoqiang's place. Li Guoqiang's eyes lit up when he saw the red-spotted fish. Red-spotted fish. Wild ones. That's a rare find. He examined them closely and nodded. They're in great condition, 3 or 4 gene each. The market price is 500 per gene. I'll give you 600. That's 8,500 for all 4. 600. Hannah Wells was a bit surprised. That was 100 more than the market price. Li Guoqiang smiled. Wild red-spotted fish are getting harder and harder to find. These 4 of yours are in great condition. I'll buy them to serve my high-end clients. We have a contract. After all, I won't rip you off. 2 large lobsters, each weighing a little over 2 gene. The market price is 350 per gene. I'll give you 400 per lobster, 800 for both. As for the base, there are a few, and they're of average quality. I'll give you 200 for them. That comes to 9,500 in total. Hannah Wells nodded and took the money. Riding her electric scooter back, Hannah Wells was in a good mood. She hummed a tune all the way, running the numbers in her head. 9,500. Plus the 309,000 she had before that brought her total to 318,500. She was still 481,500 short of her goal. Today's trip proved the value of old Zhang's notebook. She could visit that reef area a few more times in the future. Chapter 012. Logan Turner pays a visit. As soon as he reached the entrance to Qinjia village, he spotted a black sedan parked in front of his house. He recognized the license plate Chen Guofu. Logan Turner was back. Hannah Wells' expression turned cold. He parked his electric scooter outside the courtyard and walked in, carrying a mesh bag. Chen Guofu was standing in the courtyard, talking to Chen's mother. When he saw Hannah Wells return, a smile immediately spread across his face. Fan is back. I hear your business has been going well lately. Hannah Wells glanced at him but said nothing. She walked straight into the house and set down her shopping bag. Chen's mother looked at him with some concern, then glanced at Chen Guofu. Seeing that she wasn't responding, Chen Guofu's smile faltered for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Fan Logan Turner is here today because there's something he'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Chen Guofu cleared his throat, adopting an air of parental concern. Look, you're making money now, and that's a good thing. But that 800,000 debt isn't going to be easy to pay off. This ancestral home is currently worth around 1.1 million on the market. If you sell it to me now, I'll pay you 1 million. You'll have 200,000 left over after paying off your debt, and you can live a stable life. What do you say? 1 million. Hannah Wells looked at Logan Turner, a cold smile forming in her heart. Last time it was 950,000, now he's upped it to 1 million. Logan Turner was truly desperate, afraid that if she actually paid off her debt, he'd lose his chance to buy the ancestral home. Logan Turner, I've already told you I'm not selling the ancestral home. Chen Guofu's smile froze. Fan you'd better think this through. The 1-month deadline will be here before you know it. If you can't pay back the money, the ancestral home will be auctioned off, and you won't get a single penny. That's my problem. Logan Turner doesn't need to worry about it. Hannah Wells' voice was calm, but her eyes held a chill. Chun Guofu looked at Hannah Wells and realized that his nephew was different from before. In the past, Hannah Wells had always been meek and submissive in his presence, never daring to talk back. Now, there was something in his eyes that Chun Guofu couldn't fathom, like a beast lying in wait. Chun Guofu took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. Before coming here, he hadn't expected Hannah Wells to be so unyielding. Fine, if you want to sell it, then don't. He snorted coldly. But Logan Turner would like to remind you that some things can't be solved with money alone. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. When he reached the doorway, he paused and glanced back over his shoulder. Fan Logan Turner is looking out for your best interests. Don't be ungrateful. Hannah Wells watched Logan Turner's retreating figure, her voice calm. Logan Turner, have a safe trip. Chun Guofu's car drove off into the distance. Hannah Wells stood in the courtyard, her brow slightly furrowed. What did Logan Turner mean by that last remark? Some things can't be solved with money alone? Could it be that Logan Turner still had something up his sleeve? Chun's mother came out of the house and looked at him with some concern. Fan what was Logan Turner here for again? He wants to buy the ancestral home, Hannah Wells said. I didn't agree. Mrs. Chun's expression shifted. Fan that Logan Turner he is a schemer. You'd better be careful. Mom, I know. Hannah Wells helped her mother back inside, but her mind was already racing. Chun Guofu's visit had revealed several key points. First, Logan Turner genuinely wants this ancestral home, otherwise he wouldn't have come by time and again. Second, Logan Turner is starting to get anxious. Raising the price from $950,000 to $1 million suggests he is worried she might actually be able to pay off the debt. Third, that remark, some things can't be solved with money alone, might be a threat. Logan Turner has extensive connections in the village and is also linked to Zhao Difu. If he really becomes desperate, might he pull some underhanded tricks behind the scenes? Hannah Wells thought it over and decided there was no need to worry for the time being. As long as she repays the money by the deadline, Zhao Difu has no reason to repossess the house. As for Logan Turner, he is an elder. What kind of trouble could he possibly stir up? Still, she'd better keep her guard up. That night, Hannah Wells lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She recalled the words her father had spoken on his deathbed. That Zhou guy 3 years ago, he screwed our family over. Who was this Zhou guy? Was he connected to Logan Turner? These mysteries were like a tangled ball of yarn. She couldn't make head or tail of them. It was no use thinking about them now. The most urgent task was to pay off the debt. As long as the money comes through, every problem can be solved. She glanced at the date on her phone. There were 14 days left until the repayment deadline. She had already earned $318,500. She still needed $481,500. That meant she had to earn an average of over $34,000 per day. It would be hard to reach that figure relying solely on ordinary red-spotted snapper and grouper. She had to find bigger catches. Bigger catches. Hannah Wells flipped through old Zhang's notebook. It looked like she'd have to go back to the spot where she'd found the red snapper tomorrow. If she could find a humphead wrasse there, a single catch would be worth several days' worth of ordinary fish. Hannah Wells closed the notebook, her gaze determined. She'd head back to those waters tomorrow. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Hannah Wells set out once again toward those waters. After another hour of hard work, Hannah Wells felt as if her arms weren't even her own anymore. She finally reached the area once more. As usual, Hannah Wells closed her eyes and used the virtual radar in her mind to sense the seabed, searching for traces of red-spotted fish or angelfish. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Hannah Wells searched the entire reef area, leaving no crevice unexamined. The result: no red-spotted fish, no humphead wrasse, not even a single slightly rare species. Hannah Wells furrowed her brow and continued paddling outward, expanding her sensory range. Another half-hour passed, and she had combed through the waters within several hundred meters of her position. Still, she found nothing. Hannah Wells surfaced and gazed out at the vast ocean, feeling a bit anxious. What was going on? Her notebook clearly stated that red-spotted groupers and humphead wrasse would be found here. And she had indeed caught a school of red-spotted groupers yesterday, so why wasn't there a single one today? Was it the wrong season? Or just bad luck? Unwilling to give up, she dove back into the water and continued her search. This time, he lowered his expectations a bit. If he couldn't find red-spotted groupers or humphead wrasse, even a larger grouper would do. However, the waters seemed to have been swept clean. Even larger groupers were scarce. There were only a few small groupers weighing 2 or 3 jin, hiding in the crevices of the reef. Hannah Wells had spent most of the day in the water, but aside from a few scattered small catches, he'd come up empty-handed. He surfaced and glanced at the sky. The sun was already slanting toward the west. Today's trip had been a total waste of time. Back on the boat, Hannah Wells sat on the gunwale, staring blankly at the water's surface. He began to reflect on his actions. Had he been a bit too ambitious? Rare species like red-spotted grouper and humphead wrasse were marked in Old Zhang's notebook as occasionally sighted. The phrase occasionally meant they were a matter of luck, you couldn't count on them. He'd set out today aiming straight for the big catch, only to come up empty-handed. If he'd stuck to his usual routine and headed to those familiar reef areas, he could at least caught 2,000 or 3,000 worth of common fish. Now look, he'd wasted the whole day. Hannah Wells sighed. He'd been too impatient. With 800,000 in debt hanging over his head, he was always looking for shortcuts, hoping to land a big catch and pay it all off. But things at sea aren't that easy. Rare species are rare precisely because they're scarce. Counting on luck to turn things around isn't reliable. You have to take it one step at a time. Chapter 013. Returning empty-handed. Old Zhang was mending his fishing nets at the dock. When he saw Hannah Wells return empty-handed, he didn't ask any questions. Didn't he find anything? Yeah. Nothing at all. Old Zhang nodded, as if he'd seen it coming. I went out to those waters a few times when I was young. Red-spotted grouper and humphead wrasse, it's all about luck. You might not even come across them once a year. You can't expect to catch one on your very first try. It's not that easy. Hannah Wells gave a wry smile. Uncle Zhang, I was just too impatient. What's the rush? Old Zhang glanced at him. You're still young, you've got plenty of time. It's just an 80,000 debt, pay it off slowly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's 800,000. Hannah Wells didn't correct Old Zhang. Uncle Zhang, you're right. I'll take it easier from now on. He said goodbye to Old Zhang and rode his scooter back toward the village. He was in a bad mood. He'd made the trip for nothing today, he hadn't earned a single penny. Tomorrow, he'd stick to those familiar reef areas and focus on ensuring a daily income first. If quality isn't there, he'd make up for it with quantity. If he played it safe and steady and happened to land a windfall, he'd be set. Just as he reached the village entrance, a piercing honk rang out from behind him. Beep, beep, beep. A brand new white sedan pulled up behind him and came to a leisurely stop beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Chun Jiqiang. He was Logan Turner Chun Guofu's son and his cousin. Hey, Fan back from gathering seafood? Chun Jiqiang wore a broad smile, but his gaze was condescending. Hannah Wells glanced inside the car. A Volkswagen Passat, it must have cost at least over 200,000. In a small place like Chinjia Village, that was considered a respectable car. He gave a brief reply and continued riding forward. He was already in a bad mood today and didn't want to waste time chatting with Chun Jiqiang. But Chun Jiqiang had no intention of letting him go. Just like that, he slowly drove his car forward, pulling up alongside him. Fan I heard you've been foraging for seafood lately? Made some money? Not bad. How much? 3 or 5, 10,000. Chun Jiqiang's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Hannah Wells didn't respond. 3 or 5, 10,000. Over the past half-month or so, he'd already made over 300,000. But there was no need to tell Chun Jiqiang that. Seeing that Hannah Wells wasn't speaking, Chun Jiqiang assumed he was feeling guilty, which made him even more smug. Fan I'm not trying to lecture you, but what kind of future is there in beachcombing? Braving the wind and rain, how much money can you really save up in a year? He patted the steering wheel. Look at me, I'm in the city running a business with friends. It hasn't even been that long, and I've already bought a car. Hannah Wells stopped his electric scooter and looked at Chun Jiqiang. He'd come up empty-handed today and was already in a foul mood. With his cousin popping up to show off right then, he really didn't feel like dealing with it. Cousin, is business in the city easy? Chun Jiqiang paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Whether it's easy or not depends on the person. Some people spend their whole lives stuck in the village gathering shellfish, while others go to the city and make a name for themselves. You get the difference, right? As he spoke, he honked the horn a few times, as if to show off his new car. Fan if you can't make it in the village anymore, just let your cousin know. I know a few people in the city, I can hook you up with a security guard job. It's better than gathering shellfish. Hannah Wells looked at Chen Jiqiang's smug face and suddenly found it a bit amusing. He made the trip for nothing today, and he was already in a bad mood. His cousin's boastful rant actually helped him calm down. She studied Chen Jiqiang and suddenly remembered something. It seemed like her cousin had been staying in the village for several days since he returned this time. When she left that morning, she spotted that Passat parked at the village entrance from a distance. It was still there when she returned that afternoon. With business in the city so busy, how did her cousin have time to hang around the village for so long? Cousin, you've been here quite a while this time. Is business in the city wrapped up? Chen Jiqiang's smile froze, as if she hit on something he'd been keeping to himself. I came back to visit Mom and Dad. Is that not okay? Hannah Wells smiled and didn't call him out on it. He recalled Logan Turner's visit yesterday. Logan Turner had come by time and again to buy the ancestral home, raising his offer from $950,000 to $1 million clearly. He was in a hurry. Now his cousin had been staying in the village for several days. Could these two things be connected? Was Logan Turner's eagerness to buy the ancestral home related to his cousin? Hannah Wells' gaze fell on Chen Jiqiang's new car. This car cost at least over $200,000 to bring home. His cousin ran a business in the city and had bought a new car. But if his business in the city was in trouble, did he need money? Was Logan Turner trying to buy the ancestral home at a low price to help his cousin? Hannah Wells had her suspicions, but she didn't voice them. Cousin, whether you're doing well or not has nothing to do with me. The money I make from gathering seafood has nothing to do with you either. Can't we just live our own lives? Chen Jiqiang was taken aback. He realized that this younger cousin, who used to be so meek and submissive, seemed to have changed. In the past, Hannah Wells would never have dared to speak to him like this. What do you mean by that? Do you think your cousin isn't doing well in the city? Hannah Wells hopped onto her electric scooter without looking back. Cousin, I just think you should focus more on your own business. As for me, you don't need to worry about me. Chen Jiqiang was left speechless, watching helplessly as Hannah Wells rode away. He gritted his teeth, climbed into his car, slammed the gas pedal, and roared off, honking his horn. Back home, Hannah Wells parked her scooter in the yard. Chen's mother came out of the house. Seeing that he didn't look well, she hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Didn't catch anything today? No, just bad luck. Hannah Wells forced a smile. Mom, it's okay. I'll try again tomorrow. Mrs. Chen sighed. Don't overwork yourself. Earn what you can, and if it really doesn't work out. Mom, I'm fine. Hannah Wells interrupted her. Don't worry. He helped his mother into the house, but his mind was on something else. Logan Turner was in a hurry to buy the ancestral home, and her cousin was facing difficulties in the city. These two matters were likely connected. If Logan Turner was trying to help her cousin, then there was no way he'd let her pay off her debt. Once the ancestral home was secured, Logan Turner's plan would fall through. Hannah Wells took a deep breath. No matter what Logan Turner and his cousin were up to, he only needed to do one thing: pay off his debt. As long as the money was in place, every problem could be solved. That night, Hannah Wells lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind was on the lesson she'd learned that day. She couldn't bite off more than she could chew. She had to take things one step at a time. She glanced at the date on her phone. 13 days remained until the repayment deadline. She had already earned $309,000. She still needed $491,000. That meant she had to earn an average of over $37,000 per day. It would be difficult to reach that figure relying solely on common grouper, blue crabs, and sea bass. But she couldn't rush. The more she rushed, the more likely things were to go wrong. Hannah Wells rolled over and closed her eyes. Tomorrow, she'd stick to the familiar reef areas. First, she needed to ensure a steady daily income. As for rare species, she'd make money if she came across them, but wouldn't force the issue if she didn't. A steady, methodical approach was the right way to go. Lost in thought, Hannah Wells gradually drifted off to sleep. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water. In the distance, the waves crashed against the reefs, emitting a series of deep, rumbling sounds. The Chun family's ancestral home stood quietly in the night, like a silent old man waiting for fate to unfold. Would Hannah Wells be able to preserve this family legacy? Chapter 014. The Warmth of Family. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells was awakened by a knock on the door.
Faina.
It was her mother's voice, sounding urgent. Hannah Wells quickly got dressed and stepped out of her room. Standing in the courtyard was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, wearing a plain floral blouse and a pair of cloth shoes worn white from frequent washing. She recognized her aunt, Chun Guilan, her father's younger sister. "Auntie? Why are you here?" Chun Guilan looked at her, her eyes slightly reddened. "Fanner, I heard about what happened to you." She stepped inside, glanced at Hannah Wells's mother, then looked back at Hannah Wells. "I've heard about that Zhao Difu, a debt of 800,000 with a 1-month deadline. How are the two of you supposed to get by?" Chun's mother's eyes welled up as well. "Guilan, that's very kind of you." Chun Guilan pulled a cloth bundle from her bosom and pressed it into Hannah Wells's hands. "Fanner, this is a small token of my goodwill. It's not much, just 10,000. Take it." Hannah Wells was taken aback. "Auntie, this—" "Take it." Chun Guilan's tone was firm. "Your father helped us back then. When our family was struggling, your father didn't hesitate to lend us 30,000 yuan. I've never forgotten that kindness." Her voice caught slightly. "Now that your father's gone and you're facing difficulties, I can't just stand by and do nothing." Hannah Wells clutched the cloth bag, feeling a warm glow in her heart. 10,000 yuan. For her current situation, it wasn't a large sum. But the significance of those 10,000 yuan went far beyond the money itself. Chun Guilan wiped the corner of her eye. "Fanner, your father was a good man. Before he passed away, he even urged us to take good care of each other. It's such a pity." She sighed, then changed the subject. "That Logan Turner of yours, he's up to no good. I heard a few days ago that he's been pressuring you again to sell your house." Hannah Wells nodded. "Auntie, I know." Chun Guilan's expression darkened. "I saw right through that Logan Turner long ago. Back when your dad was alive, he was always hanging around him, calling him brother this and brother that. As soon as something happened to your dad, he was the first to distance himself." She snorted coldly. "Now that he's heard you're making money, he's come back pretending to be a good guy, trying to buy your ancestral home for a song. Relatives like that, pfft." Chun's mother, wiping away tears nearby, sighed. "Guilan, we're all family. Sis, you're just too soft-hearted." Chun Guilan waved her hand dismissively. "In the Chun family, it's only Logan Turner's family that's no good. Your third uncle may be timid and avoid trouble, but at least he doesn't harm others. But what about you, Logan Turner? You schemed against your own nephew." She looked at Hannah Wells with a determined gaze. "Fanner, remember this. The people your father helped back then will always remember his kindness. People like Logan Turner will get their comeuppance sooner or later." Hannah Wells felt a warm glow in her heart. Her aunt's words helped him see many things clearly. Both were relatives, yet Logan Turner took advantage of the situation, while her aunt offered help in his time of need. The difference between them was enormous. By the time Chun Guilan left, it was already broad daylight. Hannah Wells walked her to the village entrance. "Fanner, you should go back now. You don't need to see me off. Auntie, take care." Chun Guilan took a few steps, then turned back. "Fanner, if you ever face any difficulties, tell your auntie. Although I can't be of much help, I'll do whatever I can." "Okay." Hannah Wells watched her aunt's figure gradually fade into the distance, feeling a warm glow in her heart. There were still people in this world who remembered her father fondly. When she got home, her mother was still sitting at the table, lost in thought. "Mom, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Her mother shook her head. "I was just thinking about your dad. He helped so many people back then, but in the end..." Her eyes welled up again. Hannah Wells walked over and placed a hand on her mother's shoulder. "Mom, Dad left us early, but he passed away at peace, because he knew that people like Auntie and old Zhang would be there to help us when we're in trouble." Mrs. Chun looked up at her son. "Fanner, you've really grown up." "Mom, I'm 24 now." Mother and son exchanged a smile. After breakfast, Hannah Wells rode her electric scooter toward the beach. Old Zhang's boat was still at the dock. But old Zhang wasn't there today. She didn't know where he'd gone. Hannah Wells waited for a while, then saw old Zhang walking over, carrying a bundle of old fishing nets. "Uncle Zhang, what's that?" "Oh, just mending a few nets for someone to earn a little extra for my retirement." Old Zhang set the nets aside. "Fan-er, do you need the boat today?" "Yeah, I want to take a spin around the nearby reefs." Old Zhang nodded and grinned. "I heard your aunt arrived this morning? News really travels fast." "Yeah, She came to visit us. Old Zhang sighed, sat down nearby, and pulled out a pipe to light it. Your aunt's a good woman. Your dad helped her family back in the day, and she's never forgotten it. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze drifting off into the distance. Your dad helped a lot of people back then. Your aunt, your uncle, Wang Datu from the neighboring village, they all benefited from his kindness. Old Zhang tapped his pipe. It's a shame your dad passed away so young. Otherwise, why would you, a young person, have to worry about this 800,000 debt? Hannah Wells smiled. Uncle Zhang, if my dad were still here, he wouldn't have let me worry about this. But since he is gone, I have to step up. Old Zhang glanced at her and nodded. You've got guts, kid. Just like your dad. He stood up and patted Hannah Wells on the shoulder. Go on, the boat's in the water. Be careful. Hannah Wells jumped into the boat, untied the mooring rope, and with a flick of her bamboo pole, the small boat sliced through the water and rode off into the distance. Today, Hannah Wells didn't venture far out. Having come up empty-handed yesterday, he learned his lesson. Rare species are hard to come by. It's better to play it safe and ensure a steady daily income first. He rowed his boat to a familiar reef area. The water here was 7 or 8 meters deep, with a complex terrain and dense reefs a gathering spot for grouper and blue crabs. He'd been here a few times before, and the catches had always been good. After anchoring the boat, Hannah Wells took off her jacket and slipped into the water. The moment she entered the water, the world became crystal clear. Soon she spotted her targets. 3 grouper, each weighing about 3 or 4 gene, were hiding in a crevice between the reefs. In another patch of seaweed, 4 blue crabs were foraging. Hannah Wells swam over and crept closer. The first grouper hadn't yet sensed the danger. He grabbed it in one swift motion and stuffed it into his net. The second and third were also successfully bagged. The blue crabs reacted a bit faster than the groupers, but they had nowhere to hide from Hannah Wells' keen senses. All 4 blue crabs were caught. This reef area was more bountiful than he had imagined. He spent another hour or so, catching 2 sea bass, 3 spiny crabs, and a few scattered small fish along the way. At noon, he returned to the boat and took a look at his catch in the net. 3 grouper, 4 blue crabs, 2 sea bass, and 3 spiny crabs. Although there were no rare species, the quantity made up for it. This catch would fetch at least 3 or 4,000. Hannah Wells smiled. Steady and methodical, that's the right approach. Chapter 015. A helping hand from my uncle. In the afternoon, Hannah Wells rowed back to the dock. Old Zhang was still mending the fishing net. When he saw Hannah return, he looked up and asked, "How'd it go? Did you catch anything?" "Not bad, a few grouper and some crabs." Hannah Wells pulled out the net bag and showed it to Old Zhang. Old Zhang glanced at it and nodded. "Not bad. That LL fetch at least 3 or 4,000. You're a lucky kid. Uncle Zhang, I'm gonna take the fish to the county seat first. I'll be back later. Go ahead. Don't overwork yourself." Hannah Wells rode her electric scooter straight to Li Guoqiang's place. Li Guoqiang was busy in the restaurant's kitchen. When he saw Hannah Wells walk in carrying the net bag, he put down what he was doing and came over. "Hey, Fanner's here. What did you catch today?" "A few grouper and some crabs." Li Guoqiang took the net bag, glanced at the catch inside, and nodded. 3 grouper, 3 or 4 gene each, they look good. For blue crabs plump enough too. Plus 2 sea bass and 3 spiny crabs. He ran the numbers. 350 per gene for the grouper, 3 of them come to about 3,500. 200 per blue crab, 4 of them make 800. I'll round the sea bass and spider crabs up to 400. That comes to 4,700 in total. Li Guoqiang took out his phone and transferred the money. "Fanner, the market for grouper's been good lately. If you can catch more, the price could go up even further." "Okay. Got it." Hannah Wells pocketed the money, said goodbye to Li Guoqiang, and rode her bike home. Today's catch was good, and her mood had improved considerably. 4,007 plus the previous 309,000, and the 10,000 from her aunt, she now had 323,007. She still needed 476,003. Hannah Wells rode slowly, mulling over her next plan. She'd leave rare species to chance and play it safe with the common ones. 3 or 4,000 a day, that's 3 or 4 10,000 in 10 days. Add in the occasional big haul, and she should be able to pay off her debt. Just as she was thinking this, she noticed the white Passat parked at the village entrance. Her cousin hadn't left yet? It's been several days already. Hannah Wells shook her head and paid him no mind. Her cousin's business had nothing to do with her. She rode her electric scooter straight home. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells was once again woken by her mother knocking on the door. Unlike yesterday, today there was a middle-aged man standing in the courtyard in his 50s, dressed in plain work clothes, with a good-natured smile on his face. Lu Jiangwo, his uncle, his mother's younger brother. "Uncle?" Hannah Wells asked, somewhat surprised. "Why are you here?" Lu Jiangwo stepped inside and placed the cloth bag he was holding on the table. "I heard you were having a hard time, so I came to check on you." He opened the bag to reveal a neatly stacked bundle of cash. "Here's 50,000 yuan. Take it." Hannah Wells was stunned. Yesterday her aunt had brought 10,000 yuan, and today her uncle had brought another 50,000. "Uncle, this—" "Don't refuse it," Lu Jiangwo interrupted her. "Your dad helped me a lot back then. Now that he has gone, it's only right that I help you." Hannah Wells opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Lu Jiangwo continued, "Your dad was the kind of person who didn't say much, but he had a kind heart. When I first got married, I was dirt poor. It was your dad who lent me 20,000 yuan, which allowed me to start a small business." He sighed. "I've been keeping track of this debt for over 20 years. Now that your father is gone and you're facing difficulties, I, as your uncle, can't just stand by and do nothing." Hannah's mother, standing nearby, began to cry again. "Jiangwo, sis, don't cry." Lu Jiangwo waved his hand. "Fan take these 50,000 yuan. Don't rush to pay it back. Focus on honing your skills first, and you'll earn the money little by little." Hannah Wells looked at her uncle, feeling a warm glow in her heart. He took the money and said, "Uncle, thank you. I'll take this, and I'll definitely pay you back someday." "Pay me back? What are you talking about?" Lu Jiangwo gave him a stern look. "We're all family." He patted Hannah Wells on the shoulder. "Fanner, a real man isn't afraid of difficulties. The key is to be able to tough it out. Your dad was able to tough it out back then, and so can you." Hannah Wells nodded. "Uncle, I will." Lu Jiangwo looked at Hannah Wells, then at Chun's mother. "Sis, this kid Fanner is just like his dad, stubborn, but responsible." Mrs. Chun wiped away her tears and nodded. "Yes, just like his father." Lu Jiangwo sighed. "Sis, your husband passed away too soon, so there are some things I can't really say much about. But if you two ever face any difficulties, don't hesitate to ask me. As your uncle, I'll do whatever I can to help." "Jiangwo, that's very kind of you," said Mrs. Chun. Lu Jiangwo stood up and glanced at the sky. "All right, I should be heading back. People are waiting for me at the store." Hannah Wells walked him to the door. "Uncle, take care." Lu Jiangwo patted him on the shoulder. "Fan remember what your uncle says. Don't be afraid when you face difficulties, just hang in there, and you'll get through it." "I'll remember." Lu Jiangwo took a few steps, then turned back. "By the way, your cousin Jiqiang, I heard he has been back recently?" Hannah Wells nodded. "Yeah, he was hanging around the village entrance just a couple of days ago." Lu Jiangwo frowned. "Your cousin, he's just like his father. Stay away from him." "I know." Only then did Lu Jiangwo leave. He put the 10,000 yuan from his aunt and the 50,000 yuan from his uncle together, then counted the money he'd saved over the past half-month.
320,000 plus 10,000 plus 50,000.
380,000. He was only 420,000 short. Hannah Wells put the money away and walked out of the room. The sunlight was just right. He hopped on his electric scooter and headed toward the beach. His plan for today was to explore some more distant waters. He rowed his boat northeast. He'd never been to this stretch of water before. The water was deeper, and there were more reefs. As he rowed, he thought back to his uncle's words. "Don't be afraid when you face difficulties. Just hang in there, and you'll get through it. That's right, if you hang in there, it'll pass." He recalled the look in his father's eyes as he lay on his deathbed, a mix of reluctance to part with the ancestral home and hope for him. "Dad, I'll definitely protect the ancestral home." A little over half an hour later, he reached a cluster of reefs. He anchored the boat and jumped into the water. The underwater world lay spread out before him. He swam toward the deeper waters, observing and searching as he went. There weren't many schools of fish in these waters, mostly common sea bass and small yellow croakers. After swimming for about 20 minutes, he spotted several red-spotted snappers in a crevice between the reefs. It took him a while, but he managed to catch 3 of them, each weighing about 3 or 4 jin. Though no big catch, they still fetch a few thousand yuan. He continued searching and hauled in some blue crabs and grouper as well. The catch wasn't huge, but it was steady. After swimming for nearly 2 hours, he returned to the boat. As he rowed back to the dock, Hannah Wells felt relatively calm. Although there were no big catches, a steady daily haul would gradually add up, and she'd eventually save enough money. Back at the dock, Hannah Wells returned the boat to Old Zhang. Fan how was the catch today? Not bad, just an average catch. Old Zhang nodded. That's normal. In these waters, big catches aren't that easy to come by. Take it slow. Hannah Wells smiled. Uncle Zhang, I'm heading home now. I'll be back tomorrow. All right, go ahead. By the time she got home, it was already dark. Mrs. Chun had made dinner, and mother and son sat down to eat at the table. Fan did you take your uncle's words to heart today? I did. Mrs. Chun nodded, a glimmer of relief in her eyes. Your uncle, he may not be very capable, but he's got a good heart. Your dad helped him back in the day, and he's never forgotten it. Hannah Wells recalled what her uncle had said back when he was newly married and penniless. Her father had lent him 20,000 to start a business. 20,000 back then was no small sum. Mom, did Dad help a lot of people back then? Mrs. Chun was silent for a moment, then sighed. Your dad was a soft-hearted man. He was always willing to help anyone in trouble. But when he himself fell on hard times, she didn't finish her sentence. But Hannah Wells understood. Her father had helped many people, but when trouble struck his own family, most of them had turned their backs on him. Only her aunt and her uncle still remembered her father's kindness. Mom, once I'm successful, I'll definitely repay my aunt and uncle. Chun's mother nodded. Fan it's good that you have that kind of heart. If your father's spirit were in heaven, he'd be comforted. Chapter 016, Logan Turner Gets Bullied. In the days that followed, Hannah Wells went out to sea every day. Her catch varied from day to day, but overall it was fairly steady. One day, Hannah Wells rode her electric scooter to the beach as usual. As soon as she arrived at the pier, she heard a commotion. Think it through, kid. We run this pier, you've got to pay to unload your catch. It was Erguzi's voice. Hannah Wells frowned and looked in the direction of the commotion. At the edge of the pier, Erguzi, accompanied by 3 or 4 henchmen, was surrounding a young man. She recognized that young man, Logan Turner. He was also from their village, descended from a family of fishermen. 2 years younger than Hannah Wells, he was a quiet, honest soul who usually didn't say much and got by doing odd jobs. Brother go, I don't have any money, Logan Turner said. Head bowed, his voice trembling. No money?
Erguzi sneered.
You dare come to the dock to work without any money? Do you think I'm an idiot? He kicked Logan Turner in the leg. Ah! Logan Turner let out an agonized scream and collapsed onto the ground. Dog brother, I really don't have any money, my dad is sick, and I need money for medicine. Your dad being sick is none of my damn business. Erguzi kicked him again. If you don't pay up today, don't even think about leaving this dock. There were a few fishermen nearby, but they all watched from a distance. No one dared to step forward. Erguzi was notorious for being a bully in this area so far. No one except Hannah Wells had dared to cross him. Hannah Wells stopped her scooter and walked over. Erguzi, that's enough. Erguzi turned his head, saw it was Hannah Wells, and flashed a mocking smile. Oh, isn't this Hannah Wells? What, trying to stick your nose in? What kind of skill is it to bully an honest guy? Skill? Erguzi roared with laughter. I'm the one who bullies honest guys. So what? He stared at Hannah Wells with a cold, menacing gaze. Last time you beat up my men, I never got my revenge. Are you coming to me today on your own? Hannah Wells said nothing. She walked straight over to Logan Turner and helped him to his feet. Are you okay? Logan Turner looked up, his eyes filled with terror. Fan brother Hannah. Don't worry, it's okay now. Hannah Wells patted him on the shoulder, then turned to Erguzi. Let him go. Erguzi burst out laughing as if he'd heard a joke. Let him go? Hannah Wells? Who do you think you are? He waved his hand at his henchmen. Surround them. 3 or 4 henchmen immediately closed in, trapping Hannah Wells and Logan Turner in the middle. The atmosphere was tense. Hannah Wells glanced around. 4 henchmen plus Erguzi 5 men in total. He ran the numbers in his head. Last time on the mudflats, he'd taken down 3 guys in 3 seconds. Today there were 4. It should be about the same. At most, it'd take 5 seconds and for gunshots. But he didn't want to start trouble. The repayment deadline was fast approaching, and he was focused on making money, not fighting. Urguzi were all from the same village. There's no need to make things too awkward. Things getting tense? Urguzi sneered. You're the one who chose to get involved. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. He gave his henchmen a nod. Close in on them, the henchmen moved in, tightening the circle around Hannah Wells and Logan Turner. Urguzi stared at Hannah Wells, grinning menacingly. Hannah Wells, you said to let him go. So let me ask you, are you going to pay his fine for him? As he spoke, he pulled a switchblade from his waistband and twirled it in his hand. The fishermen around them saw the knife and began to back away. Some murmured among themselves. Urguzi pulled out a knife. Hannah Wells is in trouble now. Should we call the police? Why bother? He'll be long gone by the time they get here. Hannah Wells narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the knife in Urguzi's hand. Urguzi, are you sure you want to take this far? Take it this far? Urguzi sneered. You're the one asking for it. He lunged suddenly toward Hannah Wells with the knife. Hannah Wells was ready. She sidestepped, dodging the blade. Then she struck suddenly, grabbing Urguzi's wrist and twisting it hard. Crack! Ah! Urguzi let out a blood-curdling scream as the knife fell from his hand to the ground. Hannah Wells followed through with a kick to Urguzi's knee. Thud! Urguzi collapsed to his knees, clutching his wrist and grimacing in pain. You dare hit me! Seeing this, the 4 henchmen charged at him together. Hannah Wells let go of Urguzi and met them head-on. Thud! He landed a punch right on the first henchman's nose, sending him stumbling backward with a scream. Thud! The second henchman took a kick to the gut and doubled over like a shrimp. Smack! The third henchman tried to sneak an attack, but Hannah Wells slapped him across the face with a backhand, sending him crashing to the ground. The fourth henchman, seeing the writing on the wall, turned and ran. Still, it took only 3 seconds. All 3 thugs were down. Urguzi knelt on the ground, his face deathly pale, clutching his wrist and trembling all over. He hadn't expected Hannah Wells to be such a formidable fighter. The guys he brought along were fine for bullying ordinary folks, but when they actually faced a tough opponent, they were no match at all. Urguzi pointed at Hannah Wells, his voice trembling. Just you wait. This isn't over. Hannah Wells looked down at him from above. Urguzi, I've put up with you for far too long. She crouched down, staring him straight in the eyes. Last time on the mudflats, you brought your men to steal my cargo. And today, you're here picking on Logan Turner. Do you really think no one can stop you? Urguzi's face alternated between pale and crimson. What do you want? Hannah Wells stood up and said coldly, I want to make an issue of this today. But mark my words, Logan Turner is my man. If you dare to bully him again, I'll make sure you pay dearly. Urguzi clenched his teeth but didn't dare say a word. He knew Hannah Wells meant what she said. Get lost. With that, Hannah Wells turned and helped Logan Turner to his feet. Urguzi, as if he'd been granted a pardon, clutched his wrist and stood up, looking disheveled. He glared viciously at Hannah Wells but didn't dare say another word. Let us go. He limped away with his 3 remaining henchmen. The fishermen on the pier gathered around. Hannah Wells, are you okay? That Urguzi really had it coming. Good job. Someone should taught him a lesson a long time ago. Hannah Wells nodded at everyone. Fine. Everyone, go home now. The fishermen chatted among themselves and gradually dispersed. Logan Turner stood behind Hannah Wells, still trembling all over. Fan brother Hannah, thank you. Hannah Wells looked at him. Is your dad sick? Logan Turner lowered his head, his eyes reddening. Yeah, tuberculosis. He has been in the hospital for over a month. The medical bills have run into the tens of thousands. His voice choked with emotion. I'm not very skilled. All I can do is take odd jobs at the dock to earn a little money for medicine. I never expected Urguzi to. Hannah Wells patted him on the shoulder. Come work with me from now on. Logan Turner froze. Brother Hannah, what did you say? I'm heading out to sea in a few days and need a hand. Hannah Wells said. Come out to sea with me, and I'll teach you how to forage along the shore. Once we make some money, I'll give you a share at LL. Definitely be better than doing odd jobs at the docks. Logan Turner finally couldn't hold back his tears. Brother Hannah, I don't know how to thank you. Don't thank me. Hannah Wells smiled. I've been through tough times myself. Someone helped me back then, And now I'm helping you. It's a way of passing on the tradition. Logan Turner nodded vigorously. Brother Hannah, I'll work hard. I won't let you down. Chapter 017, Loyal and True. Early the next morning, before dawn had even broken, Logan Turner arrived at the Chen family's doorstep. He was neatly dressed and carried a cloth bag in his hand. Brother Hannah. Hannah Wells opened the door and saw Logan Turner standing there, a smile of nervous anticipation on his face. You're here early. Come in and have some breakfast. No, I've already eaten. Logan Turner waved his hands hurriedly and handed her the cloth bag. Brother Hannah, these are pickles my mom made. She asked me to bring them for you to try. Hannah Wells took the cloth bag and put it inside the house. All right, thanks. Come on, let us head out to sea. The two rode their electric scooters to the dock. It was just beginning to get light out, and there was hardly anyone at the dock. Old Zhang's boat was moored at the water's edge, rocking gently with the waves. Dazhuang, do you know how to row? A little I learned from my grandpa. All right, you'll row today, and I'll go into the water to catch fish. Logan Turner paused for a moment. I'm rowing by myself? That's right. Hannah Wells hopped onto the boat. Before, I had to row and go into the water all by myself. It was exhausting. With your help, I'll save a lot of energy, and we can go further out. She handed the bamboo pole to Logan Turner. Here, give it a try. Logan Turner took the bamboo pole and jumped into the boat. He plunged the bamboo pole into the water and gave it a hard stroke. The boat moved, wobbling unsteadily and nearly spinning in a circle. Hannah Wells stood at the bow, smiling. Don't rush it. Keep it steady. Just get a feel for it first. Logan Turner steadied his nerves and adjusted his posture. After a few more strokes, the boat was heading straight. Good, that's it. Hannah Wells nodded. Paddle east. There's a reef out there with plenty of fish. Got it. The boat glided slowly across the water. As he paddled, Logan Turner stole glances at Hannah Wells' back. This was his first time going out to sea with Hannah Wells, and he was worried he wouldn't do a good job. But he was also happy working with Brother Hannah gave him something to look forward to. His father's illness had dragged on for over half a year, and the medical bills had run into tens of thousands. The family's savings were long gone. He took odd jobs at the dock, earning 100 or so yuan a day, which was nowhere near enough. Now that he was out at sea with Brother Hannah, as long as he worked hard, he might just be able to pay for his father's treatment. Logan Turner gripped the bamboo oar tightly. He had to learn the trade well. He couldn't let Brother Hannah down. After rowing for about an hour, Hannah Wells told Logan Turner to stop. We're here. Keep the boat steady. I'm going in to take a look. Okay, Brother Hannah. Be careful. Hannah Wells took off his jacket and dived into the water. Logan Turner stared at the ripples spreading across the water's surface. Can Brother Hannah see anything underwater? How does he catch the fish? About 10 minutes later, the water's surface broke, and Hannah Wells surfaced. He was holding a net filled with 3 grouper, each weighing 3 or 4 jin, their scales glistening faintly in the morning light. Logan Turner's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That many? In just 10 minutes? Not bad, Hannah Wells said, tossing the fish into the hold. There are plenty of grouper in this reef area. You watch the boat, I'll keep going. He dove back into the water. For the next hour, Logan Turner was left speechless. Every time Hannah Wells went underwater, whether for a few minutes or up to 10 or so, he always returned with a catch. Grouper, blue crabs, lobsters, sea bass. Every single one was a valuable catch, and they were all quite large. Logan Turner had been working odd jobs at the dock for so long that he'd seen plenty of fishermen sell their catch. For an average fisherman, catching a few dozen jin in a day was considered a good haul, and that was just ordinary fish. Brother Hannah had only been out for an hour, and the hold was already nearly full. Brother Hannah? Logan Turner couldn't help but ask. How do you know where the fish are? Hannah Wells climbed back onto the boat and shook the water droplets from her hair. Experience. Experience. Logan Turner scratched his head. My grandpa's been fishing for decades, and he doesn't have skills like yours. Hannah Wells smiled but didn't explain further. He couldn't possibly mention the matter of the fragments of the monument of the vast sea. Logan Turner watched Hannah Wells' back and didn't press the issue. Brother Hannah's answer was a bit vague. But everyone has their own secrets. Just being able to work alongside Brother Hannah was already a tremendous blessing. Who was he to pry? Learning from Brother Hannah and mastering the skills, that was what really mattered. Another half hour passed, and the catch in the boat's hold had piled up into a small mountain. Hannah Wells glanced at the sky. That's about it. Let us head back. Okay. Logan Turner rowed the boat back, his heart racing with excitement. Today's catch was far more than he'd ever imagined. Just the grouper and lobsters alone would fetch at least a few thousand yuan. Working with Brother Hannah meant he had something to look forward to in the future. Back at the dock, Hannah Wells sorted through the catch. Dazhuang, go to the county seat and find Li Guoqiang to sell these. 350 per jean for the grouper. 400 per jean for the lobster sell, the rest however you see fit. Logan Turner paused for a moment. I'm supposed to sell them? You've got a lot to learn, Hannah Wells said. Selling is a skill in itself. Give it a try and get to know Li Guoqiang while you're at it. It'll come in handy later. Okay. Logan Turner nodded. At noon, Logan Turner ran back, panting heavily. Brother Hannah, I sold it all. He pulled a stack of bills from his chest, his eyes sparkling. A total of 6,800. Uncle Lee is a nice guy. He didn't haggle over the price, and even complimented me on how fresh the fish was. He handed all the money to Hannah Wells. Hannah Wells counted it, pulled out 5 100 yuan bills, and handed them to Logan Turner. Here, that's your pay for today. Logan Turner was taken aback. 500. Don't think it's too little. Once you're taking on more work, I'll give you a raise, Hannah Wells said. Besides, 500 a day is better than your odd jobs at the docks. Asante it? Logan Turner clutched the 500, his hand trembling slightly. Working odd jobs at the docks, he'd barely earn 100 or so a day, even after working himself to the bone. Working for Brother Hannah 500 a day? Brother Hannah, that's way too much. It's not too much, you're worth it, Hannah Wells said. Logan Turner's eyes welled up with tears, and he nodded vigorously. Brother Hannah, I'll definitely learn as much as I can. Hannah Wells watched Logan Turner's retreating figure, feeling quite pleased. He wasn't doing charity work, but he had to give people something to look forward to. 500 a day was a fortune for Logan Turner, though for him it was less than a tenth of his catch. Plus, with Logan Turner helping to row the boat and sell the goods, he'd save a lot of time and be able to make an extra trip out to sea. It was a good deal. When he got home, Hannah Wells told Logan's mother about what had happened that day. Mrs. Chun nodded after listening. 500 a day, that's a huge help to Dazhuang. Your father used to help people this way back in the day, too, giving them something to look forward to. Mom, he helps me row the boat and sell the goods, so I can make a few more trips out to sea. It's a good deal, as long as you know what you're doing. That night, Hannah Wells lay in bed, calculating her progress. She'd made 6,800 today after giving Logan Turner 500. She had 6,300 left. Adding that to her previous earnings, she had a total of just over 340,000. She was still 460,000 short. That meant she had to earn 46,000 a day on average, a tight schedule. But with Logan Turner's help, her efficiency had indeed improved significantly. If she made 2 trips out to sea a day from now on, she should be able to earn a bit more. There were 10 days left until the repayment deadline. 10 days, 460,000. He gritted his teeth and decided to give it his all. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. At the same time, Logan Turner lay in bed at home, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He looked at the 500 yuan clenched in his hand, and his eyes welled up again. Brother Hannah had been so kind to him. In his whole life, aside from his grandfather, no one had ever treated him this well. 500 yuan. Working odd jobs at the dock, it would take him a whole week to earn that much. With this money, he'd have enough to cover his father's medication for the month. Plus, Brother Hannah had said that if he worked hard to learn the trade, he'd get a raise later on. Logan Turner clenched his fist. He'd work hard with Brother Hannah, learn the trade, earn money, and cure his father's illness. Once he was able, he'd repay Brother Hannah. Tomorrow, he'd head out to sea again. Chapter 018, The Giant Grouper. Early the next morning, Logan Turner showed up right on time at the Chun family's doorstep. Good morning, Brother Hannah. Hannah Wells had just finished breakfast. Seeing Logan Turner standing at the door, he smiled. You're here? Let us go, we're heading out to sea right now. The two rode their electric scooters to the dock. Old Zhang was mending his fishing nets by the water's edge. When he saw them arrive, he helped push the boat into the water. Fan-er, where are you heading today? Let us head east and see if there's any good catch. All right, Old Zhang nodded. The waters are deep to the east, you two young men. Be careful. Got it, Uncle Zhang. Hannah Wells and Logan Turner jumped onto the boat. With a flick of the bamboo pole, the small boat sliced through the water and headed east. The boat made its way across the sea. Logan Turner rowed while Hannah Wells sat at the stern, gazing into the distance. Dazhuang, I'm taking you out to deeper waters today. There are plenty of fish over there, but it's also dangerous. Dangerous? Logan Turner looked a little nervous. The water is deep, and there are lots of undercurrents. But as long as you stay close to me, you'll be fine. Logan Turner nodded, gripping his bamboo pole even tighter. After rowing for over an hour, the surrounding scenery changed. The reef area near the shore gradually disappeared, replaced by an open stretch of ocean. The water's color shifted from light blue to deep blue. Brother Hannah, this place is so deep. The deeper, the better. Hannah Wells stood up and looked around. Let us stop here. Keep the boat steady, I'll go down and take a look. Okay. Brother Hannah, be careful. Hannah Wells took off his outer garment and dived into the water. The moment he entered the water, the world transformed. The deep blue sea, the reefs on the seabed, and the schools of fish swimming by were all crystal clear. These waters were deeper than anywhere he'd been before, and the water pressure was greater. But thanks to the power of the fragment of the sea of the ancient steel, he felt no pressure at all. Hannah Wells swam deeper, observing his surroundings as he searched. The reefs on the seabed were arranged in a jagged, irregular pattern, forming natural caves and crevices. Seaweed swayed in the water, and occasionally a few small fish swam past him. After swimming for about 10 minutes, he noticed something unusual. Ahead on the seabed was a natural depression, completely overgrown with seaweed. And among the seaweed, a dark shadow was moving. Hannah Wells swam closer to take a look, and his heart skipped a beat. Grouper, and a whole school of them. He observed them closely. The grouper in this school were all quite large, with even the smallest weighing 5 or 6 jin, and the largest over 10 jin. There were more than 10 of them, basking contentedly among the seaweed. Hannah Wells steadied his nerves and crept closer. The school of grouper seemed oblivious to the danger. The marine life affinity ability of the fragment of the Songhai steel made them less wary of his approach. He swam up alongside the school and struck suddenly. Slap! A grouper weighing 7 or 8 jin was caught and stuffed into the net. The second and third followed immediately. The grouper school was startled and scattered in all directions. But Hannah Wells was prepared. His radar had already locked onto their positions. He darted through the water, catching them one after another. Within 10 minutes, 7 groupers were in the net. Each weighed between 5 or 6 jin and 10 jin. Hannah Wells was about to continue his search when suddenly his senses detected an anomaly. It was at the very bottom of the depression, behind a massive rock concealed by a clump of seaweed. There was a massive black shadow. Hannah Wells held his breath and swam slowly toward it. The seaweed parted, and the shadow gradually came into view. To his surprise, it was another grouper. But the size of this grouper, it was enormous. He carefully estimated that this grouper weighed at least 50 jin, and might even be heavier. A 50 jin grouper. An ordinary fisherman might never encounter one in a lifetime. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. He suppressed his excitement and observed it closely. This giant grouper was hiding deep within the seaweed, completely motionless. It was a full size larger than all the other fish around it, its scales a deep brown, bearing the marks of age. This was a mature or rather elderly giant grouper, at least several decades old, older even than he was. Hannah Wells held his breath and crept closer, hoping to see if he could catch it. But just then, the giant grouper seemed to sense something. It gave its tail fin a gentle flick and swam toward a crevice deeper in the reef. Hannah Wells picked up speed to give chase. However, the giant grouper darted into a narrow cave. The entrance was too small for him to fit through. He could only watch helplessly as the huge fish vanished into the depths of the cave. Hannah Wells surfaced, gasping for air. "Brother Hannah," Logan Turner asked as soon as he saw him emerge. "How did it go?" "Found a great spot." Hannah Wells handed the net up onto the boat. "Let us take care of these first." Logan Turner took the net and his eyes widened when he saw the 7 grouper inside. "That many? There's an even bigger one," Hannah Wells said as he climbed back onto the boat and wiped the water from his face. "A 50 jin grouper hiding in the cave. I couldn't catch it." 50 jin. Logan Turner's jaw nearly dropped in shock. "Brother Hannah, You're not joking, are you? I'm not kidding, Hannah Wells said, panting. That fish was too crafty, it darted into a hole and wouldn't come out. A 50 fish is hard to catch with bare hands, you need tools. Logan Turner looked at the 7 grouper, then at Hannah Wells. Brother Hannah, these 7 that's quite a haul. They sell for at least a few thousand yuan, right? These are just a drop in the bucket, Hannah Wells said. That 50 one that's the real prize. A 50 grouper can fetch at least tens of thousands of yuan. Tens of thousands of yuan. Logan Turner's eyes lit up even more. So what should we do? Hannah Wells thought for a moment. Let us head back to the county seat first, sell these fish, and pick up a spear gun while we're at it. We'll come back this afternoon. This afternoon? The fish isn't going anywhere. It's hiding in that hole and should stay there for a while. Once I've bought the gear, I'll come back this afternoon to catch it. By the time the boat rowed back to the dock, it was already noon. Hannah Wells and Logan Turner packed up their catch and hopped on an electric scooter to head for the county seat. At the county seat's seafood market, the two found Li Guoqiang. Uncle Li, we've got some fish today. Li Guoqiang's eyes lit up when he saw the 7 grouper. These are a great size. Wild grouper ranging from 5 or 6 to 10, they look top-notch. He quickly quoted a price, 12,000 in total. How about it? Deal. Hannah Wells nodded. Li Guoqiang pulled out his phone to transfer the money, then looked at Hannah Wells. Fan how come you have time to come by today? I thought you'd hired a quick-handed assistant. I just happened to have something to take care of, Hannah Wells said. Uncle Li, is there anywhere in the county seat that sells spear guns? Spear guns. Li Guoqiang paused for a moment. Sure. 2 blocks east there's a fishing tackle shop. What do you need a spear gun for? I want to see if I can catch some big ones, Hannah Wells said. The kind that weigh over 50 jin. Li Guoqiang's eyes lit up even more. If you really manage to catch fish that size, I'll help you find a buyer and get you a higher price. Thanks, Uncle Li. Hannah Wells and Logan Turner said goodbye to Li Guoqiang and headed east. Chapter 019. Spearfishing. The fishing tackle shop wasn't too big, but it had a pretty good selection. Hannah Wells picked out a spear gun, then bought a pair of diving goggles and a pair of gloves. The spear gun was 1,800, the goggles 120, and the gloves 80. A total of 2,000 yuan. Logan Turner watched from the side, feeling a twinge of regret. Brother Hannah, that spear gun, it's a bit pricey. It is pricey, but it's worth it, Hannah Wells said. A 50 grouper, if we can catch one, would sell for well over 10,000 yuan. We'll make back the cost of this spear gun in a single trip. Logan Turner nodded and said no more. After buying the gear, the two grabbed a bowl of noodles by the roadside, then hopped on an electric scooter and headed for Qinjia village. By the time they returned to the dock, it was already past 2 p.m. Old Zhang was mending his fishing net. Seeing them come back, he looked up and asked, "Back from the county seat already?" "Sold some goods and bought a few things," Hannah Wells said, patting her backpack. "Uncle Zhang, will we still need the boat this afternoon?" "Go ahead," Old Zhang nodded. "Be careful." "Got it." Hannah Wells and Logan Turner jumped into the boat and rowed eastward. After rowing for over an hour, they returned to the spot where they found the fish school that morning. Hannah Wells anchored the boat and checked her gear. "Dezhuang, you watch the boat. I'm going down to catch some fish, I might be a while." "Okay." "Brother Hannah, be careful." Hannah Wells slung her spear gun over her back, put on her diving goggles and gloves, and dived into the water. The underwater world remained crystal clear. Hannah Wells swam toward the depression and soon found the cave. The cave's entrance was tiny, no bigger than a washbasin, and pitch black inside, with no visible bottom. But thanks to the perception granted by the fragment of the sea of the blue steel, he could clearly see the giant grouper was inside. It lay motionless deep within the cave, as if waiting for something. Hannah Wells swam to the cave's entrance and surveyed the terrain. The cave was deep and winding, with a relatively open space at its deepest point. The grouper was hiding in there. Should he go in? Hannah Wells hesitated for a moment. The cave was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Moreover, the conditions inside were unknown. What if he encountered danger? But he didn't want to give up. A grouper weighing 50 jin was worth tens of thousands of yuan. Hannah Wells took a deep breath and slipped into the cave. The cave was very narrow, so Hannah Wells could only swim forward slowly. It was pitch black all around, but his vision remained clear. After swimming about 10 or so meters, the cave began to widen. A relatively open chamber appeared ahead. And in the center of the chamber, the giant grouper was lying quietly. It seemed to have sensed Hannah Wells' arrival. Its tail fin fluttered slightly, but it didn't try to escape. It was trapped in this chamber. Hannah Wells took a closer look and realized that the only exit from this chamber was the very hole he had entered through. In other words, the fish had nowhere to escape. He raised his spear gun and slowly approached. The grouper began to grow restless, but the space was too small for it to muster the strength to flee. Hannah Wells took aim and pulled the trigger. The spear shot out, striking the grouper squarely in the back. The huge fish thrashed violently, displaying astonishing strength. Hannah Wells gritted his teeth, gripped the spear gun with both hands, and locked in a standoff with the grouper. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The grouper's struggles gradually weakened. After all, it was trapped in a confined space and couldn't move freely. Hannah Wells seized the opportunity to move in, wrapped both arms around the grouper's head, and swam toward the cave's exit. The fish was incredibly heavy, at least 50 gene, and she struggled to hold it even in the water. Back on the boat, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner worked together to haul the grouper into the hold. Brother Hannah. Logan Turner's eyes widened at the sight of the fish. That's huge. About 50 gene, Hannah Wells said, panting as she wiped the water from her face. Come on, let us head back. By the time the boat rowed back to the pier, it was already evening. A few fishermen were still packing up their gear on the pier. When they saw the grouper on Hannah Wells' boat, they all gathered around. Good grief. This fish must weigh 50 gene, right? I've never seen a grouper this big. Who caught it? Hannah Wells. It's Hannah Wells again. The villagers buzzed with excitement. Old Zhang pushed his way through the crowd, caught sight of the grouper, and gasped. You really caught it. Just got lucky. Hannah Wells smiled. Uncle Zhang, how much can I sell this fish for? A 50 gene grouper. Old Zhang counted on his fingers. Ordinary groupers go for 300 or 400 per gene, but a specimen this size we haven't seen one like this on the market in decades. If you can find a buyer who knows its value, you could even get 100,000 for it. 100,000. Logan Turner's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hannah Wells knew exactly what this meant and immediately called Li Guoqiang. Uncle Li, I caught a 50 gene grouper today. Would you be interested in buying it? On the other end of the line, Li Guoqiang's voice suddenly grew excited. 50 gene? Are you serious? Would I lie to you? Come take a look when you have time. All right, I'll be right over. Half an hour later, Li Guoqiang's car pulled up in front of the Chun family's house. When he saw the grouper, his eyes widened in astonishment. That size, he crouched down to examine it closely. 50 gene or more, it must have lived for at least 20 or 30 years. We haven't seen a specimen like this on the market in decades. He reached out and pressed the fish's body, then examined its gills. It's been dead for half a day, but it's still in pretty good condition. Hannah Wells nodded. He caught the fish that afternoon, and it had been dead for several hours by now. Li Guoqiang stood up and sighed. What a shame. If only it were alive. Is there a big difference in price between a live one and a dead one? Several times the price, Li Guoqiang said. A 50 gene live grouper is a rare find. Only live ones make it to auction, and if you come across a knowledgeable buyer, someone might pay 200,000 or 300,000 for it. He shook his head. Dead fish are a different story. No matter how fresh they are, they can only be sold as high-end seafood at most, 100,000 at the very top. Logan Turner listened from the side, a look of regret on his face. Hannah Wells, on the other hand, wasn't too bothered. Uncle Li, dead is fine too, as long as we caught something. Li Guoqiang looked at Hannah Wells and smiled. You've got the right attitude. He paused for a moment, then added, actually, with a grouper this big, it's impossible for one person to catch it alive. Unless you're deep-sea fishing and reeling it in bit by bit, even then, it'd take half a day and wear you out completely. Catching it bare-handed in deep water like you did, you're lucky just to get it out of the water. Whether it's alive or not doesn't really matter. Hannah Wells nodded. He could indeed stay underwater for a long time, but catching a 50 gene fish and keeping it alive was simply too difficult. This fish had been struck by a spear gun and lost too much blood. It had no chance of survival. Uncle Li, what do you think this fish is worth? I'll put you in touch with a few high-end clients and ask around, Li Guoqiang said. Dead fish won't fetch a sky-high price, but with a 50 gene specimen like this, I'm sure we can get a good price for it. He thought for a moment, then added, I'll take this fish with me for now. I'll contact my clients as soon as I get back and let you know as soon as I have any news. All right. Thanks for your help, Uncle Li. Li Guoqiang turned toward his car and opened the trunk. Inside was a cooler filled with ice. It seemed he'd come prepared. Together with Hannah Wells, he lifted the grouper and carefully placed it into the cooler. After seeing Li Guoqiang off, Hannah Wells returned to the house. Chun's mother looked at him. Fanner, there's hope now. Mom, it's still early, Hannah Wells said. But if this fish really sells for 100,000 or 80,000, we'll have a chance to pay off our debts. He lay on the bed calculating his progress. 7 grouper sold for 12,000. A large grouper weighing 50 jin would be auctioned off tomorrow and was expected to fetch around 100,000. Combined with their previous savings, they were one step closer to 800,000. Hannah Wells closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 020. Discovering the True Dragon. The next day, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner set out to sea again. Brother Hannah, are we going back to the same spot as yesterday? No. Hannah Wells shook his head. We can't disturb the fish in that area for now. We'll catch them later. His target today was a more distant stretch of ocean. The two took turns rowing for nearly 2 hours until they reached unfamiliar waters. The waters here were deep and reef-strewn, with strong undercurrents, so ordinary fishermen rarely ventured here. Dazhuang, stop right here. Okay. Hannah Wells slung his spear gun over his back and dived into the water. The underwater world was unfathomably deep. He swam toward the depths, observing and searching as he went. The reefs in this area were larger and denser than any he had seen before, forming a maze-like structure. Undercurrents weaved through the reefs, carrying an invisible force. He navigated between the reefs, searching carefully. About 20 minutes later, he noticed something unusual. Ahead on the seafloor lay a massive cluster of reefs, forming a natural cave between them. The cave's entrance was large, wide enough for more than one person. Deep within the cave, a faint glow flickered. Hannah Wells' heart skipped a beat as she swam toward it. Only upon getting closer did she realize it wasn't a glow at all, but a massive fish with dazzling markings. As it swam through the water, its scales reflected the sunlight, shimmering with a rainbow of colors. That was... Hannah Wells' pupils suddenly contracted. A wavy-lipped fish, known by local fishermen as the True Dragon. This creature hadn't been seen on the market for decades. She recalled old Zhang saying that wavy-lipped fish were extremely rare, virtually extinct in the market, and that a single one could fetch an astronomical price. Hannah Wells held her breath and slowly approached. This wavy-lipped fish was massive, estimated to weigh 30 or 40 jin, and was swimming slowly deep within the cave. It seemed oblivious to the danger, gliding leisurely among the reefs. Hannah Wells swam to the cave entrance, raised her spear gun, and aimed at the fish's back. Her finger was on the trigger. The slightest pressure would send the spear flying. But at that very moment she paused. Li Guoqiang's words from yesterday echoed in her mind. A 50 jin live grouper is a rare find. Only live ones make it to auction, and if you come across a knowledgeable buyer, they'll pay 200,000 or 300,000 for it. Dead fish are a different story. No matter how fresh they are, they can only be sold as high-end seafood, fetching 100,000 at most. The price difference between a live fish and a dead one was several times greater. Hannah Wells looked at the wavy-lipped fish before her and quickly ran the numbers in her head. This fish weighed about 30 or 40 jin, slightly smaller than yesterday's grouper. Given her strength and skills, it was entirely possible to subdue it with her bare hands. Although it would be a bit tiring, as long as he could bring it ashore alive, its value would at least double. He slowly lowered his spear gun. Let us go for it. Hannah Wells took a deep breath and swam toward the wavy-lipped fish. The wavy-lipped fish seemed to sense danger. It flicked its tail fin, trying to swim deeper into the cave. But Hannah Wells was ready. She picked up speed and cut off its path. The wavy-lipped fish turned, trying to escape on the other side. Hannah Wells moved sideways again, blocking its path. Trapped in this relatively confined space, the fish couldn't maneuver freely. Seizing the moment, she lunged forward and wrapped both arms around the wavy-lipped fish's body. The wavy-lipped fish began struggling violently in an instant. Its strength was even greater than Hannah Wells had imagined. Its thick body twisted frantically in the water, and its tail fin slapped the surface, sending ripples across the water. Hannah Wells gritted his teeth, clamped his arms tightly around the fish's body, and wrapped his legs around its tail, his entire body forming a human lock. The fish tossed him about, rolling and spinning him through the water. A tremendous force surged from the fish's body, nearly flinging him off. Hannah Wells felt his arms trembling and his muscles protesting, but he dared not let go. If he let go, the fish would escape, and once it had been startled, he'd never find it again. He regulated his breathing and steadied his balance. The power granted by the fragment of the sea monument allowed him to stay underwater for extended periods. This was his greatest advantage. When it came to endurance, he had nothing to fear. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The wavy-lipped fish's struggles gradually weakened. Trapped in such a confined space, it could no longer move freely. After thrashing about a few more times, it finally went still. Hannah Wells didn't dare let her guard down. Keeping her arms wrapped tightly around the large fish, she swam slowly toward the cave's entrance. The fish was still struggling slightly, but it had almost no strength left. He swam all the way to the surface, gasping for air. Logan Turner, on the boat, was staring blankly at the water's surface. Suddenly, the water's surface broke, and Hannah Wells emerged. She was still clutching a large, brightly colored fish. "Brother Hannah," Logan Turner's eyes widened. What kind of fish is that?" "Help me," Hannah Wells gasped. "Get it onto the boat, be careful not to hurt it." Logan Turner hurried over and carefully took the fish from her. The two of them worked together to lift the fish into the boat. The fish landed on the deck, flapped a few times, then went still. "A ripple-lipped fish," Hannah Wells said, wiping the water from her face and catching her breath. "Fishermen call it the true dragon, its top shelf." "True dragon, right?" Hannah Wells examined the fish. "This one weighs nearly 40 gene. A specimen of this size hasn't been seen on the market in decades." Logan Turner looked at the fish. Its patterns were vibrant and colorful. It did indeed resemble the legendary dragon. "Brother Hannah, how much can this fish sell for?" "I don't know." Hannah Wells shook her head, lying back on the deck and gasping for breath. "But it's definitely more expensive than yesterday's grouper. And it's alive." He was completely exhausted. The struggle just a few minutes ago had drained most of his energy. But it was worth it. A live true dragon, its price would more than double. After resting for over 10 minutes, Hannah Wells regained his strength. "Dajwang, row us back." "Got it." By the time the boat rowed back to the dock, it was already afternoon. News of this wavy-lipped fish caused another sensation. Hannah Wells caught another big fish. "What is it this time?" "No idea, I've never seen a fish like this before. It's so beautiful, all colorful and vibrant." The villagers gathered around to check it out. Old Zhang squeezed his way into the crowd and, upon seeing the wavy-lipped fish, stood there dumbfounded for a moment. Is this the true dragon?" He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. "I've lived for over 60 years, and have only ever heard of this fish. I've never seen one with my own eyes." Where did you catch this?" "Out in the deep sea, in a cave on a reef." Old Zhang stared at the striped-lipped fish, shaking his head. "Over 40 gene, a true dragon of this size would have fetched hundreds of thousands a decade or so ago. Now it's even more expensive. You might not even be able to buy one, even if you had the money." "Uncle Zhang, this fish is still alive," said Hannah Wells. "Could you keep an eye on it for me? I'm gonna call Uncle Lee right now." "Alive?" Old Zhang grew even more excited. "Great, great. Go ahead, I'll watch it for you." Chapter 021. Preparations for the auction. At the dock, Hannah Wells pulled out her cell phone and dialed Li Guoqiang's number. The phone rang 3 times before being picked up. "Faina." "Uncle Lee, it's me," Hannah Wells said, glancing at the wavy-lipped fish in the hold. "I caught another one." "What?"
Li Guoqiang paused in surprise.
"Caught another what?" "A wavy-lipped fish 40 gene and it's alive." There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. "What did you say?" "A wavy-lipped fish 40 gene and it's alive," Hannah Wells repeated. "A wavy-lipped fish?" Li Guoqiang's voice suddenly rose by 8 octaves. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. It's right here at the dock. Come see for yourself." Li Guoqiang took a deep breath. "Hold on. I'm on my way." An hour later, Li Guoqiang's car pulled up at the dock. He pushed through the crowd and rushed to the boat's side. When he saw the striped lipfish in the hold, its mouth wide open, he was speechless for a long moment. Those dazzling patterns, its massive size, and those gills fluttering ever so slightly. "It's alive. It really is alive. My God," Li Guoqiang muttered to himself. This really is the true dragon, a living true dragon. He crouched down to examine it closely. A wavy-lipped grouper over 40 gene. I haven't seen one of this size in 30 years. And a live one is even rarer. He stood up and looked at Hannah Wells, his voice filled with awe. Hannah Wells. These two fish combined, their market value is at least 500,000. 500,000. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. Uncle Lee, when is the auction? Li Guoqiang thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh. We were actually supposed to hold the auction for that grouper this afternoon. But now that we have this true dragon, the timing is too tight. He looked at Hannah Wells, his expression turning serious. Top-tier goods like this can't be sold on a whim. We need to spread the word in advance, so that the truly wealthy business owners are aware and have time to make arrangements. That's the only way we'll get a high bid. He paused for a moment, then continued. I'll do everything I can today to contact buyers and get the word out. The auction will be postponed by 1 day and rescheduled for tomorrow afternoon at Lin's restaurant. All right, I'll take your advice. Hannah Wells nodded. Li Guoqiang turned to the fishermen standing nearby, watching the commotion, and said, Everyone, give me a hand and help lift this fish onto my truck. I need to take it back to the county seat and keep it in a special seawater tank. Got it. The fishermen scrambled to help, carefully lifting the huge fish onto Li Guoqiang's car. Li Guoqiang took one last look at Hannah Wells and smiled. Fan tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, Lin's restaurant. Be there on time. Okay. Back home, Hannah Wells told Mrs. Chun about today's catch. After hearing the news, Mrs. Chun was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Fan we have hope now. Mom, don't cry. Hannah Wells held her mother's hand. The auction is tomorrow. If we get a good price, we'll be able to pay off our debts. Mrs. Chun nodded, wiping away her tears. Fan if your father were watching from heaven, he'd be proud of you. That night, Hannah Wells lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Two fish, 500,000. Combined with her previous savings, she'd have nearly 800,000. There was hope for paying off the debt. She recalled the look in her father's eyes as he lay on his deathbed, a mix of reluctance to part with the ancestral home and hope for her future. Dad, I'll protect the ancestral home. She closed her eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he saw a giant dragon soaring through the depths of the ocean. The news spread quickly. Hannah Wells had caught a 50-gene grouper and a 40-gene true dragon and was planning an auction. Have you heard? Hannah Wells grouper 50-gene. And that true dragon, we haven't seen anything like that in 30 years. An auction? At Lin's restaurant? That kid struck it rich. The villagers buzzed with speculation, some envious, some jealous, and others just waiting to see him fail. When Chen Jiqiang heard about this, he snorted derisively. Two lousy fish and he's holding an auction? That's laughable. He turned and walked away, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. What if those two fish were actually worth a fortune? Chen Guofu had also heard about it. He furrowed his brow and thought about it for a long time. 50 gene for a grouper? 40 gene for the true dragon. He shook his head.
Impossible.
Hannah Wells, just a young beachcomber, how could she have that kind of luck? She must be bragging. But what if it were true? He clenched his teeth. If Hannah Wells really came into money, they'd never be able to buy the ancestral home. No, he had to come up with a plan. At Logan Turner's residence, Chen Guofu and Zhang Guifan discussed the matter all night. Old man, what should we do? If that kid really strikes it rich, we'll be in trouble. Let us wait and see how the auction turns out, Chen Guofu said in a low voice. If it really fetches a high price. He's just a young man, he won't be able to hold on to that much money. Zhang Guifan's eyes lit up. You mean, don't get ahead of yourself? Chen Guofu waved his hand. Let us wait until the auction is over. At Lin's restaurant, Li Guoqiang was making preparations for the auction. Is the venue ready? It's ready. Have all the clients been notified? Yes, they've all been notified. The owners of the most famous restaurants in the county will all be here.
Li Guoqiang nudda.
Then let us get ready. Tomorrow afternoon, everyone needs to know just how much these two fish are worth. Hannah Wells kept everything that had happened over the past few days firmly in mind. Logan Turner and her cousin's reactions, the villagers' gossip, Li Guoqiang's arrangements. She knew full well that this auction wasn't just about money. It was also about her standing in the village and her future. If he could sell them for a high price, those who looked down on him would have to shut up. If they didn't sell, he shook his head. That wouldn't happen. These two fish were definitely top-notch. The next day, in an unprecedented move, Hannah Wells didn't go out to sea. Instead, she changed into a clean set of clothes and arrived early at Lynn's restaurant. Today was an important day. The parking lot in front of Lynn's restaurant was packed with cars, and people attending the auction were arriving one after another. Hannah Wells stood at the entrance, watching the business executives in their suits file inside, feeling a little nervous. Li Guoqiang walked over and patted her on the shoulder. "Don't worry, these two fish will sell in no time." "I know." Hannah Wells took a deep breath. "It's just my first time at an event like this, so I'm not quite used to it." "You'll get used to it," Li Guoqiang smiled. "Come on, let us go inside." Inside the banquet hall, the lights were dazzling. In the most prominent spot stood a massive glass tank. Inside, a 40-gene striped lipfish was swimming. Next to the tank was a massive table covered in crushed ice, on which a 50-gene grouper lay quietly. People attending the auction gathered around to take a look. "This grouper 50-gene? Is that for real?" "It's true. I just saw them weigh it right there, exactly 53-gene. My goodness. I haven't seen a specimen of this size in decades." "What about that true dragon? The wavy-lipped fish? 30-gene and up. You can't buy this kind of fish even if you have the money." The buzz of conversation rose and fell. Chapter 022. 550,000. Chen Jiqiang had arrived as well. Standing at the back of the crowd, he stared at the two fish, his face turning slightly pale. Is this real? A 50-gene grouper and a 30-gene true dragon?" He recalled what he said just a few days ago. Two lousy fish, and they're holding an auction? That's laughable. Now it seemed he was the one who looked ridiculous. Chen Guofu and Zhang Guifan were there as well. They stood in a corner, staring at the two fish, their faces ashen. "Old man, is this for real?" "I can tell," Chen Guofu said through gritted teeth. "I never thought that kid would actually have this kind of luck." "What about the ancestral home?" "Don't say another word," Chen Guofu interrupted her in a low voice. "Let us see how much it sells for first." At exactly 3 o'clock, the auction officially began. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage and tapped his gavel. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 lots up for auction today. The first lot, a giant grouper, 53-gene. He pointed to the grouper on the table. "A grouper of this size, and so fresh it's extremely rare on the market. Starting bid, 80,000, 100,000, 120,000, 150,000. Bids came in one after another. Hannah Wells stood to the side, watching the price climb steadily as her heart raced faster and faster. 180,000, 200,000. The auctioneer tapped his gavel. 200,000. Any higher bids? No one raised their paddle. Going once for 200,000. Going twice for 200,000. Going 3 times for 200,000. Bang! Sold. Hannah Wells was stunned. 200,000. That dead grouper sold for 200,000. Didn't manager Lee say earlier that it could only fetch 100,000? Didn't he say dead fish aren't worth as much as live ones? It seems auctions really can get people carried away. I wonder what astronomical price that wavy-lipped fish will fetch. Next up was the second lot, the wavy-lipped fish. The auctioneer pointed at that true dragon. "Ladies and gentlemen, this lot is even rarer, a 30-gene wavy-lipped fish, a top-tier specimen that's already vanished from the market. Starting bid, 200,000, 250,000, 300,000, 330,000. The bidding grew even more intense. Hannah Wells stared at the fish, her heart pounding in her throat. 350,000, 380,000. The auctioneer tapped the gavel. 380,000. Any higher bids? No one raised their paddle. 380,000, going once. 380,000, going twice. 380,000, going 3 times. Bang! Sold. Hannah Wells was completely stunned. 380,000. Her wavy-lipped fish sold for 380,000. Although the premium wasn't as outrageous as that of the 50-gene grouper, it still far exceeded Hannah Wells' mental price limit. The auction ended. Hannah Wells walked backstage, where Li Guoqiang was already waiting for her. "Congratulations, Hannah Wells," Li Guoqiang said with a smile. extending his hand. 2 fish, totaling 580,000. After deducting our commission, you'll take home 550,000. 550,000. Hannah Wells shook Li Guoqiang's hand, momentarily lost for words. No need to thank me, you caught those fish yourself. If anything, we're the ones who benefited from you. Li Guoqiang patted him on the shoulder. The money will be transferred to your account tomorrow. Stepping out of the restaurant, the night breeze felt slightly cool. Hannah Wells looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. 550,000. Add that to his previous savings of just over 350,000. He now had 900,000. More than enough to pay off the 800,000 debt. The ancestral home was saved. He recalled the look in his father's eyes as he lay on his deathbed, a mix of reluctance to part with the ancestral home and hope for him. Dad, I've saved it. He closed his eyes, and a tear slid down the corner of his eye. Chen Guofu and Zhang Guifan stepped out. When they saw Hannah Wells, their faces fell. Fanner Chen Guofu began, but didn't he know what to say? Hannah Wells turned his head and looked at Logan Turner. Logan Turner, you're here too. I just came to take a look. Hannah Wells smiled but said nothing more. He turned and walked home. When he got home, Chen's mother was still waiting for him. Fan how did it go? Hannah Wells walked up to his mother, knelt down, and bowed his head in respect. Mom, I held my ground. Tears streamed down Chen's mother's face. Fanner, my good boy. She embraced Hannah Wells, weeping so hard she couldn't speak. That night, mother and son talked for a long time. They talked about her father, the ancestral home, and all the people who had helped them, her aunt, her uncle, old Zhang, Li Guoqiang. Hannah Wells said, Mom, once we've paid off the debt, I want to properly repay all these people. Chen's mother nodded. Fan with that kind of heart, your father's spirit in heaven would be pleased. The next day, Hannah Wells went to the bank to check his balance. The 550,000 had been deposited. Combined with his previous savings, he now had 900,000. After paying off the 800,000 debt, he'd still have 100,000 left. However, the account still contained 60,000 yuan belonging to her uncle and aunt. Once the debt was paid off, she would return their money as well. She stood at the bank entrance, looked up at the sky, and let out a long sigh of relief. With only 1 week left in the 1-month deadline, she had finally done it. Her aunt, Chan Guilan, was the first to rush over upon hearing the news.
Fan
I heard you've raised enough money? Auntie, it's enough to pay off the debt. Chun Guilan's eyes welled up with tears. That's wonderful, your father would be so happy if he could see this from heaven. His uncle, Lu Jiangwo, arrived as well. Fan you've really made something of yourself. I knew you could do it. He patted Hannah Wells on the shoulder. Your father was a man of his word back in the day, and so are you. Hannah Wells nodded. Uncle, once I've paid off the debt, I'll pay you back. Don't even think about it. Lu Jiangwo glared at her. That money was a gesture from your aunt and me, you don't have to pay it back. Exactly, Chun Guilan added. Fan your thoughtfulness is all that matters. In the courtyard, Chun's mother, aunt, and uncle sat together in a circle. Hannah Wells brought tea from the house and poured it for everyone. Aunt, uncle, thank you so much for your help these past few months. Once I've paid off my debt, I'll definitely find a way to repay you. Fan don't say that, Chin Guilan said. We're all family. That's right, Lu Jiangwo nodded. The most important thing for you right now is to pay off your debt. We'll talk about the rest later. Hannah Wells nodded firmly. I will. In the evening, Logan Turner arrived as well. Brother Hannah, I heard you've got enough money?
Yeah, Ido.
Logan Turner was so excited his face turned red. That's great. Brother Hannah, I knew you could do it. He scratched his head and asked, Brother Hannah, what are you planning to do after you pay off the debt? Hannah Wells thought for a moment. First, I'll buy a boat, then set sail and do something big. Do something big? Logan Turner's eyes lit up. Will I still be able to work with you then? Of course. Hannah Wells patted him on the shoulder. You're my first partner, and we'll keep working together from now on. Logan Turner's eyes welled up with tears. Brother Hannah, thank you. I'll definitely do my best. That evening, after seeing everyone off, Hannah Wells returned to his room. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his heart filled with mixed emotions. 1 month. from being hounded by debt collectors at his doorstep to scraping together 800,000. In that 1 month, he had been through so much. But in the end, he had managed to keep the ancestral home. "Dad, I did it." He closed his eyes, and the look in his father's eyes as he lay on his deathbed flashed through his mind. It was a look of reluctance to part with the ancestral home, and also one of hope for him. Now, he had lived up to his father's expectations. Chapter 023. The Disgusting Chun Family. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells was packing up his fishing gear in the yard. Last night, he sorted out his finances. 900,000 after paying back 800,000. He have 100,000 left. Even without counting the 60,000 from his maternal uncle and aunt, he still have 40,000 left. There was still a week until the repayment date. If he worked a little harder this week, he should have no problem scraping together 100,000 by then, enough to save up for a boat. Old Zhang's boat was too old, and didn't he even have an engine every time he went out to sea? He'd be exhausted. Although Logan Turner was helping now, their efficiency still wasn't improving. With his own boat, he'd be able to venture into farther waters and catch more rare seafood. Just as he was thinking this, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate. Hannah Wells looked up, and her expression darkened slightly. Logan Turner and Chun Guofu. Chun Guofu walked into the courtyard, wearing a fake smile. "Fan yesterday's auction was spectacular. Did you make enough to pay off your debt?" Hannah Wells didn't answer, she just looked at him impassively. Seeing that Hannah Wells wasn't speaking, Chun Guofu's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly resumed his insincere smile. "Fan Logan Turner is here to give you some advice." "What kind of advice?" "It's not a good thing for a young person like you to have that much money on hand." Chun Guofu took 2 steps closer and lowered his voice. "These days, standing out attracts trouble. You're just a beachcomber earning hundreds of thousands a month. If word gets out, all sorts of people will have their eyes on you." Hannah Wells let out a cold laugh. "Logan Turner, if you have something to say, just say it." Seeing that Hannah Wells wasn't buying it, Chun Guofu stopped beating around the bush. "Fan Logan Turner is showing you the way forward. Sell me the ancestral home for 1 million. You'll pay off your debts and still have 20,000 left over. Take the money and go wherever you want. I want to sell it." Hannah Wells' tone was calm, but her stance was firm. Chun Guofu furrowed his brow. Do you know what this ancestral home means? Maintenance, repairs, all sorts of expenses. Can a young person like you really handle that?" "I can." Chun Guofu was getting a little flustered. "You're out of your mind. That ancestral home is a dilapidated wreck. How much could it possibly be worth? Logan Turner offering you 1 million is already more than generous. Logan Turner, if you're serious about buying the house, pay market price. 1,100,000, not a penny less." Chun Guofu's face turned ashen in an instant. You dare haggle with Logan Turner? Logan Turner is family. Talking about money would strain our relationship, Hannah Wells said coolly. "But the ancestral home was left to me by my father. I can't sell it off cheaply." Chun Guofu stared at Hannah Wells, saying nothing for quite a while. His expression had changed. The feigned concern from before had vanished, replaced by a dark, menacing glare. "Hannah Wells, don't be ungrateful." His tone turned cold and harsh. "Do you think that just because you're rich you can hold onto the ancestral home? Let me tell you, some things can't be solved with money." Hannah Wells felt a chill run down her spine, but she remained outwardly composed. "What does Logan Turner mean by that? Figure it out for yourself," Chun Guofu snorted coldly. "We'll see." He turned and walked away, but when he reached the gate, he glanced back at Hannah Wells one last time. In that gaze were threats, malice, and something else Hannah Wells couldn't quite fathom. Hannah Wells stood where she was, frowning. What did Logan Turner mean by that last remark? Some things can't be solved with money? She recalled the words her father had spoken on his deathbed. Be strong. Never let the ancestral home be lost. Her father had also warned her that Logan Turner was a cunning man and to be careful of him. Hannah Wells took a deep breath. No matter what Logan Turner was up to, she wouldn't back down. The ancestral home was her father's legacy. She wouldn't sell it for any amount of money. Mrs. Chun came out of the house and saw Hannah Wells standing in the yard, lost in thought. "Fanner, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Logan Turner stopped by. Mrs. Chun's expression changed. "Did he come to buy the house again?" "Yes." Hannah Wells nodded. "I turned him down." Mrs. Chun was silent for a moment, then sighed. Fan that Logan Turner of yours back when your father was alive, he always had his eye on this piece of land. Now that your father is gone, he certainly won't give up. Mom, don't worry, Hannah Wells said, holding her mother's hand. No matter what he tries to do, I'll protect the ancestral home. Mrs. Chun looked at her son, her eyes slightly reddened. Fan you've grown up just like your father. After seeing her mother off, Hannah Wells returned to her room and began thinking about buying a boat. She could ask old Zhang for help. He spent his whole life in the fishing village, had a wide network of contacts, and could find a reliable boat owner. That's right, Hannah Wells was naturally thinking of buying a used boat. Given his capabilities, this boat would certainly be just a stopgap, and a used one offered the best value for the money. With that in mind, Hannah Wells got up and walked over to old Zhang's house. Old Zhang was mending fishing nets in his yard. When he saw Hannah Wells coming, he smiled and called out to her. Fanner, you're just in time. Help me sort out this net. Hannah Wells sat down and, while helping out, said, Uncle Zhang, I'd like to buy a boat. Old Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. That's great. With your own boat, you'll be able to do great things. Do you know anyone who is selling a boat? Old Zhang thought for a moment. I'll ask around for you. Okay. Hannah Wells was on his way back from old Zhang's house when he spotted a crowd gathered at the village entrance from a distance. Not wanting to join the commotion, he took a detour, but Chun Jiqiang still spotted him. Hey, isn't that brother Fan? Chun Jiqiang's voice was loud, deliberately ensuring everyone nearby could hear. Hannah Wells stopped in his tracks and glanced at him. Cousin, I heard you made quite a bit of money at the auction? Chun Jiqiang walked over, a smile on his face, but a cold glint in his eyes. Is that true or not? Not bad. Not bad. Chun Jiqiang chuckled. I heard you sold for over $500,000. A beachcomber making over $500,000 a month TSK. Tisk. His tone was laced with skepticism. The villagers around them began to whisper among themselves. Is that true? Over 500,000. How did he manage that? He must have done something shady, right? Hannah Wells listened to the gossip, unmoved. He was used to it by now. These past few days, the village had been abuzz with rumors about him. Some said he was lucky, others said he hit the jackpot, still others claimed his money came from shady sources. He offered no explanations and didn't argue. Those who understood would understand. There was no point in explaining to those who didn't. Is there something you need, cousin? Hannah Wells asked. Nothing, just checking in on you, Chun Jiqiang said, patting him on the shoulder. After all, we're cousins. If you ever run into any trouble, just let me know. Thanks, but no thanks, Hannah Wells said, turning and walking away. Chun Jiqiang called after him. Fan, come into town more often when you have time. It'll broaden your horizons, it'll do you good. What good will come of spending all day out at sea? Hannah Wells didn't look back. He headed straight home, putting Chun Jiqiang's words out of his mind. People like that weren't worth his time. Chapter 024. A Persistent Ghost. In the evening, Logan Turner came knocking on the door. Brother Hannah, I heard Brother Jiqiang has been bad-mouthing you around the village? Let him talk, Hannah Wells said indifferently. His mouth is his own, I can't control it. Logan Turner felt a bit indignant. Brother Hannah, how can you be so calm about this? Hannah Wells smiled. Daiwang, remember one thing. What's that? Time will tell, Hannah Wells said. There's no point in arguing now. Once I've paid off my debts and protected our ancestral home, those people will naturally shut up. Logan Turner nodded, but he still felt a bit resentful. Brother Hannah, I just can't stand the look on his face. You'll get used to it, Hannah Wells said, patting him on the shoulder. Come out to sea with me again tomorrow. I need to save up for a boat. Logan Turner's eyes lit up instantly. Really? That's great. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner set out to sea once more. They rowed their boat to a reef area not far from the village. Brother Hannah, why are we coming here today? Yeah, there are lots of reefs here and plenty of conch and crabs. Hannah Wells pulled the boat up alongside the reef. Let us catch some seafood today to save up for the boat. Logan Turner looked at the crystal clear water and suddenly asked, Brother Hannah, can I go in the water with you? Go in the water? Hannah Wells paused for a moment. Yeah, I've always wanted to see what it looks like underwater. Logan Turner scratched his head. But I'm too scared to go alone. I'd feel safer if you were there with me. Hannah Wells thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, stay close to me and don't wander off. This reef has a complex structure, and there are some areas with strong undercurrents. Okay. The two put on simple diving goggles and dived into the water. The moment Hannah Wells entered the water, the power of the fragment of the Songhai steel kicked in. His underwater vision was crystal clear, and he could breathe without any difficulty. He slowed down and led Logan Turner deeper into the reef. Dazhuang, stay close. Logan Turner gave an okay sign. Hannah Wells first led him to a shallower area of the reef. Here, flip over a rock. There's usually a crab underneath, he said, pointing to a pile of boulders. Logan Turner nodded, dove down, and flipped over a rock. Sure enough, a blue crab was hiding beneath it. Upon seeing someone approach, it immediately raised its two large claws in a threatening gesture. Logan Turner acted quickly, pressing down on the crab's carapace and lifting it up. He surfaced and shouted happily, "Brother Hannah, I caught one. Good job. Keep it up." The two dove back down and continued searching among the rocks. Hannah Wells noticed that although Logan Turner's movements weren't as skilled as his own, his swimming ability was surprisingly good. His movements underwater were natural breathing, diving, and turning all flowed seamlessly, as if he weren't a first-timer at diving for seafood. Big Z, have you dived before? Logan Turner surfaced and took a breath. No, I just played by the ocean when I was a kid, so I can hold my breath a little longer. How long can you hold your breath? I don't know, I've never timed it, but it feels like quite a while. Hannah Wells was a little surprised. He motioned for Logan Turner to continue while he observed his movements. Over the next hour, Logan Turner's performance surprised him more and more. In front of a reef cave, Hannah Wells spotted the antennae of a large lobster poking out. Dazhuang, there's a lobster here. Logan Turner immediately dove down and crouched by the entrance to take a closer look. The lobster's cave was too deep to reach directly with his hand. Logan Turner thought for a moment, scooped up a handful of fine sand from the nearby seabed, and packed it deep into the cave. Annoyed by the sand, the lobster backed up a few steps toward the entrance. Just then, Logan Turner lunged forward, grabbed the lobster's antennae, and yanked it out with all his might. The lobster was dragged out of the burrow, its 8 legs kicking frantically, but Logan Turner's other hand had already clamped down on its cephalothorax, holding it firmly in place. Brother Hannah, look! He surfaced, holding the large lobster weighing well over a gene in his hands, his face beaming with excitement. Hannah Wells looked at the lobster, then at Logan Turner, secretly surprised. It had taken her several attempts to master this technique, and Logan Turner had figured out how to use sand to force the lobster out of its burrow on his very first dive. Dazhuang, your swimming skills is really impressive. Really? I didn't think I was any good at it. Logan Turner grinned. Brother Hannah, I felt so comfortable underwater just now, it was as if that's where I belonged. Hannah Wells looked into his eyes and suddenly remembered something. Everyone in the village knew that Logan Turner had been nicknamed Water Monkey since he was a child. It was said that when he was 3 years old, he fell into the ocean and was found clinging to a piece of driftwood, completely unharmed. Ever since then, he seemed to have a special love for the water, often spending time alone by the shore. The adults all said he was meant to be in the water. Dazhuang Yu. Hannah Wells had the words on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed them back. Watching Logan Turner move so freely in the water, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Logan Turner's talent wasn't simply a matter of loving the water. Maybe he was born to be a fisherman. Over the next few hours, the two of them caught quite a few conch and crabs. Logan Turner grew more and more adept at it, even beating Hannah Wells to the catch a few times. Hannah Wells watched his back and thought to herself, if it weren't for her ability granted by the fragment of the Sea of Sorrow steel, which allowed her to stay underwater almost indefinitely, she'd probably be no match for this kid when it came to swimming ability and technique alone. This kid is a natural-born fisherman. By the time they returned to the village, it was already afternoon. Chen Jiqiang's car was still parked at the village entrance. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Seeing Hannah Wells and the other person approaching, he deliberately honked the horn again. Hannah Wells ignored him and walked straight over. Chen Jiqiang rolled down his window and called out, "Fan, I heard you're planning to buy a boat?" "Yes." "Wow, that's a big move," Chen Jiqiang chuckled. "But boats aren't cheap. Will you have enough money for that?" "It's enough." "Enough?" Chun Jichang's smile grew even broader. I heard you still owe Zhao Difu money. 800,000 it's due in a week, right? If you spend all that money on a boat, how are you going to pay back the debt? Hannah Wells stopped in his tracks. He looked at Chun Jichang, his expression calm. That's none of your business, cousin. With that, he turned and walked away. Chun Jichang called after him. Fan, don't say I didn't warn you. If you can't pay back the debt when the time comes and the ancestral home gets seized, don't come crying to me for help. Hannah Wells didn't look back. But Chun Jichang's words spread like wildfire throughout the village. Have you heard? Hannah Wells owes Zhao Defa 800,000, and the deadline is in 5 days. He is going to buy a boat? Will that money even be enough to pay off the debt? I doubt it. Where would a young man who makes a living gathering seafood get that much money? As for the auction, who knows if it's true or not? The village buzz grew louder and louder. Some believed Hannah Wells could pay off the debt, others didn't. Some stood by him, others waited to see him fail. Late at night, Hannah Wells lay in bed, unable to sleep. He didn't let the village gossip get to him. But he knew deep down that this repayment wasn't just about the money. It also concerned his reputation in the village, his mother's pride, and everyone who believed in him. If he couldn't pay it back, those who had helped him, his aunt, his uncle, old Zhang, would all be disappointed. Those who doubted him would become even more arrogant. But if he did pay it back, the gossip would naturally fade away. Just wait and see. 5 days left. In 5 days, let us see who is crying. Chapter 025, You're Worth It. Over the next few days, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner went out to sea day after day. With Logan Turner joining as a fresh pair of hands, their fishing efficiency doubled. A thin mist hung over the sea at dawn. Hannah Wells anchored the boat at the edge of the reef and glanced back at Logan Turner. Big guy, are you ready? Ready. Logan Turner put on his diving goggles and rubbed his hands together excitedly. After several days of practice, he was becoming increasingly proficient at underwater work. Same routine as always today. I'll go in first and you keep an eye on my position. When I surface to catch my breath, you go down and keep searching. Got it. Hannah Wells flipped over and plunged into the water, her body gliding like a fish into the deep sea. The power of the fragment of the sea monument allowed him to move through the water with ease. His underwater vision was crystal clear, and his breathing was completely unimpeded. The jagged reefs were arranged in a harmonious pattern, forming a natural haven for fish. He swam deeper, his gaze sweeping over the reefs. There, beneath a massive rock, the tail of a grouper was faintly visible. Hannah Wells slowed down and approached silently. The grouper was hiding deep, with only half its body exposed. He raised his spear gun and aimed at a vital spot on the fish's side. Whoosh! The spear shot out, hitting its mark with precision. The grouper thrashed violently, but the barbs on the spear had already lodged in its flesh, and it couldn't break free. Hannah Wells swam over, grabbed the grouper, removed the spear, and threaded the fish onto the rope tied around his waist. A grouper of this size weighs at least 5 or 6 jin and can fetch 2 or 3,000. For the sake of efficiency, Hannah Wells no longer bothered to catch live fish. Quantity leads to quality. He continued his search. Deep within the reef, the light grew dimmer and dimmer. But this didn't affect Hannah Wells. The fragment of the Sea of Songhai steel allowed him to see clearly even underwater. Another grouper. This one was even bigger. He estimated it weighed about 10 or so jin. He adjusted his stance and raised his spear again. Whoosh! Hit! A little over an hour later, Hannah Wells surfaced. 7 or 8 fish, both grouper and sea bass, were already strung on the rope around his waist. Logan Turner hurried to help him pull them onto the boat. Brother Hannah, your efficiency. You're a beast. Hannah Wells wiped the water from his face and smiled. Not bad. Now it's your turn. There are plenty of conch and crabs over in that reef area. Go check it out. Got it. Logan Turner flipped into the water, sending up a splash. Hannah Wells sat at the edge of the boat, watching him swim toward the reef. Logan Turner was a truly excellent swimmer. His movements underwater were agile and fluid. He flipped over rocks and explored caves with complete ease. Before long, he had flipped over the first large rock. A blue crab darted out from beneath the rock, its 8 legs scurrying frantically. Logan Turner's eyes and hands moved in unison. He grabbed the crab's shell and lifted it up. The blue crab raised its 2 large claws in a threatening gesture, but there was no escaping now. He tossed the crab into the net pouch tied around his waist and continued his search. Turning over rocks, feeling inside caves, probing crevices. His movements grew increasingly skilled, and his haul grew larger and larger. Conch, crabs, lobsters. Before long, the net was bulging. Hannah Wells watched Logan Turner bobbing up and down in the water, silently marveling to herself. This kid was born to do this. 40 minutes later, Logan Turner surfaced. He held the heavy net in one hand and 2 large lobsters in the other. "Brother Hannah, look!" Hannah Wells pulled him onto the boat, looked at the catch in the net, and nodded. "Not bad. Brother Hannah, I just saw a cave over there. It looks like there's something big inside." Logan Turner pointed to a nearby reef area. "But I don't dare go down there alone. The cave is too deep." Hannah Wells followed his gaze. The structure of that reef area was indeed complex, and the underwater cave seemed bottomless. An ordinary fisherman would certainly not dare to go down there lightly. But Hannah Wells was different. "You rest for now. I'll go take a look." Hannah Wells entered the water once more. He swam toward the direction Logan Turner had pointed, approaching the reef area. The entrance to the underwater cave was large, wide enough for a person to fit through. Inside, it was pitch black and unfathomably deep. Hannah Wells turned on the flashlight she carried and shone it into the cave. The beam pierced the darkness, revealing the scene deep within the cave. There, a school of grouper was gathered together, at least a dozen of them. The largest among them, weighing a good 15 or 16 gene and covered in dark brown markings, was swimming leisurely. This was a natural fish nursery. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. A school of this size was rarely seen in coastal waters anymore. He steadied his breathing and approached slowly. The school of fish inside the cave seemed oblivious to the danger and continued to swim leisurely. Hannah Wells raised his spear gun and aimed at the largest grouper. Whoosh! Hit! The grouper thrashed violently, startling the other fish. The school exploded in an instant, scattering in all directions. Hannah Wells didn't panic. He swam to the other side of the cave, blocking the school's escape route. Another grouper swam toward him, and he raised his spear gun once more. Whoosh! Hit! He stayed in the cave for over 20 minutes, shooting a total of 7 grouper. The remaining fish had all hidden deep inside the cave and were nowhere to be found. Hannah Wells surfaced and tossed the fish into the boat's hold. Logan Turner's eyes widened at the sight of all those fish. "Brother Hannah, that's way too much. There's a school of fish in the cave," Hannah Wells said, wiping his face. "It's a good catch today, enough to sell for tens of thousands." That afternoon, the two returned with a full catch. The hold was piled high with all kinds of seafood: grouper, sea bass, conch, crabs, lobsters. When the villagers saw Hannah Wells' boat pull up to shore, they gathered around. "Hannah Wells caught another boatload of fish? That kid, he's really got some skills. Those fish, they're huge." Amid the chatter, there was envy, jealousy, and even disdain. Hannah Wells paid no attention. He and Logan Turner transported the seafood to the county seat and delivered it directly to Lin's restaurant. Li Guoqiang looked over the catch and nodded repeatedly. "Not bad. Not bad, all top quality goods." He had his staff weigh and tally the catch, then announced the final figure. "For the past few days combined, that comes to 63,000 for you." Hannah Wells nodded and accepted the money. Combined with his previous savings, he now had 960,000. After paying off the 860,000, he'd have exactly 100,000 left. That was enough. Leaving Lin's restaurant, Hannah Wells pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Logan Turner. "Here's your pay for the past few days, 3,000 in total." Logan Turner was stunned. "Brother Hannah, that's too much. We agreed on 500 a day before." "It's gone up," Hannah Wells said. "From now on, it's 1,000 a day." 1,000? Logan Turner couldn't believe his ears. "That's right." Hannah Wells patted him on the shoulder. "The goods you seized are worth that much. Honestly, hiring you for 1,000, I feel like I'm getting a good deal." Logan Turner's eyes welled up with tears. His lips trembled. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Finally, he nodded vigorously. "Brother Hannah, I'll definitely do my best." Chapter 026. Repayment Day. The day before repayment, Hannah Wells withdrew 800,000 in cash from the bank and packed it into a black briefcase. The money was heavy, but his heart felt light. A month of torment was finally coming to an end. Mrs. Chun looked at the briefcase full of money, her eyes reddening. "Fan-er, if your father's spirit were here in heaven, he'd be so happy." "Mom, once we pay Zhao Difu back tomorrow, our family's debt will be cleared." Mrs. Chun nodded, wiping away her tears. That evening, the Chun family's small courtyard buzzed with activity. Mrs. Chun had prepared a table full of dishes, and everyone gathered around. Lu Jiangwo raised his glass. Fan after tomorrow, you'll be debt-free and free as a bird. Chun Guilan also raised her glass. Fan your aunt believes in you. Just as your father built a successful career back then, so can you. Old Zhang smiled and said, Fan once we pay off the debt tomorrow, we'll start doing great things. Logan Turner rubbed his hands together with excitement. Brother Hannah, the look on Zhao Difu's face tomorrow when you slap the money down right in front of him is going to be priceless. Hannah Wells raised his glass, looking at the people around him, his mother, his aunt, his uncle, Old Zhang, and Logan Turner. These people were genuinely there to help him. They clinked glasses and drank them dry. After dinner, Hannah Wells lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow Zhao Difu would come. Logan Turner, Chun Guofu, and his cousin Qin Jiqiang would surely come as well. Those who had once mocked and doubted him would all see him prove himself through his own merits. At this thought, Hannah Wells' heartbeat quickened slightly. It wasn't nervousness, it was anticipation. As dawn was just breaking, Hannah Wells got out of bed. He dressed neatly and took the black suitcase out of the closet. The hefty sum of 800,000 was inside. Chun's mother stood nearby, watching him, her eyes slightly reddened. Fan go on. Once you've paid off the debt, our family will be in the clear. Hannah Wells picked up the briefcase and walked toward the door. In the courtyard, his Aunt Qin Guilan, his uncle Lu Jiangwo, Old Zhang, and Logan Turner were already waiting. When they saw Hannah Wells emerge, they all gathered around her. Fan are you ready? I'm ready. Let us go. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand. We're all going together. The group marched in a grand procession toward the village entrance. A crowd of villagers had already gathered at the small square by the village entrance. Today was the day Hannah Wells was due to repay the loan, and everyone had come to watch the spectacle. Among the crowd were those who supported Hannah Wells, those waiting to see him make a fool of himself, and those who were simply there for the excitement. Whispers and speculation rose and fell. Will Hannah Wells be able to pay it back? He should be able to. He's made quite a bit of money lately. Who knows? What if it's not enough? Zhao Difu isn't someone to mess with. Chun Guofu and Qin Jiqiang had also arrived. They stood at the back of the crowd, wearing expressions of anticipation. Jiqiang, do you think that kid can pay it back? Chun Guofu asked in a low voice. Hard to say, Chun Jiqiang chuckled. Even if he made over 500,000 at the auction, he'd still be short by over 200,000. That's 200,000, not 20 yuan. Given how broke his family is, I doubt he'll make it. Qin Guofu nodded. If he can't pay it back, the ancestral home will go to Zhao Difu. I'll figure something out then. The two exchanged a knowing smile, both waiting to see Hannah Wells make a fool of herself. 8 o'clock sharp. The sound of car engines could be heard. 2 black sedans pulled into the village entrance and stopped at the edge of the square. The doors opened, and Zhao Difu stepped out, flanked by 4 or 5 burly men. He was dressed in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, and exuded an imposing presence. The villagers scrambled to step back, clearing a path for him. Zhao Difu took off his sunglasses, surveyed the scene, and let out a cold smile. Well, it's quite a crowd here. His gaze fell on Hannah Wells, and he narrowed his eyes. Mr. Chun, the 1-month deadline has passed. Have you come up with the 800,000 yet? His tone carried a clear note of provocation. It was as if he were absolutely certain Hannah Wells wouldn't be able to come up with the money. Hannah Wells looked at him, her expression calm. Did you bring it? Zhao Difu asked again, raising his voice slightly. If you didn't sign the transfer agreement right now and transfer the ancestral home to me. Behind him, several burly men took a step forward, their threatening intent unmistakable. The villagers held their breath, watching the scene with bated breath. Hannah Wells said nothing. She picked up the black briefcase in her hand and took a step forward. 800,000, not a penny less. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly across the crowd. Zhao Difu froze for a moment. What did you say? Hannah Wells set the briefcase on the ground and opened it. It was filled to the brim with cash, neatly stacked inside. The villagers let out a gasp. That much money! He really did come up with it. 800,000. Zhao Difu's expression changed. He hadn't expected Hannah Wells to actually come up with 800,000. He assumed that Hannah Wells, a young beachcomber, couldn't possibly earn that much in a single month. But now the money was right in front of him. He had no choice but to accept the reality. 800,000. You can count it. His tone was calm, but his gaze was sharp. Zhao Difu stood with a grim expression, making no move. One of his henchmen behind him stepped forward and began counting the money. Bundle after bundle of cash was brought out and quickly counted. The villagers craned their necks to watch, murmuring among themselves. Is this for real? How did he make so much money? At an auction, I heard he sold a 50-gene grouper and a 30-gene true dragon, making over 500,000. Wow, that's incredible. That kid's got some skills. The counting went on for several minutes. Finally, the henchman stood up and whispered a few words into Zhao Difu's ear. Zhao Difu's expression grew even more somber. The amount was correct. 800,000, not a fin less. He had no choice but to accept the reality. Hannah Wells looked at him and said, Mr. Zhao, I've given you the money. Where's the IOU? Zhao Difu, his face still grim, pulled a piece of paper from his chest. It was the IOU signed by Hannah Wells' father. He handed the IOU to Hannah Wells. Hannah Wells took it, examined it carefully, and after confirming it was correct, tore the IOU to shreds. The scraps scattered across the ground. Mr. Zhao, we're even. Hannah Wells' voice was calm, yet it carried a sense of relief. A month of torment had finally come to an end. The villagers watched the scene and let out a gasp of surprise. He paid it back. He really paid it back. 800,000. That guy's something else. The ancestral home is saved. Chun Guofu and Chun Jiqiang stood at the back of the crowd, their faces ashen. They hadn't expected Hannah Wells to actually be able to repay the debt. Chun Jiqiang's smile froze on his face. It took him a long time to come to his senses. This can't be possible. Chun Guofu clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails were digging into his flesh. The ancestral home was a lost cause. Hannah Wells looked at Zhao Difu and said, Mr. Zhao, the debt is settled. Please go now. Zhao Difu stood motionless, his face dark with anger. He stared at Hannah Wells, his eyes filled with resentment. He never expected that a young man he looked down on could turn the tables on him right in front of his own eyes. Hannah Wells turned and walked toward her home. Her aunt, her uncle, old Zhang, and Logan Turner followed behind her, all with smiles on their faces. The villagers made way for them, their eyes filled with awe and envy. Today, Hannah Wells had proven herself. He wasn't some good-for-nothing young man, he was a man of substance. 800,000, in a month he paid it back without hesitation. There wasn't a second person in the entire county with that kind of guts. Hannah Wells walked out of the square and glanced back over her shoulder. Zhao Difu was still standing in the same spot, his face dark with anger. Logan Turner, Chun Guofu, and his cousin Qin Jiqiang were also standing in the crowd, their expressions grim. Hannah Wells' lips curled slightly upward. He kept everything he wanted to say to himself. Just you wait and see. This is only the beginning. Chapter 027. Zhao Difu's threat. Hannah Wells had taken only a few steps when she heard Zhao Difu's voice from behind her. Wait! Hannah Wells stopped and turned around. Zhao Difu stood where he was, his face grim, his eyes filled with resentment. Chun, do you think paying back the money means you're off the hook? His tone was icy, laced with menace. The villagers scrambled backward, watching the scene nervously. Hannah Wells looked at him, her expression calm. Mr. Zhao, I've paid back the money and torn up the IOU. What else is there to discuss? Zhao Difu let out a cold laugh. Discuss? Humph. There's plenty to discuss. He took 2 steps forward, followed by several burly men. You make 800,000 a month, you think I don't know how you make that kind of money? His voice rose a few notches, deliberately loud enough for everyone around to hear. Beachcombing? 800,000 a month? Who are you trying to fool? The villagers began to whisper among themselves. Yeah. 800,000 a month, that's way too far-fetched. How did he make it? He must be up to something shady, right? Hannah Wells listened to the murmurs, her expression unruffled. She had long anticipated that Zhao Difu would pull this stunt. Mr. Zhao, what are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? Zhao Difu sneered. I'm saying that your money comes from shady sources. I can report you at any time. His threat was blunt. Hannah Wells' expression shifted slightly. Mr. Zhao, are you threatening me? Threatening? Zhao Difu burst out laughing. I, Zhao Difu, never need to resort to threats. I'm just reminding you to keep a low profile. Don't think you're all that just because you have a little money. His gaze grew sharp. With your limited capabilities, I can get to the bottom of this at any time. When that happens, you won't even have a place to cry. Hannah Wells stood there, staring at Zhao Defa, silent for quite a while. The atmosphere around them was extremely tense. The villagers held their breath, unsure how Hannah Wells would respond. Hannah Wells smiled. Mr. Zhao, if you want to investigate, go ahead and do so. Her tone was calm, but her gaze was piercing. Every penny I've earned from gathering seafood is completely above board. If you can find anything wrong, I'll gladly accept the punishment. Zhao Difu's expression changed. He hadn't expected Hannah Wells to dare to respond so defiantly. Hannah Wells took 2 steps forward, closing in on Zhao Difu, and lowered her voice. However, Mr. Zhao, I'd also like to remind you of something. What is it? Zhao Difu frowned. You've been in the lending business for so many years, charging interest rates several times higher than the bank's that's illegal. Hannah Wells' voice was low, but every word was clear. Your thugs using violence to collect debts that's illegal too. And your dealings with certain people, I have plenty of evidence on that as well. Zhao Difu's face instantly turned ashen. He hadn't expected Hannah Wells to dare say such things. What evidence are you talking about? Hannah Wells looked him in the eye, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward. Mr. Zhao, what do you think? She didn't answer directly, but this rhetorical question sent a jolt through Zhao Difu's heart. Hannah Wells continued, Mr. Zhao, let us keep our affairs separate. I've paid back the money, the debt is settled. If you want to cause trouble, I'm not afraid. At worst, we'll both go down, let us see who falls first. His gaze was calm, but the threat behind it was unmistakable. Zhao Difu stared at Hannah Wells, saying nothing for quite a while. He was weighing his options in his mind. Does this kid actually have any evidence? What if he really did uncover something? No, that's impossible. He's just a young guy who gathers seafood on the beach. How could he have the means to do that? But what if he does? Zhao Difu took a deep breath, forcing down the rage boiling inside him. He realized that, as things stood today, he had already lost. Continuing this confrontation would only make him look even worse. If this kid really had something up his sleeve, that would be trouble. All right, he nodded. Mr. Chun, you've got guts. He turned and walked toward the black sedans. A few burly men followed behind him, slinking away in defeat. The villagers watched Zhao Difu leave, letting out a chorus of gasps. Zhao Difu got scared off. Hannah Wells is amazing. He actually dared to go head-to-head with Zhao Difu. Whispers of astonishment and admiration rippled through the crowd. Hannah Wells stood where he was, watching Zhao Difu's car disappear at the village entrance, and let out a long sigh of relief. A thin sheen of sweat had already broken out on his back. In truth, he had no evidence at all. What he just said was pure bluff. He was taking a gamble, betting that Zhao Difu wouldn't dare take the risk. He was betting that this old fox would become paranoid, afraid that he really did have something up his sleeve. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. His aunt, Chun Guilin, and his uncle, Lu Jiangwo, walked over, both looking worried. Fan you said just now that you had evidence, was that true? Hannah Wells shook her head and lowered her voice.
No.
I tricked him. Lu Jiangwo froze for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Way to go, kid. You were taking a gamble. I had no choice, Hannah Wells said with a wry smile. With someone like Zhao Difu, if you don't scare him a little, he won't let it go. Chun Guilin patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. That scared the life out of me. I thought you'd really found something. Old Zhang walked over and patted Hannah Wells on the shoulder. Fan you pulled that off beautifully today. You finally took care of that old fox. Zhao Difu, don't be so modest. Old Zhang burst out laughing. You've got guts, just like I did when I was young. Logan Turner also joined in, so excited he could barely get his words out. Brother Hannah, you're amazing. The look on Zhao Difu's face just now was priceless. Hannah Wells shook her head with a smile. All right, let us head home for dinner. The group set off toward the Chun family's house. The villagers made way for them, their eyes filled with awe and envy. Today, Hannah Wells had not only settled her debt but also established her authority in front of everyone. She had single-handedly forced someone like Zhao Difu to back down. Such decisiveness and courage there wasn't a second person like her in the entire county. Halfway there, Hannah Wells glanced back. In the crowd, Logan Turner, Chun Guofu, and her cousin Chen Jiqiang were still standing in the same spot, their faces grim. Hannah Wells paid them no mind and turned to continue on her way. Just you wait. Today was just about repaying the debt. There were still scores to settle. At the entrance to the Chen family's home, Chan's mother was standing in the courtyard, constantly glancing toward the village entrance. She hadn't gone to the repayment site not because she didn't care, but because she was too worried. She feared something might go wrong, feared Zhao Difu might pull a fast one, feared her son might get the short end of the stick. She was pacing restlessly at home, able only to wait in silence. When she saw Hannah Wells and her group returning, her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. Fan how did it go? Mom, the debt's settled. Hannah Wells said, from now on, our family's debt is completely wiped clean. Tears immediately streamed down Chun's mother's face. That's wonderful if your father were here in heaven. He'd be so proud of you. Hannah Wells held her mother's hand and said, Mom, from now on, our family's life will only get better and better. Chun's mother nodded, wiping away her tears. In the courtyard, Auntie, Uncle, Old Zhang, and Logan Turner were sitting together in a circle. Hannah Wells brought 2 envelopes out from the house. Auntie, Uncle, this is the money you gave me earlier. She handed them the envelopes. 10,000 for you, Auntie, and 50,000 for you, Uncle. I didn't end up using this money. I've earned enough on my own. I'm returning it to you now. Chun Guilan was taken aback for a moment and hurriedly refused. Fan I gave you this money, you don't have to pay it back. That's right. Lu Jiangwo added. We agreed back then that this was a helping hand, not a loan. Auntie, Uncle, please hear me out. Hannah Wells said earnestly, looking at them. I know this money was a gesture of your kindness. But you aren't well off yourselves. Auntie still has 2 children to raise, and Uncle's business needs working capital. She pressed the envelope into their hands. I've accepted the money as a gesture of your kindness. But this you must keep it. When I have money in the future, I'll find a proper way to repay you. Chun Guilan and Lu Jiangwo exchanged a glance. Their eyes slightly reddened.
Chen Gilan clasped Hannah Wells' hand.
You're such a good kid. Auntie, please take it. Hannah Wells smiled. Today is a special day, let us not keep passing it back and forth. Lu Jiangwo patted Hannah Wells on the shoulder, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Good kid, just like your dad, so strong-willed. At noon, Chun's mother prepared a table full of dishes, and everyone ate together. The atmosphere was lively, just like a holiday. Hannah Wells looked at these people and felt a wave of warmth wash over her. These people were genuinely helping her. The debt was paid off and the ancestral home was saved. Next, she needed to plan her future carefully. Buy a boat, set sail, and make a big splash. She'd show those who looked down on her what she was made of. Chapter 028, The Wave Chaser. After the repayment incident, the tone of the village gossip shifted. Those who had previously claimed Hannah Wells had dubious origins had now fallen silent. Those who had been waiting to see him fail had now lost their edge. In their place, there was a wave of admiration and awe. That Hannah Wells, he's got some real skills. Earning 800,000 a month and then throwing the money right in Zhao Difu's face, that's so satisfying. That old fox Zhao Difu, he's finally had his comeuppance. Hannah Wells' reputation spread like wildfire throughout the village. Those who had previously ignored him now took the initiative to greet him whenever they saw him. Fan way to go. Fan if you've got any good gigs in the future, remember to call me. Fan that boat of yours looks pretty nice. When will you take me out for a spin? Hannah Wells responded to each one, but he knew full well in his heart. These people were just following the wind. He kept a mental record of those who had truly helped him. He also knew exactly where these fair-weather friends stood. At dusk, Chen Jiqiang arrived. He stood at the gate to the courtyard, a complex expression on his face. Fan. Hannah Wells glanced up at him but said nothing. Chen Jiqiang took a couple of steps closer, an awkward smile on his face. Fan congratulations on paying off your debt. Hannah Wells' tone was flat, devoid of any unnecessary pleasantries. Chen Jiqiang stood there, rubbing his hands together, unsure of what to say. Before coming, he thought of so many things to say. He wanted to explain that his earlier remarks were just a joke, to say he always believed Hannah Wells could pay off her debt, and to mend their relationship. But now, faced with Hannah Wells' cold demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to say a single word. Fan, don't take what I said earlier to heart. I won't take it to heart. Hannah Wells interrupted him. Cousin, you go about your business. I have things to do. Chun Jiqiang stood there, his face flushing red and then turning pale. In the end, he could only turn and walk away sheepishly. Hannah Wells wasn't bothered by the outside gossip. After dinner, he sought out old Zhang. Uncle Zhang, any news about that boat we talked about last time? Old Zhang looked at Hannah Wells and said earnestly, Fanner, the boat isn't a problem. I've already looked into it for you. But buying a boat is a big deal. Your funds are limited, so you really need to think it through. Uncle Zhang, do you think I should buy one? You should, old Zhang said. You've got what it takes, kid. With a boat, you'll be able to put your skills to good use. Hannah Wells thought for a moment, then said, Uncle Zhang, I'm planning to buy a small motorized fishing boat first. Once I've made some money, I'll upgrade to a bigger one. That's the right approach, old Zhang nodded. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Start small and take it one step at a time. By the way, Fanner, old Zhang reminded her. Buying a boat is easy, but running one is hard. You'll have to learn the ropes on board. I'm willing to learn, Hannah Wells said. Uncle Zhang, can you teach me? Of course, old Zhang said with a smile. Since you're eager to learn, I'll definitely teach you. Early the next morning, old Zhang came knocking on the door. Fanner, I've lined up a few boats for sale. Want to go check them out today? Hannah Wells nodded and followed old Zhang toward the Manan fishing harbor. Logan Turner tagged along as well, rubbing his hands together with excitement the whole way. Brother Hannah, are we really going to have our own boat? Yeah, we'll start with a used one first, then upgrade to a bigger one once we've made some money. Several fishing boats for sale were moored along the harbor. Old Zhang led Hannah Wells as they inspected them one by one. This one is too old, the engine is no good. This one's hold is too small, it can't carry much cargo. This one it's not bad, but the price is too high. Hannah Wells listened carefully to old Zhang's analysis, and she gradually began to get a better sense of things. Buying a boat is no small matter. There are many factors to consider. Engine performance, cargo hold capacity, hull condition, price. Every single one had to be weighed carefully. After looking at a few boats, old Zhang led Hannah Wells to the one at the very end. Take a look at this one. Hannah Wells looked up. It was a small fishing boat about 12 meters long. The hull looked about 70 to 80% new, and the boat seemed fairly sturdy overall. The hull was a bit weathered, but it was clear it had been well maintained. What's this boat called? The Wave Chaser, old Zhang said. The owner is a middle-aged man who has been in the fishing business for a few years, but his operations haven't been going well, so he wants to change careers. Hannah Wells hopped aboard and gave the boat a thorough inspection. The engine was an old diesel unit, not very powerful, but it ran fairly smoothly. The cabin wasn't large, but it was clean and tidy. The deck showed some wear, but there were no major issues. With a displacement of about 20 metric tons, it was suitable for inshore operations. The owner, a man in his 40s, saw Hannah Wells inspecting the boat and walked over. Young man, interested in this boat? I'd like to learn more about it, Hannah Wells said. How long have you been operating this boat? 5 years, the owner replied. I'm not very good at running a business. I haven't made any money after all these years, so I'm planning to switch careers. How's the engine? It's okay. It's an older model, but it's reliable. I service it every year, and it's never had any major problems. Hannah Wells nodded and asked a few more questions. The owner answered them all one by one. He seemed like an honest guy. Old Zhang watched from the sidelines and didn't speak until Hannah Wells had finished asking her questions. Fan-er, what do you think? Hannah Wells thought for a moment. Although this boat wasn't the best, it offered good value for the price. The hull was sturdy, the engine was reliable, and the price shouldn't be too high. Uncle Zhang, how much do you think this boat is worth? Old Zhang paused to consider. Based on current market conditions, this boat is worth between 45,000 and 50,000. If you know how to haggle, you should be able to get it for 45,000. Hannah Wells turned to the boat owner. Sir, please name your price. The boat owner hesitated for a moment. 50,000. 45,000, Hannah Wells countered. I know it's a good boat, but my funds are limited. That's the best I can offer. The boat owner looked at Hannah Wells, then at Old Zhang. You're Old Zhang's nephew, Old Zhang said. This kid's from Qinjia village. He just paid off his debts a while back, so he's really tight on cash right now. The boat owner nodded. All right, 45,000 it is. I'll give Old Zhang that much face. Hannah Wells breathed a sigh of relief. It's a deal. Cash in hand, boat in hand. After completing the paperwork, Hannah Wells officially became the owner of the Chu Lang. Standing at the bow, he looked at the boat that was now his own, his heart filled with excitement. Logan Turner ran over, his eyes sparkling. Brother Hannah, we've got a boat. Hannah Wells smiled. From now on, we'll set sail on this boat. Awesome. Logan Turner jumped up and down with excitement. Old Zhang looked at Hannah Wells, his eyes full of satisfaction. Feiner, having a boat is just the first step. Now you have to run it well. I know, Uncle Zhang, Hannah Wells said. I'll do my best. Although this boat is second-hand, it's in good condition, Old Zhang said. Give it a little overhaul back at the village, and it'll be ready to set sail. Okay. Hannah Wells nodded and steered the Chu Lang slowly back to the village dock. On the way, he silently ran the numbers in his head. She spent 45,000 on the boat, leaving her with 55,000. Buy some fishing gear, and the rest will serve as working capital. It's more than enough. When she returned to the village pier, a crowd gathered. Hannah Wells bought a boat? That kid, she's getting more and more impressive. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, but Hannah Wells paid them no mind. He stood at the bow, gazing out at the vast ocean in the distance. A new chapter had officially begun. Volume 2. Setting Sail. Chapter 029. Preparations for the maiden voyage. The next day, Hannah Wells began refurbishing the Chu Lang. Old Zhang showed up first thing in the morning, bringing several workers with him. Feiner, refurbishing a boat is no small matter. I'm here to help you keep an eye on things. Hannah Wells followed Old Zhang as they carefully inspected the Chu Lang from bow to stern. The engine was the most critical component. Old Zhang had the workers disassemble the diesel engine and inspect every part. The fuel pump is a bit worn out, we'll need to replace it. The fuel injectors need replacing too, or fuel consumption will be too high. The cooling system is fine, just give it a good cleaning. Old Zhang spoke as he inspected the engine, while Hannah Wells took careful notes beside him. Feiner, the engine is the heart of the boat. You must maintain it well at all times. If something goes wrong out at sea, there's nowhere to get it repaired. I'll keep that in mind. There were also a few areas in the hull that needed repair. There was a slight leak in the bilge, though not serious. It could cause problems during a long voyage. Old Zhang had the workers sand down the leaking area and seal it with a special material. This is called a watertight compartment, Old Zhang explained. For fishing boats at sea, leaks are the biggest fear. That's why the hull must remain watertight. Got it. Hannah Wells watched the workers at work, taking everything in. The deck also needed reinforcing in a few places. The railings were a bit loose, and there was some wear along the walkway. Although these weren't major issues, they could become serious problems if the boat encountered rough seas. Safety first, Old Zhang said. Every single part on this boat could be a matter of life and death. Hannah Wells nodded. She knew Old Zhang was right. The risks at sea were high, even the slightest oversight could be fatal. Logan Turner came to help as well. Although he didn't understand the technical aspects, he was strong and capable of doing physical labor. Carrying things, passing tools, cleaning the hold, he worked hard at everything. Dazhuang, learn well, Hannah Wells told him. In the future, you'll need to be able to handle things on the boat on your own. Got it, Brother Hannah? Logan Turner nodded vigorously. The repairs would take 2 days. But Hannah Wells knew that a boat alone wasn't enough. They also needed fishing gear. Leaving Logan Turner at the repair site, Hannah Wells followed Old Zhang to a fishing tackle shop in the county seat. The owner of the fishing tackle shop was a middle-aged man in his 50s named Wang, an old acquaintance of Old Zhang. Hey, Old Zhang, what a rare visit. Mr. Wang greeted him warmly. What are you here to buy today? I'm getting some fishing gear for my nephew, Old Zhang said, pointing at Hannah Wells. He just bought a boat and is planning to go into fishing. That's great news. Mr. Wang took a good look at Hannah Wells. Young man, which area are you planning to fish in? Nearshore or offshore? I'll start with nearshore for now, Hannah Wells said. Then you'll need to be fully equipped, Old Zhang chimed in. leading Hannah Wells further into the store. Inside the fishing tackle shop, a dazzling array of fishing gear was on display. Fishing nets, crab traps, hooks, fishing line. They had everything. Fishing gear is a fisherman's livelihood. You've got to choose the best, old Zhang said. Let me walk you through what you need for each item. He pointed to a fishing net hanging on the wall and said, let us start with the nets. For inshore fishing, the most common type is the drift gill net. Drift gill net. That's right. Old Zhang took down a roll of fishing net and unrolled it for Hannah Wells to see. Look at these mesh sizes, they vary. The larger mesh catches bigger fish, the smaller mesh catches smaller fish. Since we're fishing in coastal waters, we mainly catch pomfret, Spanish mackerel, and hairtail, so medium-sized mesh will do. Hannah Wells examined the roll of fishing net closely. The netting was very fine but sturdy. How much is a roll of this net? 300, said Mr. Wang. This is top-quality nylon netting. It's very durable. I'll take 2 rolls for now, said Hannah Wells. Old Zhang nodded and pointed to the cage next to it. These are crab traps, specifically for catching crabs and lobsters. The crab traps were cylindrical, woven from wire, with an opening at one end and barbed wires inside. They're easy to use, old Zhang explained. Just put the bait inside, toss it onto the seabed, and the crabs and lobsters will be drawn in by the scent. The barbed wires keep them from getting out once they're in. That's great. Hannah Wells thought for a moment. I'll take 20 of those crab traps first. And this one, old Zhang pointed to the long line on the other side. Long line fishing. Long line fishing? Right, it's also called long line fishing, old Zhang said, pulling out a bundle of line. Look, this main line is several hundred meters long, with a branch line tied to it at regular intervals. Each branch line has a hook. When you use it, you let out the main line, bait the hooks, and the fish will take the bait on their own. Hannah Wells suddenly understood. He'd only ever seen this method on TV before. He never expected to be able to buy the gear himself today. What kind of fish is this good for? Grouper, sea bass, red snapper. You can catch all the good ones, old Zhang said. Plus, the fish you catch this way are of better quality than those caught in nets, so they fetch a higher price. I'll take a set, Hannah Wells said decisively. Old Zhang showed her a few more types of fishing gear. In the end, Hannah Wells' shopping list looked like this. 2 rolls of drift nets, 600 yuan. 20 crab traps, 1,000 yuan. 1 long line fishing set, 400 yuan. 1 waterproof wetsuit and spear gun set, 800 yuan. This was for Logan Turner. Various accessories, fish hooks, fishing line, floats, sinkers, etc. 200 yuan. That comes to 3,000 yuan in total, Mr. Wang calculated. Since you're old Zhang's friend, I'll round it down to 2,980. Hannah Wells paid and loaded the fishing gear into the car. Old Zhang patted her on the shoulder. Now that you have all the gear, the next step is to learn how to use it. Uncle Zhang, can you teach me? Of course, old Zhang said with a smile. This afternoon, I'll take you out to sea to give it a try. Back in the village, Hannah Wells loaded the fishing gear onto the chulang. Logan Turner's eyes lit up as he looked at the pile of new gear. Brother Hannah, we're all set now. Hannah Wells nodded. This afternoon, Uncle Zhang will take us out to test the boat and teach you how to use this gear while we're at it. That's great. That afternoon, the chulang slowly pulled away from the dock. Old Zhang stood at the bow, directing Hannah Wells as she operated the boat. Don't go too fast at first, let the engine warm up. Got it. Keep an eye on the front, there's a reef area up ahead. Steer clear of it. Got it. The chulang glided slowly across the water, the engine's rumble steady and powerful. Hannah Wells gripped the helm, feeling the boat's gentle rise and fall. This was what it felt like to steer her own boat. It was different. It really was different. When they reached a reef area near the coast, old Zhang told Hannah Wells to stop the boat. Come on. Let us try the drift gill net first. Old Zhang directed Hannah Wells and Logan Turner to slowly lower the drift gill net into the water. Remember 3 key points for using a drift gill net. First, set the net with the current, not against it. Second, keep the net taut, no knots. Third, mark the spot after setting it, or you won't be able to find it. Hannah Wells took careful note. After setting the net, they tried out the crab traps. Place the crab traps next to the reef's. Crabs and lobsters like to hide there. Old Zhang guided Logan Turner as they lowered the crab traps into the water one by one. Remember, tie a float to each crab trap, otherwise, You won't be able to find them. Got it, Uncle Zhang. Last up was longline fishing. Longline fishing is relatively complicated, so old Zhang patiently demonstrated the process over and over again. Keep the main line straight, and make sure the branch lines don't get tangled. The bait must be securely hooked, otherwise it'll fall off the moment the fish struggles. Hannah Wells and Logan Turner followed along. Though they were a bit clumsy at first, they gradually got the hang of it. After an afternoon of testing, the Zhu Lang successfully completed all the trials. The engine was running smoothly, the hull was stable, and all the fishing gear was in working order. On the way back, old Zhang asked Hannah Wells, "Sailor, how did it go?" "Great," Hannah Wells smiled. "With this boat and all this gear, I feel like I can accomplish great things." "Don't get ahead of yourself," old Zhang said. "The boat and gear are just tools. What really matters is skill and experience. These things take time to build up." "I know, Uncle Zhang," Hannah Wells said. "I'll learn everything I can." Chapter 030, 3 minutes to set the net, half an hour to unhook the fish. It was early morning before dawn. Hannah Wells arrived at the pier. The Chu Lang was moored at the shore, a red ribbon tied to its bow, fluttering gently in the morning breeze. This was a custom among fishermen in southern Fujian on a new boat's maiden voyage. A red ribbon is tied to the bow for good luck. Logan Turner had already arrived, carrying a large bag of items. "Brother Hannah, I've brought everything." Hannah Wells nodded and hopped aboard. He arranged the items Logan Turner had brought one by one. Incense, candles, joss paper, fruit, the 3 sacrificial animals: chicken, fish, and pork, and a string of firecrackers. This is the custom of southern Fujian fishermen on their first voyage out to sea. They must offer sacrifices to Mazu, the goddess of the sea, to pray for safety and smooth sailing. The atmosphere was lively. Hannah Wells lit the incense and candles and reverently placed 3 sticks of incense at the bow of the boat. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times toward the sea. "Mazu, Our Lady, I, Hannah Wells, a devout believer, am setting out on my maiden voyage today. I pray for your blessing, calm seas, and a bountiful catch." His voice was devout and solemn. Logan Turner knelt down as well and bowed his head 3 times. "May Mazu bless us so that our brother Hannah can fill his nets every time he goes out to sea." After the ritual, Hannah Wells burned the joss paper and cast the fruits and the 3 types of animal offerings into the sea. These were offerings to Mazu, as well as toll money for the Dragon King of the Sea. Finally, he lit the string of firecrackers. Crackle, crackle. The sound of firecrackers echoed across the pier, and red debris drifted onto the deck. Drawn by the noise, the villagers came out one after another to watch. Is Hannah Wells launching his new boat? Judging by the way he's doing it, he's really going all out. The young man knows the proper customs that's good. Amid the chatter, old Zhang arrived. He stood on the shore, watching the ceremony for the Hannah Wells, a pleased smile on his face.
Fein air.
Hannah Wells turned to look. "Uncle Zhang." Old Zhang waved his hand and called out loudly. "Remember, the very first haul on the maiden voyage is the most important. This first haul sets the tone. If it's a good start, your future voyages will go smoothly. If it's not, don't let it weigh on your mind." Hannah Wells replied loudly, "I'll remember." Old Zhang continued to shout, "Don't worry about how much you catch on the first haul, just make sure you catch something. As long as you bring something up, it's a good omen. It doesn't matter if the net comes up empty, we'll try again next time." Hannah Wells nodded. "I understand." Old Zhang nodded in satisfaction and shouted again, "Go on. These waters are yours now." The wave chaser slowly pulled away from the dock. Hannah Wells stood in the wheelhouse, gripping the wheel and feeling the boat's vibrations. He glanced back at the dock. Old Zhang was still standing there, waving at him. The villagers were also watching from the shore, chatting animatedly. It was the new boat's maiden voyage, and everyone was paying close attention. The wave chaser gradually sailed away, and the figures on the dock grew smaller and smaller. Hannah Wells turned to face the ocean, a warm surge welling up inside him. This was the first time he'd taken his own boat out to sea. A different boat, a different feeling. The weight of responsibility on his shoulders felt different, too. After half an hour, the wave chaser reached a stretch of water near the coast. Hannah Wells slowed down and brought the boat to a stop. "Dazhuang, get the fishing net ready." "Got it." Logan Turner hauled the drift net onto the deck and waited for Hannah Wells' instructions. Hannah Wells walked to the side of the boat and looked down into the water. His ability activated. and his vision instantly pierced through the water's surface. The underwater world was clearly visible to him. Reefs, seaweed, sandy bottoms. He was searching for schools of fish. Old Zhang had said that the first cast was the most important. It set the tone for the rest of the catch. With this first cast, he had to hit the mark. His gaze swept across the water, searching intently. Crevices in the reef, depressions in the sandy bottom, among the seaweed. There, on the eastern side of a cluster of reefs, a school of bass was swimming. There were quite a few, at least 40 or 50. Hannah Wells closely observed the school's movements. The school of bass was moving eastward at a slow pace, as if foraging. He closed his eyes, calculating the angle and timing for casting the net. The current flowed from west to east, and the school was also swimming eastward. Following Old Zhang's teaching to go with the flow, the net should be cast eastward to intercept the fish with the current. He opened his eyes and said to Logan Turner, "Dazhuang, get ready to cast the net. Cast it to the east with the current." Logan Turner paused for a moment. "Brother Hannah, how do you know there are fish over there?" "Intuition," Hannah Wells smiled. "A fisherman's instinct." Logan Turner scratched his head. Although he didn't quite understand, he chose to trust him. "All right." Logan Turner cast the drift net into the water. The net unfurled on the surface and slowly sank with the current. Hannah Wells watched from underwater, his eyes fixed on the school of bass. The school was swimming eastward, straight toward the net. The timing was perfect. He watched as the first bass crashed into the net, followed by the second, the third. The school became entangled in the net and began to thrash about. Hannah Wells waited a moment to make sure most of the fish were trapped, then said, "Haul it in." Logan Turner paused for a moment. "Brother Hannah, already?" "Yes, haul it in." Although puzzled, Logan Turner began pulling in the net. The net was heavy. Clearly, they had a good catch. "Brother Hannah, this feels really heavy." The two of them worked together to haul the net onto the boat. The moment the net broke the surface, Logan Turner's eyes widened in astonishment. The net was packed to the brim with fish, perch, yellow croakers, and a few groupers, at least 30 or 40 of them. Logan Turner's mouth dropped open, and he was speechless for a moment. This. He looked at the net full of fish, then glanced at Hannah Wells. "Brother Hannah, how did you do that? We've only had the net in the water for a few minutes, and we've already caught this much." Hannah Wells smiled and was about to answer when he realized there was an awkward problem. There were so many fish, tangled tightly in the net, that no matter how they tried, they couldn't untangle them. Hannah Wells tried to pull one out, but its fin got caught in the mesh, and the tighter he pulled, the more tangled it became. Logan Turner went to help, but in his flustered haste, he only made the net even more tangled. "Brother Hannah, what do we do now?" Hannah Wells furrowed his brow and studied the situation closely. He realized there was a technique to untangling the fish. You couldn't just yank them. You had to follow the angle of the fish's body, gently twisting it so the fins would slide out of the mesh. "Dazhuang, don't yank. Follow the curve of the fish's body and take it slow." "Okay." The two of them crouched on the deck, freeing the fish one by one. 1, 2, 3. Time ticked by second. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. By the time they finally freed all the fish, both were drenched in sweat, and their hands were covered in cuts from the fish fins. Logan Turner looked at the deck covered in fish, then at his own disheveled appearance, and scratched his head sheepishly. "Brother Hannah, I see this a little embarrassing. It took just a few minutes to set the net, but half an hour to gut the fish. If word got out, people would probably laugh at them." Hannah Wells gave a wry smile. "We're beginners. It's normal. We'll get the hang of it next time." He looked at the fish. His hands were also cut in several places, throbbing slightly. That was the price of inexperience. Still, the catch was indeed impressive. Logan Turner gazed at the fish, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. "Brother Hannah, you're amazing. You must be related to the Dragon King of the Sea." Hannah Wells stowed the fish in the hold. "This is just the first haul. Keep going. Don't get too excited just yet." "Got it." Chapter 031. A full hold on the maiden voyage. After unloading the first net, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner were both drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Logan Turner had just finished reorganizing the fishing net when he turned and saw the crab traps piled in the corner. He paused in surprise. "Brother Hannah, the crab traps. We haven't set them out yet." Hannah Wells also paused for a moment. He'd been so focused on finding the fish schools and setting the nets that he'd completely forgotten about this. But he certainly couldn't let on in front of his younger brother otherwise. It would make him look like a total amateur. Of course I know, he said calmly. I've got that covered. Huh. Logan Turner scratched his head. What do you mean? Set the net first, then the traps, that's the strategy. Hannah Wells said with a straight face. The net will scatter the school of fish, and that's when the crabs and lobsters will scurry into the reefs, the perfect time to set the traps. Oh, so that's how it works, Logan Turner exclaimed, a light bulb going off in his head. Brother Hannah, you're amazing. Hannah Wells secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this kid was easy to fool. All right, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and bring the crab traps over. Let us strike while the iron is hot. Got it. The wave chaser headed toward the reef area. Hannah Wells used her skills to search underwater for suitable spots to set the crab traps. Crevices in the reef, the edges of caves, depressions in the sandy bottom, these were all places where crabs and lobsters like to hide. Dazhuang, set 2 here. Got it. Put 3 next to that reef over there. Got it. Put 2 behind that big rock. Out of 20 crab traps, Hannah Wells carefully selected more than a dozen spots. She had personally surveyed each location using her abilities and confirmed there were indeed signs of crab activity underwater. After setting the crab traps, the 2 continued casting their nets. The second haul was also good, yielding over 20 fish. This time, they were much more skilled at gutting the fish, taking only 20 minutes. The third haul was slightly smaller, but they still caught over a dozen. At 2 p.m., Hannah Wells checked the time. Dazhuang, let us pull in the crab traps. Got it. Logan Turner rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Brother Hannah, do you think we'll catch many crabs? I don't know, it depends on our luck. Hannah Wells actually had a pretty good idea. He'd already checked underwater and seen that most of the crab traps were full. But he couldn't say for sure exactly how many there were. The first crab trap was hauled up. It was empty. Logan Turner's face fell. Brother Hannah, it's empty. Hannah Wells furrowed his brow. He had clearly seen crabs moving around in this spot. How could there be none now? Perhaps the timing was off, and the crabs had already moved on. Don't worry. Let us check the next one. The second crab trap. It was empty too. Logan Turner's face fell even further. Brother Hannah, this. Hannah Wells was starting to have his own doubts. Could they really have come up empty-handed? He used his abilities to scan the area underwater. No, the traps further back all had crabs. The first 2 were empty. Maybe they hadn't been set properly, and the openings had gotten blocked. Keep pulling. Don't stop. The third crab trap felt heavy. Logan Turner pulled it up excitedly. Inside the trap, 2 big blue crabs were waving their claws. We got 'em. We got 'em. Logan Turner was jumping up and down with excitement. Hannah Wells breathed a sigh of relief. Keep going. The fourth trap. 3 spiny crabs. The fifth trap. 2 blue crabs and 1 spiny crab. The sixth trap. Empty. Logan Turner sighed. Another empty one. But right after that, the 7th trap. For blue crabs. And a huge lobster weighing nearly 1 gene. Wow! A huge lobster. Logan Turner's eyes widened in amazement. Brother Hannah. This lobster is huge. Hannah Wells was also a bit surprised. This lobster was indeed huge, a full size larger than an ordinary one. Keep going. Don't stop. The 8th trap. Empty. The 9th trap. 2 blue crabs. The 10th trap. 3 spiny crabs and 2 blue crabs. After hauling in all 20 crab traps, the catch was quite impressive. 28 blue crabs, 17 spiny crabs, and for large lobsters. Logan Turner looked at the bucket full of crabs and lobsters, so excited he could barely speak. Brother Hannah. This is way too much. Hannah Wells was very satisfied as well. This catch was even better than he'd expected. Tidy up the crab traps and get ready to head back. Got it. On the way back, Logan Turner excitedly tallied up today's catch. Brother Hannah, with all the fish and crabs we caught today, we'll make at least 10 to 20,000. Hannah Wells nodded. Not bad for our maiden voyage. It's more than just good. Logan Turner rubbed his hands together in excitement. It's absolutely amazing. He looked at Hannah Wells, his eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Hannah, how do you know where the fish are? You're so spot on every time you set the nets. And the crab traps whenever you put them out. There's always a catch. Hannah Wells smiled but didn't answer directly. It's a feeling. A fisherman's intuition. Logan Turner scratched his head. Although he still didn't quite understand, his admiration for Hannah Wells had reached its peak. By the time they returned to port, it was already evening. As the Chu Lang pulled up to the dock, a crowd had already gathered. The villagers looked at the fishing boat returning with a full catch and began to chatter. Hannah Wells is back. Look at that boat, it's sitting deep in the water. What a great catch today. Hannah Wells and Logan Turner hauled the catch ashore, basket by basket. Perch, yellow croaker, grouper, blue crabs, lobsters. The villagers stared at the catch, their eyes wide with amazement. This much? A full hold on the maiden voyage? Look at those blue crabs, they're huge. And lobsters. For whole lobsters. That kid he's really got some skills. Whispers of astonishment and envy rippled through the crowd. Chun Guofu and Chun Jiqiang stood at the back of the crowd, their faces grim. They had been waiting to see Hannah Wells make a fool of herself, but to their surprise, her maiden voyage was a sellout. This how is that possible? Chun Jiqiang muttered to himself. Chun Guofu said nothing, but his fists were clenched tightly. This time, Chun's mother had come as well. She stood at the back of the crowd, watching her son carry basket after basket of fish ashore, her eyes slightly reddened.
Feine.
Hannah Wells spotted her mother and walked over. Mom, I'm back. Good. Chun's mother wiped away her tears. As long as you're back safe and sound. She looked at the catch and a look of relief spread across her face. So many fish, that's wonderful. Old Zhang had arrived as well. Standing on the pier, he looked at the Chu Lang and then at the catch, his smile growing wider and wider. Fan how was your maiden voyage? It went great, Hannah Wells said. We had a bumper catch on the very first haul, and the crab traps are full too. Way to go, kid. Old Zhang patted him on the shoulder. A bumper catch on the very first haul of your maiden voyage, and a bountiful harvest from the crab traps, that's a great omen. Thanks for your help, Uncle Zhang, Hannah Wells said. I remembered everything you told me this morning. Glad you remembered. Old Zhang nodded. Keep up the good work, and these waters will be yours. A sparkle lit up the old man's cloudy eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Chapter 032. Hand fishing at the oyster rafts. Hannah Wells transported her catch to the county seat to find Li Guoqiang. When Li Guoqiang saw the boatload of fish and crabs, his eyes widened in astonishment. This much? He had his men unload the catch basket by basket and weigh it. Sea bass, yellow croaker, grouper, that's over 140 gene of fish in total. 28 blue crabs, 17 spiny crabs. For large lobsters, Li Guoqiang spent quite a while calculating before announcing the final total. For the fish at market prices, 35 for the sea bass, 60 for the yellow croaker, and 120 for the grouper. On average, that comes to about 10,000. The blue crabs and spiny crabs total 2,800, and the large lobsters are 1,500. That makes a total of 15,800. Hannah Wells took the money, feeling much more at ease. Such a catch on her maiden voyage was even better than she'd expected. Hannah Wells thanked him and left Lin's restaurant. In the days that followed, as long as the weather permitted, Hannah Wells went out to sea every day, and each time she had a decent catch. Although the fish stocks in coastal waters weren't as abundant as those in the open ocean, they were more reliable. She was able to find all the common species: sea bass, grouper, yellow croaker, and red snapper. However, after fishing for a while, even though she was making money, Hannah Wells was starting to feel a bit bored. Sure enough, after coming across some new ideas on her phone, Hannah Wells decided to try a different approach. Dazhuang, we're not using the net today. Huh? Logan Turner paused in surprise. No net? Then how are we going to catch fish? Are we going back to diving in the ocean and catching them by hand like before? Let us try over by the oyster rafts, Hannah Wells said. I heard there are plenty of fish around the oyster rafts, and we can catch them by hand. By hand, right? Fish caught by hand are of better quality and fetch a higher price. Logan Turner scratched his head. All right, I'll listen to Brother Hannah. The wave chaser headed toward a cluster of oyster rafts just offshore. From a distance, a vast expanse of oyster rafts floated on the sea, each topped with a simple wooden hut. The oyster rafts were private aquaculture areas, specifically for raising oysters. But wild fish often gathered around them because the oyster's waste attracted small fish, which in turn drew larger fish. It was a natural fishing ground. Hannah Wells steered the boat to the edge of the oyster rafts, stopping about 20 meters away. This is the spot. Hannah Wells used her abilities to scan the waters below. Sure enough, a school of fish had gathered beneath the oyster rafts. She examined them closely. They were black sea bream, and there were quite a few of them. She estimated over 100. Black sea bream is a prized saltwater fish. Its flesh is delicious, and it commands a high market price. Wild black sea bream is especially rare and can sell for as much as 70 or 80 yuan per jean. Dai Wang, get ready to hand fish. Hannah Wells took 2 fishing rods from the cabin and handed one to Logan Turner. Logan Turner took the rod, feeling a bit nervous. Brother Hannah, I've never fished before. It's okay. Just watch and learn from me. Hannah Wells tied the hook for him and baited it. Watch closely. The bait should be hooked at the tip, not sticking out. When you cast, use your wrist to fling the line so the bait lands where you want to fish. Logan Turner nodded, not quite sure he understood. Just then, a small boat approached from the direction of the oyster beds. Standing on the boat was a man in his 40s with dark skin and a menacing expression. Hey, what are you guys doing? The man shouted at them loudly. These are my oyster beds. Who gave you permission to fish here? Logan Turner was startled and looked at Hannah Wells, not knowing what to do. Hannah Wells set down her fishing rod and said calmly, Sir, we're fishing outside the oyster beds. We haven't gone inside. You can't fish out there either, the man said, steering his boat closer and glaring at them. The fish around the oyster beds have all grown up feeding on the oysters I raise. Fishing here means you're stealing my fish. Hannah Wells felt a bit uneasy. This man's words were a bit too domineering. The ocean belongs to everyone. What right did he have to claim the waters outside the oyster raft as his own? Sir, Hannah Wells said in a tone that was neither submissive nor arrogant. The ocean belongs to everyone. We can fish outside the oyster raft too. Bullshit. The man grew even angrier. I've been farming oysters in these waters for 20 years. All the fish within 10 li of here belong to me. If you want to fish, go somewhere else. What if we don't leave? Hannah Wells' gaze turned cold. Don't leave? The man sneered. Do you think I want to smash your boat? Several workers behind him also closed in, each looking menacing. Logan Turner was a little scared and whispered, Brother Hannah, why don't we just leave? Hannah Wells didn't budge. He originally planned to keep the peace and just pay the fishing fee. But this oyster farm owner was pushing it too far, acting as if he got him cornered. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. Boss, Hannah Wells said calmly, though his gaze was sharp. You've got fishing spots on your oyster rack, right? How much per person? $100 a day, the man snorted. Includes lunch. But looking at how broke you two look, I doubt you can afford it. Can you? We can afford it. Hannah Wells nodded and pulled 200 out of her pocket. 2 people, 200. The man paused, taken aback that Hannah Wells was actually paying. He took the money, eyed Hannah Wells a few times and sneered, Fine, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Dock the boat over there, and hop on. Hannah Wells had Logan Turner dock the chasing waves at the designated spot, and then the two of them boarded the oyster raft. Logan Turner whispered, Brother Hannah, why did we pay him? That guy's such a bully. Hannah Wells smiled and lowered her voice. We paid him so we have a legitimate reason to board his oyster raft. As for the fishing, he glanced at the dense school of fish below the surface, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. I'll make him regret it. The oyster raft was larger than they imagined, built from buoys, bamboo poles, and an iron frame, covering about 20+ square meters. A simple wooden hut was perched on top, presumably where the owner rested. There were already 4 or 5 fellow anglers on the raft, all fishing. When they saw Hannah Wells and Logan Turner come aboard, they merely glanced at them and didn't pay much attention. Hannah Wells found a spot and began setting up her fishing gear. The anglers nearby noticed she was new and one of them struck up a conversation. New here. The speaker was a middle-aged man in fishing gear, probably in his 40s, who looked like a seasoned angler. Yeah, it's my first time fishing from an oyster raft, Hannah Wells nodded. There are plenty of Black Sea bass around here, the middle-aged man said. But they're not easy to catch. You'll need patience. The bite's good in the morning, but it slows down in the afternoon. Another angler joined the conversation, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. Hey, what bait are you using? I've been using Antarctic shrimp, but I haven't had a single bite in half a day. I'm using Antarctic shrimp, too, Hannah Wells said. That's strange. The young man scratched his head. The owner said the fish here love Antarctic shrimp, so why can't I catch any? Hannah Wells smiled but said nothing more. Thanks to his abilities, he could clearly sense the location of the school of fish beneath the oyster raft. A school of black sea bream was swimming on the east side of the oyster raft, in water about 5 meters deep. He adjusted the depth of his bait, then cast gently, sending the hook into the water. The float bobbed lightly on the surface, slowly sinking with the current. Chapter 033. This is a steal. Hannah Wells gripped the fishing rod, her eyes fixed on the float. Suddenly, the float plunged downward. Hannah Wells didn't rush to set the hook instead. She waited half a second. The float sank again, this time even more noticeably. Now is the moment. Hannah Wells flicked her wrist and jerked the rod upward. The tip of the rod instantly bent into an arc, sending a white spray of water into the air. I've got one. A fellow angler nearby looked over and saw the water churning as a silvery gray fish was pulled out of the water. It was a black sea bream. It weighed a full 2 gene. The fish shimmered silver as it struggled frantically. Nice catch, the middle-aged angler exclaimed. You've broken the ice. Hannah Wells placed the fish in her landing net and cast her line again. The oyster farm owner happened to be passing by. Seeing Hannah Wells reel in a black sea bream, he curled his lip in disdain. Just luck. We'll see if you can catch another one later. Hannah Wells ignored him, rebaited her hook, and cast again. This time, she changed her spot, casting 5 or 6 meters to the east. That was where the black sea bream were most concentrated. Less than 30 seconds after the bait hit the water, the float began to move. Once, twice, 3 times, the float twitched repeatedly, then suddenly plunged underwater. Set the hook. Another one. This fish was even bigger, bending the rod tip even more sharply. The fishing line traced an arc through the water, sending a splash up onto the surface. Wow, that's a big one. A young man leaned in to watch. Hannah Wells steadied the rod, keeping the line taut. The fish thrashed frantically underwater, but Hannah Wells' arm didn't budge an inch. A few seconds later, a 3-gene black sea bream was pulled out of the water. Nice catch. The fellow anglers nearby watched in awe. Another one so fast? Hannah Wells placed the fish in her landing net and continued. The 3rd, 4th, 5th. Each catch seemed perfectly timed. Bait hit the water, fish took the hook, and she set the hook and reeled it in all in one fluid motion. The oyster farm owner stood nearby, his expression beginning to change. This kid, how is he fishing so fast? 20 minutes later, Hannah Wells already had more than a dozen black sea bream in her landing net. Meanwhile, the other anglers had caught a total of only 2 or 3 between them. Holy crap! The young man couldn't hold back any longer. He set down his fishing rod and crowded in to watch. Bro, how are you doing this? That's way too fast. Hannah Wells smiled. Just luck, the fish just happened to be swimming by. Luck? The young man looked at Hannah Wells' net. You've got way too much luck. I'm using the same bait, but I haven't caught a single one. The oyster farm owner's expression grew increasingly grim. He'd been farming oysters for 20 years. He knew exactly how many fish were under this oyster farm. But this kid was catching them way too fast. At this rate, wouldn't he catch every last fish under the oyster raft? How was he ever going to make money off this fishing spot in the future? Hey! The oyster raft owner couldn't hold back any longer. He walked over and stared at Hannah Wells' net. Aren't you catching way too many? Hannah Wells replied calmly. Sir, I paid for this fishing spot. How many I catch is up to my skill. The oyster raft owner was at a loss for words, unable to speak for a long moment. That was indeed true. She paid her fee, so how much she caught was entirely up to her skill. But it really stung him. These black sea bream wild ones go for 70 to 80 yuan per gene, a dozen or so would be worth several thousand yuan. And this kid had only paid him 200 yuan. You take it easy, don't catch them all, was all the oyster raft owner could manage to say. Hannah Wells nodded. Don't worry, I'll leave once I've caught enough. With that, he continued casting his line. Another half-hour passed, and Hannah Wells' landing net was nearly full. Black sea bream, grouper, yellowfin sea bream, all kinds of fish. In total, there were over 20 fish, weighing an estimated 50 to 60 gene. The oyster raft owner stood nearby, watching the bulging net bag, his heart bleeding. He couldn't help but do the math in his head. While Black Sea Bream go for 70 to 80 yuan per jean, 20 fish weigh at least 30 jean, which comes to over 2,000 yuan. Grouper goes for 80 yuan per jean, 5 or 6 fish weigh about 10 jean, which is another 1,000 or so. Yellowfin Sea Bream is 50 yuan per jean, 7 or 8 jean comes to 4 or 500. Add it all up, and it's 4 or 5,000 yuan. He only charged 200 yuan for the fishing spot. Trading 4 or 5,000 for 200, the loss was making his heart bleed. What's worse, that kid had practically fished out all the good spots around the oyster rafts. All that was left were tiny fry. If anglers came later and couldn't catch anything, who would ever fish here again? Wasn't this ruining his reputation? He regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. He really should have chased those guys away just now, even if he had to get physical. He should have scared them off. That's about it, Hannah Wells said, putting away her fishing rod. We had a great catch today. Thanks, boss. He lifted the landing net. It was heavy. The oyster rack owner looked at the net, his lips twitching as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. Brother Hannah, you're amazing. Logan Turner excitedly helped lift the net. That catch is worth at least 3 or 4,000. Bro, you've got to come back often, the middle-aged angler said enthusiastically. I've been fishing here for years, and I've never seen anyone as skilled as you. Could you teach us how you do it? Hannah Wells smiled and began to make it up as he went along. It's really just about finding the right depth and using the right bait. Black Sea Bream usually stay at a depth of 3 to 5 meters. Too shallow or too deep won't work. The bait has to be fresh. Antarctic shrimp are best when they're alive. And then there's the timing of the strike. Don't rush to reel in once the fish bites. Wait until it's firmly hooked before setting the hook. The fellow anglers nodded in agreement, as if they discovered the secret. So that's how it is, the young man exclaimed, a light bulb moment. I've always been reeling in the moment the fish bites. No wonder I keep losing them. Hannah Wells packed up her gear and, together with Logan Turner, carried the heavy net down from the oyster raft. See you next time, boss. The oyster rack owner watched their backs, his face turning green with anger. Next time? If you come back next time, I'll tear this oyster rack down. Once aboard the chasing waves, Logan Turner said excitedly, Brother Hannah, you were amazing today. That oyster rack owner's face was green with rage. Ha ha ha. That cracked me up. Hannah Wells smiled. That's what you call an eye for an eye. He went too far. He deserved a little pain. He started the engine, and the chulang slowly pulled away from the oyster raft. Behind them, the anglers on the oyster raft were still buzzing with excitement. Who is that young guy? He's such a great angler. I heard he's from Chinja village. He paid off 800,000 in debt in just 1 month and even bought a used boat. 800,000 in 1 month? That's incredible. At dusk, Hannah Wells sold today's catch to Li Guiqiang as usual. Black Sea Bream, Grouper and Yellowfin Sea Bream, a total of 65 jean, which sold for 4,800 yuan. Brother Hannah, we struck it rich today, Logan Turner said with a smile. 200 for 4,800, that's a great deal. Hannah Wells nodded, doing the math in his head. Today's catch was indeed excellent. But more importantly, he'd gotten his revenge. As a person, you have to stand your ground when you need to. You can't let others walk all over you. Chapter 034. The First Signs of Crisis. At the end of the month, Hannah Wells crunched the numbers. After more than 10 trips out to sea, and after paying Logan Turner's wages, the total income was nearly 150,000. After deducting costs such as fuel, ice, and wear and tear on fishing gear, he made a net profit of over 120,000. Combined with her previous savings, she now had 160,000 in the bank. However, the good times didn't last long. One day, Hannah Wells had just returned from the sea and was unloading her catch. Li Guiqiang walked over and whispered, "A local seafood wholesaler has taken notice of you." Hannah Wells paused in surprise. "What wholesaler?" "His surname is Lin Ziyuan. He's quite well known around here." Li Guiqiang explained. "He has a monopoly on seafood supplies for most hotels in southern Fujian. He's the industry leader." Hannah Wells recalled that Li Guiqiang had mentioned this name before. "Is this the person you mentioned earlier, the one who is a bit difficult to deal with?" "Yes. Lin Ziyuan is very influential, but he can also be quite domineering. One of his men asked me about you. He might be trying to bring you on board, or he might be trying to put pressure on you." Hannah Wells fell silent. She had a vague feeling that trouble might be on the horizon. "Uncle Lee, What do you think I should do? Let us see what his attitude is first, Li Guoqiang said. If he is just looking to collaborate and the terms are reasonable, it's not out of the question to negotiate. But if he is trying to pressure you, then you'll have to be careful. Hannah Wells nodded. I understand. Fanner, don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll keep buying your goods. Lin's restaurant has no business dealings with Lin Ziyuan. He has no authority over me. As she left Lin's restaurant, Hannah Wells felt a bit uneasy. She had heard of Lin Ziyuan. Rumor had it that no one in these waters dared to cross him. But she had no intention of backing down. A person must have principles. One cannot agree to everything just out of fear. She recalled her father's words on his deathbed, one must stand firm. In Lin Ziyuan's office, Zhang Chong was giving a report. Boss, there's a young man fishing in the coastal waters lately, and the quality of his catch is excellent. Lin Ziyuan picked up his teacup and took a sip. What young man? His name is Hannah Wells. He's from Qinjia village, Zhang Chong said. I heard he just paid off his debts a while back, bought a used boat, and now focuses exclusively on coastal fishing. A second-hand boat? Lin Ziyuan smiled. How much of a catch can he really be? Boss, this kid's got some know-how, Zhang Chong said. Every time he goes out to sea, he comes back with a full catch, and the quality is excellent. Li Guoqiang's been buying his catch all along. Lin Ziyuan's smile faded slightly.
Li Guoqiang.
Right, he's the purchasing manager at Lin's restaurant. Lin Ziyuan set down his teacup, stood up, and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. He'd been in business in southern Fujian for 20 years, rising from a small street vendor to become the leading seafood wholesaler he is today. Along the way, he'd faced many rivals, but in the end, they'd all been forced to bow to him. Hannah Wells, is it? Lin Ziyuan snorted derisively. In these waters, all the good catch has to pass through my hands. What gives her the right to bypass me? Zhang Chong said nothing, simply keeping his head down. Zhang Chong, go make contact with this Hannah Wells. Boss, do you want to? First, gauge her attitude, Lin Ziyuan said. If she is willing to cooperate, bring her on board. If not, let her know who is in charge of these waters. Zhang Chong nodded. Understood, boss. Remember, be polite first, then tough. Give him a chance and see if he knows when to back down. Yes. Zhang Chong turned and left the office. Lin Ziyuan picked up his teacup again and took a sip. Over the past 20 years, he'd seen too many young people like this with a little talent. They thought they were something special. But in the end, they all ended up on their knees begging for mercy. These waters were Lin Ziyuan's turf. Anyone who wanted to operate here had to play by his rules. Hannah Wells. Lin Ziyuan murmured the name, a cold smile curling his lips. Let us see if you've got what it takes to hold your ground. A few days later, Hannah Wells returned from the sea, unloaded her catch, and prepared to ship it to Li Guoqiang. At the dock, several strangers blocked her path. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a suit and sunglasses. Are you Hannah Wells? Hannah Wells stopped in her tracks. I am. Who are you? The middle-aged man took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of shrewd eyes. My name is Zhang Chong. I work for Boss Lin. Mr. Lin would like to see you to discuss a business partnership. Mr. Lin? Hannah Wells' heart sank. Lin Ziyuan. What kind of partnership? You'll find out when you get there, Zhang Chong said. Mr. Lin is waiting for you in his office. Hannah Wells hesitated. Should she go or not? He felt a sense of caution. But if she didn't go, it would make her look guilty. All right, I'll go. The two arrived in the county seat and entered an office building. Zhang Chong led Hannah Wells up to the 3rd floor, where they stopped in front of an office door. Go on in. Mr. Lin is waiting for you. Hannah Wells pushed open the door and stepped inside. The office was spacious and tastefully decorated. Lin Ziyuan was sitting on a sofa when he saw Hannah Wells enter. He stood up and smiled. Are you Hannah Wells? Yes. Have a seat, Lin Ziyuan said, gesturing to the sofa across from him. Hannah Wells sat down and took in Lin Ziyuan. He was in his 40s, impeccably dressed, and possessed an extraordinary presence. His gaze was deep and inscrutable. Young lady, I hear your recent fishing catches have been quite good, Lin Ziyuan said. Li Guoqiang speaks very highly of you. It's been okay, Hannah Wells said. Just a stroke of luck. Luck, Lin Ziyuan smiled. At sea, luck is part of your skill. He stood up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. Hannah Wells, I asked you here today to discuss a partnership. What kind of partnership? Simply put, you sell your entire catch to me, and I'll give you the highest price. Hannah Wells fell silent. The offer sounded good, but she felt a sense of caution. Lin Ziyuan was a man with too much influence. If she partnered with him, would she end up under his control? She recalled Li Guoqiang's words. Lin Ziyuan had a monopoly on the seafood supply for most hotels in southern Fujian. Partnering with him would indeed secure a stable market, but it also meant coming under his control. Besides, Li Guoqiang had always treated him well. Switching partners now wouldn't he be very fair? Mr. Lin, thank you for your appreciation, Hannah Wells said. But I'm working quite well with Li Guoqiang right now, so it wouldn't he be convenient to switch? Lin Ziyuan's smile faltered slightly. Young man, opportunities like this don't come along every day, he said, his tone turning somewhat cold. Think it over carefully. I've already thought it through, Hannah Wells said. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin. Lin Ziyuan stared at her, silent for quite a while. All right, he said, sitting back down on the sofa. It's good for a young person to have principles. But I hope you won't regret this later. I won't regret it. Hannah Wells stood up and turned to leave the office. Zhang Chong was waiting at the door. When he saw Hannah Wells come out, his expression darkened. You turned down Mr. Lin? Yes. Young man, in these waters, it's not a wise move to cross Mr. Lin. Hannah Wells didn't answer. He simply walked away. Back at the dock, Hannah Wells felt a weight on his heart. He knew he'd offended Lin Ziyuan, but he had no regrets. Logan Turner noticed his gloomy expression and walked over to ask, Brother Hannah, what's wrong? Nothing. Come on, let us go sell the catch. He delivered the catch to Li Guoqiang and sold it for cash. Li Guoqiang noticed his gloomy expression and asked, Fan what happened? Lin Ziyuan came to see me. He wanted me to partner with him, but I turned him down. Li Guoqiang's expression darkened. You turned him down? Yes.
Li Guoqiang siga.
Fan Lin Ziyuan is the kind of person who holds a grudge. Now that you've refused him, he definitely won't let it go. I know, but I don't want to be controlled by him. I understand, Li Guoqiang said, but you'll have to be careful from now on. Lin Ziyuan will make sure you know exactly what happens when you cross him in these waters. Hannah Wells nodded. That evening, Hannah Wells returned home. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day's events. Lin Ziyuan trouble was coming, but he had no regrets. Some things simply cannot be compromised on. If you give in once, there will be a second time. As a person, you have to stand your ground. Chapter 035. Finding a market. After returning from Hannah Wells' place, Zhang Chong went back to report, his expression somewhat grim. Boss, that guy turned us down. Lin Ziyuan's hand holding the teacup paused. He refused. Yes, Hannah Wells said he's working well with Li Guoqiang, and it wouldn't be convenient to switch partners. Lin Ziyuan set down his teacup, stood up, and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. Young people don't know their place. Zhang Chong. Yes, boss. Cut off his sales channels, Lin Ziyuan said as he sat back down on the sofa. Make sure all those buyers remember this. Anyone who dares to take goods from Hannah Wells is picking a fight with me. Lin Ziyuan. Yes, sir. Also, have someone keep an eye on him. Find his weak spot. Yes, sir. Lin Ziyuan picked up his teacup, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Hannah Wells, I'll make sure you know the consequences of defying me. Over the next few days, Lin Ziyuan called most of the hotels and seafood buyers in southern Fujian. No one is allowed to take that Hannah Wells merchandise. Anyone who dares to do so is picking a fight with me. Lin Ziyuan. Most of the buyers agreed. Lin Ziyuan had been in business in this area for 20 years and had deep-rooted influence. He controlled the seafood supply for most of the restaurants in the area, and no one dared to cross him. A few days later, Zhang Chong came to report. Boss, everything's been taken care of. Most buyers in southern Fujian don't dare to accept Hannah Wells' goods anymore. Good. Lin Ziyuan nodded with satisfaction. Let us see how long that kid can hold out. Boss, Li Guoqiang is still buying it.
Li Guoqiang.
Lin Ziyuan furrowed his brow. Lin's restaurant has no business dealings with me. He isn't afraid of me. But Li Guoqiang can't handle much on his own. One restaurant alone can't absorb Hannah Wells' entire volume. He stood up and walked to the window. Once he's backed into a corner, he'll naturally come begging me. When that time comes, I'll make him beg on his knees. Have someone keep an eye on him. See what other options he has. Yes, sir. Lin Ziyuan looked out the window, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This trip had been quite fruitful. The refrigerated hold was packed to the brim. As usual, Hannah Wells transported the catch to the county seat and headed first to Lin's restaurant. When Li Guoqiang saw him arrive, he furrowed his brow. Fan today's catch, he glanced at the cart full of goods inside. We really can't take any more. Hannah Wells paused in surprise. Uncle Li, what's wrong? Your supply has been too large lately, Li Guoqiang said. Our restaurant is only so big we can't handle this much. Hannah Wells fell silent. He really hadn't anticipated this problem. Lately, his catches had been getting better and better. But Li Guoqiang only ran one restaurant, so he really couldn't handle that much. Uncle Li, can I sell some of it to you? I'll find other channels for the rest. Sure. Li Guoqiang nodded. I'll take as much as we can handle. For the rest, you'll have to find other buyers. Hannah Wells unloaded part of the catch for Li Guoqiang and loaded the rest back onto the truck. Uncle Li, do you know of any other seafood buyers in the county? Li Guoqiang paused for a moment. Fan there is something I need to tell you. Lin Ziyuan has already warned all the buyers in the county not to accept your catch. Hannah Wells' expression changed. I meant to warn you earlier, but I didn't get the chance, Li Guoqiang said. You can go try, but I suspect. Hannah Wells nodded. I'll give it a shot. She took the remaining goods and drove around the county town. At the first seafood wholesale shop, the owner waved her off as soon as he saw her. Hannah Wells, right? We're not taking it. Why? You know the answer. The owner turned and went inside, closing the door behind him. At the second shop, the owner lowered his voice. Bro, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Boss Lin has put out the word. He calls the shots around here. I can't afford to cross him. The third, the fourth. Hannah Wells ran around all afternoon, but not a single shop was willing to take the catch. Everyone who mentioned Lin Ziyuan wore a look of fear on their face. Lin Ziyuan controlled 80% of the sales channels in these waters. With a single word, he had cut off Hannah Wells' livelihood. Logan Turner, who was right by his side, stamped his feet in frustration. Brother Hannah, what are we going to do? If we can't sell this catch, we won't be able to keep working. Hannah Wells said nothing. He looked at the remaining catch in the truck, and his eyelid twitched. Lin Ziyuan's move was indeed ruthless. Cutting off the sales channels was the most direct tactic. As long as he controlled the distribution channels, no matter how skilled you were, you couldn't make a move. Back at the dock, Old Zhang heard about what happened and rushed over. Fan has Lin Ziyuan made his move? Yes, Hannah Wells said. He has cut off my sales channels. Buyers in the county don't dare take my catch anymore. Old Zhang sighed. Fan Lin Ziyuan is a man of many tricks. You need to think this through, either bow your head or find another way. Hannah Wells was silent for a moment. Give in? He didn't want to. If he gave in, he'd be under someone's thumb for the rest of his life. Uncle Zhang, I plan to check out other places, Hannah Wells said. Since he has cut off my sales channels in southern Fujian, I'll go to Fuzhou. The market there is big, he can't reach that far. Old Zhang's eyes lit up. Fuzhou? Great idea. Lin Ziyuan's influence doesn't extend that far. Exactly, Hannah Wells said. It's a bit farther, but it's better than having someone hold me by the throat. That night, Hannah Wells lay in bed, thinking about her next move. Lin Ziyuan's blockade had cost her some profits, but it hadn't driven her out of business. She could sell a portion of her stock to Li Guoqiang, and the rest she'd take to Fuzhou. As long as the goods were good, there would always be buyers. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells rented a small truck and drove the remaining catch to Fuzhou. The seafood market in Fuzhou was much larger than the one in the county seat. It was bustling with people and incredibly lively. Hannah Wells found a stall and began selling her goods. Because the quality was excellent and her prices were 10% lower than the market rate, customers started coming right away. This grouper looks great. How much per jean? 65. Deal. Is this yellow croaker wild caught? It looks really fresh. Just caught from the sea this morning, definitely wild. Give me 10 jean. By the end of the morning, Hannah Wells had sold more than half of her stock. Although the prices were 10–20% lower than in the county seat, at least she was able to turn a profit. Around noon, a middle-aged man walked over and took a look at Hannah Wells' stock. Young man, your fish are top-notch. His gaze lingered on the grouper for a few seconds. This quality is better than most of what's on the market. Where are you from? Southern Fujian. Southern Fujian? The man paused for a moment. From Southern Fujian? And you're here in Fuzhou to sell? Hannah Wells didn't hide anything and briefly explained how Lin Ziyuan had cut off his sales channels. After listening, the man smiled. So that's how it is. I've heard of Lin Ziyuan. He really is a bully in Southern Fujian. He handed Hannah Wells a business card. My name is Wang Dehai. I'm in the seafood wholesale business. I can buy your stock of this quality on a long-term basis. As for the price, I'll offer you 10% below the market wholesale price. How does that sound? Hannah Wells glanced at the business card, which read, Fuzhou Haiwang Seafood Wholesale. Deal. The two exchanged contact information, and Hannah Wells felt more confident. After returning from Fuzhou, Hannah Wells made several more trips to nearby cities. In Quanzhou, Zhangzhou, and Xiamen, he established 4 or 5 stable sales channels. Lin Ziyuan's boycott had cost him some profit. Transportation costs had risen, and prices had fallen, but it hadn't driven him out of business. On the contrary, this crisis had forced him to tap into a broader market. Wang Dehai in Fuzhou, Old Chun in Quanzhou, and Boss Lu in Zhangzhou with 4 or 5 channels, he diversified his risk. Even if Lin Ziyuan could shut down the market in southern Fujian, he couldn't shut down Fuzhou, Quanzhou, and Zhangzhou. Logan Turner looked at the ledger and sighed. Brother Hannah, we only made a little over 80,000 this month. Back in the day, if we could sold in the county, we'd have made at least 100,000. Hannah Wells nodded. It's okay to make a little less. The key is not to let anyone hold us by the throat. He gazed out at the ocean in the distance, a gleam in his eyes. Lin Ziyuan wants to starve him out of business? He can dream on. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan sat in his office, his expression grim. We blocked him for a month, and he is still selling? Zhang Chong kept his head down, not daring to speak. Boss, he has gone to other regions. He has sales channels in Fuzhou, Quanzhou, and Zhangzhou. Our crackdown hasn't been entirely effective. Lin Ziyuan slammed his fist down on the desk. That little bastard sure knows how to cause trouble. A cold, ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Since we can't shut down his sales channels, we'll have to try a different approach. Boss, what do you mean? Lin Ziyuan sneered. Send someone to keep an eye on him. He is bound to be alone at some point. Accidents happen most easily at sea. Zhang Chong's expression shifted. Boss, this... What? Afraid? Not at all, not at all. I'll make the arrangements right away. Zhang Chong hurried out of the office, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Lin Ziyuan gazed out the window, a cold smile curving his lips. Young people have no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Chapter 036. Underwater Exploration. With the sales issue temporarily resolved, Hannah Wells' mind began to race again. Logan Turner stood at the bow, watching the coastline recede into the distance. Brother Hannah, where are we headed today? This doesn't look like one of our usual fishing grounds. Today we're heading all the way east to a place farther out, Hannah Wells said, pointing toward the distance. The water is deeper over there, and there are more fish. In truth, he wasn't just going out to fish. Lately, the sensation from the fragment of the Songhai steel had been drawing him toward those waters. It was as if something were waiting for him there. The wave chaser sailed for 2 hours before reaching its destination. This stretch of ocean was far from shore, and fishermen rarely ventured here. The water was over 50 meters deep. Ordinary fishing nets wouldn't catch much there. But for Hannah Wells, that was just right. Dazhuang, keep an eye on the boat. I'm going down to take a look. Brother Hannah, the water is so deep, are you sure? Logan Turner asked, a touch of concern in his voice. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hannah Wells took off his shirt and leaped into the water. Splash! Water sprayed in all directions. The moment he hit the water, Hannah Wells' world changed. The seabed, which had been pitch black, lit up before his eyes. The power of the fragment of the oceanic steel allowed him to see everything clearly. Reefs, seaweed, swimming fish, sandy bottoms, everything was visible in minute detail. He took a deep breath and slowly descended. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The water pressure gradually increased, but Hannah Wells felt no discomfort. The ability granted by the fragment allowed him to breathe freely. 50 meters. He reached the seafloor. Here lay a vast expanse of reefs, each with its own unique shape and size. Schools of fish darted among the reefs, their colors dazzling. Hannah Wells looked around, and the sensation from the fragment grew stronger. To the northeast. He swam in that direction, guided by the sensation. After circling a few massive reef rocks, the sight before him left him stunned. It was a pile of jumbled rocks. No, that wasn't he right. Hannah Wells swam closer to take a closer look and discovered that these jumbled rocks were far too uniform in shape. Some resembled slabs, others pillars, and still others looked like cut-off blocks. They were covered in a thick layer of silt and seaweed, obscuring their original forms. But Hannah Wells had a strong intuition this was man-made. He reached out and touched one of the slabs. The moment his fingertips made contact, the mark on his palm suddenly grew hot. A warm sensation traveled from his palm to his chest, then spread throughout his entire body. Connection. The fragment is reacting to this object. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. He continued to feel around and discovered some patterns on the surface of this slab. They looked like characters yet also resembled designs. But they were covered in mud and sand, making them impossible to make out. He tried to wipe away the mud and sand, but the underwater resistance was too great, he simply couldn't clean it off. Moreover, he realized these slabs were just the tip of the iceberg. Much more lay buried beneath the sand and reefs. This was a massive object. Could it be a ship? Hannah Wells' heart was pounding. He recalled his grandfather's notes mentioning that this stretch of sea had been a vital route along the ancient maritime Silk Road. Many merchant ships had sunk here. If this were an ancient shipwreck, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to get excited. He needed more time and more specialized tools to confirm exactly what this was. And what did the signal from the fragment of the Shanghai steel mean? What was the connection between this shipwreck and the fragment? Hannah Wells swam around the area, committing its location firmly to memory. Then he surfaced. "Brother Hannah, how is it going?" Logan Turner asked eagerly as soon as he came up. "I found something good." Hannah Wells climbed back onto the boat and wiped the water from his face. "What's so good?" "A big school of fish. Something more valuable than a school of fish." Hannah Wells gave a mysterious smile but didn't elaborate. He needed to confirm exactly what it was before deciding whether to tell anyone else. Besides, he had a hunch this discovery might change his life forever. "Dazhuang, don't just stand there. Since we're already here, let us set the nets." Hannah Wells pushed the recent events to the back of his mind and called on Logan Turner to get to work. "Got it." Logan Turner snapped out of his daze and got to work. The two worked in perfect sync, first setting the crab traps, then casting the fishing net. The waters around this reef were treacherous, so they had to be extra careful when setting the net. The slightest mistake could cause it to snag on the reef. Thanks to the power of the fragment of the steel of the vast sea, Hannah Wells could sense the underwater terrain and chose a relatively flat spot to set the net. Once everything was set up, the two sat in the boat drinking tea and waiting. "Brother Hannah, it's so quiet here, not a single boat in sight," Logan Turner said, looking around. "That's right, that's why there are so many fish," Hannah Wells smiled. About 2 hours later, it was time to haul in the net. Logan Turner pulled up the net with high hopes, but the more he pulled, the more he sensed something was wrong. It felt too light. When the net was fully out of the water, his expression changed. There were only 2 or 3 small fish, each about the size of a palm. In the net, not a single decent-sized catch. This Logan Turner was stunned. He looked at the few pitiful little fish, then at Hannah Wells, and the smile on his face vanished completely. How could there be so few? Hannah Wells frowned as well. When he'd been diving earlier, the schools of fish underwater had seemed plentiful. How could this be? Could it be because of that thing on the seafloor? He recalled the strange sensation he'd felt earlier on the seafloor. The schools of fish had all seemed to be moving away from that area. But he didn't voice his thoughts, instead offering reassurance. "Maybe the net wasn't positioned quite right. Let us check the crab traps first." Logan Turner, however, wasn't so optimistic. He hung his head, clutching the few small fish in his hand, his expression gradually shifting from disappointment to worry. "Brother Hannah, have we run out of luck?" "What do you mean?" "On our last few trips out to sea, we had a bountiful catch every time. I thought our luck had finally turned." Logan Turner's voice sounded a bit muffled. "But today, after coming all this way, this is all we've got." He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Brother Hannah, maybe I shouldn't take today's pay." Hannah Wells was taken aback. "What are you doing? I feel like I didn't really do much, and taking this money makes me feel uneasy." Logan Turner handed the money over. You've had a tough time too, I can't just take your money for nothing. Hannah Wells looked at him, feeling both amused and touched. This guy, he really is simple-hearted. Don't be silly. You've been out at sea with me for so long you've earned this money. Besides, we haven't hauled in the crab traps yet. How do you know today's catch one be good? Logan Turner was about to say something else, but Hannah Wells had already stood up and was walking toward the stern. Come on. Let us haul in the crab traps. Logan Turner had no choice but to take the money back and follow Hannah Wells to the stern. The first crab trap was hauled up. Holy crap! Logan Turner's eyes widened in shock. 3 large lobsters were crawling inside the trap, all of them quite sizable, each weighing 2 or 3 gene. Let us go again. Hannah Wells continued to haul up the second crab trap. 2 more lobsters plus a large crab. The third, the fourth. By the time all the crab pots had been hauled in, the cabin was crawling with lobsters and crabs. Brother Hannah, this is insane. Logan Turner was so excited he could barely get the words out. Crouching by the side of the cabin, he stared at the lobsters. The gloom on his face vanished, replaced by unbridled joy. Chapter 037. Lin Ziyuan strikes again. What he didn't know was that while he was diving, a small boat in the distance was watching him. The man on the boat held up his binoculars, recording the time and location of his dive. That kid's a pretty good diver, the man muttered to himself. To be able to dive that deep and stay down for so long. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Mr. Lin, he went to the Eastern Reef area today and went diving once. It looks like he discovered something. Lin Ziyuan's voice came through on the other end of the line. What did he find? Not sure. He stayed underwater for over 10 minutes, and when he came up, he was acting all mysterious. Keep an eye on him. Got it. The man hung up and continued watching. Lin Ziyuan sat in his office, his brow furrowed. This kid is getting more and more interesting. Diving? Finding something? What exactly is he up to? Hannah Wells returned to shore, but didn't he go straight home? He went to old Zhang's house. In his youth, old Zhang had been the most famous fisherman in the village. Although he was too old to go out to sea now, he still knew these waters like the back of his hand. Uncle Zhang, I'd like to ask you, has anyone ever found anything in that reef area to the east? Old Zhang was mending his fishing nets in the yard when he heard this and looked up. To the east? You mean the area that's 50 or 60 meters deep, right? That area is too deep for most fishermen to reach. Old Zhang thought for a moment. But I've heard the older generation say there's supposedly a shipwreck down there. Hannah Wells' heart skipped a beat. A shipwreck? What kind of shipwreck? Who knows? Old Zhang shook his head. They're just old legends, no one takes them seriously. Besides, it's so deep that most people can't even get down there. I figure it's probably just a rumor that's been passed down. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Just curious. Hannah Wells didn't explain further. He said goodbye to old Zhang and headed home. Old Zhang's story matched his own guess. There might indeed be a shipwreck in those waters. Moreover, the fragment of the Shanghai steel was reacting to that location. What did that mean? Hannah Wells touched the fragment against her chest. A plan forming in her mind. She needed more time to investigate. Perhaps she should ask someone who knew what they were talking about. But there was no rush yet. He shouldn't reveal his hand just yet. He'd better investigate on his own first. Fearing he might give himself away, Hannah Wells didn't return to that stretch of water for several days. Instead, he took Logan Turner along and resumed their regular cycle of fishing and selling their catch. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan sat in his office, his expression grim. Zhang Chong stood across from him, head bowed, too afraid to speak. Useless. Lin Ziyuan slammed his fist down on the desk. You can't even handle a lousy kid. Zhang Chong dared not utter a word, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Why haven't you finished the task I assigned you? How is that kid still selling his goods as usual? Lin Ziyuan's voice was menacing. Boss Lin, I had people reach out to all the docks, no one dares to take his cargo. Zhang Chong explained in a low voice. But the guy has lined up buyers in several nearby cities and is selling his cargo right past us. Plus, that kid's luck is just too freaky every time he goes out to sea. He pulls in a huge haul. Luck? Lin Ziyuan sneered. I think something's fishy. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the dock. A couple of days ago, you sent someone to follow him. You said he went diving, right? In that deep water area to the east. He was underwater for over 10 minutes. In water that deep, he can stay down for over 10 minutes. Lin Ziyuan turned around. An ordinary person couldn't possibly do that. Zhang Chong paused for a moment. Are you saying that? What I'm saying isn't important. Lin Ziyuan's voice grew somber. High waves, strong winds, hidden reefs. Anything can happen at sea. Haven T, I made myself clear enough. Zhang Chong's expression shifted. Mr. Lin, are you planning to? I didn't say I was going to do anything. Lin Ziyuan cut him off. I'm just saying, the sea is dangerous. Young people are so impulsive they don't know how to respect the sea. It's only natural for accidents to happen. His gaze was cold and ruthless. Don't you agree? Zhang Chong swallowed hard and nodded. I understand, Mr. Lin. That evening, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner returned from their trip out to sea. It was late at night, and the sea was pitch black. Hannah Wells steered the chasing waves back along the familiar route. He'd been navigating these waters for months and knew every reef and shoal like the back of his hand. But tonight, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The fragment of the Shanghai steel pressed against his chest, giving off a faint warmth. It wasn't the kind of resonance he felt when discovering a sunken ship, but rather a warning, as if it were telling him that danger lay ahead. Hannah Wells slowed the boat down. Brother Hannah, what's wrong? Logan Turner, sensing his unease, asked anxiously. Something's off. Turn on the searchlight, Hannah Wells ordered. Logan Turner quickly turned on the spotlight at the bow. The beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating the sea ahead. There was nothing there. The water was calm, no reefs, no buoys, nothing at all. But Hannah Wells' sense of unease grew stronger. Danger, it was right ahead. Shine the light further ahead. Hannah Wells lowered the angle of the searchlight. The beam swept across the water's surface, illuminating the area several meters below. Hannah Wells' eyes widened suddenly. There was something underwater. It was a thick log, lying across the middle of the channel. Buoys were tied to the log, but it was submerged and completely invisible from the surface. If the boat hit it, Hannah Wells shuddered. Hard to starboard. Quick! He yanked the wheel, and the wave rider made a sharp turn. The boat rocked violently, and Logan Turner nearly fell over. Brother Hannah, what's going on? Don't ask. Just get past it first. Hannah Wells steered the boat to a safe spot and brought it to a stop. He took out his phone and switched it to video mode. Brother Hannah, what are you doing? Gathering evidence. Hannah Wells offered a brief explanation, then leaped into the water. The underwater world unfolded clearly before his eyes. The piece of wood lay right in the middle of the channel, at least 7 or 8 meters long, with several orange buoys tied to it, secured by iron chains and steel cables. This definitely didn't drift here naturally. It had been placed there deliberately. Hannah Wells raised his phone and took a shot of the log in its entirety. He zoomed in a bit and noticed a sawed-off mark at one end of the log. The cut was very fresh. More importantly, one of the buoys was spray-painted with a serial number, XY087. These were buoys specifically used for fish rafts. Each had a unique serial number that could be traced back to the purchaser. Hannah Wells took a photo of the number, then snapped some close-ups of the wood and the chain. After confirming he'd gathered all the evidence, he surfaced and climbed back onto the boat. Brother Hannah, what is that? Logan Turner asked, still shaken. Someone's trying to harm us. Hannah Wells' voice was icy. They placed an obstacle in the channel. If we hit it just now, the boat would capsized. Logan Turner's face turned pale in an instant. Who did this? Who else could it be? Hannah Wells sneered. Lin Ziyuan. How could he be so ruthless? Logan Turner stomped his foot in anger. Brother Hannah, let us call the police. We'll go first thing tomorrow morning. Hannah Wells put her phone away. Let us go home tonight first, we don't want to tip him off. Chapter 038. Pulling the strings. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells headed to the Fisheries Administration first. In the Fisheries office lobby, several staff members were sorting through paperwork. Hello. I'd like to file a report. Hannah Wells walked up to the counter. A middle-aged man looked up. What's the matter? Someone placed an obstacle in the shipping lane I regularly use, and it nearly caused an accident. Hannah Wells recounted the incident, then took out her phone to show the staff the video and photos she'd taken the night before. The middle-aged man's expression gradually grew serious. This was definitely done on purpose, he said, pointing to the buoy's serial number in the video. We can look up this number to see who purchased it. Another staff member leaned in to take a look, furrowing his brow as he said, "These are buoys used for fish farms. There aren't many aquaculture operations in our county, so it shouldn't be too hard to track down. Can you open an investigation?" Hannah Wells asked. The middle-aged man nodded. "This constitutes a threat to waterway safety, so we'll look into it. However," he paused, "do you have anyone in mind?" "Yes," Hannah Wells replied bluntly. "Lin Ziyuan, the owner of Donggang Pier." The officers exchanged glances. Lin Ziyuan was somewhat well known locally, of course they'd heard of him. "Do you have any evidence pointing to him?" "No direct evidence at the moment." Hannah Wells shook her head. "But he has targeted me before over business matters, and someone has been following me lately." The middle-aged man nodded and jotted down a few lines in his notebook. "We'll investigate the origin of this buoy. We'll let you know if there are any developments." Hannah Wells stood up and left the Fisheries Administration office. As soon as he walked out the door, the middle-aged man put down his pen. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Mr. Lin, I have something to report to you." Lin Ziyuan's voice came from the other end of the line. "What is it?" "That guy came in to file a report, saying someone placed an obstacle in the shipping lane." The middle-aged man lowered his voice. He also took photos and videos showing the buoy's serial number. "Oh," Lin Ziyuan's tone betrayed no emotion. "Does he suspect who did it?" "He named you directly." "Huh." Lin Ziyuan chuckled softly. "He's quite bold to say that." "Mr. Lin, about this matter." "Don't worry," Lin Ziyuan interrupted him. "Just go through the proper procedures so no one can find fault with us. As for whether we'll actually find out who did it, that's another matter entirely." "Got it. Got it." The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. After hanging up, he casually shoved the report materials submitted by Hannah Wells into the very bottom of his desk drawer. Then he continued organizing the other documents on his desk, as if nothing had happened. After leaving the Fisheries Administration, Hannah Wells went to the police station. At the station, the officer on duty listened to her statement and had her fill out a police report form. "You're saying someone deliberately placed an obstacle in the shipping lane?" "Yes. I suspect someone is trying to harm me." The officer looked at the form Hannah Wells had filled out, his expression impassive. "Did this happen at sea?" "Yes." "At night?" "Yes." The officer set the form down on the desk and leaned back in his chair. "Young man, incidents at sea aren't under our jurisdiction. You should go to the Fisheries Administration or the Coast Guard." Hannah Wells frowned. "But this is clearly a criminal case. Someone is trying to harm me." "Trying to harm you?" The police officer interrupted. "Do you have any witness testimony? Any physical evidence? Any direct evidence pointing to a suspect?" "I have video footage and photos, plus the buoy's serial number. I suspect it's Lin Ziyuan." "Then go to the Fisheries Administration," the officer said, waving his hand impatiently. "Our police station doesn't handle matters at sea." Hannah Wells stared at the officer's face, remaining silent for a few seconds. She noticed that when she said the three words, "Lin Ziyuan," a flicker passed through the officer's eyes. It wasn't confusion, but rather a shared understanding. "Officer," Hannah Wells' voice softened, "if you find out who did this, can they be held criminally liable?" The officer gave a perfunctory nod. "Sure. Just leave the report here for now. We'll let you know if we have any updates." With that, he looked down at his phone and paid no further attention to Hannah Wells. Hannah Wells stood where she was, staring at the report casually placed on the desk. He knew there would be no follow-up on this report. He silently turned and walked out of the police station. Standing at the doorway, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, Hannah Wells' expression was serene. Lin Ziyuan was no longer just cutting off his sales channels. He had started playing dirty. Moreover, he was deeply entrenched in this county town, the Fisheries Bureau, the police station. His people were everywhere. Hannah Wells clenched his fists, but he wouldn't let it go. He decided he would no longer tolerate it. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan sat in his office, in high spirits. He had just hung up the phone with the Fisheries Administration when he received a message from the police station. "Mr. Lin, that kid came to the police station, but old Zhao sent him away with just a few words." Lin Ziyuan burst out laughing. "Well done." He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked out over the entire Donggang wharf. Fishing boats came and went, and dockworkers bustled about. The bustling scene of the entire wharf lay spread out before him. All of this belonged to him. This dock was his. And in this county town, he was the one who called the shots. Zhang Chong stood to one side and said cautiously, "Mr. Lin, that kid S&T going to let this go? Let it go." Lin Ziyuan turned around, a dismissive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "He's just a stinking fisherman. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause? Come file a report? Let him. My people are in the Fisheries Bureau, and my people are at the police station too. Where else could he possibly take it?" Lin Ziyuan walked over to the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs. "In this county, I'm the king." His voice was thick with arrogance. "A greenhorn doesn't he know his own place? How dare he go up against me? Does he really think that just because he's found a backer and contacted a few out-of-town buyers, he can stand up to me? He's way too naive." Zhang Chong smiled obsequiously. "You're right, Boss Lin. He's nothing but a clown." But Lin Ziyuan's tone shifted. "There's definitely something off about that kid. His luck is too good. He always comes back with a big catch every time he goes out to sea. And that night, how did he spot the underwater obstacle? Navigating at night with no navigation system, no radar." Zhang Chong's expression shifted. "Mr. Lin, do you think I think there's something off about him," Lin Ziyuan said, narrowing his eyes. "So you need to keep a close eye on him. Find out exactly where he's from." "Yes, Boss Lin." Lin Ziyuan waved his hand, signaling Zhang Chong to leave. Once he was alone in the room, he picked up his teacup and gently blew on the steam. "Hannah Wells." He murmured the name under his breath, his gaze darkening. "You think filing a police report will bring me down? You're too green." He drained the tea in one gulp and slammed the cup down on the table. "In this county, no one can touch me. Not even you." Chapter 039. Attempting a counterattack. Hannah Wells returned to the village and headed straight for old Zhang's house. "Uncle Zhang, does Lin Ziyuan have any skeletons in his closet?" Old Zhang paused for a moment, then realized what she meant. "Did he go after you?" Hannah Wells briefly recounted what had happened the previous night. After listening, old Zhang's face turned ashen. "That son of a bitch!" he cursed, slapping his thigh. "He's trying to kill you. Do you know what he's got on me?" "Yes." Old Zhang nodded, his expression grave. "Lin Ziyuan has been operating in these waters for 20 years, and he has done every kind of evil, bullying merchants, suppressing prices, and crushing competitors. Many fishermen have been victimized by him." He paused, then lowered his voice. 3 years ago, a fisherman named Logan refused to sell his catch to him. When he returned from his trip, he found his fishing boat smashed to pieces. Reporting it to the police was useless in the end. He just had to accept his fate. There's something even worse. A young man named Xiao Zhang spoke back to him in public, and the next day, someone broke his legs. He's still limping to this day. Old Zhang sighed. "Everyone knows about these things, but no one dares to speak up. His influence is just too great." "Why?" "He controls 80% of the seafood market in southern Fujian. Offending him is like cutting off your own livelihood." Hannah Wells was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. "Uncle Zhang, could you help me get in touch with the fishermen who've been bullied by Lin Ziyuan? What do you plan to do?" "Unite them," Hannah Wells said with a determined look. "One person can't take him on, but a group can." Old Zhang looked at her for a long time, then finally sighed. "I'll try, but I can't guarantee how many people will be willing to come forward." That evening, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner went to old Zhang's house. "It doesn't look too promising." Old Zhang shook his head. "I asked a few of the older fishermen. They all know Lin Ziyuan has done plenty of bad things, but no one is willing to speak up." "Why?" "They're scared, of course. He's got too much power," old Zhang said helplessly. "Plus, everyone has seen what happened to you recently, but they don't have goods like yours to take to other cities to sell. Are we just going to let him bully us?" Logan Turner couldn't help but ask. "Of course not," Hannah Wells said. "I'll go talk to Li Guoqiang. He has been in this business for so many years, he must know a thing or two." Early the next morning, Hannah Wells went to Lin's seafood restaurant. Li Guoqiang was busy in the kitchen. When he saw Hannah Wells arrive, he wiped his hands and stepped out. "Hannah, what brings you here?" Hannah Wells recounted the entire incident. After listening, Li Guoqiang's expression darkened. "That bastard, he's way too arrogant. Brother Li, I want to fight back. But I need evidence. Did you know what illegal activities Lin Zuan has been involved in? Li Guoqiang was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice. Too many. He controls 80% of the market, forcing fishermen to sell their catch to him at rock-bottom prices. Anyone who dares to refuse gets threatened, has their boat smashed, or gets beaten up. Over the years, he has driven away at least 80, if not 100, fishermen. Do you have any concrete evidence? Yes. Li Guoqiang counted on his fingers. I know of quite a few cases myself. Old Lu 3 years ago, he refused to sell his catch to Lin, so his fishing boat was smashed. He lost over 100,000 yuan and still hasn't recovered. Little Zhang, his men broke his leg, he still limps when he walks. Adam, he was forced to sell his catch at rock-bottom prices by the end of the year. It was like he worked for nothing. He rattled off 7 or 8 names in one breath, each one a real-life victim. I know all these people, I can put you in touch with them. But I can't guarantee they'll be willing to come forward. Please reach out to them for me. I'll go talk to them in person. Li Guoqiang looked at Hannah Wells with a complex expression. Hannah, are you sure you want to do this? Lin Zuan is very powerful, he calls the shots in this county. I know, Hannah Wells nodded. But if he's bold enough to place obstacles in the shipping lane now, next time he might not hesitate to sink a boat outright. Rather than sitting back and taking the hits, we should strike first. Li Guoqiang was silent for a moment, then patted Hannah Wells on the shoulder. All right, I'll put you in touch with them. But be careful, Lin Zuan is capable of anything. Over the next 2 days, Hannah Wells went door to door visiting the victims. Their reactions were all pretty much the same: first surprise, then hesitation, and finally a shake of the head. After hearing Hannah Wells's purpose, Old Lu waved his hands repeatedly. Young man, I understand how you feel, but I really don't dare go up against him. I have a wife and kids, I can't afford to cross him. I understand, Hannah Wells said without pressing the issue. But if everyone is afraid of him, he'll only get more and more brazen. Today it's me, tomorrow it could be someone else. If anyone is willing to step forward, would you be willing? Old Lu fell silent, then finally sighed. Leave me your phone number. I'll think it over. Zhang's reaction, however, was completely different. This young man in his early 30s immediately had tears welling up in his eyes after hearing Hannah Wells' words. My leg was broken by his men, he said, clenching his fists, his voice trembling. As long as someone takes the lead, I'm willing to testify. I'm willing to, Adam nodded from the side. We've been bullied by him enough over the years. I've wanted to fight back for a long time, but no one has stepped up. Over the course of 2 days, Hannah Wells visited more than a dozen households. Most chose to remain silent or hesitated, but in the end, 6 people explicitly stated their willingness to come forward. That evening, Hannah Wells briefed Old Zhang on the situation. 6 people? Old Zhang sighed after hearing the report. That's a bit few. But it's better than nothing, Hannah Wells smiled. Let us take it slow. Lin Zuan is way too arrogant. Sooner or later, more people will come forward. Old Zhang looked at her, a hint of relief crossing his face. You're a tenacious one, kid. Just like your dad, once you set your mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull you back. Meanwhile, Lin Zuan sat in his office, listening to Zhang Chang's report. He's reaching out to the fishermen we've bullied? Yes, but out of the dozen or so families he contacted, only 6 were willing to talk to him. The others didn't dare to speak up. Lin Zuan let out a cold laugh and leaned back in his chair. 6 families? He thinks he can take me on with just 6 families. He picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip. He's too naive. In this county, no one can touch me. Keep an eye on him. Let us see what kind of trouble he can stir up. Zhang Chang nodded in agreement and stepped out. Next, Hannah Wells set out to sea again. This time, he installed a camera on the boat to record the entire process. If Lin Zuan pulled any more underhanded tricks, he'd have the evidence. The fragment of the Shanghai steel pressed against his chest gave off a faint warmth, as if telling him that something even more important lay in those waters where the shipwreck lay. But Hannah Wells knew it wasn't yet time to explore the shipwreck. He had to deal with Lin Zuan first, otherwise, he'd never have a moment's peace. He steered the Chu Lang out into the distance. A new day, a new battle. Chapter 040. Distress at Sea. Hannah Wells decided to explore those waters once more. This time, he was better prepared: a diving knife, a waterproof flashlight, an underwater camera, marker buoys. He brought every tool he could think of. Logan Turner watched him bustle about, feeling a bit curious. Brother Hannah, What exactly did you discover last time? You'll find out soon enough, Hannah Wells said with a mysterious smile. The wave chaser set sail once more toward the reef area. 2 hours later, they reached their destination. Wang, keep an eye on the boat. Got it. Hannah Wells jumped into the water and swam toward the location he remembered. The fragment of the Shanghai steel was emitting a faint warmth, and the sensation grew stronger and stronger. He dove to the seabed and turned on his waterproof flashlight. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the slabs, covered in silt and sand. This time, Hannah Wells examined them more closely. He discovered that these slabs were actually wooden planks simply soaked in seawater for so long that they had become encrusted with a thick layer of silt, sand, and shells. The planks were neatly shaped, resembling the structure of a ship's hull. He swam around the planks once, roughly determining their outline. It was a massive structure at least 30 or 40 meters long and over 10 meters wide. If this really was a ship, it was certainly no ordinary fishing boat. A merchant ship? An ancient merchant ship? Hannah Wells' heart began to race. He scraped the surface of one of the planks with his diving knife. The silt and shells flaked away, revealing the tight grain of the wood beneath. He took a few photos, intending to study them later. The sensation from the fragment grew stronger, as if urging him to explore it quickly. Hannah Wells swam to the other side of the hull and discovered an opening, a crack in the hull wide enough for a person to crawl through. But it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see a thing. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to enter recklessly. He didn't know what conditions lay inside. It would be trouble if there were any danger. Hannah Wells took a few more photos, then surfaced. "Brother Hannah, what did you find this time?" Logan Turner asked eagerly. "It's definitely a shipwreck," Hannah Wells said as he climbed back onto the boat and wiped the water from his face. "It might be an ancient merchant ship, but we need to confirm that further." He transferred the photos from his underwater camera to his phone and examined them closely. Judging by the photos, the shape of those wooden planks did indeed resemble the structure of a ship's hull. "Dajwang, don't mention this to anyone just yet." "Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped," Logan Turner assured him, patting his chest. Hannah Wells nodded and was just about to start the boat to head back when a fragment of the Shanghai steel suddenly grew hot. It wasn't the kind of sensation she felt from the sunken ship, but rather a warning. Something was out there in the distance. Hannah Wells focused her gaze on the horizon. Something seemed to be floating on the surface of the sea. It was too far away to make out clearly. "Dawang, what's over there?" Logan Turner followed the direction of her finger and squinted. "I can't make it out clearly. Looks like a buoy?" "No," Hannah Wells furrowed his brow. The sensation from the fragment of the Shanghai steel told him it wasn't a buoy, it was a person. "Start the engine. Quick." He scrambled aboard the wave chaser, took the helm himself, and pushed the throttle to the max. Roar. The wave chaser cut through the waves, racing toward that direction. "Brother Hannah, what's going on?" Logan Turner asked anxiously. "There's someone over there. Looks like they're in trouble." After a few minutes, the wave chaser finally drew close to the floating object. Hannah Wells could see clearly now. It was a person. A young woman in a wetsuit, floating on the surface of the sea. Her face was pale, her eyes tightly shut, and her lips were turning purple. One hand was still weakly paddling, but her movements were growing slower and slower. Her other hand was tangled in an abandoned fishing net. If they didn't rescue her quickly, she would soon sink. "Wang, bring me a knife," Hannah Wells shouted and plunged into the water. The moment he entered the water, the power of the fragment of the Shanghai steel fully activated. His vision changed abruptly. The direction of the currents, the distribution of the reefs, the refraction of light, everything was crystal clear. 15 meters deep, near a cluster of reefs. He sensed the woman's location. She was entangled in the fishing net, and the hose of her oxygen tank was constricted, threatening to cut off her oxygen supply. Her gaze had already begun to glaze over, and her movements were growing slower and slower. Hannah Wells swam toward her with all her might, her body gliding nimbly through the water as if she were a fish in its element. As she neared the woman, she saw her struggling, but the more she struggled, the tighter the net wrapped around her. Fear and despair were etched all over her face. Hannah Wells reached out a hand and gently placed it on her shoulder. A strange sense of calm washed over her. The woman's struggling ceased, and the fear in her eyes gradually subsided. Hannah Wells drew a diving knife from his waist and began cutting through the fishing net. His movements were precise and steady. Every cut was perfectly executed. without harming the woman's skin. The blade sliced through, and the net snapped. 1, 2, 3. Finally, the last line was severed. Freed from her bonds, the woman's body began to sink. Hannah Wells caught her and began to ascend. He carefully controlled their speed to avoid decompression sickness caused by rising too quickly. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. Finally, they broke the surface. Logan Turner quickly steered the chasing waves over. "Give me a hand." Working together, the two pulled the woman onto the boat. Her body was ice cold, her face as pale as paper, and her breathing was so faint it could stop at any moment. Is she okay?" Logan Turner asked anxiously. "First aid first." Hannah Wells began performing CPR on the woman. Chest compressions, rescue breaths, compressions, rescue breaths. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Finally, the woman coughed once and spat out a mouthful of seawater. Cough, cough, cough. Her eyes fluttered open slightly, her gaze unfocused. Who are you?" Her voice was so weak it was barely audible. "Don't talk yet," Hannah Wells said, turning her body onto her side so she could continue coughing up water. "What is your name? How did you end up here?" The woman stared blankly for a moment before she came to her senses. "I am Emma Foster," she managed to say with great difficulty. "I was exploring a shipwreck and got tangled in a fishing net." "A shipwreck?" Hannah Wells was taken aback. Could it be that she was also searching for that shipwreck? "How did you end up here all by yourself?" I rented a boat," Emma Foster said weakly. "The boat owner was waiting nearby, but I was underwater too long. I got tangled in the fishing net and couldn't get back up." Her voice grew fainter and fainter. "The boat owner probably thought something had happened to me and left." Hannah Wells frowned. That was certainly a possibility. Some fishermen were timid when they saw a diver take too long to resurface. They'd run off for fear of being held responsible. "Don't say anything else for now." He draped a coat over Emma Foster. "Get some rest first, I'll take you back to shore." Emma Foster nodded weakly and closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually steadied, and her body was no longer so cold. Logan Turner watched from the side and breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Hannah, is she all right now?" "She should be fine, just a little weak." Hannah Wells looked at Emma Foster's pale face, feeling a bit puzzled. A young girl, all alone at sea, investigating a shipwreck? What was she doing? And she said shipwreck. Could she know something about that shipwreck? Hannah Wells decided to wait until she recovered a bit before asking her about it properly. He started the wave chaser and headed for shore. The sea breeze blew, and Emma Foster's body shivered slightly. Hannah Wells wrapped her coat a little tighter around her. There was something special about this girl. He had a hunch that her appearance would bring about some changes in his life. Chapter 041. The Hero Saves the Lady. The wave chaser cut through the waves, heading toward the shore. Emma Foster lay in the cabin, the color gradually returning to her face. Her breathing had steadied, but she was still somewhat weak. Hannah Wells sat beside her, watching her. "How are you feeling?" "Much better, thank you." Emma Foster opened her eyes, her voice still somewhat weak. "What do you do? Why did you come all this way alone to investigate a shipwreck?" Emma Foster glanced at him and said, "I'm a graduate student in marine archaeology at Xiamen University. I'm working on my thesis, researching shipwreck sites in these waters." "A graduate student in marine archaeology?" Hannah Wells was somewhat surprised. "Are there really shipwrecks in these waters?" "Yes." Emma Foster's expression turned serious. According to historical records, this area was a key route along the maritime Silk Road during the Song and Yuan dynasties, and many merchant ships sank here. "I'm researching one of them." Hannah Wells' heart began to race. Could the shipwreck he discovered be the very one Emma Foster was studying? "Did you find that shipwreck?" Emma Foster shook her head. "Not yet. I've only pinpointed a general area based on historical records. Today was my first dive to investigate it, and I didn't expect an accident to happen." Her tone was somewhat discouraged. Hannah Wells said nothing, deciding to wait until Emma Foster had recovered a bit before telling her about the shipwreck. The Zulong continued heading toward shore. As Emma Foster's strength gradually returned, she began looking around. Her gaze fell on Hannah Wells, tinged with a hint of confusion. "When you jumped in to save me just now, you didn't seem to be wearing an oxygen tank, did you?" Hannah Wells paused in surprise. "I was wearing one." No, you weren't. Emma Foster shook her head, her tone certain. I saw it clearly. You weren't wearing any equipment when you jumped in.
No accidentank, no mask.
You were underwater for at least 5 minutes. How could that be possible? Hannah Wells fell silent. He realized his ability might have been exposed. The ability to breathe underwater, granted to him by the fragment of the Shanghai steel, seemed impossible to an ordinary person. Maybe you misjudged it, he said vaguely. I was wearing a small diving kit, you just didn't see it. Emma Foster stared at him, her gaze sharp. But after a moment, she nodded. Maybe I was too panicked at the time and saw things wrong. She didn't press the issue, but doubt was clearly still lingering in her eyes. Hannah Wells breathed a silent sigh of relief. The wave chaser docked. Hannah Wells helped Emma Foster off the boat. What are you planning to do next? I'll go back and rest for a bit. My partner will be here tomorrow, and we'll continue the survey then. Emma Foster's gaze lingered on Hannah Wells for a few seconds. Thank you for saving me. If I get the chance, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Hannah Wells smiled. Don't mention it, it was no trouble at all. Emma Foster pulled a business card from the waterproof pouch in her backpack and handed it to Hannah Wells. Here's my contact information. If you ever need any help, feel free to reach out. Hannah Wells took the card and glanced at it. Emma Foster, a graduate student in marine archaeology at Xiamen University. Okay. He put the card away. Emma Foster turned and walked away, her steps still a bit unsteady. Hannah Wells watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. This girl specialized in shipwrecks, and he had just discovered one himself. Could this be an opportunity? Perhaps they could collaborate. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells was packing up her fishing gear when her phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Hello. Hello. This is Emma Foster. A clear female voice came from the other end of the line. You saved me yesterday, and I'd like to thank you in person. Are you free right now? I'd like to treat you to a meal, and I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Hannah Wells thought for a moment and agreed. Half an hour later, she met Emma Foster at a cafe in the county seat. Today, Emma Foster was dressed casually in a white t-shirt and jeans, her hair tied back in a ponytail. She looked very young, in her early 20s, with delicate features and a striking presence. Thanks for coming, Emma Foster smiled, gesturing for him to sit down. I ordered coffee. Would you like anything else? No, thanks, Hannah Wells replied as he sat down. You said you wanted to talk about something. What is it? Emma Foster's expression turned serious. I looked into the situation in these waters. She took a set of documents out of her bag and spread them out on the table. According to historical records, this stretch of water was a major route along the maritime Silk Road during the Song and Yuan dynasties. Many merchant ships sank here, leaving behind a large number of shipwreck sites. The one I'm researching is one of them. She pointed to a map in the documents. Based on my calculations, that shipwreck should be right here. Hannah Wells glanced at the map, and a thought struck her. That location was almost exactly where she had discovered the shipwreck. You said you're looking for a shipwreck? Yes. Emma Foster nodded. It's a Song Dynasty merchant ship that, according to records, was carrying a large quantity of porcelain and silk. If I can find it, it would be a huge help to my research. She paused and looked at Hannah Wells. The spot where I had my accident yesterday isn't far from my estimated location. I saw what looked like shipwreck debris underwater, but since it was tangled in a fishing net, I couldn't get a good look. Hannah Wells remained silent. He was certain that the shipwreck Emma Foster was looking for was the very one he had discovered. Did you come to me because you want my help? Emma Foster nodded. You operate in these waters, so you must be very familiar with the area. And her gaze grew sharp. Your underwater skills are exceptional, better than any professional diver I know. If you're willing to help, we can explore that area together. Hannah Wells looked at Emma Foster but didn't answer right away. He had discovered the shipwreck, but hadn't yet found the right person to identify it. Emma Foster was a professional graduate student in marine archaeology. If he worked with her, they might be able to figure out the shipwreck's origins. Besides, the fragment of the steel of the vast sea had sensed the shipwreck. Whatever was inside might be related to the fragment. All right, I'll help you. Emma Foster's eyes lit up. Really? But I have one condition, Hannah Wells said, looking at her. When we explore the shipwreck, you must tell me immediately if you find anything. I'm also very interested in this shipwreck. Emma Foster paused for a moment, then smiled. It's a deal. She held out her hand. It'll be a pleasure to work with you. Hannah Wells shook her hand. Likewise. The two exchanged contact information and agreed to go together the next day to survey the wreck site. Emma Foster stood up, ready to leave. But when she reached the door, she paused. One more thing, she turned around and looked at Hannah Wells. Yesterday underwater, when you were cutting the fishing net, your movements were so steady it was as if you could do it with your eyes closed. And when I was struggling, you tapped my shoulder, and I calmed down instantly. Her gaze was probing. All of that was quite remarkable. Hannah Wells looked at her and was silent for a moment. With plenty of underwater work, you naturally become skilled at it. Emma Foster smiled, looking at Hannah Wells. I believe there must be something special about you. I'll discover it little by little. With that, she turned and left the cafe. Hannah Wells watched her walk away, feeling a mix of emotions. Emma Foster was a smart girl. She wouldn't easily accept an explanation like small equipment. But she didn't press the issue, which came as a relief to Hannah Wells. He didn't want anyone to know about the fragments of the Shanghai steel, at least not yet. On the way back, Hannah Wells felt a bit uneasy. He had discovered the shipwreck, and Emma Foster was looking for it too. The two of them had unexpectedly stumbled upon the same thing. Was this a coincidence or some kind of plan? The mark on his palm grew slightly warm, making Hannah Wells feel that things were getting more and more interesting. Chapter 042. Embrace in the Water. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells' cell phone rang. It was Emma Foster calling. Hello, Hannah Wells. Are you free today? I'd like to talk to you about the shipwreck. Her voice was crisp, tinged with a touch of excitement. I'm free. Meet me at the pier. Half an hour later, Emma Foster showed up at the fishing harbor pier. She was dressed casually, wearing a sun hat and carrying a large backpack. She looked as if she were heading out for a day trip. But Hannah Wells noticed that her backpack was bulging. It must have been packed with quite a bit of professional equipment. Is this your boat? Emma Foster stood next to the Chu Lang, examining it from top to bottom. Yes, the Chu Lang. You've been on it before. Hannah Wells hopped onto the boat and reached out to pull her up. It looks pretty simple. Emma Foster smiled, choosing her words carefully. It's secondhand as long as it's cheap and gets the job done, Hannah Wells replied, not taking offense. Logan Turner was organizing fishing gear in the cabin when he heard the commotion and poked his head out. His eyes lit up when he saw Emma Foster. Brother Hannah, this is Emma Foster, a graduate student at Xiamen University. She's here to investigate the shipwreck, Hannah Wells explained briefly. I'm going out to sea with her today. You stay on the boat and keep an eye on things. A shipwreck? Logan Turner's eyes widened. The one we found? Hannah Wells shot him a glare, and Logan Turner immediately shut up, though the look on his face became intriguing. Emma Foster glanced curiously at Logan Turner, then looked back at Hannah Wells. You've found a shipwreck before? Hannah Wells didn't deny it. He took a nautical chart from the cabin and spread it out on the table. During a previous voyage, I discovered a location that appeared to be a shipwreck. He pointed to a spot on the map. It's in this area of the sea, with a depth of about 50 meters. Emma Foster leaned in for a closer look, and her eyes widened suddenly. This location matches my calculations almost exactly. Her breathing quickened as she pulled her notes from her bag to compare them. According to the compiled records of the Song Dynasty, during the Shaoxing era of the Southern Song Dynasty, a merchant ship that set sail from Quanzhou port, loaded with large quantities of porcelain and silk, sank in these waters after encountering a storm. I've been researching this for 2 years, but I've never been able to pinpoint the exact location. She looked up at Hannah Wells, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Are you sure it's a shipwreck? I'm certain, Hannah Wells nodded. The ship's structure is clearly visible. Although the planks have been corroded by seawater, they're still recognizable. Plus, I found some porcelain shards in the surrounding area. Emma Foster's hand trembled slightly. If it really is that ship, this would be a major discovery for my research and for the entire academic community. Do you want to go take a look? Of course I do. Emma Foster almost blurted out. Then let us set out right now. The wave chaser left the fishing port and headed out toward the open sea. Emma Foster stood at the bow, watching the coastline recede into the distance, her feelings a complex mix of emotions. She had been researching shipwrecks in these waters for 2 years, with little progress to show for it. She never expected that a chance encounter would lead her to meet Hannah Wells, and she certainly never imagined that Hannah Wells would actually discover a shipwreck. Logan Turner was at the helm, occasionally stealing glances at the two women sitting at the bow discussing their data, a knowing smile spreading across his face. While Emma Foster wasn't looking, he leaned over to Hannah Wells and whispered, "Brother Hannah, you're something else, saving someone's life and even striking up a connection in the process?" Hannah Wells shot him a glare. "Don't talk nonsense. She's here to do research." "Research, sure. Research," Logan Turner said with a mischievous grin. "I get it. I totally get it." Hannah Wells couldn't be bothered to respond and walked away to continue her discussion with Emma Foster. 2 hours later, the wave chaser reached its destination. "This is the spot. The water's about 50 meters deep." Hannah Wells stopped the boat. Emma Foster pulled her gear out of her bag: a wetsuit, oxygen tank, mask, fins, diving knife, waterproof flashlight, an underwater camera, everything she needed. She handed another set of gear to Hannah Wells. "I brought 2 sets. You can use this one." Hannah Wells took the gear and began putting it on. Although the fragment of the Songhai steel granted him the ability to breathe underwater with Emma Foster present, he couldn't act too out of the ordinary. "Are you sure you can dive down there? 50 meters is a bit deep." "I have a diving certification, it's no problem," Emma Foster said as she checked her gear. "But I can't stay down too long, my oxygen is limited. Let us just confirm the location today and explore it in detail next time." The two of them put on their gear and sat on the gunwale. Logan Turner called out from behind, "Brother Hannah, Miss Foster, stay safe. I'll be waiting here on the boat." There was a hint of teasing in his tone, but Hannah Wells pretended not to hear it. "Let us go." The two of them dived into the water at the same time. The moment they hit the water, Emma Foster regulated her breathing and began her descent. Hannah Wells followed alongside her, maintaining a safe distance. A depth of 50 meters is a major challenge for the average person. The water pressure gradually increased, and the temperature dropped steadily. But Emma Foster was professionally trained, and her movements were steady and confident. Hannah Wells, empowered by the fragment of the oceanic steel, was in her element. The two dove to the seafloor, where darkness enveloped them. Hannah Wells turned on her waterproof flashlight, its beam illuminating the path ahead. The wreckage of a ship, covered in silt and sand, came into view. Emma Foster's eyes widened instantly at the sight. She swam closer to the wreck and used her flashlight to carefully examine the ship's structure, taking photos to document every detail as she went. It was a large merchant ship, at least 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. Most of it was buried in silt, but the exposed sections were enough to reveal its great age. Hannah Wells swam alongside, helping to illuminate the area. Emma Foster swam a full circle around the wreck when she suddenly spotted a crack on one side of the hull, an opening large enough for a person to crawl through. She peered inside and noticed some fragments along the edge of the crack. She picked one up to examine it, and her heart began to race. They were shards of porcelain, a blue glaze, delicate patterns. This was Song Dynasty Celadon. Emma Foster was so excited she almost cried out. She had been searching for 2 years, and finally, she had found it. She gave Hannah Wells a thumbs up, signaling that she had found crucial evidence. Just then, the hull suddenly shook. As if struck by an underwater current, the shipwreck swayed slightly. Hannah Wells reacted quickly, grabbing Emma Foster and pulling her into his arms. The hull's vibration lasted a few seconds before stopping. The two of them hung suspended in the water, still locked in an embrace. With her face pressed against Hannah Wells' chest, Emma Foster could hear his heartbeat. Through her wetsuit, she could feel his body heat. Her face grew slightly warm. Hannah Wells also realized their current position was a bit awkward, but he didn't let go, worried the hull might shake again. A few seconds later, once he was sure it was safe, he released her, stepped back slightly, and gestured to ask Emma Foster if she was okay. Emma Foster nodded, her face still a little flushed. In the dim underwater light, it was hard to see clearly, but her heartbeat had clearly quickened. The indicator light on the oxygen tank began to flash, and the two signaled to each other that it was time to go up. They began their ascent. Hannah Wells carefully controlled their speed, matching Emma Foster's rhythm to avoid ascending too quickly and causing decompression sickness. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Finally, they broke the surface. Logan Turner quickly maneuvered the chasing waves over, and the two climbed aboard. Emma Foster removed her mask, her eyes glistening with tears. "This is it. This ship is the Song Dynasty merchant vessel I've been searching for over 2 years." She held up the porcelain shard in her hand. "Look, This is Song Dynasty Celadon. Hannah Wells. You've discovered a major historical site. Hannah Wells smiled. So, shall we team up? Emma Foster nodded vigorously. Let us team up. She held out her wet hand and clasped Hannah Wells's. We'll explore this shipwreck together. Logan Turner watched the two of them shake hands from behind, a smile of understanding spreading across his face. The Chu Lang headed toward the shore. The sea breeze blew by, carrying a salty, damp scent. Emma Foster sat on the gunwale, stealing a glance at Hannah Wells before quickly looking away. That brief embrace underwater had left her feeling a little flustered. Hannah Wells gazed at the distant horizon, feeling a subtle stir within. The moment he held her in the water just now, his heart had indeed skipped a few beats. This girl was something special. Chapter 043. Exploring once more. After returning to shore, Emma Foster was so excited she could hardly sleep. She examined the porcelain shard over and over, confirming that it was indeed Song Dynasty Celadon. The glaze was a vivid green, the texture delicate typical of the Longquan kiln style from the Southern Song Dynasty. Hannah Wells, do you know what this means? Emma Foster cradled the shards, her eyes shining. A Southern Song Dynasty merchant ship, loaded with Longquan kiln porcelain. This could be one of the best preserved Song Dynasty merchant ships ever discovered. Hannah Wells watched her excited expression and felt a twinge of curiosity herself. So what do we do next? First, we need to file a report, Emma Foster said, putting the shard away. According to regulations, any underwater cultural relics found must be reported to the Cultural Heritage Authorities immediately. I'll contact my advisor and apply for an official archaeological excavation. But before that, I'd like to conduct a preliminary survey to gather more data, so we'll have stronger evidence when we apply. When are we going? Tomorrow. I need to prepare some equipment and underwater camera, surveying tools, sampling equipment, she said, counting them off on her fingers. Also, I need to find a partner. No need, Hannah Wells interrupted. I can help you. You handle the technical aspects, I'll handle the underwater work. I'm familiar with these waters, and I know the underwater conditions better than you do. Emma Foster hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right then, first thing tomorrow morning. This time we'll mainly be taking photos, making measurements, and collecting samples. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells captained the chasing waves and took Emma Foster back to the shipwreck site. This time, Emma Foster had prepared more equipment. Her backpack was stuffed to the brim. Can you carry all this down there by yourself? Hannah Wells asked, a touch of concern in her voice. I should be able to, though I might need your help carrying some of it. No problem. The two put on their gear and dived into the water. The underwater world remained dim and gloomy. One in front and one behind, they dove deeper. At a depth of 50 meters, the water pressure gradually increased, but Hannah Wells seemed completely at ease, as if the depth had no effect on him at all. Emma Foster watched his back, her doubts growing deeper. Was this man really just lucky? She shook her head and refocused her attention on the shipwreck. Upon reaching the wreck's location, Emma Foster got to work. First, she used her underwater camera to capture the shipwreck's overall condition, the hull's outline, the sections covered in silt, and the exposed structures, making sure not to miss a single angle. Then she began taking measurements. The ship was approximately 35 meters long and about 10 meters wide, a medium-sized merchant vessel consistent with the characteristics of Song Dynasty maritime trade. Help me measure over there, Emma Foster said, pointing to the other side of the hull. Hannah Wells nodded and swam over to assist her. Working in perfect sync, the two quickly completed the basic measurements. Next, I'd like to take a look inside the hold, Emma Foster said, pointing to the crack. Hannah Wells swam over to the crack and shone her flashlight inside. It's very dark in there, and there might be some silt, be careful. Emma Foster nodded, regulated her breathing, and followed Hannah Wells into the crack. The interior of the hold was even darker than the outside. Emma Foster turned on her flashlight, and the beam illuminated the surrounding space. There she saw it, porcelain. Lots of porcelain. It was covered in silt and mud, but its shapes were still recognizable. Bowls, plates, vases, jars, porcelain of all shapes and sizes, neatly stacked inside the hold. Emma Foster's heart was pounding. She swam over carefully and used a brush to clear the silt and sand from the surface. The vibrant green glaze was revealed, glowing softly in the light. She gently picked up a porcelain bowl and examined it closely. The foot ring at the bottom of the bowl was perfectly even, and the glaze was smooth and delicate, without a single flaw. This was top-quality celadone from the Longquan kiln. Emma Foster was so excited her hands were trembling. During her years at school, she had seen quite a few pieces of Song Dynasty porcelain, but she had never seen any preserved as well as these. These pieces had lain dormant on the seabed for over 800 years, yet they still retained their original luster. This indicated that when the ship sank, the hold had been sealed, preventing seawater from entering, which was why the porcelain had been preserved so well. Emma Foster quickly took photos to document the find, then carefully placed the porcelain back where she found it. According to regulations, underwater artifacts cannot be recovered at while formal excavation requires approval from the Cultural Heritage Authorities. Hannah Wells, look over here, Emma Foster said, pointing to another corner. There seems to be something else over there. Hannah Wells swam over and shone her flashlight in that direction. Emma Foster followed behind him, observing closely. It was gold and silverware. She swam closer to take a closer look and discovered that they were indeed gold and silver artifacts. Gold bracelets, silver hairpins, and some unidentified ornaments. Although there weren't many, they were exquisitely crafted and clearly valuable items. Emma Foster's heart began to race. This meant that the cargo the ship had carried back then wasn't just porcelain, it also included gold and silverware. This was a merchant ship loaded with precious goods. Let us take some photos first, Emma Foster said, taking a deep breath to calm herself. We can't touch these items, we'll have to wait for approval from the Cultural Heritage Department before we can officially excavate them. Hannah Wells nodded and helped take the photos. The two spent about 10 minutes in the ship's hold, gathering enough evidence before surfacing. Back on the boat, Emma Foster removed her diving mask, her face beaming with excitement. Hannah Wells, this ship is incredibly important. There are at least 100 pieces of porcelain inside, plus gold and silverware. If we conduct a formal excavation, it could rewrite the history of maritime trade during the Song Dynasty. Hannah Wells looked at her and smiled. So, would you say our collaboration was a success? It was a success. Emma Foster nodded vigorously. Once I organize this data and submit it to the Cultural Relics Department, we can apply for an official excavation. She looked at Hannah Wells with a complex expression. Thank you, Hannah Wells. Without you, I might never have found this ship. Hannah Wells waved her hand. You're welcome. Her gaze drifted out to the distant sea. She had a hunch that this shipwreck might hide even deeper secrets. And that secret was somehow connected to the fragment she carried. On the way back, Emma Foster kept flipping through the photos she'd taken, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her whole being radiating joy. Hannah Wells, you're amazing, she said suddenly. With so many people in these waters, you were the only one who discovered this shipwreck. Hannah Wells smiled but offered no explanation. Of course, he couldn't tell her it was because of the resonance from the fragment of the Shanghai steel. By the way, Emma Foster said, suddenly remembering something, you mentioned yesterday that you had a special feeling when you found this ship. Hannah Wells paused in surprise. Did I say that? You said it felt a little strange, Emma Foster said, looking at him. What was strange about it? Hannah Wells was silent for a moment. I can't really explain it. It's just it felt like it was waiting for me there. Emma Foster nodded thoughtfully. Maybe that's what you call fate. She smiled and didn't press the matter further. But deep down, another question had taken root in her mind. This man seemed to be hiding many secrets, and sooner or later she was going to get to the bottom of them. By the time the Chu Lang docked, it was already afternoon. Emma Foster couldn't wait to get back and organize her notes. I'm heading out now. I'll be in touch later. Keep an eye out for my message. She jumped off the boat, turned back to wave at Hannah Wells, and her figure quickly disappeared into the crowd. Hannah Wells watched her walk away, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. This girl was quite interesting. Logan Turner ran over from a distance, looking curious. Brother Hannah, how do you go? Did you guys go inside that shipwreck? We did. Really? Was there anything valuable inside? Yes, and it might be very valuable, Hannah Wells said as she packed up the gear on the boat. But it's a cultural relic, we can't touch it. Huh? So we went through all that trouble for nothing. It wasn't a waste of time, Hannah Wells said, patting him on the shoulder. When the official excavation begins, the government will offer a reward. Besides, since I'm partnering with her, there'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. Logan Turner nodded, not quite sure he understood. Brother Hannah, does this count as climbing the social ladder? Hannah Wells paused for a moment, then smiled. I suppose so. He gazed out at the distant ocean, a gleam in his eyes. The mark on his palm grew slightly warm, and the connection to the fragment of the Sea of Ages steel grew stronger and stronger. More secrets were about to come to light. Chapter 044. Budding Feelings. With the shipwreck case wrapped up, Emma Foster was busy organizing the documents to submit to the Cultural Relics Department. Hannah Wells' days remained much the same, going out to sea, fishing, and selling his catch. Logan Turner would sometimes tease him, Brother Hannah, why haven't you been in touch with that grad student lately? She's busy. Busy with what? Didn't you already find the shipwreck? I have to file a report with the Cultural Heritage Department and write my thesis. I've got plenty on my plate. Hannah Wells replied offhandedly. Why do you care so much? I'm just worried for you, Logan Turner chuckled. She's a top student, and you're just a fisherman. If you don't make a move soon, what if someone else snatches her away? Hannah Wells glared at him, but didn't he respond. 3 days later, just as Hannah Wells was returning from the sea one evening, Emma Foster called. Hannah Wells, the Cultural Heritage Department has accepted my application. I expect they'll send someone to survey the site soon. She sounded in good spirits. Congratulations. Don't mention it. Emma Foster paused. By the way, are you free tonight? Hannah Wells thought for a moment she really didn't have anything planned for today. Sure. Meet me in the county seat. I'll send you the location. Half an hour later, Hannah Wells met Emma Foster at a restaurant in the county seat. She was dressed casually, jeans and a white shirt with her hair tied back loosely, looking much more relaxed than she had a few days ago. Sit down, she gestured, handing her the menu. Order whatever you want, don't be shy. Hannah Wells flipped through the menu briefly and ordered seafood fried rice. Emma Foster ordered a salad and 2 side dishes. How have things been these past few days? She asked. Same as always, going out to sea to fish and sell the catch. Is it hard work? I'm used to it. Emma Foster looked at him, taking her time before speaking, as if gathering her thoughts. Hannah Wells, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Why did you choose to become a fisherman? Her tone was serious. You're still young, you must have plenty of other options. Hannah Wells didn't answer right away. He took a sip of water. To pay off my debts. Pay off your debts? My dad passed away half a year ago, leaving behind $800,000 in debt. Hannah Wells' tone was flat, as if he were talking about someone else. I had to pay it all off to keep the ancestral home he left behind. Emma Foster was taken aback. She hadn't expected this man, who seemed so calm and untroubled, to be carrying such a heavy burden. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. It's all in the past. Hannah Wells took a bite of his food. The debt's already paid off. Emma Foster looked at him, a strange feeling welling up inside her. $800,000 paid off in half a year. How hard must he have worked? But if Emma Foster knew that Hannah Wells had paid off the $800,000 in just 1 month and even had $100,000 left over, she didn't know what she'd think. So what are your plans from here? Keep going out to sea, save up to buy a bigger boat. And then, Hannah Wells smiled. No grand ambitions, just want to live a stable life. After the food arrived, the two chatted as they ate. Emma Foster talked about some of her experiences at school, going out to sea with her advisor for research, encountering swarms of jellyfish, and getting stung all over her body. Another time, she discovered an antique pottery jar and got all excited, only to find out after hauling it up that it was just a modern-day wine jar someone had thrown away. Hannah Wells listened and couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I just think your line of work is pretty interesting. Of course it is. Every time I go in the water, it's like opening a blind box. Emma Foster laughed. Though most of the time all I find is junk. What about you? After all these years at sea, have you ever come across anything interesting? Hannah Wells thought for a moment. Once, while diving, I came across a giant sea turtle. It wasn't afraid of me and swam around me several times. I stroked its shell, and it calmed down, as if it was really enjoying it. Emma Foster's eyes lit up. Sea turtles are hard to come by. They usually avoid people. Maybe they just like me, Hannah Wells said offhandedly. Emma Foster looked at her with a slightly probing gaze. Hannah Wells, you're special. You adapt to the ocean better than even us professional divers, and sea turtles aren't afraid of you either. Have you ever thought that maybe you were born to belong to the sea? Hannah Wells smiled but didn't deny it. Because he did indeed have a special connection to the ocean, he just didn't want to tell Emma Foster about it just yet. The two chatted for a long time, moving from the ocean to daily life, and from daily life to their dreams. Emma Foster said she wanted to pursue underwater archaeology after graduation, specializing in ancient shipwrecks. Hannah Wells said he wanted to switch to a bigger boat and explore more distant waters. As the restaurant gradually emptied, the two finally noticed the time. Sorry, we've been talking for too long, Emma Foster said, glancing at her watch. Let me drive you home. No need to go to all that trouble. What do you mean, trouble? You've helped me so much it's only right that I give you a ride. She insisted, and Hannah Wells didn't refuse any longer. Emma Foster got behind the wheel and drove Hannah Wells toward the fishing village. It was quiet inside the car, with soft music playing on the radio. Hannah Wells watched the night scenery flash by outside the window, feeling a sense of calm. This feeling was unfamiliar to him. Ever since his father's death and the weight of debt, his life had been a constant struggle. He had to budget every penny and work tirelessly every day. He hardly had any time to stop and feel anything. But tonight he felt relaxed. We're here. Emma Foster's voice interrupted his thoughts. Hannah Wells snapped back to reality and realized they had reached the village entrance. Thanks, he said, opening the car door. Hannah Wells, Emma Foster called out to him. I had a great time today, she said softly. Let us go out to dinner again sometime. Hannah Wells paused for a moment, then nodded. Sure. He turned and walked toward the village, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Emma Foster sat in the car, watching his back disappear into the night. This man didn't say much, but every word he spoke carried weight. He carried such a heavy burden on his shoulders, yet without a single complaint, he just bore it silently. She recalled how he calmly said just now, the debt has been paid off $800,000 in half a year. How much hardship must that have entailed? Emma Foster took a deep breath and started the car, driving back home. Back at home, Hannah Wells lay in bed, her mind replaying the scenes from that evening. Emma Foster a smile, the way her eyes sparkled as she spoke, and the look in her eyes when she said, let us go out for dinner sometime. He found himself actually looking forward to their next meeting. It was a rather unfamiliar feeling. Hannah Wells rolled over and closed her eyes. She had to go out to sea tomorrow. She didn't want to think about it anymore. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan was sitting in his office. Zhang Chong pushed open the door and whispered, Mr. Lin, that guy South been getting pretty close to a woman lately. What woman? A graduate student at Xiamen University. She studies marine archaeology. I heard they went out to sea together and discovered a shipwreck. A shipwreck? Lin Ziyuan furrowed his brow. Keep an eye on it. See what's really going on with that shipwreck. Yes, sir. Zhang Chong replied and withdrew. Lin Ziyuan leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. A shipwreck? A graduate student in archaeology. That kid seems to be up to something again. But it doesn't matter. In these waters, I'm the one in charge. He'll have to learn that the hard way. Chapter 045. The fishing net is cut. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells arrived at the fishing port as usual. The Chu Lang was moored quietly at the dock, sunlight streaming across the deck and casting shimmering patches of light. Logan Turner had arrived early and was already on board, organizing the fishing gear. Good morning, Brother Hannah. Good morning. Hannah Wells hopped aboard and walked into the cabin to check the equipment. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. The hold was in disarray. The fishing nets, which had been neatly stacked, had been thrown into a chaotic mess. Dazhuang, what happened? Logan Turner ran over to take a look and froze in shock. I don't know. They were clearly tidied up just fine when I left yesterday. Hannah Wells furrowed his brow and carefully inspected the nets. Her heart sank. The fishing nets had been slashed. It wasn't the kind of accidental damage. They'd been deliberately cut open with a knife. The neat, even slashes made it clear this was no accident. This was intentional, Hannah Wells said coldly. Logan Turner's expression changed. Who did this? Hannah Wells didn't speak, but she already had an answer in her mind. Lin Ziyuan. Couldn't be anyone else but him. Hannah Wells hauled the damaged fishing nets ashore and inspected them one by one. The situation was worse than she'd imagined. Of the 5 nets, 3 were completely destroyed and beyond repair. The other 2 were still usable but would take time to mend. Brother Hannah, that's going to cost over $3,000. Logan Turner calculated the costs from the side. A decent net costs at least 1,000, not to mention the lost working hours. Hannah Wells' expression darkened. Over 3,000 wasn't a small sum, but more importantly, it had derailed today's plan to go out to sea. He originally intended to make another trip to the shipwreck site with Emma Foster, but now he have to cancel it. Call the police, Logan Turner suggested. Hannah Wells shook his head. Without evidence, reporting it to the police won't do any good. He knew full well that even if he reported it, the police might not be able to solve the case. And even if they did, Lin Ziyuan would have plenty of ways to wriggle out of it. Then what should we do? Hannah Wells was silent for a moment. Let us fix what we can first. His tone was calm, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Lin Ziyuan, do you really think this will scare me? That morning, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner worked together to mend the 2 fishing nets that were still usable. Old Zhang heard about what happened and rushed over. Hannah, was it Lin Ziyuan who did this? Hannah Wells nodded. Old Zhang sighed. That guy's no ordinary person. He's got connections in both the underworld and the authorities. If you go head-to-head with him, you'll come out on the losing end. Uncle Zhang, he's already made his move. I'm not just going to sit here and wait to be finished off. Hannah Wells stopped what she was doing. I want to check in with those 6 guys from last time again. Also, I plan to reach out to a few more newcomers. Newcomers? Old Zhang paused in surprise. The more people, the better, Hannah Wells said. I haven't reached out yet to Lu San from the East End or Old Zhao from the North, the ones you mentioned earlier. Old Zhang thought for a moment. Lu San had his sales channels cut off last year and nearly went bankrupt. He's still paying off his debts. Old Zhao has trouble walking. He was beaten up by Lin Ziyuan's men. Those 2 you can give them a try. Okay. I'll go this afternoon. At noon, Hannah Wells received a message from Emma Foster. Hannah Wells? Are you still going out to sea today? He replied. I've got something coming up today. Let us do it another time. Emma Foster didn't press the issue, simply saying, okay. Let me know anytime if you need anything. Hannah Wells put away his phone, feeling a mix of emotions. His collaboration with Emma Foster had barely begun, and already something like this had happened. Lin Ziyuan was targeting him, but could Emma Foster get dragged into this as well? That afternoon, Hannah Wells went to see Lu San first. Lu San lived in a dilapidated little courtyard at the eastern end of the fishing port. He was a man in his 40s, his face weathered by the elements. Uncle Lu, it's Hannah Wells. Lu San glanced at her with a wary look. What do you want? I'd like to talk to you about Lin Ziyuan. Upon hearing that name, Lu San's expression changed. Have you gotten involved with him too? Hannah Wells nodded and recounted the incident where her fishing net had been slashed. After listening, Lu San sighed. Lin Ziyuan is nothing but a bully. Last year, when I refused to sell him my goods, he cut off my sales channels in this area and nearly drove me to ruin. Uncle Lu, several people are already willing to come forward, Hannah Wells said, looking at him. If you're willing to, there's strength in numbers. Let us report him together. Lu San was silent for a long time. How many people do you have? I've contacted 6 so far. With you and Old Man Zhao, if everyone is willing, we'll have 8 or 9. Lu San thought it over some more, then finally nodded. All right, I'm with you. I've got nothing left to lose anyway. Lu San waved his hand. Don't thank me. If you want to thank me, wait until we've taken Lin Ziyuan down. After saying goodbye to Lu San, Hannah Wells headed north to find Old Man Zhao. Old Man Zhao was in his 60s. His legs weren't what they used to be, and he walked with a limp. Upon hearing Hannah Wells' reason for visiting, the old man's eyes immediately welled up with tears. It's been 3 years. Old Man Zhao's voice trembled. My son spoke up against Lin Ziyuan in public, and the very next day someone broke his legs. Reporting it to the police was useless. The police station couldn't figure out who did it, but we all know who it was. He looked at Hannah Wells with a complex expression. Young man, are you sure you want to take him on? I'm sure, Hannah Wells nodded. He won't let me off the hook, and I don't plan on sitting around waiting to die. Old Man Zhao was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. All right, I'm in. At my age, I've got nothing left to fear. Back at the fishing port, Hannah Wells contacted the people who had previously agreed to stand up for her. Xiaozhang, Adam, and 4 other fishermen, and arranged to meet at a small tea house by the harbor. Once everyone had gathered, Hannah Wells recounted what had happened that day. Our fishing nets were cut? Little Zhang's face flushed with anger as he listened. That bastard Lin Zion is really pushing it. What about evidence? Adam asked. Do we have any evidence? No, he wouldn't leave any traces. Hannah Wells shook her head. But I have an idea. She looked at the group. Lin Ziyuan has done too many bad things. We can split up and gather evidence. How he forced you to sell your catch, how he threatened you, how he beat people and smashed boats. Let us compile all this evidence and report him together. There's strength in numbers, he won't be able to shut all of us down. A few people exchanged glances. Xiao Zhang spoke up first. I'm in. I have a hospital diagnosis for my leg and a police report. Even though they never figured out who did it back then, everyone knows it was Lin Ziyuan. Adam nodded as well. I'm in too. He forced me to accept lower prices for years, I still have the ledgers. Lu San slammed his fist on the table and said, I'm in. I've got nothing left to lose. Old man Zhao said shakily, as for my son's case, I still have the documents from back then. The others also spoke up one after another. Hannah Wells felt more confident. All right, everyone, go your separate ways and gather evidence. Once we've collected enough, we'll file a report together. After the meeting, Hannah Wells returned to the boat and organized the day's findings. With the original 6 plus Lu San and Old Man Zhao, there were now 8 people willing to come forward. Although it wasn't a large number yet, it was already an improvement over before. Logan Turner walked over and asked, Brother Hannah, what's the plan now? First, we'll repair the nets. We'll set sail tomorrow, Hannah Wells said. Lin Ziyuan thinks he can scare me with a few ragged nets, he's seriously underestimating me. His gaze drifted out to the vast ocean in the distance. The fragment of the Shanghai steel pressed against his chest, giving off a faint warmth. He would definitely uncover the secrets of the sunken ship. Lin Ziyuan, your good days are coming to an end. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan sat in his office, listening to Zhang Chang's report. I had my men sabotage all their fishing nets, he didn't go out to sea today. Lin Ziyuan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Teach him a lesson and let him know who's in charge of these waters. Boss, about that sunken ship. Lin Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. Keep an eye on it. There might be something valuable on that wreck. We'll make our move once they slip up. Zhang Chang nodded in agreement and stepped out. Lin Ziyuan leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. Chapter 046. Gathering Evidence. Over the next few days, Hannah Wells continued to contact the affected fishermen while mending her fishing nets. Progress was much slower than expected. Lin Ziyuan had been operating in this fishing port for many years, and his influence ran deep. Although many fishermen were dissatisfied, none dared to speak out for fear of retaliation. Brother Hannah, still no one's willing to join us today. Logan Turner sounded a bit discouraged. I visited 3 households. 2 of them just said, forget it, we don't want any trouble, and the other one was hesitant. I'd say it's probably a lost cause. Hannah Wells nodded, not at all surprised. He understood these fishermen's concerns. Lin Ziyuan was powerful, while they were just a group of ordinary fishermen. If their report failed, it would only invite Lin Ziyuan's brutal retaliation. They couldn't afford those consequences, nor were they willing to bear them. Don't worry. Let us take it slow. Hannah Wells reassured him. As long as we find enough people, we'll definitely make it happen. Logan Turner sighed. Brother Hannah, why don't we just forget about it? Let us just consider the money lost, go back out to sea, and stay far away from Lin Ziyuan. Hannah Wells looked at him and shook his head. Dazhuang, this isn't about the money. His tone was serious. Lin Ziyuan destroyed our fishing nets today. Tomorrow, he might do something else. As long as he's still around, we'll never have peace. Instead of sitting back and taking the hits, let us take the initiative. Logan Turner paused for a moment, then nodded. Brother Hannah, I'll take your advice. That afternoon, Hannah Wells visited another fisherman. He was an elderly fisherman in his 50s named Wang, known as Adam II. Last year, his boat had been deliberately rammed by Lin Ziyuan's men. The repairs cost several thousand, and Lin Ziyuan hadn't paid a single penny in compensation. Mr. West, are you busy? Hannah Wells walked over and greeted him. Adam too was mending his nets upon hearing her voice. He looked up. Oh, Hannah. He set down what he was working on and wiped the sweat from his brow. What's up? Mr. West, I'd like to talk to you about Lin Ziyuan. Adam too's expression changed. Hannah, have you gotten into trouble with him? Hannah Wells nodded and briefly explained the situation. After listening, Adam sighed. Lin Ziyuan is a ruthless man. He bullied me last year, and I still haven't recovered from it. Do you want to get everyone together to report him? Hannah Wells nodded. Yes. I need more people to speak up. Adam remained silent for a long time. He looked at Hannah Wells with a complex expression. Hannah, are you really determined to do this? Yes. Hannah Wells answered without hesitation. Adam was silent for a moment longer, then spoke slowly. All right, I'm with you. I've had more than enough of Lin Ziyuan's abuse in my old life. Even if we can't get him reported, I'm not afraid of him. At worst, I'll just risk my old life. Hannah Wells' eyes lit up. In the evening, Hannah Wells returned to the boat. Counting the people she contacted today along with those she found earlier, more than a dozen were willing to join. She opened her notebook and wrote down their names one by one.
Liu San, Adam, Zhang Fu, Li Chanxing.
Each person's story served as evidence of Lin Ziyuan's tyranny. Old Zhang walked over, watching Hannah Wells as she busied herself. Hannah, I heard you're still planning to report Lin Ziyuan to the Fisheries Administration? Hannah Wells nodded. Yes. Old Zhang sighed. Hannah, there is something I need to tell you. His tone was somewhat somber. Lin Ziyuan has a contact at the Fisheries Administration. Hannah Wells was taken aback. A contact? Yes. Old Zhang nodded. The station chief of the Fisheries Administration here in our fishing port, his surname is Zhao, has been friends with Lin Ziyuan for a long time. People have reported Lin Ziyuan before, but the cases were all swept under the rug. Not only did they fail, but they ended up facing even harsher retaliation from Lin Ziyuan. Hannah Wells fell silent. She hadn't known this before. If they went straight to the County Fisheries Enforcement Office to report him, it might not only be useless but could also alert him to their actions. Then Lin Ziyuan's retaliation would be even more brutal. Uncle Zhang, how close is Station Chief Zhao's relationship with Lin Ziyuan? Old Zhang thought for a moment. Very close. Lin Ziyuan gives gifts to the fisheries every year, and Station Chief Zhao often does him favors. To put it bluntly, they're in cahoots. Hannah Wells nodded, forming a plan in her mind. Reporting to the local fisheries bureau would definitely be useless, so she'd have to take a different approach. Report it directly to a higher authority. Go straight to the Municipal Fisheries Administration or even the provincial one. Bypass Station Chief Zhao and render Lin Ziyuan's protection useless. Hannah Wells said, I'll bypass the local fisheries administration and report this directly to a higher authority. Old Zhang's eyes lit up. Report it directly to a higher authority? Right? Hannah Wells' tone was firm. Lin Ziyuan can exert pressure on the local fisheries authorities, but he can't possibly control the municipal and provincial ones as well. As long as the evidence is solid enough, the higher-level authorities will definitely take it seriously. Old Zhang nodded, a look of relief spreading across his face. Hannah, you're a smart one. You're even sharper than your dad. All right, if you need anything, I'm here to help anytime. That evening, Emma Foster called. Hannah Wells, are you free tomorrow? Yes. Then shall we head out to the shipwreck site tomorrow? Hannah Wells thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Okay. We'll set out first thing tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Hannah Wells sat in the cabin, lost in thought for a long time. Lin Ziyuan had connections with the fisheries authorities, so she had to take that into account. Going directly to the local fisheries authorities to report this would be like walking into a trap. She had to bypass them and report it to a higher authority. But reporting directly to a higher authority required more substantial evidence. The evidence she gathered so far wasn't strong enough. She had to find something more compelling. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells set sail on the Chulang, taking Emma Foster with her to the wreck site. The weather was beautiful that day. The sea was calm, and the sun was shining brightly. Have you fixed your fishing nets yet? Emma Foster asked, standing at the bow. They're fixed. Hannah Wells replied casually. It's a shame we lost 3 of them. Emma Foster was silent for a moment. Lin Ziyuan, why did he suddenly attack you? Hannah Wells glanced at her. It might be because of the shipwreck we discovered. He probably thought there were valuable items on the shipwreck. Emma Foster's expression changed. Hannah Wells, the artifacts on that shipwreck all belong to the state. No matter what Lin Ziyuan wants to do, there's no way he'll get his hands on those artifacts. Hannah Wells nodded. I know. Upon reaching the shipwreck site, Hannah Wells stopped the boat and jumped into the water with Emma Foster. The exploration went relatively smoothly, with no unexpected incidents. They took some photos and recorded some data. Back on the boat, Emma Foster began organizing the data. In a few days, I'll be able to submit a formal application to the Cultural Heritage Department. Her tone was excited. If all goes well, this shipwreck will soon be officially excavated. Hannah Wells nodded. That's good. Chapter 047. Reporting up the chain of command. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells prepared to mail the report. He organized the document folder, which contained all the evidence he collected over the past few days. Witness statements, medical reports, lists of damages. It was a thick stack, a shocking sight. Emma Foster came to find him just as he was organizing the materials. "What's this?" she asked curiously. Hannah Wells briefly explained the situation regarding the complaint. "Lindsay Yuan has people within the local fisheries administration, so I plan to bypass the local authorities and send the complaint directly to the provincial fisheries administration." After listening, Emma Foster nodded. That's the right approach. If the local fisheries administration has been infiltrated, forwarding the complaint there would only end up in Lindsay Yuan's hands. She thought for a moment, then added, "I'll go with you to mail it. I have to go into the city to run some errands today anyway." Hannah Wells glanced at her and nodded in agreement. Okay. The two of them got on Hannah Wells' motorcycle and headed toward the city center. On the way, Emma Foster asked a few questions. "How much evidence have you gathered?" "A dozen or so witness statements, 3 medical reports, and a few photos of the damaged fishing nets," Hannah Wells replied. "Is that enough?" "It is," Emma Foster said earnestly. When reporting a violation directly to a higher authority, the key is to have solid evidence. The medical reports are the strongest evidence because they're issued by a third-party hospital. The fisheries authorities can't dispute them. Witness statements are important, but without physical evidence to back them up, they can easily be refuted by the other side. Hannah Wells nodded. He had made a point of focusing on this when gathering evidence. Medical reports, purchase contracts, and lists of damages all were hard evidence that could corroborate the claims. Upon arriving in the city, Hannah Wells went to the post office first. He chose express mail to ensure the complaint letter would reach the Provincial Fisheries Administration within 3 days. After filling out the address and sealing the envelope, he handed it to the clerk. "Delivery within 3 days. Please keep the receipt after signing for it," the clerk said. Hannah Wells nodded, paid the postage, and received a mailing receipt. He put the receipt away and breathed a sigh of relief. The letter of complaint had been mailed. Now all that was left was to wait. Emma Foster looked at him and smiled. "Hannah Wells, you're very decisive. Most people would hesitate for a long time if they encountered something like this. But you're different, you take action when you need to." Hannah Wells looked at her and smiled. "Hesitation doesn't solve problems. Lindsay on 1 let me off just because I don't report him. Rather than sitting back and taking the hits, it's better to take the initiative." Emma Foster nodded, a touch of admiration in her eyes. "With a personality like yours, you're cut out for big things." The two left the post office, and Emma Foster suggested they go for lunch. "Since we're in the city, we might as well grab a bite to eat." Hannah Wells thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Sure." They found a small restaurant, ordered 2 dishes, and chatted while they ate. "By the way, the Cultural Heritage Department is sending a team to survey the shipwreck next week." Emma Foster suddenly brought up the subject. "My application has already been approved. The official team will arrive within 3 days." Hannah Wells nodded. "That's good. It's safer to leave the shipwreck to the professionals." Emma Foster looked at him and suddenly asked, "Aren't you interested in what's on the shipwreck?" Hannah Wells smiled. "I am. But I know those things don't belong to me. It's enough for me to help find it." Emma Foster paused for a moment, then smiled. "You're quite unique. Most people who discover a shipwreck think first about salvaging something. But you're different. You don't seem to care much about these material possessions." Hannah Wells looked out the window and said nothing. Of course he cared. It's just that what he cared about wasn't gold, silver, or jewels. It was something that might be inside the shipwreck, something related to the fragments of the Shanghai steel. During their last exploration of the shipwreck, he had discovered a decaying wooden box deep within the ship's hold. The box was empty, but the fragment of the Shanghai steel had reacted strongly to that spot. Something had once been placed there. Something related to the fragment of the Shanghai steel. This question had been weighing on his mind ever since. After lunch, The two prepared to return to the fishing port. Emma Foster suddenly said, "Hannah Wells, I'd like to make one more trip to the shipwreck site before the official team arrives. Especially that spot where the wooden box was. I'd like to investigate it further." Hannah Wells's heart skipped a beat when she heard the words, wooden box. The fragment of the Shanghai steel had consistently shown a strong reaction to that location. If they could figure out what had once been there, they might find more clues. "All right, let us go this afternoon." She made up her mind. Emma Foster nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "Great." Back at the fishing port, Hannah Wells captained the chasing waves and took Emma Foster to the shipwreck site. The sea conditions were excellent today. The waves were calm, and sunlight filtered through the water, casting a golden glow on the seabed. The two donned their diving gear and dived into the water. The underwater world remained dim. Hannah Wells turned on her flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the shipwreck ahead. The two swam up to the wreck and entered the ship's hold. Emma Foster began taking photos to document the scene, while Hannah Wells carefully scanned the depths of the hold. The signal from the fragments of the Sea of Time steel was growing stronger. Something was there, deeper within the hold. Hannah Wells swam around a corner and arrived at the spot where she had found the wooden box last time. The box was still there, half buried in silt and sand. The gold and silver artifacts inside still glinted in the light. But Hannah Wells' attention wasn't on the artifacts. She looked at the decaying wooden box next to it. The box was in tatters and completely empty. Yet the fragment of the Shanghai steel sensed the spot most strongly. What had once been placed here? Hannah Wells swam closer to the wooden box and gently brushed away the silt surrounding it. He discovered a shallow indentation at the bottom of the box. The indentation was square in shape. Its size was roughly the same as that of the Shanghai steel fragment. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. Had a fragment of the Shanghai steel once been placed here? He couldn't be certain, but this discovery planted a suspicion in his mind. Had the fragment of the Shanghai steel once been kept in this wooden box? Had someone taken it later? Who was that person? He couldn't answer these questions yet, but he made a mental note of this discovery. When the opportunity arose, he would investigate it thoroughly. Emma Foster swam over and saw Hannah Wells examining the wooden box. This box. She swam closer to take a look, narrowing her eyes slightly. "It looks like it was used to store something." "What kind of thing?" Hannah Wells asked. "I'm not sure." Emma Foster shook her head. "The box is made of ordinary material, but there's an indentation on the bottom. That suggests it once held a square-shaped object." She began taking photos to document it. "I'll submit this information to the Cultural Heritage Department. Maybe they can find more clues." Hannah Wells nodded, saying nothing more. He made a mental note of the discovery. The two stayed in the ship's hold for about 20 minutes. After gathering enough data, they began to ascend. Back on the boat, Emma Foster said excitedly, "We've had a great day. The discovery of that wooden box might provide new clues for the study of the shipwreck." Hannah Wells nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. What exactly was the connection between the fragment of the Shanghai steel and this shipwreck? What had once been inside that wooden box? He had to find the answers to these questions. On the way back, Hannah Wells noticed a speedboat following them at a distance. He furrowed his brow slightly. Thanks to the power of the fragment of the Shanghai steel, he could sense that someone on that boat was watching them. It was Lin Ziyuan's people. Hannah Wells made no move to draw attention to it. He simply took silent note of the situation. It seemed Lin Ziyuan had already set his sights on the shipwreck. The anonymous tip had already been sent. He had to take Lin Ziyuan down before Lin Ziyuan made his move. Chapter 048. Lin Ziyuan's self-destructive move. It had been 3 days since the tip-off letter was sent, but there had still been no response from the Provincial Fisheries Administration. Hannah Wells didn't just sit around waiting. He continued to go out to sea to fish. That morning, the sea was calm and the sun was shining brightly. "Brother Hannah, where are we going today?" Logan Turner asked from the bow. "The usual spot. Let us cast a few nets first." Hannah Wells started the engine, and the wave chaser slowly pulled away from the fishing port. 2 hours later, the Chu Lang reached its designated fishing grounds. Hannah Wells began setting the nets. The powers of the fragment of the Shanghai steel were fully activated, allowing him to sense the movements of fish schools beneath the water. 300 meters to the southeast, there was a school of yellow croakers. There were quite a few of them. He estimated the catch would be around 1 or 200 jin. Dazhuang, cast the nets toward the southeast. Hannah Wells directed. Logan Turner followed her instructions, and the two worked together to cast the net. Sure enough, when they hauled in the net a few hours later, it was filled with yellow croakers. "Brother Hannah, you're still as amazing as ever," Logan Turner shouted excitedly. Hannah Wells smiled and continued directing the haul. Suddenly, the fragment of the Shanghai steel vibrated slightly. This time, the sensation was clearly not a reaction to a school of fish, but a warning. It felt as if something was approaching. Hannah Wells whipped her head around and looked into the distance. On the sea, a speedboat was racing toward them. It was moving very fast, and judging by its course, it was clearly heading straight for the Chulon. "Dazhuang, hold on tight," Hannah Wells shouted, jerking the steering wheel sharply. The Chulang swerved violently, nearly capsizing. Whoosh! The speedboat streaked past the Chulang, coming within less than 2 meters. Waves splashed up, soaking Logan Turner from head to toe. "Brother Hannah, what's going on?" Logan Turner was still reeling from the scare. Hannah Wells didn't answer, her eyes fixed intently on the speedboat. There were 2 people on the speedboat, both wearing hats, so their faces were obscured. But they didn't stop. Instead, they turned the boat around, preparing to charge at them again. "Hold on tight." Hannah Wells pushed the throttle to the max, and the Chulang began to accelerate. But the fishing boat couldn't keep up with the speedboat. Soon, the speedboat caught up. Roar! Another deafening crash. The speedboat deliberately rammed into the side of the chasing waves. The hull shook violently, and Logan Turner nearly got thrown overboard. "Brother Hannah." Hannah Wells gritted her teeth, fighting desperately to steady the wheel. The power of the fragment of the sea monument was fully activated. She could sense every movement of the speedboat. Left! He jerked the wheel sharply, dodging yet another ram from the speedboat. The 2 vessels raced across the sea, each maneuver fraught with danger. Soon, Hannah Wells recognized the emblem on the speedboat. It was the Lin Corporation logo. Lin Ziyuan him again. He was out to kill him. The chase lasted over 10 minutes. Relying on his ability, Hannah Wells dodged the speedboat's rams time and time again. But her stamina was rapidly depleting. Suddenly, the sound of an engine came from the distance. Hannah Wells looked up and saw another fishing boat. The people on the speedboat noticed it too. They exchanged glances, then turned the boat around and sped away. Hannah Wells breathed a sigh of relief and slumped back into her chair. "Brother Hannah, are you okay?" Logan Turner asked anxiously. "Me fine." Hannah Wells took a deep breath. "Did you catch the speedboat's registration number?" Logan Turner paused for a moment. "It was something like Minyu something or other. My memory's not what it used to be." Hannah Wells nodded. "It's okay. I've got it. Minyu F8732. She would never forget that speedboat's registration number. Upon returning to the fishing port, Hannah Wells immediately went to find old Zhang to confirm her suspicions. "Uncle Zhang, Minyu F8732, is that boat owned by Lin Ziyuan's company?" Old Zhang thought for a moment. "It should be. His company has a fleet of speedboats specifically for transport." Hannah Wells narrowed her eyes. It was Lin Ziyuan, just as she suspected. "Hannah, what's wrong?" Old Zhang looked at her tense expression. "Out at sea today, someone deliberately rammed my boat. It nearly capsized." Hannah Wells' voice was calm, but a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "I memorized the registration number and confirmed it belongs to Lin Ziyuan's company." Old Zhang's expression changed. "Lin Ziyuan's people?" "Yes." Hannah Wells nodded. "He's trying to kill me." Old Zhang fell silent. "Hannah, Lin Ziyuan is serious this time." His tone was grave. "You need to be careful. The sea isn't like land. If something happens, no one will ever know." Hannah Wells nodded. "I know." That evening, Hannah Wells sat on the boat, lost in thought for a long time. It had been 3 days since the tip-off letter was sent to the Provincial Fisheries Administration, and there was still no word. Could be due to slow procedures, or it could have been suppressed. He couldn't wait any longer. Lin Ziyuan wasn't just trying to crush him financially anymore. Now he was out to kill him. If he didn't fight back now, the next time could be even worse. He had to turn up the heat. Hannah Wells came up with a plan to go to the Municipal Fisheries Administration and file another formal, named complaint. This time, he wouldn't go alone. He'd take all the fishermen willing to speak out with him. The more people there were, the louder their voices would be, and the more weight their complaint would carry. Even if Lin Ziyuan had connections at the local fisheries administration, he wouldn't be able to suppress a joint complaint signed by so many people. Hannah Wells took out her phone and sent a message to Lu San. Meet at the usual spot tomorrow at 9 a.m. We have something important to discuss. Lu San replied quickly, "Got it." The next morning, Hannah Wells arrived at the agreed-upon location. Lu San, Adam, Zhang Fu, and the others were already there. "Brother Hannah, what's going on?" Lu San noticed her pale face and asked. "Yesterday at sea, Lin Ziyuan sent men to ram my boat. It nearly capsized." Hannah Wells' voice was calm. "I noted the registration number and confirmed it was his boat." The group fell silent. Adam the boss sighed. "Lin Ziyuan is becoming more and more lawless. An incident at sea, there aren't even any witnesses. He's counting on that very fact to act so brazenly." Zhang Fu clenched his fists. "We can't just let this slide. He's been bullying us for so many years, and now he's trying to take a life." Hannah Wells looked at him and nodded. "That's why I've decided to turn up the heat. I sent a complaint letter to the Provincial Fisheries Administration earlier, but I haven't received a reply yet. I plan to go to the Municipal Fisheries Administration and file another formal complaint under my real name. This time, I won't go alone. I'll bring everyone with me. With so many of us, they won't be able to ignore it." Lu San's eyes lit up. "Brother Hannah, I'm coming with you." "I'm going too." Adam stood up. "I've had more than enough of Lin Ziyuan's abuse in my old age. Even if the complaint doesn't go through, I'm not afraid of him." Zhang Fu also stood up. "I'm going. I have the medical report that's hard evidence." The other fishermen spoke up one after another. More than a dozen of them were willing to follow Hannah Wells to file the complaint. Hannah Wells looked at them, feeling more confident. "All right, we'll set out together tomorrow at 8 a.m. We'll go to the Municipal Fisheries Administration and file a formal, named complaint against Lin Ziyuan." Chapter 049. The Joint Investigation Team arrives. 3 days after filing the formal, named complaint with the Municipal Fisheries Administration, news arrived. The Fisheries Administration had officially opened an investigation. This time, it wasn't just the Municipal Fisheries Administration acting alone. The Provincial Fisheries Administration had also sent personnel to form a joint investigation team with the Municipal Fisheries Administration, which was stationed at Minnan Fishing Port. The County Fisheries Administration was responsible for providing support. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang remarked with emotion, "People from the province have arrived. This is no small matter." Hannah Wells nodded. He understood that the Provincial Fisheries Administration had received his letter of complaint, and combined with the Municipal Fisheries Administration's formal, named complaint, the consolidation of evidence from both sides had led to this joint investigation. Lin Ziyuan had connections within the local fisheries administration, but he certainly couldn't control people at the provincial level as well. The head of the investigation team was a section chief from the Provincial Fisheries Administration. His surname was Zhou. He was in his 40s and had a stern expression. "Comrade Hannah Wells, we've reviewed the materials you provided." Section Chief Zhou flipped through the thick folder, his brow furrowed. "The details are very thorough, and there are many witnesses. We'll conduct a thorough investigation and verify the facts." Hannah Wells nodded. "Every word I've said is true. I'll cooperate whenever necessary." The investigation team worked meticulously. They split into 3 groups to interview fishermen, collect evidence, and investigate Lin Ziyuan's company. Hannah Wells led one of the groups to meet with the fishermen willing to testify. Lu San, Adam Tu, Zhang Fu, each of them recounted their ordeal in detail. The investigators took notes and photographed the evidence as they went. "Were you beaten by Lin Ziyuan's men?" the investigator asked, glancing at Zhang Fu's medical report. "Yes, last March." There was still a hint of anger in Zhang Fu's voice. "They forced me to sell my boat. When I refused, they beat me. I broke 3 ribs and was in the hospital for half a month. I reported it to the police at the time, but they called it a dispute and let it slide." The investigator jotted this down and asked, "Do you have any evidence proving it was Lin Ziyuan's men?" Zhang Fu shook his head. "No direct evidence. But I know they were his men. Those guys, they're always hanging around with him." The investigator jotted down a few lines in his notebook. Meanwhile, the team investigating Lin Ziyuan's company encountered resistance. Lin Ziyuan's company was quite large, employing dozens of people. But when asked about Lin Ziyuan's business practices, most hemmed and hawed. reluctant to say much. We're just employees, we don't know much about the boss's affairs. I'm not familiar with the situation. The members of the investigation team knew full well these people were afraid to tell the truth for fear of retaliation. Lin Ziyuan had been in business for many years, and his influence was deeply entrenched. Who among the rank-and-file employees would dare to cross him? That evening, the investigation team compiled their findings. As Section Chief Zhou listened to the reports from each group, his expression grew increasingly grave. Based on the evidence gathered so far, the allegations are largely true, said one investigator. Monopolizing the market, forcing purchases and sales, damaging others' property, we have witness testimony for all of these. But regarding the allegations of bodily harm, we lack direct evidence. Another investigator added, it's very difficult to prove that Lin Ziyuan ordered the acts committed by his henchmen. He is a sly old fox, he won't leave any loose ends. Section Chief Zhou nodded and fell into deep thought for a moment. First, organize the evidence we can confirm. The charges of monopolizing the market and damaging property alone are enough to land him in serious trouble. As for the bodily harm, keep investigating. The news quickly reached Lin Ziyuan. He sat in his office, his expression grim. Zhang Chong stood to one side, head bowed. Boss, officials from both the province and the city have arrived. They've interviewed several fishermen and gathered quite a bit of evidence. Lin Ziyuan snorted coldly. A bunch of troublemakers daring to file a complaint against me. He stood up and walked over to the window. Did you get in touch with those people? I did, Zhang Chong said. But the county officials said that since the provincial team is here, it's south, not really their place to get involved. Lin Ziyuan turned around, his expression changing. What do you mean? The provincial fisheries enforcement team is leading the investigation, the county is just assisting. Zhang Chong's voice sounded a bit shaky. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lin Ziyuan fell silent. He'd been in business for 20 years, what hadn't he seen? But this time it was indeed a bit tricky. People had reported him before, but those were isolated incidents, he could usually squash them by pulling a few strings. But this time was different. More than a dozen people had filed complaints together, and the provincial and municipal authorities were conducting a joint investigation. Even with his network of connections, he might not be able to completely suppress it. Let them investigate for now. Lin Ziyuan sat back in his chair, trying to calm himself down. Even if they uncover something, I can find someone to smooth things over. In these waters, no one can touch me yet. Zhang Chong nodded without saying a word. But he could sense that Lin Ziyuan's voice lacked some of its usual confidence. The next day, the investigation continued. Fisheries enforcement officers arrived at the fishing port and interviewed more fishermen. Some were too afraid to speak up, but others were willing to cooperate. After all, Lin Ziyuan had bullied far too many people. Now that someone had taken the lead in filing a complaint, everyone else was itching to do the same. Lin Ziyuan really is a bully, said an elderly fisherman. He controls the purchase prices for seafood in this area. Anyone who dares not sell to him has their sales channels cut off. Last year, he forced my nephew out of business. He had no choice but to go work in another city. The investigator took note and asked, "Are you willing to testify?" The elderly fisherman hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I am. I'm old anyway, so I'm not afraid of him." The investigation lasted 3 days. The Fisheries Administration gathered a large amount of evidence, witness testimonies, medical reports, lists of losses, business records. Every piece pointed to Lin Ziyuan's illegal activities. After reviewing the summary report, Section Chief Zhou remained silent for a long time. The evidence is essentially conclusive. He finally spoke up. Extortion and destruction of property. He can't escape those two charges. Additionally, his monopolization of the seafood market may also constitute unfair competition. We need to contact the market regulation authorities for a joint enforcement operation. The other investigators nodded in agreement. Lin Ziyuan had been in business for many years and had indeed built up a certain level of influence. But the net of the law is wide yet unyielding, nothing escapes it. He would ultimately have to pay the price for his actions. Hannah Wells also cooperated with the investigation. He revealed everything he knew, how Lin Ziyuan had sent people to damage fishing nets and how he had created dangerous situations at sea. Although there was no direct evidence, his testimony was recorded on the record. Section Chief Zhou shook his hand. If you hadn't come forward to report this, these issues might have remained hidden for a long time. Hannah Wells smiled. I just did what I had to do. After the investigation concluded, the Fisheries Administration began compiling the report. Section Chief Zhou personally drafted it, listing Lin Ziyuan's offenses one by one. This report would be sent to higher authorities for approval. Once approved, Lin Ziyuan would be in trouble. The news spread throughout the fishing port. The Fisheries Administration is really investigating Lin Ziyuan. I heard it's a joint investigation team from the provincial and municipal levels. Hannah Wells was the one who filed the complaint. She's really got guts. Lin Ziyuan might be finished this time. Whispers and speculation filled the air. Chapter 050. The downfall of Lin Ziyuan. Over at Lin Ziyuan's end, the atmosphere was growing increasingly tense. He began scrambling, reaching out to all his connections. He wanted to sweep the matter under the rug. But this time it was different. The evidence was irrefutable, the witnesses numerous, and the provincial government had sent people directly. Boss, I've reached out to some people in the city, but they don't seem too willing to help. Zhang Chong's voice trembled slightly as he reported. They say it's tricky now that people from the province are here. Lin Ziyuan's face turned ashen. Bunch of good-for-nothings. He slammed his fist down on the table. I've kept them around for all these years, and they're completely useless when it counts. Zhang Chong dared not speak, simply keeping his head down. Lin Ziyuan sat in his chair, his chest heaving. He sensed the crisis. This time, things might really go south. 2 days later, the investigation report was approved by higher-ups. This time, it wasn't just the Fisheries Administration. Market regulation, public security, multiple departments were conducting a joint operation. The target, Lin Ziyuan. At 8 a.m., several law enforcement vehicles pulled up outside the entrance to Lin Ziyuan's company. Leading the team were Section Chief Zhou from the Provincial Fisheries Administration Brigade and a deputy director from the Market Regulation Bureau. Lin Ziyuan was drinking tea in his office when he heard the commotion outside. His expression changed abruptly. What's going on? Zhang Chong rushed in, his face pale. Boss, it's bad. The enforcement team is here. Lin Ziyuan jumped to his feet, knocking his teacup to the floor where it shattered into pieces. What do they want? It looks like they're sealing the premises. The enforcement team stormed into the company and began the seizure. The warehouse, offices, accounting department, every room was sealed with official seals. The employees looked at one another, unsure of what was happening. Where's Lin Ziyuan? Section Chief Zhou walked into the office, his gaze sharp. Lin Ziyuan sat in his chair, his expression grim. Lin Ziyuan, you're suspected of multiple illegal acts, including monopolizing the market, damaging others' property, and unfair competition. Section Chief Zhou pulled out a document, his voice stern. This is a seizure order. Please cooperate with the investigation. Lin Ziyuan looked up, his eyes filled with malice. What right do you have to seize my company? I've been in business for 20 years and have never had a single problem. Section Chief Zhou stared at him coldly. Whether there's a problem or not, I send up to you to decide. We have ample evidence. Now, please come with us. Lin Ziyuan tried to say something, but 2 law enforcement officers grabbed him and hauled him to his feet. You're slandering me. I'm going to file a complaint against you. He struggled, but it was no use. 20 years of business came crashing down in an instant. The news quickly spread throughout the fishing port. Lin Ziyuan's been arrested. The enforcement team came to seal off his company. He's been taken away. The fishing port was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about it. The fishermen who had been bullied by Lin Ziyuan were especially thrilled. That's great. Lu San, upon hearing the news, slammed his fist on the table in excitement. That bully has finally been taken down. Adam also sighed. It's been 20 years he's been bullying us all this time. Finally, someone put him in his place. Zhang Fu clenched his fists, his eyes reddening slightly. There's finally going to be justice for my broken ribs. Hannah Wells was also at the fishing port. Upon hearing the news, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ziyuan had finally been brought to justice. All their efforts over the past period hadn't been in vain. Brother Hannah, you're amazing. Logan Turner ran over, his face beaming with excitement. Lin Ziyuan's been arrested. From now on, when we go out to sea, we won't have to worry about him anymore. We won't have to travel to other provinces to sell our fish anymore. Hannah Wells smiled. He knew this was only the beginning. Lin Ziyuan's influence remained, and his network of connections hadn't been completely dismantled yet. But at least the first step had been taken. The law enforcement operation lasted the entire day. Lin Ziyuan's warehouse, office, and seafood stalls were all sealed off. Several of his close associates were also taken away for questioning. Among them was Zhang Chong. When Zhang Chong was taken away, his face was deathly pale, and he was trembling all over. He had followed Lin Ziyuan for so many years and committed countless misdeeds. Now that Lin Ziyuan had fallen, there was no escape for him either. That evening, the Fisheries Administration issued a statement. Lin Ziyuan is suspected of multiple illegal acts, including monopolizing the market, damaging others' property, and unfair competition. A formal investigation has been launched, and his company has been sealed off. As soon as the statement was released, public opinion erupted. Local forums and social media were abuzz with discussions about the incident. Lin Ziyuan has been arrested. That bully has finally been brought down. He has bullied so many fishermen, he should be been arrested ages ago. I heard the whistleblowers were a few fishermen, led by a young man. That takes real guts. Hannah Wells' name began to spread among the fishermen. Everyone knew it was this young man who had led the effort to report Lin Ziyuan. A 20-year-long bully had been brought down. This incident made many people look at him in a new light. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan was locked up in a holding cell. He sat on an iron chair, his face grim. 20 years of building his empire had been destroyed in an instant. He couldn't fathom how he'd fallen at the hands of some greenhorn. Lin Ziyuan, you have a visitor. The guard opened the door, and Section Chief Zhou walked in. Here is the list of your criminal charges. Section Chief Zhou pulled out a document. Extorting businesses, destroying property, threats and intimidation. There's witness testimony for every single charge. You'd better come clean and try to get a lenient sentence. Lin Ziyuan let out a cold laugh. You don't have any direct evidence for these allegations. It's all nonsense spouted by that bunch of troublemakers. Section Chief Zhou looked at him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Is that so? Then explain this. Why did your subordinate, Zhang Chong, admit that you ordered him to do it? Lin Ziyuan's expression changed. What did he say? He said that destroying the fishing nets and creating dangerous situations, you told him to do all of it. He has audio recordings of every single misdeed you've ever committed. Section Chief Zhou's voice was calm. In exchange for leniency, he laid out your crimes in great detail. Lin Ziyuan staggered slightly. Zhang Chong, that bastard, he actually betrayed him. Besides Zhang Chong, several others have confessed as well. Section Chief Zhou continued. Lin Ziyuan, your crimes have been exposed. No matter how you try to wriggle out of it, you can't change the facts. Your only option now is to cooperate fully with the investigation. Lin Ziyuan sat in his chair, trembling all over. It's over. It's all over. Hannah Wells returned home to find Mrs. Chen cooking. I heard Lin Ziyuan was arrested? Mrs. Chen's voice sounded a little worried. Yes. Hannah Wells nodded. He has bullied so many people, he should be been dealt with a long time ago. Mrs. Chen looked at her and sighed. You have to be careful. Even though Lin Ziyuan has been arrested, his henchmen are still out there. I'm afraid they'll come after you for revenge. Hannah Wells took her mother's hand. Mom, don't worry. I'll be careful. This operation was very thorough. I'm sure those lowlifes won't dare to mess with me again. Chapter 051, Yongxing Fisheries. After chatting with her mother for a while, Hannah Wells was still a little worried about how Lin Ziyuan's people might react. But he knew he'd done the right thing by reporting Lin Ziyuan. A 20-year-long local tyrant had been brought down, and the fishermen at the fishing port could all breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rest, his cell phone rang. It was Emma Foster calling. Hannah Wells. There's something I'd like to ask you to help with. What is it? The night after tomorrow, my mom would like to meet you. Emma Foster paused. It's about that time you saved me. She has been saying she wants to thank you in person. Hannah Wells was taken aback for a moment. It had been a while since he'd saved Emma Foster, and he hadn't expected her mother to go out of her way to thank him. Sure, no problem, Hannah Wells said. I'll send you the address later. Emma Foster's voice softened. Thank you, Hannah Wells. After hanging up, Hannah Wells felt a bit conflicted. Did Emma Foster's mother want to meet him out of gratitude? Or was there another reason? He couldn't figure it out. Emma Foster was a good girl, smart, pretty, and independent-minded. But Hannah Wells knew absolutely nothing about her family's background. All he knew was that she was a graduate student studying marine biology at Shaman University. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells set out to sea as usual. News of Lin Zion's arrest had spread throughout the fishing port, and the atmosphere had noticeably lightened. Fishermen who had previously been too afraid to speak up now dared to discuss it openly. Lin Zion finally got what was coming to him. 20 years of tyranny, brought down in a single day. That Hannah Wells has got some guts. The murmurs rose and fell. Hannah Wells paid no attention, focusing solely on steering the boat. Going out to sea to fish was his duty and his only source of income right now. He had good luck today, catching several large yellow croakers and a batch of grouper, which sold for nearly 3,000 yuan in total. He had good luck on the water these past few days, and combined with the proceeds from his previous catches of yellow croaker and grouper, he managed to save over 100,000. Although he was still a long way from being able to buy a big boat, things were already so much better than they had been a few months ago when he was drowning in debt. As he returned to port that afternoon, Hannah Wells ran into old Zhang. "Hannah, back from the sea?" "Uncle Zhang, the catch was decent today." Old Zhang leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "I heard you've been getting pretty close to that girl from the Su family?" Hannah Wells paused for a moment. "The Su family?" "Yeah, that girl Emma Foster," old Zhang said. "The Su family are big shots around here in southern Fujian. Have you heard of Yongxing Fisheries?" "I vaguely remember it. I think it's one of the biggest fishing companies around here." "Right, the Su family owns Yongxing Fisheries," old Zhang said. "Emma Foster's mother is Su Yulan, a real powerhouse who built Yongxing Fisheries from the ground up into a leading enterprise. Around here in southern Fujian, everyone knows who Su Yulan is." Hannah Wells' heart sank. "The Su family, they're that influential?" "You bet," old Zhang sighed. "Hannah, you'd better not get your hopes up about that girl from the Su family. It's a mismatch they wouldn't look twice at a small-time fisherman like us." Hannah Wells fell silent. When he returned home that afternoon, Hannah Wells received the address Emma Foster had sent him. It was in an upscale villa community in the county seat. He looked at the address on his phone, his feelings a mix of emotions. Emma Foster's mother was Su Yulan, the owner of Yongxing Fisheries, and he was just an ordinary fisherman. The gap between them was indeed too great. But Hannah Wells didn't back down. Emma Foster had saved his life, and he couldn't forget that debt of gratitude. Even if Mrs. Su looked down on him, he had to make this visit. On Saturday evening, Hannah Wells changed into a clean outfit and carefully groomed himself. Although it wasn't a formal occasion, meeting an elder for the first time still called for some care. "Fan why are you dressed so smartly today?" Mrs. Chun asked with a smile as she looked at her son. "I'm going to a friend's house for dinner." "That girl you saved?" Mrs. Chun's eyes lit up. "Mom, don't jump to conclusions," Hannah Wells said with a sigh. "She's just a regular friend." Mrs. Chun smiled and didn't say anything else. Hannah Wells took a taxi there. It was about a half-hour ride. The whole way, he kept wondering what kind of person Emma Foster's mother would be. The car pulled up at the entrance to the gated community. Hannah Wells paid the fare and walked inside. It was a very new neighborhood with excellent amenities, landscaping, security, and a parking lot. Everything was well maintained. Following the address, Hannah Wells found the villa. It was a 3-story house with a grand exterior. He walked up to the door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The door opened quickly. Emma Foster stood at the entrance, wearing a light blue dress with her long hair cascading down her shoulders. "Hannah Wells, you're here?" she said with a radiant smile. "Come in." Hannah Wells nodded and stepped inside. The living room was spacious and bright, with exquisite decor. "Mom, Hannah Wells is here," Emma Foster called out toward the interior of the house. A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen. She was in her 40s, well-preserved, and elegant in bearing. But her gaze was sharp. "Hello. I'm Emma Foster's mother, Su Yulan." She extended her hand, a polite smile on her face. "Hello, Auntie," Hannah Wells said, taking her hand.
I am Hannah Wells.
Mrs. Su looked him up and down, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Young man, Emma told me you're a fisherman?" "Yes, my father was a fisherman when he was alive," Hannah Wells replied. "I bought a small boat a while back, and now I make a living fishing."
MRS. Sunadit Soutfeli.
"Fishing is a tough line of work. You're out in the wind and rain, and the income is unstable." Her tone was matter-of-fact, but Hannah Wells could sense the underlying disdain. It's certainly isn't easy, but I like it, Hannah Wells replied with confidence and composure. Mrs. Su glanced at him but said nothing more. Only the smile on her face had become somewhat perfunctory. Mom, Hannah Wells is the person I told you about, the one who saved my life, Emma Foster said from the side. Also, he was the one who took the lead in reporting Lin Ziyuan. Mrs. Su nodded. I've heard. Reporting Lin Ziyuan was a public service. You deserve praise for that. She paused, her expression growing somewhat complex. But Emma is a graduate student at Xiamen University. She's going into academia. Your circles are quite different. Hannah Wells' heart sank. The meaning behind those words was clear. Mrs. Su looked down on him, a fisherman. Mom, Emma Foster said, a bit upset. Hannah Wells is my friend. He saved my life. No matter who he is, I'm grateful to him. Mrs. Su glanced at her daughter but said nothing. Her expression, however, remained somewhat cold. Just then, the doorbell rang. That must be my cousin, Emma Foster said as she stood up to answer the door. Hannah Wells turned to look and saw a young man walk in. In his 20s, he wore a designer suit, a gleaming gold watch on his wrist, and a pair of limited edition sneakers. As he stepped through the door, his gaze swept around the living room, as if assessing whether the surroundings were worthy of his status. Hello, Auntie, he greeted Mrs. Su, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. Hi, you're here, Mrs. Su said with a smile. Please have a seat. Then his gaze shifted to Hannah Wells, and he sized her up from head to toe. Hannah Wells noticed a flash of disdain in Lin Hai's eyes. It was a condescending look, as if he were examining something of little value. Chapter 052. The Su Family Dinner Party. Who is this? This is Hannah Wells, a friend of mine, Emma Foster introduced. Hannah Wells, this is my cousin, Lin Hai. Lin Hai didn't respond immediately. Instead, he strolled leisurely over to the sofa, sat down and crossed his legs. Oh, my cousin's friend? His tone carried a hint of condescension, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. You look unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen you before. It's my first time here, Hannah Wells replied coolly. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Hannah Wells' aloofness. What do you do for a living? I'm a fisherman. Lin Hai paused for a moment, then laughed. A fisherman? Interesting. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and just as he was about to light it, he glanced at Emma Foster and put it back down. Sorry, I forgot my cousin doesn't like the smell of smoke, he said with a smile, though there was not a trace of remorse in his eyes. Making a living with your physical strength, that's tough work. Lin Hai shook his head, a hint of superiority in his tone. I'm just a businessman. It's not quite the same as your line of work. Emma Foster's expression darkened. Cousin, what do you mean by that? Lin Hai waved his hand, his smile unchanged. All right, I won't say another word. He turned to Mrs. Su, adopting a deferential expression. By the way, Auntie, I've got my eye on a sports car lately, a Porsche 911, a limited edition. It's only a little over 3 million, not too expensive. How about I pick you up for a spin sometime? Mrs. Su nodded with a smile. All right, you're such a playful kid. Lin Hai smiled smugly and glanced at Hannah Wells again. Are you a fisherman? His tone was as if he were speaking to a child. How much do you make a month? 10 or 20,000? Or even less? Hannah Wells looked at him calmly. It depends. When I'm lucky, 3 or 4 10,000. Lin Hai laughed heartily and shook his head. 3 or 4 10,000. That's really hard work. He deliberately emphasized the words hard work, his tone dripping with sarcasm. My building materials store easily makes 2 or 300,000 in profit a month. If you're short on cash, come see me. I'll hook you up with a job as a laborer. As for the pay, it'll definitely be better than what you make fishing. Emma Foster's face turned ashen. Cousin. Lin Hai spread his hands, looking innocent. I was just trying to help out of the goodness of my heart. Being a fisherman is such hard work, exposed to the wind and sun all day. It's better to come to the city to find a job. At least there's some security. At dinner, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Although Mrs. Su warmly invited Hannah Wells to join them for dinner, there was always a hint of distance in her tone. She asked Hannah Wells about her family situation and income in great detail. Hannah Wells, who else is in your family? Just me and my mom. My dad passed away 3 years ago. How did he pass away? He was in an accident out at sea. Mrs. Su nodded, a complex expression fleeting across her eyes. So, fishing is a very risky line of work. Have you ever thought about finding a more stable job? Hannah Wells picked up on the subtext in her words. She was hinting that he should leave the fishing industry. Thank you for your concern, Auntie, Hannah Wells said. But I really like my current job. It's hard work, but it's rewarding. Mrs. Su glanced at him but said nothing more. Yet her expression spoke volumes. Mom, please don't ask him that, Emma Foster interjected from the side. Hannah Wells chose this career himself, and he is happy doing it. Mrs. Su turned to her daughter, a doting smile on her face. Emma, I'm only looking out for you. Fishing is a tough line of work. You're out in the wind and rain, and the income is unstable. I want you to find someone more reliable. Mom! Emma Foster's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Hannah Wells is my friend. What are you thinking? Mrs. Su waved her hand dismissively. All right, I want to say another word. But you need to understand I've been through this myself. Romance is one thing, life is another. Some people just aren't right for you. Lin Hai watched from the side, a playful smile on his face. He slowly sliced the steak on his plate, his movements elegant yet exuding an air of superiority. Auntie's right, he said, wiping the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Cousin, you're still young, there's a lot you don't understand yet. Romance is one thing, but life requires a material foundation. He glanced at Hannah Wells and continued, I own 3 apartments in the city. The annual rent alone brings in hundreds of thousands. Auntie's Yongxing Fisheries has an annual turnover of over 100 million. He paused, speared a piece of meat with his fork, put it in his mouth and chewed slowly. And what can a fisherman offer you? He swirled the red wine in his glass, his eyes brimming with contempt. A few 10,000 yuan a month of hard-earned money? Or that dilapidated little boat? Cousin, you're pursuing a graduate degree at Xiamen University. You're destined for an academic career. If you date a fisherman, will you even have anything in common? Will he understand your research? Your social circles are completely different. Social class isn't something you can transcend just by working hard. Some divides are simply inevitable. Lin Hai, that's enough. Emma Foster stood up, her face darkening. I want to let you talk about Hannah Wells like that. All right, I want to say another word. But cousin, you need to think this through. Love doesn't put food on the table. The choice is yours. I'm just offering a friendly reminder. Mrs. Su looked at her daughter with a resigned expression. Emma, I'm not trying to interfere in your life. I just want you to be happy. Hannah Wells is a good kid, but the gap between you two is just too wide. I don't want you to regret this in the future. Emma Foster took a deep breath. Mom, I know you mean well, but when it comes to matters of the heart, I'll make my own decisions. Hannah Wells is a good person, and I believe he'll amount to something.
MRS. Susaid.
All right, I won't say anything more, but remember what I told you. Some people aren't worth your time. Hannah Wells sat nearby, his feelings a mix of emotions. Mrs. Su's attitude was crystal clear. She looked down on him, a fisherman, and felt he wasn't good enough for her daughter. He knew these words weren't meant for him, but for Emma Foster. Mrs. Su was warning her daughter not to get too close to him. Emma Foster had been holding Hannah Wells's hand the whole time, trying to offer him some comfort. Hannah Wells felt a bit of warmth in his heart, but also a sense of heaviness. After dinner, Mrs. Su stood up. All right, that's enough for today. Her tone remained polite, but it carried a clear hint of wanting to see him out. Hannah Wells, thank you for coming over. Come visit again next time you have a chance. Hannah Wells nodded and stood up. Emma Foster walked him to the door. Hannah Wells, I'm sorry, she said in a low voice. My mom, that's just how she is. And my cousin, he's just that kind of person. Don't take it personally. Hannah Wells took her hand. It's okay, he smiled. Emma Foster, I'll prove it to your mother. I'm not the fisherman she thinks I am. Emma Foster looked at him, her eyes slightly moist. Hannah Wells, I'm rooting for you. No matter what anyone says, I believe in you. Hannah Wells nodded. Stepping out of the Su family home, Hannah Wells stood at the entrance to the villa complex, gazing up at the night sky. Mrs. Su's attitude and Lin Hai's condescension both left him feeling a little uneasy. But none of this would bring him down. He knew that Emma Foster's mother was Su Yulan, the owner of Yongxing Fisheries, one of the largest fishing companies in the area, and he was just an ordinary small-time fisherman. This gap was stark and cruel. But Hannah Wells wouldn't give up. He believed that as long as he kept working hard, one day he would prove his worth. Even without a boat, he could earn $1 million a month, so what was Emma Foster's cousin's income of a few $100,000 compared to that? His phone rang. It was a message from Emma Foster. Hannah Wells, let me know when you get home. Good night. Hannah Wells smiled and replied, okay, good night. He put away his phone and hailed a cab home. Chapter 053. The King of Bamboo Clams on a Deserted Island. The matter with Lin Ziyuan had come to a close. Hannah Wells returned to her normal offshore work, and life was back on track. Early that morning, Hannah Wells arrived at the fishing port. Brother Hannah, where are we heading today? Logan Turner was already waiting on the boat. We're not going to the deep waters today, Hannah Wells said. I heard there's a deserted island up north where someone recently dug up some king bamboo clams. The bamboo clam king? Logan Turner's eyes lit up. That's the real deal. It goes for 50 yuan a gene at the market. You can't even buy it with money. Right? Let us go try our luck. Logan Turner rubbed his hands together excitedly. Brother Hannah, how did you find out about this? Word's gotten around the fishing harbor. Hannah Wells smiled. Old Hu's boat came back yesterday and said the tidal flats on that deserted island are full of bamboo clam burrows. They dug up 2 full buckets. Then let us get going. Logan Turner couldn't wait. The Chu Lang slowly pulled away from the fishing harbor and headed north along the coastline. The sea breeze was refreshing, and the sun was shining brightly. About 2 hours later, Hannah Wells spotted a cluster of islands ahead. It was an uninhabited, desolate island, nothing but reefs and mudflats, with no trees or houses. But at that moment, quite a few boats were already anchored around the island. 7 or 8 fishing boats, large and small, were all moored near the mudflats. So many people? Logan Turner asked, somewhat surprised. I heard word of the king of bamboo clams has spread, and everyone wants to try their luck. Hannah Wells anchored the Chu Lang not far from shore and jumped overboard. Logan Turner followed her, and the two waded through the shallow water toward the mudflats. The mudflats were already packed with people. There were old fishermen, young people, families, and those who had come alone. They were bent over, holding salt bags and buckets, carefully searching for small holes in the ground. Some were digging, some were waiting patiently, and some were complaining. Damn, why are there so few? I've been digging all morning and only found 5 or 6. Looks like Adam over there has dug up quite a few. A cacophony of murmurs filled the air. Hannah Wells used her abilities to scan the surrounding tidal flats. There were indeed bamboo clams, but they were scattered sparsely. Most people were digging up ordinary, shallow-dwelling bamboo clams, small in size and few in number. But she sensed a special area in the southeast corner of the tidal flats. On the surface, that section looked no different from the rest, but beneath it, there was a vast, dense cluster of bamboo clams. And most of them were bamboo clam kings. Large bamboo clams, over 20 centimeters in size, were packed tightly beneath that section of the tidal flats. Dazhuang, follow me. Hannah Wells led Logan Turner away from the crowd and headed toward the southeast corner. The nearby tide poolers watched them with curiosity. Where are those two going?
No idea.
Looks like they're heading toward the southeast corner. I've already searched that area, there's nothing there. Don't worry about them, just focus on digging. Hannah Wells ignored the chatter and kept walking. After walking about 200 meters, they reached the southeast corner of the mudflat. It was an open stretch of sand, covered with a dense network of small holes. At first glance, these holes looked no different from those elsewhere. But Hannah Wells knew what lay hidden beneath them. Brother Hannah, this looks just like everywhere else, Logan Turner said, a bit puzzled. It's different, Hannah Wells replied, crouching down and pointing at the holes. Look at these holes, they're oval-shaped, with very smooth edges. These are bamboo clam holes. And if you look closely, these holes are much larger than those made by ordinary bamboo clams. Logan Turner leaned in for a closer look, his eyes gradually lighting up. You're right, these holes really are bigger. That means the bamboo clams underneath are huge, Hannah Wells said. It's very likely the bamboo clam king. Logan Turner got excited. Then let us dig it up right away. Hannah Wells took a bag of salt out of her backpack. With bamboo clams, sprinkling salt will force them out. Logan Turner looked a little puzzled. Why does sprinkling salt work? Hannah Wells explained. Bamboo clams usually hide in sandy burrows and rely on sensing the salt concentration outside to gauge the tides. Pouring high-concentration salt water into the burrow makes it think the tide is coming in. It'll instinctively burrow upward, trying to swim out. That's our chance to catch it. Logan Turner had a light bulb moment. So that's how it works. We're simulating high tide. Exactly, said Hannah Wells. Once the osmotic balance inside the bamboo clam is disrupted, it feels uncomfortable. To escape this dangerous environment, it will instinctively burrow toward the hole's opening. Just grab it and pull it out as it emerges. Be careful, you have to be quick, or it'll sense something's wrong and retreat back inside. Logan Turner nodded. Got it. I'll give it a try. The first hole showed no reaction. Logan Turner looked a little puzzled. Brother Hannah, why isn't it coming out? Hannah Wells looked at the hole and said, There's no bamboo clam in this one. See, the edge of the hole has collapsed, which means the bamboo clam is already dead, the hole is empty. You need to look for holes with smooth, intact edges. Logan Turner had a light bulb moment. So that's how it works. They moved to a different spot and found a hole with smooth edges. Hannah Wells sprinkled some salt into the hole and waited quietly. A few seconds later, water began to seep out of the hole. Then, a pale, tender creature poked its head out of the hole. It was a bamboo clam, and it was huge, at least 20 centimeters long. There it is. Hannah Wells acted quickly, grabbing the top of the clam and pulling it out with all her might. A massive king clam was pulled out, wriggling in her hand. Whoa, it's huge, Logan Turner exclaimed. This one must weigh half a gene. Hannah Wells placed the giant bamboo clam into a bucket and continued searching for the next hole. The second hole yielded another one. The third hole, yet another. There were more giant bamboo clams in this tidal flat than he had imagined, and they were all huge, at least 20 centimeters long each. Logan Turner got to work as well. He copied Hannah Wells' method, sprinkling salt into the hole and then waiting. The first time, he moved too slowly, and the bamboo clam retreated back into the hole. Damn! These things react so fast. Logan Turner was a little discouraged. Don't rush, Hannah Wells said. Grab the top of it and pull it up hard. You've got to get the feel right, not too light, not too heavy. Watch me. Hannah Wells found another hole, sprinkled salt, and waited. The moment the bamboo clam poked its head out, his hand was already ready. With a quick grab and a firm pull, he steadily hauled the king of bamboo clams out. The movement was crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Logan Turner got the hang of it. You have to anticipate its movements. That's right, said Hannah Wells. After the bamboo clam pokes its head out, there's a brief pause. You have to seize that pause and act decisively. Logan Turner nodded and continued practicing. After a few more tries, he finally got the hang of it. He successfully pulled out his first bamboo clam king. Ah, I caught one. He excitedly held up the giant bamboo clam, his face beaming with pride. Brother Hannah, look, I can catch them too. Hannah Wells smiled. Not bad. Keep it up. For the next hour, the two of them dug for bamboo clams nonstop. One after another, their bucket filled up. The density of giant bamboo clams in this tidal flat was extremely high. There was one in almost every hole. And they were all large clams, measuring over 20 centimeters. Chapter 054. The bamboo clam king fills the bucket. The other tide poolers nearby noticed the commotion. Some began glancing over, while others approached out of curiosity. What are they digging up? Looks like bamboo clams. That many? How did they find them? The murmurs grew louder. A middle-aged man wearing rubber boots walked over and asked curiously, Young man, how did you know there were giant bamboo clams in this tidal flat? I've been digging here all morning and only found 7 or 8 small ones. But your bucket, why are they all so big? Hannah Wells smiled. We just happened to spot them. By chance? The man asked skeptically. This many giant bamboo clams, how could that be a coincidence? He glanced at Hannah Wells' bucket, which already contained 20 or 30 giant bamboo clams, all of them huge. Meanwhile, he himself had dug all morning and only found 7 or 8 small ones. The difference was staggering. People nearby gathered around, murmuring among themselves. That young man sure is lucky. I've been digging all morning and only found a few small clams. She just showed up and dug up so many giant bamboo clams, the difference is huge. Man, why can't I find a spot like this? Some were envious, some jealous, and some resentful. A young man walked over, his tone laced with defiance. Hey, did you guys use some special method? I've searched this entire mudflat, how come I didn't find this many bamboo clams? Hannah Wells replied calmly. If you search patiently, you'll eventually find them. Search patiently? The young man scoffed. I've been searching too, why didn't I find any? He glanced at Hannah Wells' bucket, his tone growing even more resentful. There must be at least 30 or 40 in that bucket of yours, right? I've been digging all morning and only found 10. How come you guys can dig up so many as soon as you get here? Hannah Wells ignored his provocation and continued digging for bamboo clams. Seeing that she wasn't responding, the young man grew even more furious. Do you have some kind of secret? Spill it. Logan Turner couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to block Hannah Wells. She's digging them with her own skills, why are you butting in? If you're so good, go find some yourself. The young man paused for a moment, then walked away grudgingly. Damn it. It's just good luck, what's so great about that? He cursed under his breath, but his eyes were filled with jealousy. Others gradually gathered around, staring at Hannah Wells' bucket. These king bamboo clams, that's at least 40 jin, right? The market price for king bamboo clams is 50 yuan per jin, that's worth over 2,000. Earning over 2,000 in just one morning, that young man is impressive. It's not impressive, it's just good luck. Good luck? He found the right spot the moment he arrived. I sent that skill. I've been digging here all morning and haven't even found the right spot. Some sighed, some envied him, and some felt resentful. But no matter what they said, Hannah Wells' bucket just kept filling up. His movements were calm and unhurried, and he dug up each giant bamboo clam with clean, precise strokes. The people around him watched, their hearts filled with a mix of emotions. Envy, jealousy, resentment, admiration. All these emotions intertwined. An old fisherman walked over and patted Hannah Wells on the shoulder. Young man, you've got a real keen eye. I've been foraging the tidal flats for 30 years, and I've never seen anyone find a spot like this right away. I'm not just saying that, it's the truth, the old fisherman said. The fact that you've dug up so many giant bamboo clams shows you have a deep understanding of the tidal flats. You'll definitely be a great fisherman one day. Hannah Wells nodded and went back to work. Another half hour passed, and their buckets were already full. Brother Hannah, the buckets are full, Logan Turner said. Hannah Wells glanced at the buckets. There were at least 70 or 80 giant bamboo clams inside. Take the buckets up to the boat and dump them into the big barrel. Then come back and keep digging. Logan Turner paused for a moment. Keep digging? Yes. We haven't finished digging up all the giant bamboo clams in this tidal flat yet. Let us take advantage of the low tide and dig up as many as we can. Logan Turner nodded excitedly. Okay. Carrying a bucket full of giant bamboo clams, he hurried toward the chulang. After emptying the clams into the large barrel on the boat, he ran back with the empty bucket. Brother Hannah, I'm back. Hannah Wells smiled. Keep going. The two began another round of digging. The nearby tide poolers who witnessed this scene began to murmur even more loudly. They emptied their buckets onto the boat and came right back? They're going to dig all the way to the bottom. Damn. I should brought a spare bucket too. They got a boat, we only have small buckets, there's no comparison. No comparison, but what can you do? They found a great spot. The envious murmurs grew louder and louder. Some even wanted to follow along to see what was so special about the spot where Hannah Wells was digging. But as they drew closer, they discovered that the area Hannah Wells had been digging in was already empty. All the giant bamboo clams had been harvested. Damn it. They've already finished digging. We're too late. If only we'd known to head this way sooner. Voices of frustration rang out one after another. Hannah Wells and Logan Turner continued digging deeper into the mudflats. The giant bamboo clams were widely distributed in this area. It wouldn't be possible to dig them all up in a short time. They kept sprinkling salt, waiting, grabbing, and pulling them out. One after another, their harvest grew larger and larger. The large buckets on the boat were gradually filling up. Hannah Wells used her abilities to sense that there were still quite a few giant bamboo clams left in this tidal flat. But just then, a commotion came from the distance. The tide's coming in. The tide's coming in. Hurry back. The water's starting to rise. Hannah Wells looked up at the sea and sure enough, the tide was rising. The edge of the mudflats was already beginning to be submerged. That's enough, Hannah Wells said. The tide's coming in, we can't keep digging. Let us head back. Logan Turner nodded. Okay. Carrying their last bucket of giant bamboo clams, they walked toward the boat. The other beachcombers around them were also retreating. Some had full buckets, some half full, and some only a few clams. The difference was plain to see. How many did they dig up? Look at the buckets on the boat, they're almost full. At least over 100, right? Damn. I only dug up 15. There's no comparison, really no comparison at all. Amid the chatter, envy and jealousy mingled. A middle-aged man watched Hannah Wells's retreating figure and muttered to himself. That young man is definitely going to be something special in the future. Back on the Chulang, Logan Turner excitedly tallied up the catch. Brother Hannah, we caught at least 150 bamboo clam kings today. The big barrels on the boat are almost full. Hannah Wells made a quick estimate. That's definitely around 140 to 150 of them, about 60 to 70 jin. At market price, these will fetch at least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Logan Turner rubbed his hands together. It's not as profitable as fishing, but it's still a good deal. And these king bamboo clams, they're delicious. Hannah Wells nodded. Let us go back to port. As the Chulang sailed back to the fishing port, Hannah Wells first picked out 15 of the bamboo clam kings and packed them into a separate bag. Dazhuang, take these home, we'll have dinner at your place tonight. Logan Turner's eyes lit up. Great! My mom is the best at cooking seafood. It's sure to be delicious. Hannah Wells smiled. We'll sell the rest to Uncle Lee. Chapter 055. Delicious giant bamboo clams. As for the remaining giant bamboo clams, they were, of course, sold to Li Guoqiang. Ever since Lin Ziyuan's downfall, the dynamics at the fishing port had completely changed. In the past, Lin Ziyuan had monopolized the purchasing channels, forcing fishermen to sell their catch to him at rock-bottom prices. The fishermen had no choice but to swallow their anger and put up with it. Now that Lin Ziyuan was behind bars, his henchmen had scattered. The fishermen could finally choose their buyers freely. And because Li Guoqiang had helped Hannah Wells, he reaped the greatest benefits from this power struggle, catapulting him to become the fishing port's largest buyer. He is a fair-minded man who offers reasonable prices, so the fishermen are all eager to sell to him. When Li Guoqiang saw these bamboo clam kings, his eyes lit up. My goodness! So many bamboo clam kings? He picked one up and examined it closely. Look at the quality, 15 or 16 centimeters long. That's exactly the standard size for a bamboo clam king. And they're wild, the meat is sure to be plump and succulent. He immediately weighed them. A total of 68 jin. I'll pay you 60 yuan per jin. That comes to 4,080 yuan. Don't be so modest, Li Guoqiang said. I'm sure I can get a good price for this batch of bamboo clam kings. I have a few partner restaurants that specialize in high-end seafood. I can distribute this batch of bamboo clam kings directly to them. If you dig up any more in the future, be sure to come back to me. Hannah Wells nodded and pocketed the money. He was mentally tallying up his recent earnings. In the days since Lin Ziyuan's downfall, his income had been growing rapidly. In the past, to avoid Lin Ziyuan, he had to travel to other cities to sell his goods, which was a real hassle. Now he could sell his catch directly to Uncle Lee at the fishing port. When Uncle Lee had more than he could handle, he'd distribute the surplus to his partner restaurants. This eliminated the time spent traveling to other cities for business, freeing up several extra hours each day for fishing. Plus, Uncle Lee paid fair prices, unlike Lin Ziyuan, who used to drive down the prices. Combined, these two factors had more than doubled his income. In recent days, his daily income has stabilized at 20,000 to 30,000. With the money he made today from selling the king bamboo clams, his savings have now reached nearly 250,000. Although it's still far from enough to buy a bigger boat, he is getting closer to his goal step by step. Brother Hannah, we're finally living the good life again, Logan Turner said happily. Life has been so much better since Lin Ziyuan fell from power. Hannah Wells nodded. That's right. Things will only get better from here on out. He thought of Emma Foster's mother. What kind of future does a fisherman have? You'll have to make a living off the sea your whole life. Hannah Wells had always kept her words close to his heart. But he was proving that fishermen do have a future. Savings of 250,000 were already a decent achievement for an ordinary fisherman. But it wasn't enough. He wanted to upgrade to a bigger boat, venture into farther waters, and earn even more money. By then, Emma Foster's mother would surely look at him with new respect. Soon, Hannah Wells thought to herself. Soon I'll make it happen. Let us go, we'll have some king bamboo clams at your place. Logan Turner's home was an old house near the fishing port. Mrs. Zhou was hanging laundry in the yard when she saw her son and Hannah Wells returning, so she came out to greet them. Dazhuang, you're back? Mom, look! Logan Turner exclaimed excitedly, holding up the bag. Brother Hannah dug up some king bamboo clams today. He brought some back especially for you to cook. Zhou's mother took the bag, opened it, and was immediately surprised. Bamboo clams this big? She picked one up and examined it. These are king bamboo clams. You can't even buy them at the market for 50 yuan a jean. Brother Hannah, what made you think of bringing these back? Hannah Wells smiled. Uncle Zhou has helped me out a lot, so we might as well have dinner together tonight. Mrs. Zhou's face was full of gratitude. You're too kind, young man. Dazhuang helps you with your work, there is no need to thank me for a meal. She looked at the bamboo clam kings in the bag and added, with something this good, I'll definitely have to cook them properly. Let me count, there are way too many, I'll divide them into 2 portions. 1 portion braised in soy sauce, and 1 steamed with garlic. 2 different flavors, that way you can all try them. Mrs. Zhou went into the kitchen to get to work. Hannah Wells and Logan Turner sat in the courtyard, chatting about the day's events. Brother Hannah, you dug up so many bamboo clam kings today, those guys must be green with envy. Logan Turner said with a laugh. That young guy even came over to pick a fight. Hannah Wells nodded. When you dig up that much, it's inevitable that some people will be jealous. But that just goes to show how good our harvest really is. Jealousy is one thing, but there's nothing they can do about it. Logan Turner patted his chest. Brother Hannah, from now on, I'm definitely going to work hard alongside you. Following you, I'm sure I'll have good luck. Hannah Wells smiled. All right, let us work hard together. Half an hour later, Mrs. Zhou came out carrying the dishes. 2 plates of giant bamboo clams, their aroma filling the air. 1 plate of braised giant bamboo clams, with a rich, dark sauce and a fragrant aroma. The giant bamboo clams were immersed in the rich sauce, their shells slightly parted, revealing plump, succulent flesh. The other dish was steamed bamboo clam kings with minced garlic, its garlicky aroma filling the air. The clam's shells were fully open, topped with golden minced garlic and chopped scallions. Here, try some, Mrs. Zhou invited warmly. The braised ones are full of flavor, while the steamed ones retain their natural taste. I'll try both. Hannah Wells picked up her chopsticks and first took a piece of braised bamboo clam meat. The moment it touched her tongue, the rich flavor of the sauce blended perfectly with the clam's natural sweetness. The braising method infused the clam meat with deep flavor, salty and savory, with an endless aftertaste. Delicious! Hannah Wells exclaimed. This braised version is absolutely amazing. She then picked up another piece of steamed bamboo clam with garlic. The aroma of the garlic blended perfectly with the clam's natural sweetness. The meat was tender and smooth, without even a hint of a muddy aftertaste. The steaming method preserved the clam's most authentic umami flavor. The steamed ones with garlic are fantastic too, Hannah Wells said. They're authentic and naturally sweet and delicious. Logan Turner also picked up 2 pieces and couldn't stop praising them. Mom, your cooking is truly one of a kind. The braised ones are rich in flavor, and the steamed ones are fresh and fragrant. Both are delicious. Mrs. Zhou smiled and said, since you guys like them, I'll make them more often from now on. As long as Brother Hannah can dig them up, I'll make them for you. The 3 of them gathered around the table, eating the 2 plates of king bamboo clams and chatting. The atmosphere was warm and relaxed. After the meal, Hannah Wells stood up to say goodbye. Mrs. Zhou waved her hands repeatedly. No need to thank me, you brought such wonderful clams, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Logan Turner also stood up. Brother Hannah, are we heading out to sea again tomorrow? Yes, we'll go again tomorrow, Hannah Wells said. Be at the dock early. Okay. Logan Turner replied excitedly. Hannah Wells left the Zhou family's home and walked alone on his way back. The night breeze was cool, and the sound of the waves drifted faintly in the distance. He reflected on the events of the day, feeling a sense of calm. The giant bamboo clams on the deserted island had earned him over 4,000. Although this income wasn't as much as what he made from fishing. When he went out to sea to fish, he could earn 20 to 30,000 a day. Today, foraging for giant bamboo clams on the beach had only brought in 4,000. but the giant bamboo clams really did taste great. Braised until full of flavor, or sautéed with garlic, both preparations left a lasting impression. This kind of deliciousness can't be bought with money. Even though foraging on the beach doesn't pay much, the taste is great. Hannah Wells smiled. If she had the chance in the future, she could visit the deserted island a few more times. She could both make money and enjoy good food. It's killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 056. News of the Yellow Croaker School. Just as dawn was breaking, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner set out to sea. The wind was blowing in the right direction today, and the sea was as calm as a sheet of blue glass. The wave chaser sliced through the gentle waves, heading toward that deep water area they'd never visited before. "Brother Hannah, are we really going over there?" Logan Turner stood at the bow, gazing out at the deep blue waters in the distance. "I heard the water's over 40 meters deep there. Can our little boat really make it?" Hannah Wells gripped the steering wheel, her gaze steady. "Let us go check it out." "But the water's too deep, it'll be hard to cast the net," Logan Turner said, scratching his head. "And who knows what's down there? What if we run into a rip current?" "I'm here," Hannah Wells interrupted him. Logan Turner opened his mouth but said nothing more. Brother Hannah always knew what he was doing. If he said it was possible, then it definitely was. 2 hours later, the wave chaser reached its destination. This stretch of ocean was indeed different. The water was a deeper shade of blue, as if it could swallow all light. Logan Turner leaned over the side of the boat, squinting down at the water, but saw nothing but a bottomless, secluded blue. "Brother Hannah, this water is way too deep. Isn't it?" He sat up straight. "I can't even see a single fish. Are we going to catch anything?" Hannah Wells didn't say a word. He closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the water. A strange sensation came from beneath the surface. There was something there, lots of it, moving slowly. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. This sensation grew clearer and clearer. It was a school of fish, a massive school, moving eastward at a depth of 30 meters. Although he couldn't see them, Hannah Wells could feel their presence. "Get the net ready," Hannah Wells said, opening his eyes, his voice so calm it betrayed no emotion. Logan Turner froze. "Brother Hannah, right here? I don't see a thing." "There's something there," Hannah Wells said. "And it's a big one. A big one." Logan Turner's eyes widened. "Brother Hannah, don't mess with me. The water's this deep, and there isn't even a ripple. Trust me." Hannah Wells gazed out at the sea. "Get the net ready. Hurry." Although Logan Turner was full of doubts, he still ran to prepare the fishing net. Brother Hannah never spoke without reason. If he said there was something, then there definitely was. But the water was so deep that not even sunlight could penetrate it. How did Brother Hannah know there were fish down there? Hannah Wells skillfully maneuvered the boat, positioning the wave chaser downstream. "Cast the net with the current," he whispered. "That way, the fish will swim right into it." Logan Turner gripped the fishing net tightly, his heart still pounding with anxiety. There was nothing out of the ordinary in this deep water, not even a ripple in sight, so how could Brother Hannah be so certain? But Hannah Wells' tone left no room for doubt, so he had no choice but to steel himself and get ready. 3. Hannah Wells' voice was soft, but every word rang clearly in Logan Turner's ears. 2. Sweat began to form on Logan Turner's palms. 1. Cast the net. Logan Turner threw the fishing net with all his might. The heavy lead sinker pulled the net down into the water, blooming like a giant flower on the surface before vanishing quickly. The net sank slowly with the current, drifting toward the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Time ticked by second. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Logan Turner stood at the edge of the boat, staring intently at the water's surface. Nothing, not even a single bubble. "Brother Hannah," he couldn't help but speak up. "The net has been down for nearly 10 minutes. Should we pull it in? If we wait any longer, the fish will get away." Hannah Wells shook her head. "Let us wait a little longer. But trust me." Hannah Wells' voice was soft but exceptionally firm. Logan Turner kept his mouth shut, but his heart was itching like a cat scratching at it. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. Just as he was about to speak up again, Hannah Wells suddenly moved. "Haul in the net." There was a hint of barely perceptible excitement in Hannah Wells' voice. Logan Turner froze for a moment, then snapped to attention and began pulling the net. After just 2 tugs, his hands froze. Something was wrong. The net was heavy, much heavier than usual. And the heavier it got, the harder it was to pull, as if 1,000 gene of weight were hanging from it. Brother Hannah, Logan Turner's voice began to tremble. This net, it's so heavy. Hannah Wells came over to help, and the two of them pulled together. The fishing net made a dull scraping sound in the water, as if dragging something enormous. Logan Turner's arms began to ache, but he didn't dare let up. It was this heavy, there had to be something down there, and something huge. As the net gradually neared the surface, both of their hearts began to race. Logan Turner held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. Suddenly, splash! The net burst through the water. Logan Turner's pupils contracted sharply. Then his mouth fell open, and he froze in place. Gold. Nothing but gold as far as the eye could see. Row upon row of gleaming golden fish thrashed about in the net, their scales reflecting the sunlight with a dazzling brilliance, as if the entire net had been plated with gold. Yellow croakers. Nothing but yellow croakers. Packed so tightly they filled the entire net, at least 100 of them. Each one was as big as an adult's palm, their plump bodies thrashing in the net, creating a splashing sound. Fan Brother Hannah. Logan Turner's voice trembled uncontrollably. This is. He pointed at the fishing net, his finger quivering. Yellow croakers. They're all yellow croakers. Logan Turner whipped his head around to look at Hannah Wells, his eyes wide as copper bells. Brother Hannah, how did you know? Hannah Wells said nothing, just stared silently at the school of fish in the net. His heart was racing, too. This many yellow croakers, it was almost impossible to come across them this close to shore. Due to overfishing, wild yellow croakers rarely appear in schools anymore. This catch today was nothing short of a stroke of luck. Don't just stand there, Hannah Wells snapped out of her daze. Hurry up and dump the fish into the ice bin. Fresh fish are what bring in the money. Right. Logan Turner snapped out of his daze and began frantically hauling in the fishing net. As he worked, he muttered to himself, my goodness, over 100 gene of yellow croaker, just think how much that's worth. Hannah Wells helped him dump the fish into the ice hold, silently calculating the value in her head. Over 100 gene of yellow croaker at the market price of 300 to 400 per gene. This single haul was worth tens of thousands. But that wasn't all. There were still schools of fish underwater. Hannah Wells could sense it. The previous haul had only caught a small fraction of the school. Get ready for the second haul, he said. Logan Turner froze for a moment. There's more. The school hasn't moved on yet, Hannah Wells said. Logan Turner's eyes widened even further. More. He couldn't believe his ears, but Brother Hannah would never lie to him. Okay, I'll get it ready right away. Logan Turner was so excited his hands were shaking he almost dropped the net into the sea. Over the next hour, the two of them cast 3 nets in quick succession. With every net they hauled in, Logan Turner's jaw dropped a little further. Giant yellow croakers, and more giant yellow croakers. Their golden scales shimmered in the sunlight, as if the entire sea had been dyed gold. When the last net was hauled in, Logan Turner could barely stand. Sail Brother Hannah, he stammered. How many did we catch in total today? Hannah Wells counted them. For nets combined, at least 300 and some. Over 300 gene of yellow croaker. At market prices, this catch could fetch over 100,000. Maybe even 200,000. When Logan Turner heard that number, he was completely stunned. Over 100,000. Although they'd been making 2 or 3 10,000 a day lately, they'd earned over 100,000 just this morning. Brother Hannah, Logan Turner stammered excitedly. We've struck it rich. We're really rich. He lunged forward and hugged Hannah Wells, nearly pulling both of them into the sea. Hannah Wells staggered slightly under his embrace and pushed him away with a sigh. Don't get so excited. Let us sort out the fish first. Right. Logan Turner hurried to gather the fishing nets. We've got to sell the yellow croakers right away. They lose their value if we wait too long. As he worked, he muttered to himself, Brother Hannah, your skills are just incredible. The water is so deep you can't even see a shadow down there. How did you know there were yellow croakers down there? Hannah Wells smiled. Just good luck. Logan Turner scratched his head. Although he still didn't quite understand, he was thoroughly impressed. Brother Hannah's skills were truly beyond those of an ordinary person. On the way back, Logan Turner was as excited as a child. Brother Hannah, over 300 gene of yellow croaker. Over 100,000. Maybe even 200,000. We've really struck it rich this time. Hannah Wells watched the excited Logan Turner, his own mind racing with calculations. With today's catch added to his previous savings, the money in his possession should easily exceed 300,000. He was one big step closer to his goal of upgrading to a larger boat. But once word got out that large yellow croakers were lurking in these deep waters, the entire fishing village would be in an uproar. By then, it would be anyone's guess whether it was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 057. Everyone jumps on the bandwagon. As the sun set in the west, the chasing waves slowly sailed into the fishing harbor. Logan Turner couldn't wait to start unloading the fish onto the shore. When the first batch of golden yellow croakers was hauled ashore, the dock fell instantly silent. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted. My God! Are these yellow croakers? This many? At least 100. Those scales that color, they're definitely wild yellow croakers. The fishermen surged forward like a tide, surrounding the Chu Lang so tightly there was no room to move. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at the fish in the ice hold. Daj Wang, where did you get these fish? Over 300 Gene. Are you serious? Logan Turner chuckled and deliberately kept them in suspense. Brother Hannah caught them. Pretty impressive, huh? Where did Brother Hannah catch so many yellow croakers? Hurry up and tell us. Hurry up. The fishermen bombarded him with questions, their eyes brimming with greed and longing. Just as Logan Turner was about to speak, Hannah Wells stepped out of the cabin and said casually, "We ran into them by chance." By chance? Mr. West pushed his way to the front, his face flushed with excitement. Brother Hannah, this is no coincidence. Over 300 yellow croakers, what kind of school of fish is that? Tell us, which direction? How far from the harbor, roughly? The fishermen crowded even closer, as if they wanted to devour Hannah Wells alive just to get an answer. Hannah Wells smiled and said calmly, "To the east, about a 2-hour sail. The water's deeper over there." East? Deep water? The fishermen exchanged bewildered glances. Exactly where, Brother Hannah? How deep is it? Hannah Wells shook his head. I don't remember exactly. We just dropped the net as soon as we saw the fish. Logan Turner chuckled to himself from the sidelines. Brother Hannah's answer was flawless. He hadn't lied, nor had he revealed the exact location. Just then, Mr. Wang, the buyer Li Guoqiang had contacted, came running over, panting heavily. Hannah Wells, I heard you caught a huge haul today. He squeezed through the crowd and, upon seeing the large yellow croakers in the ice chamber, froze in his tracks. This is... Mr. Wang's voice began to tremble. Over 300 large yellow croakers, all wild caught. He rushed to the edge of the ice bin, inspecting them one by one, his hands shaking. The quality is superb, the scales are intact, and the flesh is firm. Although they aren't particularly large, the quantity is staggering. Overcome with excitement, he stammered, Hannah Wells, I'll take this entire shipment. I'll pay you top dollar. Mr. Wang quickly weighed and calculated. 328 Gene. I'll pay you 400 per Gene. That comes to 131,200 yuan. I'll round it up to 132,000. The crowd erupted once more. 130,000. A single netful of fish for 130,000. That's half a year's income for us. The fishermen stared at the stacks of cash, their eyes red with greed. Some were envious, some jealous, but most were itching to give it a try. If Hannah Wells can find a school of yellow croakers, why can't we? The deep waters to the east, right? Let us go try our luck there tomorrow. Over 300 Gene of yellow croaker. If we could just come across a school like that once, it would make our whole lives worth it. That night, the buzz at the dock continued well into the late hours. Almost every fisherman was talking about Hannah Wells' school of yellow croaker. Let us set out first thing tomorrow morning for the deep waters to the east. I'm going too. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into a school. If the Hannah Wells can catch them, why can't we? Greed spread through the fishing village like wildfire. Early the next morning, before dawn had even broken, the fishing port was already bustling. More than a dozen fishing boats were ready to set sail, all heading east. That's the direction the Hannah Wells took yesterday. There must be big yellow croakers in those deep waters. Hurry up, don't let anyone beat us to it. The fishermen scrambled to set sail, afraid of missing their chance to strike it rich. However, what they didn't know was that the chasing waves had already quietly set out before dawn. Moreover, the Hannah Wells hadn't headed east at all. Brother Hannah, Aren't we going to that deep water area from yesterday? Logan Turner asked, a bit puzzled. Hannah Wells shook his head. That area is bound to be crowded today. When we were coming back yesterday, I saw several boats following us from a distance. Logan Turner paused for a moment, then realized, so, Brother Hannah, you deliberately mentioned the deep water area to the east. Hannah Wells nodded. Let them go look for it. That deep water area is huge, and without an exact location, they won't be able to find the school of fish. Logan Turner was utterly impressed. Brother Hannah, you're so smart. Hannah Wells smiled but said nothing. He couldn't reveal the real fishing spot. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. He was the one who discovered this deep water area. Why should he share it with others? Besides, the yellow croaker population in those waters was limited. If everyone went fishing there, they'd be wiped out in no time. Then no one would make any money. Hannah Wells adjusted the bow and steered the boat in another direction. Today we're heading to that regular fishing ground out west, he said. The fish aren't big, but at least the catch is consistent. Logan Turner nodded. Got it, Brother Hannah. He knew Brother Hannah was protecting his own fishing grounds. If he were in Hannah's shoes, he'd do the same. The Chu Lang soon vanished over the horizon. Meanwhile, a dozen or so fishing boats were heading east in a massive convoy toward the deep water zone. They were full of anticipation, dreaming of catching a school of large yellow croakers just like Hannah Wells had. However, all that awaited them was disappointment. By evening, more than a dozen fishing boats returned to the harbor one after another, every single one with empty holds. Nothing at all. That deep water area is too vast. We couldn't find any schools of fish. We cruised around all day and didn't even see a single fish. The fishermen gathered dejectedly on the pier, and some began to wonder, did Hannah Wells do this on purpose? Did she deliberately give a vague location just to send us on a wild goose chase? Old Huang sighed. The deep waters to the east cover at least several dozen square kilometers. He only said east. How are we supposed to find it? But why would he do that? Someone asked, puzzled. Mr. West stubbed out his cigarette. If word of the big yellow croaker school got out, everyone would go fishing there, and that area would be fished dry in no time. Hannah Wells is protecting her own fishing grounds. The crowd suddenly understood. If you don't look out for yourself, you'll be doomed. If they were in her shoes, they'd probably do the same. But Old Huang narrowed his eyes. Hannah Wells didn't even go east today. I saw the Chu Lang heading west. The fishermen immediately erupted in an uproar. Was she deliberately misleading us? She is so cunning. Anger, jealousy, and resentment spread through the crowd. Mr. West waved his hand. Don't talk like that. Hannah Wells didn't do anything wrong. He is under no obligation to tell us the exact location. As for where he went today, that's his prerogative. These words calmed the crowd somewhat. Old Huang let out a cold laugh. Besides, even if he told us the exact location, would we be able to find the school of fish? The fishermen looked at one another. It was true Hannah Wells could catch over 300 fish in a single trip, while they defished all day and caught nothing. That gap wasn't a matter of location, it was a matter of skill. Hannah Wells has real skill, Mr. West sighed. He knows the ocean currents, water temperatures, and seabed topography of these waters like the back of his hand. Even if we knew the location, we still wouldn't be able to find the fish. The fishermen fell silent. Some were reluctant to accept it, while others began to reflect. Why was Hannah Wells successful, yet they were not? It wasn't luck, it was skill. That was the difference. Meanwhile, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner were hard at work in that ordinary stretch of waters to the west. Although they weren't catching any large yellow croakers, even a few dozen gene of ordinary sea fish could fetch several thousand yuan. More importantly, they had protected their fishing grounds. Logan Turner chuckled to himself. Brother Hannah, those guys definitely made a wasted trip today. Hannah Wells smiled. He hadn't done anything wrong. He was the one who discovered this deep water area. Why should he share it with others? Besides, if everyone went fishing there, the yellow croaker schools would soon be fished out. Then no one would make any money. By doing this, he was actually safeguarding the sustainable development of these waters. As night fell, the chasing waves slowly made its way back to the fishing port. On the dock, the fishermen who returned empty-handed looked at Hannah Wells' boat with mixed expressions. Some were envious, some jealous, and others deep in thought. Hannah Wells paid them no mind and headed straight to the dock to unload his catch. Although today's catch wasn't as good as yesterday's, what mattered most was that he had kept his secret safe. He was the only one who knew the exact location of that school of yellow croakers in the deep waters. That was enough. Chapter 058. Custom-ordered yellow croakers. After selling the fish, Hannah Wells headed to Lin's seafood restaurant as usual. Li Guoqiang was busy in the kitchen when he saw Hannah Wells arrive. His eyes lit up. "Hannah Wells, you're just in time." He put down what he was doing and wiped his hands. "I've got some good news to share with you." "What's the good news?" "After I sold that batch of yellow croakers to Boss Wang yesterday, he got in touch with a high-end client." Li Guoqiang lowered his voice. "That client is particularly interested in yellow croakers and wants to order a batch that's even bigger and of higher quality." Hannah Wells perked up. "How big?" "Top-grade yellow croakers weighing at least 3 jin." Li Guoqiang gestured. "They need to be golden yellow in color, have a perfect shape, and be full of vitality." "What about the price?" Li Guoqiang gave a mysterious smile. "Starting at 20,000 per jin." Hannah Wells' heart began to race. 20,000 per jin. That's 50 times more expensive than ordinary yellow croakers. "We'll take as many as you have," he asked. "Right, as many as you have." Li Guoqiang nodded. This kind of top-grade yellow croaker is very rare on the market. High-end clients are willing to pay a premium to collect them or give them as gifts. Hannah Wells began to form a plan in his mind. With his ability derived from the fragment of the Shanghai steel, he could sense schools of fish underwater. If he went specifically looking for top-grade yellow croakers, he might actually find some. "All right, I'll give it a try," he said. "To find those top-grade ones, you'll have to go to deeper waters." "I know." Hannah Wells said goodbye to Li Guoqiang and returned to the boat. Logan Turner was packing up the fishing nets when he saw Hannah Wells return. Curious, he asked, "Brother Hannah, what did Boss Lee say?" "There's a high-end client who wants to order top-grade yellow croaker." "Top-grade yellow croaker?" "Right. Over 3 jin each, at 21,000 per jin." Logan Turner's eyes widened instantly. 21,000 per jin? My goodness. "Yeah. So tomorrow we'll head to the deep waters and try our luck." "The deep waters?" Logan Turner scratched his head. "Didn't we just come back from the deep waters yesterday?" Hannah Wells smiled. "Right, that's exactly the area." Logan Turner paused for a moment. Then it dawned on him. Brother Hannah was going to pull the same trick again. Yesterday, they deliberately said they were heading east, but actually went west. Today, those fishermen who followed their lead would surely think Brother Hannah was pulling another faint east, strike west move and might even head west themselves. But this time, Brother Hannah was going back to the deep waters in the east. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Hannah Wells and Logan Turner set out. The Chu Lang sailed out of the fishing harbor, heading toward the deep waters to the east. On the pier, a few early rising fishermen saw the direction the Chu Lang was taking and exchanged puzzled glances. "Hannah Wells is heading east? No way. Yesterday he clearly said east, but ended up going west. He's definitely pulling a feint to the east, strike to the west again today. Right? He's definitely going west." The fishermen whispered among themselves, watching Hannah Wells' boat grow increasingly distant. Someone couldn't help but say, "How about we follow her and see what happens?" "Don't be silly." Mr. West waved his hand. "Hannah Wells is definitely pulling another trick. If we head east, she'll surely go somewhere else. I think she'll head south today or maybe north." "That makes sense. Let us head south and try our luck." After discussing it briefly, several fishermen decided to set course for the south. They reasoned that since Hannah Wells had gone west yesterday, she certainly wouldn't go west again today, nor would she really head east. That left only south or north. So, a fleet of more than a dozen fishing boats set off in a grand procession toward the south. No one noticed that Hannah Wells' chasing the waves was heading east toward the deep waters. And at that moment, the deep waters to the east were completely deserted. Hannah Wells had achieved his goal. "Brother Hannah, those guys didn't follow us after all," Logan Turner said, glancing back and unable to suppress a smile. Hannah Wells nodded. "They thought I was going to feign a move to the east again. Little did they expect that this time, I was actually heading east." Logan Turner was utterly impressed. "Brother Hannah, that was a brilliant move." Hannah Wells smiled but said nothing. The chasing waves continued forward, gradually moving away from the fishing port. 2 hours later, they arrived at the deep water area. The seawater glowed a deep blue, as if it could swallow up all light. Hannah Wells closed his eyes, and the power of the fragment of the monument of the vast sea kicked into full gear.
Sensa.
50 meters below the surface lay a cluster of reefs. Around the reefs, something seemed to be swimming. Hannah Wells concentrated, and his perception grew clearer. It's a school of fish, and they're yellow croakers. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. He carefully assessed the size and condition of the school. There were over 30 of them, and they were all huge. Most weighed over 3 jin. This was a school of top-quality yellow croakers. Dazhuang, Hannah Wells said, opening his eyes, his voice tinged with excitement. Get the net ready. Fish. Logan Turner paused, taken aback. These waters looked completely empty. How could Brother Hannah know there were fish? But since Brother Hannah said so, there must be some. Logan Turner hurried off to prepare the fishing net. Hannah Wells adjusted the boat's south position to place herself downstream from the school of fish. This way, when the net was cast, it would drift with the current toward the school. Get ready, Hannah Wells whispered. Logan Turner gripped the net tightly, feeling both excited and nervous. Are there really top-quality yellow croakers in this deep water? Brother Hannah's judgment is never wrong. 3. Hannah Wells' voice was very soft. 2. Logan Turner's palms began to sweat. 1. Cast the net. Logan Turner threw the net out with all his might. The heavy lead weights pulled the netting down into the water, blooming like a giant flower on the surface before vanishing quickly. The net sank slowly with the current, drifting toward the seafloor 50 meters below. Time ticked by second. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Logan Turner stood at the edge of the boat, staring intently at the water's surface. Nothing, not even a single bubble was visible. Brother Hannah, he couldn't help but speak up. The net has been down for nearly 20 minutes. Should we pull it in? Hannah Wells shook her head. Let us wait a little longer. But, trust me. Hannah Wells' voice was firm. Logan Turner kept his mouth shut, but his heart was racing with anticipation. 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Just as he was about to speak up again, Hannah Wells suddenly moved. Haul it in. There was a hint of barely perceptible excitement in Hannah Wells' voice. Logan Turner froze for a moment, then snapped to attention and began pulling the net. After just 2 tugs, his hands froze. Something was wrong. The net was heavy, much heavier than usual. And the heavier it got, the harder it was to pull, as if 1,000 jin of weight were hanging from it. Brother Hannah, Logan Turner's voice began to tremble. This net, it's so heavy. Hannah Wells came over to help, and the two of them pulled together. The net made a dull scraping sound in the water, as if dragging something enormous. Logan Turner's arms began to ache, but he didn't dare let up. It was this heavy, there had to be something down there, and it had to be something big. As the net gradually neared the surface, both of their hearts began to race. Logan Turner held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. Suddenly, splash! The net burst through the water. Logan Turner's pupils contracted sharply. Then his mouth fell open, and he froze in place. Gold. All he could see was gold. Chapter 059. A 6 million price tag. One after another, huge, gleaming golden fish thrashed about in the net, their scales reflecting the sunlight with a dazzling brilliance, as if the entire net had been plated with gold. But this time was different. These large yellow croakers were exceptionally huge. Each one was as long as an adult's forearm, their plump bodies thrashing in the net, creating a splashing sound. This Logan Turner's voice trembled uncontrollably. Brother Hannah, these fish, how can they be this big? He picked one up to gauge its weight. This one must weigh at least 4 jin. Hannah Wells was examining them closely as well. This catch of yellow croakers was indeed top-notch. They were golden in color, perfectly formed, and full of vitality. He counted them. There were over 30. Each weighed more than 3 jin, with the largest weighing 5 or 6 jin. This was the most valuable catch he'd ever made since going out to sea. My God! Logan Turner was so excited he was jumping up and down. Brother Hannah, these are top-quality yellow croakers. The top-quality yellow croakers weighing over 3 jin that Bosley mentioned. A single one could sell for tens of thousands. Hannah Wells nodded, feeling just as excited inside. He did a quick calculation. This catch totaled about 120 jin. At 21,000 per jin, they could fetch over 2 million. Hurry up and pack them up, let us head back to port, Hannah Wells said. Right. Logan Turner began frantically gathering the fishing nets. With fish this valuable, we can't afford any mistakes. On the way back, Logan Turner was as excited as a child. Brother Hannah, this catch will bring in over 2 million. Over 2 million. We're going to strike it rich. Hannah Wells smiled, his mind already running the numbers. Over 2 million, added to their previous savings, meant they now had more than 3.5 million. That was more than enough to buy a large boat. There would even be quite a bit left over. But he knew he couldn't let his guard down just yet. Although top-grade yellow croakers were precious, their numbers were limited. Who knew how long it would be before they came across such a large school of fish again? Brother Hannah, how are we going to sell this when we get back? Logan Turner asked. We'll go to Li Guoqiang, Hannah Wells said. He has connections with high-end clients. Right. Boss Lee will definitely get us a great price. Logan Turner was so excited he could barely form coherent sentences. At dusk, the Chulang slowly sailed into the fishing harbor. When Logan Turner hauled out the first batch of premium yellow croakers, the entire pier fell silent. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted. My God, what kind of fish are these? Yellow croakers this big? 3 or 4 jade each? The fishermen surged forward like a tidal wave, surrounding the Chulang so tightly there was no room to move. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at the fish in the ice hold. These are these top-grade yellow croakers? At least 3 or 4 jade each, golden in color, in perfect condition. How much must these be worth? Some recognized the value of these fish, their voices trembling. Top-grade yellow croaker at least 21,000 per jade on the market.
21,000 per jade?
Then these 100-plus jade that s over 2 million? The fishermen were stunned. Over 2 million. They couldn't earn that much even after a whole year of hard work. Hannah Wells had made over 2 million in a single fishing trip. The disparity was completely unacceptable to them. Jealousy, envy, and resentment, all sorts of emotions spread through the crowd. Mr. West pushed his way to the front and, upon seeing the yellow croakers, froze in place. Hannah Wells, what on earth is this? He was so overcome with emotion that he could barely speak. Are these top-grade yellow croakers? Hannah Wells smiled. I just happened to come across them. Just happened. Mr. West nearly fainted from rage. How is this just a coincidence? Top-grade yellow croakers worth over 2 million, and you call that a coincidence? Just yesterday he said Hannah Wells had real talent, and today he saw her catch top-grade yellow croakers again. Her luck was just too good to be true. The fishermen crowded in even closer, practically ready to tear Hannah Wells apart to force an answer out of her. Hannah Wells, where did you catch this fish? Hurry up and tell us. Hurry up. We want to try our luck too. Hannah Wells shook her head. I don't quite remember. I just saw some fish and cast my net. As soon as she said that, the fishermen erupted in an uproar. You don't quite remember? Who are you trying to fool? How could you possibly forget the spot for such a prized fish? Anger, jealousy, and resentment, all sorts of emotions exploded among the crowd. Hannah Wells ignored them and headed straight for Li Guoqiang. She knew that these top-quality yellow croakers could only fetch a good price through Li Guoqiang's connections. Ordinary fishermen simply had no access to high-end clients. When Li Guoqiang saw this batch of top-quality yellow croakers, he was completely stunned. My God! He was so excited his voice was trembling. This many top-quality yellow croakers? He picked one up and examined it closely. This one weighs at least 4 jade golden in color, in perfect condition. Hannah Wells, where did you find these? In deep waters, Hannah Wells said calmly. Li Guoqiang took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. Wait here, I'll contact my clients right away. He took out his phone and began dialing. But this time, he didn't contact them one by one like last time. Instead, he posted a message directly to his social media feed. Lin's Seafood Restaurant has received a shipment of over 30 top-grade wild yellow croakers today, each weighing over 3 jade, with a golden hue and flawless appearance. Interested clients, please come to the dock immediately to inspect the goods in person. The highest bidder wins. Less than 10 minutes after the post went out, more than a dozen people had gathered at the dock. There were middle-aged men in suits, business owners driving luxury cars, and a few people who looked like restaurant managers. They all stared at the yellow croakers in the ice chest, their eyes sparkling. Great fish! Truly great fish! One middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. I rarely get yellow croakers of this quality, maybe just a few a year. I'll take it.
20,000 per gin. 20,000 per gin.
That's too cheap. Another man sneered. I'll offer 25,000. 25,000? I'll go up to 30,000. The price began to skyrocket. The fisherman stood nearby, watching in utter astonishment. 30,000 per gene? This fish weighs 4 or 5 gene, that's over 100,000 for a single fish? My God! They simply couldn't understand why a single fish could fetch such a high price. But for those high-end clients, top-grade yellow croakers were a status symbol. There was huge demand for them as gifts, for banquets, and for collections. The price quickly soared to 40,000 per gene. 40,000 per gene? That's way too expensive. What's 40,000 per gene? I'll offer 45,000. 45,000? I'll pay 50,000. In the end, this batch of top-grade yellow croakers sold for an average of 50,000 per gene. A total of 120 gene fetched a full 6 million. As the middleman, Li Guoqiang charged only a 5% commission 300,000. Hannah Wells walked away with 5.7 million in cash. The fishermen were absolutely stunned. 6 million. They couldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Hannah Wells made 6 million on a single fishing trip. The disparity was completely unacceptable to them. Some were envious, some were jealous, and even more were itching to try their luck. If Hannah Wells can find top-quality yellow croakers, why can't we? Let us head out to the deep waters tomorrow, too. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into a school of fish. Greed spread through the fishing village like wildfire. But Hannah Wells knew they wouldn't find any. He watched those frenzied fishermen, his mind at peace. Everyone has their own destiny. Chapter 060, Revisiting the Shipwreck. 3 days later, Emma Foster sent Hannah Wells a message. The Cultural Heritage Department's survey team has withdrawn, and the shipwreck site has been temporarily sealed off. However, before the authorities officially step in, they've allowed us to conduct one final exploration. Are you interested? Hannah Wells stared at his phone screen, feeling a surge of excitement. Another chance. Yes, when? She replied quickly. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I'll meet you at the fishing port. Okay. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Emma Foster arrived at the fishing port right on time. She was wearing a black wetsuit, carrying professional diving gear on her back, and holding several cases in her hands. Are you ready? She asked with a smile. Hannah Wells nodded. We're ready to go anytime. The Wave Rider set sail toward the shipwreck site. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, carrying the salty scent of the ocean. Emma Foster checked her gear as she spoke. Last time, we only explored part of the ship's hold and found some porcelain and gold and silver artifacts. This time, I want to go deeper into the bottom of the hold to see if we can find more clues. Hannah Wells nodded silently, but her mind was on something else. The location of that wooden box from last time. The fragment of the Sea of Sorrow steel had always shown a special reaction to that spot. Something important must be hidden there. An hour later, the wave chaser reached the shipwreck site. The sea was as calm as a mirror, and sunlight pierced the water's surface, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow on the seabed. I've brought more specialized equipment this time, Emma Foster said as she opened the case and introduced each item one by one. An underwater spotlight, surveying tools, and this, she said, picking up a palm-sized metal device. An underwater exploration robot. It can enter narrow spaces that humans can't reach. Hannah Wells looked at the little robot, her eyes lighting up slightly. With this, they might just find clues they missed last time. The two donned their diving gear and jumped into the sea. The icy seawater enveloped her entire body. Yet Hannah Wells didn't feel the slightest chill. The fragment of the ocean steel pressed against her chest, emitting a faint warmth, as if telling her something inside the shipwreck was calling to her. This time, the sense of resonance was even stronger than before. Emma Foster turned on her underwater spotlight, its beam illuminating the dim seabed. Hannah Wells led her toward the shipwreck. The hull was severely corroded, but its outline remained clearly visible. The two swam into the ship's hold through the same entrance they used last time. The hold was covered in silt, and visibility was very low, but thanks to the fragment's power, Hannah Wells could clearly sense everything around her. This way, he gestured, signaling for Emma Foster to follow. Passing through several bulkheads, they reached a deeper part of the ship's hold. The silt was even thicker here, nearly burying everything. As Emma Foster's spotlight swept across the area, it suddenly illuminated a stone slab half buried in the silt. What is this? She swam closer to the slab and gently brushed the silt off its surface with her hand. Faint engravings were visible on the slab. Emma Foster's eyes lit up instantly. This is an inscription. She carefully deciphered the characters, traditional Chinese characters, in the style of the Song dynasty. The steel of the vast sea, divided into 4 parts and hidden. He who obtains 1 part may communicate with the creatures of the water. He who obtains 2 parts may foresee fortune and misfortune. He who obtains 3 parts may ward off wind and waves. He who obtains the 4th may rule the vast sea. Hannah Wells's heart began to race. This passage, it was exactly the same as the legend her father had told her before he died. What shocked her even more was that the power of the first fragment was precisely communing with aquatic creatures. He could breathe freely underwater and sense the movements of schools of fish. These abilities matched perfectly. There's another passage below the inscription, Emma Foster continued to decipher. The first fragment is hidden on Dragon Pearl Isle, the second on 7-Star Reef, the third. She furrowed her brow. The writing after that is blurred. I can't make it out clearly. Hannah Wells's pupils contracted slightly. Dragon Pearl Isle? 7-Star Reef? He'd never heard of these places. But the inscription clearly stated that Songhai steel had been split into 4 pieces and hidden in different locations. This stone slab, Emma Foster's voice trembled slightly, might be a clue left behind by a merchant from the Song dynasty. This shipwreck is very likely connected to the Songhai steel in some way. Hannah Wells said nothing, but a storm of emotions was already raging inside her. The second fragment was right nearby, and now she knew its approximate location, 7-Star Reef. She continued searching the ship's hold. The Songhai steel fragments had a strong reaction to the stone slab, but the slab itself wasn't a fragment, it merely bore a clue. The real fragment must be somewhere else. Emma Foster began taking photos and making notes, moving with the utmost care, afraid of damaging even the slightest detail. This discovery is so important, she said excitedly. If we can find a fragment of the Songhai steel, it will be a major breakthrough in archaeology. And it might even rewrite our understanding of the Song dynasty South Maritime Silk Road. Hannah Wells listened to her words, feeling a mix of emotions. He couldn't tell her that he already possessed a fragment. This secret had to be kept. The two spent nearly an hour in the dive chamber. After gathering enough data, they began their ascent. Back on the boat, Emma Foster couldn't wait to sort through the data. Longzhou Island, Qixing Reef? She muttered to herself. I need to check ancient nautical charts to see which areas these place names correspond to today. Hannah Wells stood nearby, already having made up his mind. Qixing Reef. He had to go ask Old Zhang for some information. Old Zhang had spent his whole life fishing along the southern Fujian coast. He should be very familiar with these waters. Hannah Wells. Emma Foster suddenly looked up at him, a strange expression in her eyes. What's wrong? The inscription on this stone slab, have you heard a similar legend before? Her eyes were bright, she seemed to have sensed something. Hannah Wells was silent for a moment, then nodded. My father did mention it when he was alive. Stories about shipwrecks, treasure, and a mysterious stone steel. But I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, and after my father passed away, the whole matter was forgotten. Emma Foster looked at him with a complex expression. If this is true, then the Songhai steel might actually exist, and you might be the best person to find it. Hannah Wells looked at her but said nothing. He knew Emma Foster was smart, but he absolutely couldn't let her know the truth. On the way back, Hannah Wells received a call from Old Zhang. Fanzi, I heard you went out to sea again today? Yeah, I went to check out the shipwreck. Okay, don't mention that to anyone. Old Zhang's voice turned serious. That shipwreck, it's no ordinary affair. Someone's been asking around lately. Be careful. Hannah Wells furrowed her brow. Who's been asking around? I don't know. Seems like they're from out of town, Old Zhang said in a hushed voice. Anyway, be careful, don't let anyone set their sights on you. After hanging up, Hannah Wells' mood grew somber. Someone was asking about the shipwreck. This meant the shipwreck's secret might have already been leaked. He had to pick up the pace and find the other fragments as soon as possible. At dusk, The wave chaser returned to the fishing port. Emma Foster packed up her materials and prepared to leave. Hannah Wells, thank you for your help these past 2 days, she said sincerely. If this discovery turns out to be valuable, I'll include your name in the report. Hannah Wells shook his head. No need. I was just helping out. Emma Foster looked at him and smiled. You're such a modest person. After Emma Foster left, Hannah Wells stood alone at the bow, gazing out at the distant sea. He knew now. The stone steel had been broken into 4 pieces. The first piece was in his possession. The second was at 7-Star Reef. The locations of the third and fourth pieces still required further exploration. But at least he had a clear direction. Hannah Wells decided to visit Old Jong tomorrow to inquire about the exact location of 7-Star Reef. This was a crucial lead that he had to pursue. As night deepened, the lights of the fishing port began to come on one by one. Standing on the boat, Hannah Wells' heart was filled with anticipation and determination. He was determined to uncover the secret of the Songhai steel. Chapter 061. The Clue to the 7-Star Reef. Early the next morning, Hannah Wells arrived at Old Jong's home. Old Jong was sitting in the courtyard mending his fishing nets. His hair streaked with gray and his hands covered in calluses left by the passage of time. Uncle Jong, do you know where the 7-Star Reef is? Hannah Wells got straight to the point. There was no need to be overly formal with Old Jong. Old Jong's movements froze. He looked up, a flicker of surprise passing through his cloudy eyes. 7-Star Reef? How do you know that place? Hannah Wells didn't hide anything. Yesterday, I found a stone tablet on the shipwreck that mentioned 7-Star Reef. Old Jong fell silent for a moment, his expression growing complex. He set down the fishing net he was holding and slowly stood up. Come in and sit down. The room was sparsely furnished, with a few yellowed old photographs hanging on the wall, all mementos from his younger days at sea. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow across the old photos. Old Jong poured Hannah Wells a cup of tea. Steam rose in wispy plumes, carrying a faint tea aroma. The 7-Star Reef, he sighed, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if recalling some long-forgotten memory. It's one of the most dangerous places along the southern Fujian coast. It's riddled with hidden reefs, the currents are treacherous, and the undertows can capsize a small boat in an instant. Over the decades, who knows how many fishing boats have run aground and sunk there. That SY fishermen all give it a wide berth. No one dares to go near it. Hannah Wells listened intently, but her resolve only grew stronger. The more dangerous a place is, the more likely it is to hide unknown secrets. Still, she asked, is there anything special about that place? Old Jong thought for a moment, his gaze growing deep. I've never been there myself, but legend has it there's an underground river leading to some mysterious place. Some say that underground river leads to a dragon palace at the bottom of the sea. Others say it hides the treasure of ancient merchants. But no one has ever verified it, because it's just too dangerous. He fixed his gaze on Hannah Wells, his expression turning serious. Why are you asking about this? Hannah Wells didn't give a direct answer. I'm just curious. I wanted to know more. Old Jong stared at him for a few seconds, as if trying to read something in his face. Then he sighed. Fancy, I know you're brave, but there are some places you really shouldn't go. A place like the 7-Star Reef, once you go there, you'll never come back. When I was young, I wanted to go explore it too, but after hearing from the older generation that too many people had died there, I gave up on the idea. Otherwise, the grass on those graves would be 3 zhong tall by now. Hannah Wells nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong. I'll be careful. I know it's dangerous. That's exactly why I want to learn more about it. Old Zhong looked at her with a complex expression. He could sense that Hannah Wells wasn't just asking out of curiosity. She was serious about going. But as an elder, he couldn't just stand by and watch a young person take such a risk. Fancy, take my advice. Old Zhong's voice grew solemn. There are some places you can't just go to because you're brave. The dangers of the 7-Star Reef are beyond your imagination. The undercurrents there can capsize a ship weighing dozens of metric tons, let alone your little boat. Hannah Wells was silent for a moment, then said, Uncle Zhong, I know you're looking out for me, but there are some things I simply must figure out. Old Zhong looked into her determined eyes, sighed, and said no more. There are some paths young people simply have to walk on their own. He could only watch from the sidelines, offer reminders, but not stand in her way. Leaving Old Zhong's home, Hannah Wells returned to her boat. The mark on her palm felt slightly warm. It seemed to be telling her there truly was something important at the seven-star reef. The second fragment was right there. Hannah Wells clenched her fist, her gaze hardening. No matter how dangerous the seven-star reef might be, he had to go. To uncover the secrets of the Shanghai steel, to fulfill his father's dying wish, and for his own future this journey was unavoidable. That afternoon, Emma Foster came to the fishing port to find Hannah Wells. Dressed in casual clothes with her long hair loosely cascading down her back, she looked even more approachable than usual. "I've done some research." She held a folder in her hand, her expression serious. The seven-star reef is located about 50 nautical miles southeast of the southern Fujian coast. It's a no-man's land. No fisherman would ever operate in those waters. The reason is that the reefs are too dense for ships to navigate safely. Hannah Wells took the folder and leafed through it carefully. The materials were very detailed, including nautical charts, hydrographic data, historical records, and more. Just as old Zhang had said, the seven-star reef was an extremely dangerous stretch of water. The nautical charts were densely marked with reefs, and in some places, hazardous areas were even highlighted in red. The hydrographic data also showed that the currents there were complex, with frequent whirlpools and surging undercurrents. But precisely because of this, the area might harbor unknown secrets. "Hannah Wells, you aren't planning to go to the seven-star reef, are you?" Emma Foster asked, looking at her with some concern. She could sense that Hannah Wells was particularly interested in the seven-star reef. The sea conditions there are extremely complex. Ordinary people simply can't get anywhere near it. Hannah Wells smiled. "I won't act recklessly. At the very least, we need to prepare thoroughly and get a clear understanding of the situation first." Emma Foster breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." She paused for a moment, then added, "By the way, I've already submitted the report on the stone tablet. The Cultural Heritage Department is taking this very seriously. They may launch an investigation into the seven-star reef soon." Hannah Wells nodded. "Okay. Let me know if you hear anything." "Sure. I'll let you know as soon as I can." Emma Foster looked at Hannah Wells with a somewhat complex expression. She could sense that Hannah Wells had a special obsession with seven-star reef. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. That evening, Hannah Wells lay in bed, mulling over his next plan. Seven-star reef was far too dangerous. His current vessel, the Chasing Waves, was only 10 meters long with a displacement of less than 20 metric tons, hardly sufficient to handle the complex sea conditions there. Not to mention the dense network of reefs and treacherous undercurrents. If she set out recklessly, she might never return. Moreover, she needed more equipment, a more advanced navigation system, a deeper fish finder, and underwater operation gear. Without this equipment, even if she reached seven-star reef, she wouldn't be able to conduct an effective exploration. She decided to buy a larger boat first, which, of course, had been part of her plan all along. A vessel capable of withstanding harsh sea conditions and equipped with advanced technology. Once he had the right boat, he would set out to explore the seven-star reef. Although this plan would take time, it was a safer approach. After all, safety comes first. Hannah Wells opened her phone and began searching for information on boats. New boats were too expensive, most cost over 10 million. Used boats were cheaper but still ran into the millions. Fortunately, the last batch of yellow croakers had fetched a high price, leaving him with a substantial sum of over 6 million. He needed to plan carefully. Chapter 062. Saving up for a big boat. Over the next few days, Hannah Wells went out to sea while also making inquiries about buying a boat. Every morning, he'd take a walk around the fishing harbor, chatting with the veteran fishermen to see if anyone was looking to sell a boat. The fishermen in the village were all surprised to hear he was planning to buy a big boat. "Fancy, you've struck it rich, haven't you? Buying a big boat? What are you going to do with this little one? Why not sell it to me for a bargain? Did you find some treasure or something?" Hannah Wells just smiled and didn't say much. He already had over 6 million in his possession and had originally thought that would be enough to buy a decent boat. But after asking around for the past few days, he realized that idea was far too naive. Not to mention a decent used boat that alone would cost at least several million. If he wanted to equip the boat, advanced gear, it would cost him hundreds of thousands more. And a vessel truly capable of deep-sea operations would come at an even more staggering price. He had to keep earning money to save up more capital, while also continuing to scout for a suitable fishing boat. That evening, Hannah Wells returned to the fishing port after finishing work and ran into Mr. West. Mr. West was sitting on the edge of the pier smoking a cigarette. When he saw Hannah Wells approaching, he smiled and greeted him. "Fancy, how's the catch today?" "Not bad, caught some grouper and sea bass," Hannah Wells replied. "I heard you're planning to buy a bigger boat?" Mr. West asked. Hannah Wells nodded. "That's the plan. Buying a bigger boat is a great idea." Mr. West exhaled a puff of smoke. "With a bigger boat, you can head out to the open sea. Your income is sure to double." But he paused. "Big boats aren't easy to come by. It must cost a lot, right?" Hannah Wells smiled. "I'm saving up." Mr. West looked at him with a touch of emotion in his eyes. "Fancy, you're a promising young man. So young, and already planning for the future. Unlike us, who've spent our whole lives just fishing in these coastal waters." Hannah Wells shook his head. "Mr. West, you're too modest. You've been fishing these waters your whole life. You have far more experience than I do." Mr. West smiled but said nothing. He knew Hannah Wells was just being polite. He was getting older, his stamina wasn't what it used to be, and his reflexes weren't as quick as a young person's. Going out to the open sea just wasn't right for him anymore. "Fancy, if you need any help with buying the boat, just let me know," Mr. West said. "I know a lot of people at the fishing port. Maybe I can be of some help. If I need anything, I'll definitely reach out to you." The two chatted for a while, then Mr. West got up and left. Hannah Wells watched his back as he walked away, feeling a bit moved. These old fishermen, though not very educated, were all down to earth. In their own way, they protected these waters and the younger generation as well. That evening, lying in bed, Hannah Wells thought once again about buying a boat. What kind of boat did he need? It had to be at least 20 meters long, with a displacement of over 50 metric tons. It needed to be equipped with advanced navigation systems and fish finders. It had to have sufficient range to handle operations on the high seas. It also needed ample storage space to hold a sufficient catch and supplies. A boat like that would certainly not come cheap. But he believed that, with hard work, he could definitely achieve this goal. After all, it had only been a few months since his rebirth, and he had not only paid off his father's 800,000 debt, but also bought a small boat. Now he had amassed a fortune of several million. If he worked hard for a little while longer, seized the right opportunities, and landed a few big catches, he should have more than enough money to buy the boat. Once he had enough money, he wouldn't have to rummage through these second-hand boats. He could go straight to a shipyard and buy a brand new one that better suited his needs. Hannah Wells clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Buying a boat was just the first step. The real challenge lay ahead. The seven-star reef awaited him. The secret of the sea of the blue steel awaits him. He won't back down. In the days that followed, Hannah Wells went out to sea every day. Although he didn't encounter another school of top-quality yellow croakers, his catch was still quite good. Grouper, sea bass, and blue crabs brought in 10 to 20,000 every day. Combined with his previous savings, he now had over 4 million. That afternoon, Hannah Wells returned to the fishing port after finishing his shift, and was just about to pack up his gear when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. "Hannah Wells. Long time no see." A middle-aged man in a suit walked over with a smile. Carrying a briefcase, he looked as if he'd just stepped out of his office. Hannah Wells recognized him. "Mr. Lee." Mr. Lee was the owner of a local seafood processing plant and frequently bought fish from the fishermen. Both factories were sizable and had gained some renown in the fishing port. "I hear you've been doing quite well lately," Mr. Lee said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "You've had a bountiful catch every single day." Hannah Wells smiled. "It's just good luck." Mr. Lee waved his hand. "Don't be so modest. Luck is part of your skill. I've heard that you caught a batch of top-quality yellow croakers a while back and sold them for several million." Hannah Wells' heart skipped a beat. She hadn't specifically told anyone about this, but so many people in the fishing village had seen it at the time she hadn't expected the news to spread after all. "Mr. Lee, who told you that?" she asked. Mr. Lee smiled. "This fishing port is only so big, word gets around quickly. But don't worry, I'm not the type to spread rumors." Hannah Wells nodded, feeling slightly more at ease. "By the way," Mr. Lee said suddenly, "I heard you're looking for a boat?" Hannah Wells was taken aback. "How did you know?" Mr. Lee chuckled. "As I said, this fishing port is small. The slightest bit of news gets around." Hannah Wells smiled too. It was true the fishing port was small, and news of what was going on in anyone's life spread quickly. "Yes, I'm looking for a boat," Hannah Wells said. "I want to buy a bigger one that can go out to the open sea." Mr. Lee nodded. Buying a big boat is a good move. With a big boat, your income is sure to double. But he paused. Big boats aren't easy to come by. It must cost a lot, right? Hannah Wells smiled. I'm saving up for it. Mr. Lee looked at her with a touch of admiration in his eyes. This young man has drive, foresight, and a willingness to work hard. He has a promising prospect. Hannah Wells, Mr. Lee suddenly said in a lowered voice, I have a friend who happens to be selling a boat. Would you like to take a look? Hannah Wells's eyes lit up. What kind of boat? A medium-sized trawler, 22 meters long, with a displacement of 80 metric tons. As Mr. Lee spoke, he gestured. It's equipped with twin diesel engines and has a range of up to 1,000 nautical miles. The vessel also features an advanced fish-finding system, satellite navigation, radar, and even a small freezer compartment. Hannah Wells's eyes lit up. This configuration was even better than the new boat he'd seen at the shipyard. How much? He asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Mr. Lee lowered his voice. My friend needs the money urgently. He is asking for only $3 million. $3 million. Hannah Wells could hardly believe it. A boat this good for only $3 million? Yes, it's second-hand, but it's been very well maintained, Mr. Lee said. It underwent a major overhaul just last year. The engines were replaced, and the hull was repainted. If you're interested, I'll take you to see it right now. Hannah Wells was tempted.
Chapter 063. Chulang número 2.
$3 million to buy a boat with such great specifications was an absolute steal, but Hannah Wells remained calm. Mr. Lee, what is the history of this boat? Mr. Lee smiled. My friend imported it from abroad. It was originally a deep-sea fishing vessel, but was later converted for coastal operations. He is in a hurry to sell because he is immigrating to Canada. I was originally planning to sell it for $3.5 million, but I'm in urgent need of cash right now, so I've lowered the price to $3 million. Hannah Wells nodded. An urgent need for money due to immigration. That reason made sense, but it was also a common excuse used by most people. All right, I'll go check it out right now, he said. Mr. Lee drove him to a private marina in the northern part of the city. The marina wasn't large, but it was clean, with several boats moored there, all of which appeared to be privately owned. A white fishing boat was moored at the far end. Its hull was neat and appeared to be well maintained. That's the boat, Mr. Lee said, pointing at it. Hannah Wells walked closer to take a closer look. The boat was 22 meters long, with a wide hull and a spacious deck. The cockpit was fully enclosed. The hull was white, and the paint looked freshly applied, gleaming in the sunlight. The name of the vessel, Sea Eagle, was engraved on the bow. Hannah Wells stepped onto the deck to inspect the hull. The deck was clean, with no visible signs of wear. The gunnels were sturdy, the welds were smooth, and the build quality appeared excellent. She walked into the wheelhouse. The wheelhouse was spacious and well lit, with the instrument panel neatly arranged and all equipment looking brand new. The navigation system was the latest model, with a large display and a simple, intuitive interface. The fish finder was also state-of-the-art, capable of detecting the seabed at depths of up to 100 meters. Radar, satellite phones, walkie-talkies. The vessel was fully equipped with every necessary piece of equipment. Hannah Wells nodded in satisfaction. This boat fully met his requirements. It was even better than he'd expected. Where is the engine room? He asked. Mr. Lee led him to the stern and opened the hatch. The engine room was clean and tidy. The two diesel engines looked brand new, with no visible signs of wear. They were just replaced last year, Mr. Lee said. They still have 2 years left on the warranty. Hannah Wells inspected the engines. They were running smoothly, with no unusual noises. He then inspected the rest of the vessel. The cabin was spacious, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 people for rest. The galley was fully equipped with a refrigerator, stove, and sink. The bathroom was clean and tidy, with a steady supply of hot water. There was ample storage space to hold plenty of catch and supplies. This boat was practically tailor-made for him. I'll take it, Hannah Wells said decisively. Mr. Lee smiled. That's the spirit. But there's one condition, Mr. Lee added. My friend hopes to close the deal as soon as possible, preferably within 3 days. No problem, Hannah Wells replied. Time was the one thing he lacked most right now. He'd already found a lead on the 7-Star Reef, so he had to get ready as quickly as possible. Completing the transaction within 3 days suited him perfectly. After purchasing the boat, Hannah Wells spent another $500,000 on modifications. He hired professional shipwrights to conduct a comprehensive inspection and reinforce the hull. He installed a more advanced fish finding system capable of detecting the seabed at depths of up to 150 meters. Of course, this fish finding system was mainly for cover, so he wouldn't have to keep making up excuses. He upgraded the navigation equipment and installed the latest electronic nautical charts, which could update routes and weather information in real time. He also added underwater operation equipment, small diving gear, underwater searchlights, underwater cameras, and even the underwater robot Emma Foster had mentioned. The underwater robot was custom-made for him. It could dive to a depth of 200 meters and was equipped with a high-definition camera and a robotic arm, allowing it to operate in confined spaces. He named this boat the Wave Chaser 2. Standing on the deck of her new boat, Hannah Wells gazed out at the vast ocean in the distance, her heart filled with anticipation. On this day, with the Wave Chaser 2 finally refurbished, Hannah Wells and Emma Foster arranged to meet at the fishing harbor. When Emma Foster saw the Wave Chaser 2, her eyes lit up instantly. "Is this your new boat?" she asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Hannah Wells nodded. "Yeah, I just bought it." "What a huge boat," Emma Foster marveled. "It's several times bigger than your old one. It's 22 meters long and has a displacement of 80 metric tons, Hannah Wells said. It's equipped with twin diesel engines and can travel up to 1,000 nautical miles. It also has an advanced fish finding system, satellite navigation, radar, and even a small freezer compartment. Emma Foster looked at him with a touch of admiration. "This boat of yours is really well equipped. How much did it cost?" Hannah Wells smiled. "I bought it for $3 million and spent another $500,000 on refits." $3.5 million? Emma Foster asked, somewhat surprised. "Where did you get that much money?" Hannah Wells didn't answer directly. "Just got lucky, caught a few good catches." Emma Foster looked at him with a complex expression. She knew Hannah Wells must be hiding something, but since he didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't press the issue. After all, the last time she'd gone to his house for a blind date, Hannah Wells had been just a small-time fisherman with only a tiny boat and a little over $100,000 in savings. She never would have imagined that in just over a month, he traded it in for a massive vessel worth several million. At that rate of making money, her cousin who relied entirely on his family couldn't even come close. Still, she wasn't going to mention any of this to her family just yet. She'd let the dust settle for a while and see just how surprised her mother would be. After a moment's thought, Emma Foster continued, "I'm still following up on the 7 Stars Reef matter, but the approval process at the Cultural Relics Department is rather slow, so it might take a while." Hannah Wells nodded. "That's fine. I can wait. But I have an idea." Emma Foster looked at her. "What idea?" "You've seen this big ship of mine, Haven T. You figured it out yet?" Hannah Wells asked with a smile. The previous Wave Chaser was too small to venture into the open sea. But with this big ship I have now, we can definitely conduct more proactive exploration. Emma Foster looked at the Wave Chaser 2 and suddenly realized. So that was why Hannah Wells had bought a new ship. "That's actually a good idea," she said. "With this ship, you'll be able to go much farther." "But," she added, a hint of concern in her voice, "the waters around the 7 Stars Reef are treacherous. Are you sure you want to go?" Hannah Wells looked at her with a determined gaze. "I have to go. There are some things I simply must find out." Emma Foster looked at her and didn't try to dissuade her any further. She knew that once Hannah Wells had made up her mind, no one could change it. She simply said softly, "Then you have to be careful." Hannah Wells nodded. "Don't worry, I will." The two chatted for a while. Then Emma Foster received a phone call and left first. Hannah Wells stood in the fishing harbor, gazing out at the distant sea. The Chu Lang No. 2 lay quietly moored at the dock, reflecting golden light in the setting sun. Hannah Wells knew that exploring the 7 Star Reef was only a matter of time. For now, all she had to do was continue building her strength and wait for the perfect moment. As night fell, the lights of the fishing port came on. Hannah Wells stood at the bow, gazing up at the starry sky. Tomorrow would be another day. A new journey was about to begin. Chapter 064. The Maiden Voyage Ceremony of the Chulang No. 2. The fishing port was shrouded in a light morning mist. The sun had just risen above the horizon, and golden sunlight bathed the sea, creating a shimmering glint on the water. The Chulang No. 2 lay quietly moored at the dock, its pristine white hull gleaming in the morning sun. Hannah Wells stood at the bow, gazing at this new companion that would soon accompany him on his exploration of the ocean. Her heart filled with excitement and anticipation. "Fancy, Fancy!" a familiar voice called out from the pier. Hannah Wells turned to look and saw her mother walking quickly toward her, her face beaming with unbridled excitement. "Mom, you're here," Hannah Wells said as she stepped forward to greet her. Her mother had made a special effort today, wearing a brand new red coat, her hair neatly combed, and holding a red cloth bag in her hand. "Fancy, I've prepared something for you," her mother said as she opened the red cloth bag to reveal a piece of red silk. "This is a good luck charm I had blessed for you. Hang it on the bow to ensure a safe journey." Hannah Wells took the charm, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. Her mother's eyes welled up with tears, and her voice trembled. "Fancy, if your father were here to see you today, he'd be so proud. Mom, I know you've always worked so hard and never let me down. Now that you have your own big boat, Mom knows you've finally made something of yourself." Hannah Wells looked at her mother's emotional expression and felt a pang of sadness. Over the years, her mother had endured so much hardship for the sake of this family. Now that she was finally able to provide her mother with a good life, how could her mother not be moved? "Mom, don't worry," Hannah Wells said, taking her mother's hand. "I'll work hard and one tea let you down." Her mother wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. "I know, and I believe in you. Go on. Go take care of your business." Hannah Wells nodded and turned to head back to the boat. Emma Foster had also arrived at the dock. She was wearing a white casual outfit, her long hair left loose, looking fresh and put together. "Hannah Wells, congratulations," she said with a smile as she walked over. "The new boat is really beautiful. I invited you here today so you could see what the Chulan 2 is capable of." Emma Foster nodded. "I'm really looking forward to it." Just then, Logan Turner came running up, panting, carefully cradling an exquisite rosewood box in his hands. "Brother Hannah, I'm late." He was drenched in sweat, but his face was beaming with excitement. Hannah Wells looked at the wooden box in his hands, somewhat puzzled. "Dawang, what's this?" Logan Turner solemnly opened the wooden box, revealing a beautifully carved statue of Mazu inside. The statue was about the size of a palm, with a benevolent expression and draped in red silk, appearing particularly dignified in the morning light. "I went to the Mazu temple before dawn to fetch this," Logan Turner said devoutly. "Today is the maiden voyage of the new ship. We must ask Mazu to bless us with smooth sailing." Hannah Wells looked at the statue of Mazu and felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Along the southern coast of Fujian, fishermen always pay homage to Mazu before setting out to sea, praying for safety. This is a custom passed down through generations, and no one dares to take it lightly. Logan Turner shook his head. "Brother Hannah, we're brothers talking like this makes us seem too formal. With Mazu's blessing, we're sure to have a bountiful catch today." Hannah Wells nodded, took the statue of Mazu, and carefully carried it into the wheelhouse, placing it in the central shrine. The statue of Mazu faced the sea, as if silently watching over the ship and its crew. Logan Turner took 3 sticks of incense from his pocket, lit them respectfully, and placed them in front of the statue. "May Mazu bless you, Brother Hannah, and grant you smooth sailing and a bountiful catch." He bowed 3 times devoutly. After paying his respects to Mazu, Logan Turner asked excitedly, "Brother Hannah, where are we heading on our maiden voyage today?" Hannah Wells nodded. "Let us take a look around the 7-Star Reef." Logan Turner's eyes lit up instantly. 7-Star Reef? That's a dangerous place." "Don't worry," Hannah Wells said. "We 1T venture recklessly into the core area. We'll just take a look around the outer perimeter." "Great. I'll go get ready right away." Logan Turner ran excitedly toward the cabin. At the pier, a crowd of fishermen had gradually gathered. Everyone had heard that Hannah Wells had bought a new boat and was setting out on its maiden voyage today, so they all wanted to come see the excitement. That kid, Hannah Wells, he's really made something of himself. A big boat bought for $3.5 million, that's a first for our fishing port. I heard that ship is 22 meters long and has a displacement of 80 metric tons. It's way bigger than any of our boats. Yeah, with that ship, Hannah Wells' income is sure to double. The fishermen chatted animatedly, their voices filled with envy and admiration. But among the crowd, there were also a few dissenting voices. Buying such a huge ship, he's just burning through his money. A middle-aged fisherman curled his lip and muttered to the person next to him. With fishing stocks so depleted these days, even us old-timers are barely scraping by. And he still dares to buy a new boat? Isn't he afraid of losing his entire investment? The person next to him nodded. Yeah. The fish in the sea have been getting scarcer and scarcer these past 2 years. Lots of people have sold their boats and switched careers. That kid, Hannah Wells, he really doesn't know his place. He's probably racking up a mountain of debt again, following in his dad's footsteps. His dad was just like that back in the day. He was up to his ears in debt, and in the end, well, a few people whispered among themselves, their tones tinged with schadenfreude. I heard he spent a fortune on that boat, another fisherman said in a low voice. 3.5 million, just think how much debt that must be. Didn't he already owe 800,000? Now he's buying such a big boat, he must have borrowed more money. Exactly. He finally saved up some money, but instead of living within his means, he just had to buy a boat. I bet he'll come back empty-handed on this maiden voyage. Where are there even that many fish in the ocean these days? The group chimed in one after another, their comments growing increasingly harsh. Hannah Wells stood at the bow. Though she couldn't hear what they were saying, she could feel their unfriendly stares. She paid them no mind, merely offering a faint smile. These people had no idea how much she saved, nor did they know she possessed the power of the fragment of the Sea of Sorrow's steel. Fellow villagers, Hannah Wells called out to the crowd. Today marks the maiden voyage of my new ship, the Wave Chaser 2. Starting today, I'll use this ship to explore farther seas and seek out more opportunities. I hope everyone can strike it rich and live a good life together. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Old Zhang pushed his way to the front and said excitedly, Fanzi, you're doing great. If your father knew this from beyond the grave, he'd be so proud. This ship is a blessing from your father's spirit in heaven. Hannah Wells nodded, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. Old Zhang's words struck a chord deep within her heart. She knew her father had always hoped she would make something of herself and carve out a place for herself on these seas. Now she had finally done it. Fanzi, go! Her mother called out loudly. I'll be here waiting for your triumphant return. Hannah Wells waved goodbye and turned to enter the wheelhouse. Logan Turner followed him in and respectfully bowed 3 times before the statue of Mazu. May Mazu bless us with smooth sailing, he prayed devoutly. Hannah Wells looked at the statue of Mazu and offered a silent prayer of his own. He knew that today's maiden voyage would surely go smoothly. With Mazu's blessing and the power of the fragments of the Songhai steel, he was certain to return with a full catch. He paid no heed to the unfriendly glances and whispered remarks. He knew it wouldn't be long before these people shut up. Chapter 065. 9-segment shrimp net explodes. The Chulang No. 2 sailed smoothly across the sea, its engine emitting a low rumble. Emma Foster stood at the bow, the sea breeze ruffling her long hair and carrying the salty scent of the ocean. She looked curiously at the various pieces of equipment on board, her eyes full of wonder. This is a really nice boat, she marveled. It's so much bigger than your little boat. Hannah Wells smiled. It's much better equipped too. The navigation system, fish finder, and radar, they're all state-of-the-art. And this, he pointed to a mechanical device at the stern. This is a mechanical shrimp net that can haul in the catch automatically. Emma Foster looked at the device somewhat surprised. It reels in the net automatically? Hannah Wells nodded. We used to have to reel in the net by hand. It was exhausting. With this, one person can operate it, saving both time and effort. Logan Turner leaned in as well, asking eagerly, Brother Hannah, what kind of good fish will we catch over there today? Hannah Wells gazed out at the open sea ahead, confidence in his eyes. The waves are rough over there. I've heard that big waves and strong winds mean big fish. Logan Turner's eyes lit up. Really? Doesn't that mean we're gonna strike it rich today? Hannah Wells smiled. Our boat is big and stable. We're sure to have a good catch over there. I can't say for sure, though it all depends on luck. Logan Turner nodded repeatedly. Brother Hannah is right. Our boat is definitely much better than those small ones. Hannah Wells nodded but said nothing. He knew exactly what he was doing. The power of the fragment of the Songhai steel allowed him to accurately sense the location of schools of fish, and only a large ship like this could maximize his abilities. Today, he was going to show Emma Foster just how powerful the Wave Chaser 2 really was. About an hour later, the Chuang 2 reached the target waters. Hannah Wells closed his eyes and the power of the Songhai steel fragment kicked into full gear.
Sensa, sensa.
30 meters below the surface lay a sandy seabed. Something seemed to be moving there. Hannah Wells focused his mind, and his perception grew clearer. It's a school of shrimp, and they're 9-segment shrimp. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. He carefully assessed the size and condition of the school. There were over 10,000 of them, and they were all huge. Each was as long as an adult's palm, their plump bodies crawling across the sandy seabed. This was a school of top-quality 9-segment shrimp. Dazhuang, Hannah Wells said, opening his eyes, his voice tinged with excitement. Get the shrimp net ready. Shrimp. Logan Turner paused, taken aback. This stretch of water looked completely empty. How could Brother Hannah know there were shrimp? But if Brother Hannah said so, then there must be some. Logan Turner hurried off to prepare the shrimp net. Hannah Wells adjusted the boat's south position to place herself upstream of the shrimp school. This way, when the net was cast, it would drift with the current toward the shrimp. Get ready, Hannah Wells whispered. Logan Turner gripped the control lever, feeling both excited and nervous. Are there really 9-segment shrimp in these waters? Brother Hannah's judgment is never wrong. Drop the net. At Hannah Wells' command, Logan Turner pressed the control lever. The mechanical arm slowly extended, lowering the shrimp net into the water. The net unfurled like a giant flower blooming on the surface of the sea, then sank rapidly. The shrimp net drifted slowly with the current, heading toward the seafloor 30 meters below. Emma Foster stood nearby, watching the entire process with curiosity. Is this a shrimp net? She asked. Hannah Wells nodded. Yes. It's specifically designed for catching shrimp. The mesh is fairly large, so small fish and shrimp can escape, leaving only the large shrimp behind. Emma Foster nodded, lost in thought. She had only ever read about shrimp fishing in books before. Today was the first time she'd seen it with her own eyes. Time ticked by second by second. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Logan Turner stood at the control console, staring intently at the water's surface. There was nothing. Not even a single bubble was visible. Brother Hannah. He couldn't help but speak up. The net has been in the water for almost an hour. Should we pull it in? Hannah Wells shook her head. Let us wait a little longer. But, trust me. Hannah Wells' voice was firm. Logan Turner kept his mouth shut, but his heart was itching like a cat scratching at it. An hour and a half. Just as he was about to speak up again, Hannah Wells suddenly moved. Haul it in. There was a hint of barely perceptible excitement in Hannah Wells' voice. Logan Turner froze for a moment, then snapped to attention and pressed the control lever. The robotic arm began to retract slowly. The shrimp net made a dull scraping sound in the water, as if dragging something massive. Logan Turner's hands began to tremble. It's so heavy, there must be something down there, and it's something huge. As the shrimp net gradually neared the surface, all three of their hearts began to race. Emma Foster held her breath, her eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. Suddenly, splash, the shrimp net burst through the water. Emma Foster's pupils contracted sharply. Then her mouth fell open, and she froze in place. Red. Everything was red. Huge red shrimp were struggling in the net, their shells reflecting the sunlight so brightly that the entire net seemed to have been dyed red. 9-segmented shrimp. A swarm of 9-segmented shrimp. Each one was as long as an adult's palm, their plump bodies thrashing in the net, creating a splashing sound. This Logan Turner's voice trembled uncontrollably. Brother Hannah, this many 9-segment shrimp? He picked one up, gauging its weight. This one weighs at least half a gene. Hannah Wells was examining them closely as well. This batch of 9-segment shrimp was indeed top-notch. They were large, brightly colored, and full of vitality. He made a rough estimate. There were at least over 10,000 of them. The total weight was probably over 5,000 gene. My goodness! Emma Foster was stunned. Hannah Wells? This many 9-segment shrimp? She picked up a 9-segment shrimp and examined it closely. 9-segment shrimp this big are rarely seen on the market. Hannah Wells smiled. Just good luck. Emma Foster looked at him with a somewhat complicated expression. Good luck? That's way too much good luck. Just by casting a net at random, he caught this many top-quality 9-segment shrimp? She couldn't help but feel that Hannah Wells' luck was a bit too good to be true, but she couldn't put her finger on why. Logan Turner had already started counting the shrimp excitedly. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no way to count them all. Brother Hannah, this haul is at least 5,000 gene. At the market price of 121 per gene. That's over 600,000. Emma Foster's eyes widened in shock. Over 600,000? She looked at the boat full of 9-segment shrimp, utterly stunned. Over 600,000 for a single haul. That was more than her annual salary. Hannah Wells nodded, doing the math in her head. Over 600,000, this single haul was worth 1/5 of the Chulang No. 2's value. Hurry up and clean up. Let us get ready for the next haul, Hannah Wells said. Right. Logan Turner began frantically tidying up the fishing net. With shrimp this valuable, we can't afford any mistakes. Emma Foster stood nearby, watching the two of them bustle about, feeling certain that there was something off about Hannah Wells' luck, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Maybe that's just part of a fisherman's skill. She shook her head and decided not to dwell on it. Chapter 066. Abalone Among the Reefs. After hauling in the first net of 9-segment shrimp, Logan Turner excitedly began preparing the second net. Brother Hannah, let us go for another net. I'm sure we'll catch plenty more. Hannah Wells nodded. All right, let us set the next net. Logan Turner skillfully operated the robotic arm, lowering the shrimp net back into the water. The shrimp net sank slowly with the current, drifting toward the seabed 30 meters below. Another hour or so of waiting followed. As they hauled in the net, Logan Turner could clearly feel that it was much lighter. Brother Hannah, it doesn't seem like there's much this time, he said, sounding a bit disappointed. Sure enough, once the shrimp net was pulled up, there were noticeably fewer 9-segment shrimp inside. A rough estimate put the total at only about 1,000 gene. Logan Turner scratched his head. How come there's so little? Hannah Wells smiled. You're just greedy. We've already caught most of that school of shrimp, the rest are just scattered stragglers. Logan Turner sighed. You're right. Over 600,000 is already a great profit. Emma Foster chimed in with a laugh. Aren't you satisfied yet? Over 600,000 per haul, what more could you want? Logan Turner scratched his head sheepishly. Hee, I was just hoping to make a little extra. Hannah Wells patted him on the shoulder. Be content. If we caught another 5,000 gene, you'd have been exhausted by now. Logan Turner paused for a moment, then realized what she meant. You're right. With this many shrimp, just cleaning them up will take half a day. There are only 2 of us on this boat, we'll never be able to handle it all. Emma Foster nodded. Yeah, too big a catch can be a burden. Logan Turner mused. Looks like we'll have to hire more people for this boat. 2 people just can't handle it all. If we hit another big catch like this next time, we'll work ourselves to death. Hannah Wells nodded. We'll talk about that when we get back this time. For now, let us just get this catch sorted out. Logan Turner got to work, sorting the 9-segment shrimp into crates. Emma Foster pitched in as well, though she wasn't very skilled yet. She was a quick learner. After packing up the catch, Hannah Wells gazed out at the ocean ahead, lost in thought. Where should we go next? Logan Turner asked. Hannah Wells pointed to a cluster of reefs faintly visible in the distance. Let us check that out. 7-Star Reef? Logan Turner's eyes lit up. That's a great spot. I've heard there are often abalones, geoducks, and things like that there. Hannah Wells nodded. Right. Let us go explore over there. The waves and wind are rough over there, we might just strike it lucky. Logan Turner said excitedly. Great. Let us head over there right now. The Wave Rider 2 turned the bow and set course for 7-Star Reef. The sea gradually grew rough, the waves grew larger and larger, and the wind began to pick up. Emma Foster stood at the bow, watching the cluster of reefs faintly visible in the distance, feeling a little nervous. Is that 7-Star Reef? She asked. Hannah Wells nodded. Yes, that cluster of dark reefs up ahead is the outer edge of 7-Star Reef. We won't venture in recklessly, we'll just take a look from the outside. Emma Foster nodded, feeling slightly more at ease. She had already read a great deal in the reports about the dangers of the 7-Star Reef. It was littered with hidden reefs, the currents were treacherous, and the undercurrents could capsize a small boat in an instant. Without a large vessel like the Wave Chaser 2, no one would dare to get anywhere near it. Hannah Wells, is it really that dangerous over there? She asked. Hannah Wells gazed at the distant reef cluster, her expression turning serious. It's very dangerous. The undercurrents there can capsize a ship weighing dozens of metric tons. And there are so many reefs, one wrong move and you'll run aground. Emma Foster nodded and asked no further questions. She trusted Hannah Wells' judgment. The Chulang number 2 slowly approached the reef cluster. The closer they got, the bigger the waves became, and the wind grew fiercer. The hull began to rock violently, and Emma Foster had to hold onto the railing to stay upright. "Be careful," Hannah Wells warned. "The wind and waves are very strong here." Emma Foster nodded, feeling a little afraid, but she remained standing at the bow, carefully observing these mysterious waters. Hannah Wells could sense that there was indeed a special power in these waters. It wasn't the kind of resonance you'd feel near a shipwreck, but rather a sense of ancient mystery. It seemed to be telling her that an unknown secret lay hidden here. "Dazhuang, steady the boat," Hannah Wells said. Logan Turner skillfully maneuvered the boat and found a relatively calm spot on the outskirts of the reef to anchor. "Brother Hannah, aren't we going to get off the boat?" Logan Turner asked. Hannah Wells shook his head. "Let us assess the situation first." He stood at the bow, carefully observing the reef. The reefs were densely scattered across the sea, some protruding above the water, others hidden beneath the surface. Waves crashed against the reefs, sending white spray flying and producing a thunderous roar. Just as old Zhang had said, this place was indeed dangerous. But Hannah Wells still decided to go into the water to take a look. The mark on the palm of his hand was picking up a faint signal from these waters, as if trying to tell him something. "I'm going in to take a look," Hannah Wells said. Emma Foster was taken aback. "Go in? With the wind and waves this rough, is that safe?" Hannah Wells smiled. "Don't worry, I have experience. Besides, I'll just check the outer edges, I won't go too deep." Logan Turner also suggested, "Brother Hannah, why don't I go instead?" Hannah Wells shook his head. "No need. I'll go by myself." He put on his diving gear, checked his oxygen tank and mask, then jumped into the water. The icy seawater instantly enveloped his entire body, but Hannah Wells didn't feel the slightest chill. The power of the fragment of the sea monument was fully activated, allowing him to move through the water as effortlessly as a fish. He swam toward the nearest rock. The rock was covered in thick seaweed and barnacles. It looked as though it had been there for a very long time. Hannah Wells carefully examined every corner of the rock. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a recess. Something there seemed to be glimmering. Hannah Wells swam closer to take a closer look. It was an abalone, and a wild 9-hole abalone at that. The abalone clung tightly to the recess in the rock. Its shell was covered in fine, intricate patterns, a deep brown color with a lustrous sheen. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. 9-hole abalone are a prized seafood delicacy, and wild ones are hard to come by on the market. A jean can sell for several hundred yuan. She continued searching the reef and soon discovered more abalones. There were at least 20 on this reef alone, and they were all quite large, each about the size of an adult's palm. Hannah Wells didn't hesitate and began harvesting them. She carefully pried the abalones off the reef with her diving knife and placed them into the mesh bag she carried with her. The power of the fragment of the sea monument allowed him to move with precision, ensuring he didn't damage the abalones. 1, 2, 3. Soon, the net bag was half full. Hannah Wells surfaced and shouted, "Da Wang, pass me the big net bag." Logan Turner quickly tossed down a large net bag. Hannah Wells caught the net bag and dove back into the water. For the next half hour, she darted back and forth among the reefs, collecting abalone. The power of the fragment of the Shanghai steel kept her tireless and precise in her movements. The catch in the net kept growing, and it was soon full. Hannah Wells surfaced and swam back to the boat. "Oh my God!" Emma Foster was stunned when she saw the abalone in the net. "Hannah Wells? This many abalone?" She picked up an abalone and examined it closely. "This one weighs at least half a jean. Wild 9-hole abalone, they go for at least 500 per jean on the market." Logan Turner leaned in, his eyes wide. "Brother Hannah, you're just too lucky. Just a quick dive, and you found all this good stuff?" Hannah Wells smiled. "Just good luck." He didn't tell them that this was the power of the fragment of the Shanghai steel. Emma Foster looked at Hannah Wells with a somewhat complicated expression. She always felt that Hannah Wells' luck was a little too good to be true, but she couldn't put her finger on why. Chapter 067. Jade clams and goose neck barnacles. "Brother Hannah, I want to go down and take a look too," Logan Turner said excitedly. Hannah Wells was taken aback. "You want to go in too?" Logan Turner nodded vigorously. Yeah, Brother Hannah. Something this fun shootin' TB just for you, I'll go with you. Emma Foster was also tempted. I'd like to go take a look too. Hannah Wells looked at the two of them, feeling a bit hesitant. Although he'd be there underwater, so nothing should go wrong, the rough winds and waves around Seven Star Reef still posed a risk. Are you sure you want to go? He asked. Logan Turner patted his chest. Brother Hannah, don't worry. I'm a great swimmer. Emma Foster nodded as well. We've explored shipwrecks together, you know how good I am. Hannah Wells thought it over. There was plenty of diving gear on board, and with him there to keep an eye on them, nothing should go wrong. All right, he nodded. But you have to listen to me, don't wander off. Awesome. Logan Turner jumped up excitedly. Emma Foster also broke into an eager smile. The two began putting on their diving gear, and Hannah Wells carefully checked everything to make sure everything was in order. Remember, if you feel uncomfortable, come back up immediately, Hannah Wells instructed. Got it, they said in unison. Once they were all geared up, the three of them jumped into the water together. The icy seawater enveloped their bodies, but thanks to the protection of their diving gear, they didn't feel cold. Hannah Wells led the way, with Emma Foster and Logan Turner following behind. The underwater world was dim and mysterious, with sunlight filtering through the surface to form beams of light. They swam toward the reef where Hannah Wells had spotted the abalone earlier. On the reef, they could still see a few scattered abalone. When Logan Turner saw the abalone, his eyes lit up instantly. There really are abalone. Emma Foster was also amazed. What a huge abalone! Hannah Wells pointed to another part of the reef. There are more over there. The three of them were carefully examining the reef when suddenly, Emma Foster pointed to a patch of sandy seabed and said, Look, what's that? Hannah Wells followed the direction of her finger, and her heart began to race. Something was wriggling on the sandy seabed. They were geoducks, and there were quite a few of them. Hannah Wells swam closer to get a better look. It was a sandy seabed covered with a thick layer of seaweed. On the sandy ground, there were quite a few slightly raised areas where something seemed to be wriggling. Hannah Wells' heart began to race again. Geoducks, and in astonishing numbers. Geoducks are a prized delicacy with a high market price. Wild geoducks are even rarer, selling for several hundred yuan per gene. This reef was nothing short of a natural treasure trove of seafood. It's geoducks. The trunk of the geoduck protruded from the sand, swaying gently in the water as if it were breathing. Hannah Wells' heart began to race. She carefully parted the sand with her hand, revealing a whole geoduck. This geoduck was huge, with a shell about 30 centimeters long and an exceptionally thick trunk. Hannah Wells gently pried open the sand with her diving knife, dug out the geoduck, and placed it in a mesh bag. Emma Foster, you found it. This one's yours, Hannah Wells said with a smile. Emma Foster took the geoduck, a look of surprise and delight spreading across her face. Is it really mine? Logan Turner also came over, saying excitedly, I want to look for some too. Hannah Wells nodded. Okay, let us all look together. The three of them spread out and searched the sandy area carefully. Thanks to the power of the fragment of the oceanic steel, Hannah Wells quickly discovered even more geoducks. There were at least 30 of them on this stretch of sand, and they were all quite large, each as long as an adult's arm. Logan Turner found a few as well and shouted excitedly, Brother Hannah, I found one. Emma Foster, though not quite as skilled, found one too and was as happy as a child. Hannah Wells, I found one too. Seeing how excited they were, Hannah Wells felt a bit happy himself. Everyone, be careful not to hurt the geoducks, he reminded them. Got it, the two replied in unison. For the next half hour, the three of them crisscrossed the sandy area, collecting geoducks. Hannah Wells' ability allowed him to move with precision and tireless energy. Although Logan Turner and Emma Foster didn't have his ability, they were quick learners, and their movements grew increasingly skilled. The catch in the net kept growing, and it was soon full. That's enough, let us leave some so they can keep growing, Hannah Wells said. Logan Turner nodded. Right, we need to practice sustainable harvesting. Emma Foster agreed. We can't catch them all. The three surfaced and swam back to the boat. Oh my gosh! Emma Foster was stunned once again when she saw the geoducks in the net. Hannah Wells? This many geoducks? She picked up a geoduck and examined it closely. This one weighs at least 2 gene. Wild geoducks, they go for at least 800 per gene at the market. Logan Turner leaned in, his eyes wide. Brother Hannah, we're just incredibly lucky. Abalone. Geoduck's just a quick dive and we found all these treasures? Hannah Wells smiled. Just good luck. He didn't tell them that this was the power of the fragment of the Songhai steel. Emma Foster looked at Hannah Wells, her expression already somewhat complicated. First the 9-segment shrimp, then the abalone, and now the geoduck. Although this time, she was the one who found the geoduck. Hannah Wells's luck had become so extraordinary that she couldn't comprehend it. But she couldn't bring herself to ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. After surfacing once more, Hannah Wells motioned for the two of them to rest at the bow. Meanwhile, she herself was watching a reef jutting out of the water not far away. Something seemed to be glistening on that reef. Hannah Wells concentrated, and her senses grew sharper. It was gooseneck barnacles. And in staggering numbers. Hannah Wells' heart began to race again. Gooseneck barnacles, scientifically known as Barnacea, are considered a delicacy among seafood. They grow only on reefs with crystal clear water, strong waves, and swift currents. They're difficult to harvest and command a high price. On the market, they can sell for several hundred or even over 1,000 yuan per gene. That reef was completely covered with them. Wait, there seems to be something else good over there, Hannah Wells said, pointing to a reef protruding from the water not far away. Emma Foster and Logan Turner looked in the direction Hannah Wells was pointing, and their eyes immediately lit up. Could it be gooseneck barnacles? Emma Foster exclaimed. Logan Turner also grew excited. Brother Hannah, that's the real deal. They're hard to find on the market, they're in high demand but hard to come by. Hannah Wells nodded. Right, let us go check it out. The reef wasn't far from the boat, and the water was only waist deep. But the current was strong. Hannah Wells led the way, warning, "Be careful, the current is strong." Emma Foster and Logan Turner followed behind, wading forward cautiously. Once they climbed onto the reef, all three were stunned by the sight before them. The reef was covered with a dense cluster of gooseneck barnacles. There were at least enough to harvest several dozen gene. Moreover, they were quite large and each cluster was tightly packed. The gooseneck barnacles resembled orange-red Buddha's hands, opening and closing rhythmically, creating a truly bizarre sight. My goodness! So many gooseneck barnacles? Logan Turner exclaimed. Emma Foster was equally amazed. This is way too many. Hannah Wells's heart began to race. With so many gooseneck barnacles, if they harvested them all, they could make a tidy sum. He began harvesting them carefully. The shells of gooseneck barnacles are very hard, so he had to be careful not to break them while harvesting. He used his diving knife to gently pry open the bases of the barnacles, removing them from the reef and placing them into his net bag. 1 cluster, 2 clusters, 3 clusters. Before long, he had filled his net bag to the brim. That's enough, let us leave some so they can keep growing, said Hannah Wells. Emma Foster nodded. Right, we need to be sustainable. Logan Turner looked a little reluctant. Brother Hannah, can we collect a few more? Hannah Wells shook her head. No, we have to leave some for them to reproduce. We've already had a very bountiful harvest this time. Logan Turner nodded. You're right, we can't be too greedy. The three returned to the boat and emptied the net bag of gooseneck barnacles. Oh my God! Emma Foster was completely stunned by the sight of all those gooseneck barnacles. Hannah Wells, there are this many? 9-segment shrimp, abalone, geoducks, gooseneck barnacles. What kind of crazy luck did you have today? Hannah Wells smiled. Why don't you just say it's your luck? Chapter 068. A sensation at the fishing harbor. At dusk, the Chulang No. 2 slowly sailed back into the fishing port. As the sun set, the sky was dyed orange-red, and the sea shimmered with golden ripples. Even before the boat had docked, a crowd of fishermen had already gathered on the pier. Everyone had heard about Hannah Wells' new boat's maiden voyage and wanted to see how his catch turned out today. Hannah Wells is back. Look, the Chulang No. 2. I wonder how the catch turned out today? The fishermen chatted animatedly, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. A few of the men who had made snide remarks that morning were also mingling in the crowd. I'd like to see what he catches today, said a middle-aged fisherman, curling his lip. There aren't that many fish left in the sea these days. Exactly. Buying such a big boat is a total waste of money. Just wait and see, he'll definitely come back empty-handed. A few of them whispered to each other, their tones laced with schadenfreude. Hannah Wells stood at the bow, watching the dock gradually come into view, feeling a surge of excitement. Today's catch was sure to shock everyone, especially those who'd been making snide remarks that morning. The wave chaser too slowly pulled up to the dock, and Logan Turner skillfully tied off the mooring lines. "Brother Hannah, I'll unload the abalone first," Logan Turner said excitedly. Hannah Wells nodded. "Be careful." Logan Turner hoisted a basket of abalone onto his shoulder and carefully stepped off the boat. "Oh my God! Is that abalone? That many abalone?" The fishermen went wild the moment they saw the abalones. Abalones are a prized seafood, and wild 9-hole abalones are especially rare. They can sell for several hundred yuan per jean on the market. "Hannah Wells, did you catch this many abalones today? Just think how much this is worth." The fishermen crowded around, their eyes wide with astonishment. The middle-aged fisherman who'd been making snide remarks that morning was completely stunned when he saw the abalones. This, he stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. The people around him were also dumbfounded. "Wild 9-hole abalones? This many?" Logan Turner said smugly. "And this is just the beginning. Brother Hannah's got a huge haul today." He set down the abalones and hoisted up a basket of geoducks. "Oh my God! Geoducks! This many geoducks?" The fishermen were once again in an uproar. Geoduck clams are also a prized delicacy. Wild ones can fetch several hundred yuan per jean. "Hannah Wells, what kind of crazy luck do you have today? Abalone? Geoduck clams, you just cast your net and catch them?" The faces of the few who'd been making snide remarks that morning turned green with envy. They never would have imagined that Hannah Wells had actually caught so many prized catches. And they were all rare delicacies. Logan Turner smiled but said nothing. He set down the geoducks and hoisted another basket of gooseneck barnacles. "What's this? Gooseneck barnacles? My God! So many gooseneck barnacles?" The fishermen went completely wild. Gooseneck barnacles are the cream of the crop among seafood and are extremely hard to find on the market. They can sell for 1,000 yuan per jean. "Hannah Wells, what on earth did you catch today? Abalone, geoducks, gooseneck barnacles. You've practically scooped up every treasure in the ocean." The few who'd been making snide remarks that morning were now completely dumbfounded. Their faces burned as if they'd been slapped hard across the face. How is this possible? Where on earth are there still so many good catches in the ocean these days? How did she find them?" The group exchanged glances, unable to say a word. Just that morning, they'd been gloating, saying Hannah Wells was sure to come back empty-handed. And what happened? Not only did Hannah Wells not come back empty-handed, but she caught all these rare and valuable seafood. What a crushing blow to their pride. Just then, Manager Lee arrived after hearing the news. "Hannah Wells, I heard you had a huge catch today." Manager Lee ran over excitedly. Hannah Wells smiled. "Not bad." When Manager Lee saw the catch on the boat, his eyes widened in shock. "My goodness, so many good things." He picked up an abalone and examined it closely. "Wild 9-hole abalone, excellent quality. This one weighs at least half a jean. They go for at least 500 per jean on the market." He picked up a geoduck. "Wild geoduck, what a huge specimen. This one weighs at least 2 jean. They go for at least 800 per jean on the market." Finally, he picked up a gooseneck barnacle. "A gooseneck barnacle? That's a real rarity. They're hard to find on the market. They're in such high demand that they're practically unavailable." Manager Lee was so excited he could barely form coherent sentences. "Hannah Wells, I'll take the entire shipment. I'll give you a premium price." Hannah Wells nodded. "Okay." Manager Lee began carefully inspecting each type of seafood, counting the quantities and weighing them. About 150 abalones, with a total weight of roughly 75 jean. At 500 per jean, that's 37,500. About 70 geoducks, with a total weight of roughly 140 jean. At 800 per jean, that's 112,000. The gooseneck barnacles weigh about 25 jean in total. At 1,000 per jean, that's 25,000. The total for this shipment is 174,500. I'll round it up to 175,000. The fishermen were utterly stunned when they heard this figure. 175,000? One day at sea, and our catch sells for 175,000? That's half a year's income for us. Li Guoqiang nodded with satisfaction. "Hannah Wells, this shipment is of excellent quality. I'll pay the highest price for it. Logan Turner, however, smiled and waved his hand. Manager Lee, don't rush off just yet. Li Guoqiang was taken aback. What? Is there more? Logan Turner chuckled. Of course there is. The best is yet to come. He turned and ran toward the cabin. Moments later, he emerged carrying a large basket of 9-segment shrimp. My goodness! Are those 9-segment shrimp? That many 9-segment shrimp? The fishermen were once again in an uproar. 9-segment shrimp are a high-end seafood item that can fetch over 100 per gene on the market. Hannah Wells, just how many 9-segment shrimp did you catch today? This basket alone must weigh at least 100 gene. Logan Turner set the basket down smugly. And that's just a fraction of it. Brother Hannah caught over 6,000 gene of 9-segment shrimp in a single haul today. Li Guoqiang's eyes widened in shock. What? Over 6,000 gene? He hurried over to take a closer look, picking up a 9-segment shrimp and examining it carefully. They're huge, all top grade. At market prices, 9-segment shrimp of this quality would sell for at least 120 per gene. He began calculating quickly. 6,000 gene at 120 per gene. 720,000. Add that to the 175,000 from earlier, and I'll round it up to a nice round number 900,000 in total. The fishermen were completely stunned when they heard that figure. A total of 900,000? And the 9-segment shrimp alone are worth over 700,000? That's equivalent to several years' worth of our income. The few who been making snide remarks that morning went completely limp upon hearing that figure. A catch worth 900,000 for just one day at sea. What kind of luck is that? Just that morning, they been saying Hannah Wells was sure to come back empty-handed. And now she just sold her catch for 900,000. What a humiliating, crushing blow to their pride. The men hung their heads, too ashamed to look at Hannah Wells, wishing they could sink into the ground. Li Guoqiang was so excited his hands were shaking. Hannah Wells, you've really struck it rich this time. 900,000. That's a record breaker here at our fishing port. Chapter 069. The third member. Early that morning, Hannah Wells arrived at the fishing port. Logan Turner was already hard at work on the Chulang No. 2. He was carefully inspecting the boat's equipment, moving with practiced skill and methodical precision. Brother Hannah, you're here. Logan Turner greeted her as soon as he saw her. How are the preparations coming along? All set. Logan Turner patted his chest. The tank's full, the equipment's been checked, and the nets are all in order. We're ready to go any time. Hannah Wells nodded and stepped onto the boat. Dazhuang, you're at the helm today. Logan Turner paused for a moment. I'm steering. Yes, you've been learning by my side for so long it's time to practice on your own, Hannah Wells said. I'll be watching from the side, and I'll handle anything that comes up. Logan Turner felt a little nervous, but mostly excited. Okay, Brother Hannah. I'll make sure to steer well. The wave chaser too slowly pulled away from the fishing harbor. Logan Turner stood in the cockpit, both hands firmly gripping the wheel, his expression focused. Hannah Wells stood nearby, carefully observing his every move. Turn a little to the left, there's a shoal over there. Got it. Logan Turner immediately adjusted the course. Slow down, there's another boat ahead. Got it. Logan Turner slowly slowed down. Throughout the entire process, Hannah Wells offered only a few simple instructions. Most of the time, Logan Turner handled the controls correctly. Hannah Wells felt very satisfied. Logan Turner had indeed improved a lot. Dazhuang, you're making rapid progress, Hannah Wells said. Faster than I expected. Logan Turner smiled a bit sheepishly. It's all thanks to Brother Hannah. You're a great teacher, so naturally I'm picking it up fast. Hannah Wells shook her head. Teaching is one thing, but the key is your own willingness to learn. You've been working really hard these past few months, and I can see your progress. Logan Turner scratched his head and gave a good-natured smile. By the way, Hannah Wells said suddenly, starting this month we're adjusting your salary. Logan Turner was taken aback. Adjusted? Instead of 1,000 per day for each early trip out to sea, you'll now receive a fixed monthly salary of 20,000. Don't think it's too little after all, we can't go out to sea every day. Plus, I'll give you a 2% commission on the earnings from each trip. Logan Turner was startled. No. Brother Hannah, how could I think it's too little? 20,000 is way too much. It's not too much. Hannah Wells said calmly. At your current skill level, you're worth it. Logan Turner waved his hands frantically. No, no, I don't deserve it. Brother Hannah, how about this? He thought for a moment. I'll accept the 20,000 monthly salary, but the commission, could we cap it at 10,000? Hannah Wells was a little surprised. A cap, right? Logan Turner said earnestly. Brother Hannah, look at your recent trips out to sea. You're often raking in hundreds of thousands or even millions. If I take 2%, I make tens of thousands in a single trip. That I'm not worthy of that. Hannah Wells looked at him, feeling a bit moved. Logan Turner, that kid might seem a bit slow at times, but he has got a good heart. All right, let us do it your way. Hannah Wells nodded. A monthly salary of 20,000, with commissions capped at 10,000 per trip. Logan Turner let out a sigh of relief, a grateful smile spreading across his face. Thanks, Brother Fan. In the evening, the Chulang No. 2 returned to the fishing port. Logan Turner was busy hauling in the fishing nets when he suddenly noticed a visitor at Hannah Wells' house. A young man was standing in the courtyard, talking to Mrs. Chun. Upon seeing Hannah Wells return, the young man quickly stood up. Brother Hannah. Hannah Wells took a closer look and recognized him. Xiaoshan? What brings you here? Chun Xiaoshan was Hannah Wells' cousin, the son of her aunt, Chun Guilan. He had just graduated from college this year with a degree in marketing. But she heard he still hadn't found a suitable job. Chun Xiaoshan didn't answer right away. Instead, he lowered his head. Chun's mother sighed. Xiaoshan said he was scammed. Scammed? Hannah Wells furrowed her brow. What happened? Chun Xiaoshan looked up, his eyes slightly red. Brother Hannah, the 50,000 yuan my family gave me to find a job was swindled away. That person said he could get me a position at a state-owned enterprise, but after taking the money, he vanished. I can't find a job, and now I've lost the money. I don't dare go home. After hearing this, Hannah Wells felt a mix of emotions. Although Chun Xiaoshan usually lacked initiative, he didn't seem like the type to get into trouble. He'd likely been deceived by the scammer's smooth talk. Did you report it to the police? I did, but the scammer had already fled. The police said there's not much hope. Chun Xiaoshan hung his head. Right now I'm penniless. I don't have the face to go home and see my mother. Brother Hannah, I want to go to sea with you. I'm not afraid of hard work as long as I can earn money to pay off my debts. Inside the house, Chun's mother brought in some tea. Xiaoshan's been standing at the door for ages, saying he doesn't have the face to come inside. She looked at Hannah Wells. Could you please see if you can help him? Hannah Wells looked at Chun Xiaoshan and was silent for a moment. Do you really want to go to sea? He asked. Working at sea is very hard, and you'll be starting from scratch. Are you up for the challenge? Chun Xiaoshan nodded repeatedly. Yes, Brother Hannah. I can endure any hardship. I've run out of options. You're the only one who can help me. As long as you're willing to take me on, I'll definitely work hard. Hannah Wells looked at him and thought for a moment. All right, he finally nodded. You can come along and give it a try. If you can adapt, you stay. If not, you're free to go. But there are 3 rules. Chun Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. Brother Hannah, go ahead. First, you must follow all orders on board, no slacking off or cutting corners. Second, I'll set aside a portion of your monthly wages to pay off your debt. You're not allowed to spend it recklessly. Third, once you've saved enough money, you have to go back and come clean with your mom yourself. Chun Xiaoshan nodded vigorously. I promise. I promise everything. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Hannah Wells turned to look. It was Chun Guilan. Her face was filled with anxiety, and when she saw Chun Xiaoshan, tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Xiaoshan, where have you been? I've been looking for you all day. Chun Xiaoshan's expression changed. He lowered his head, too afraid to speak. Chun Guilan walked into the room and paused for a moment when she saw Hannah Wells and Chun's mother. Then she noticed Chun Xiaoshan's evasive gaze and seemed to realize something. Xiaoshan, have you gotten into trouble? Her voice was a bit sharp. Chun Xiaoshan didn't dare speak and was trembling all over. Chun's mother quickly stood up. Guilan, don't worry. Whatever it is, let us talk it through calmly. Take it slow. Chun Guilan's eyes reddened. How long did he think he could keep this from me? I had someone find him a job and gave him 50,000 yuan, only for him to get scammed. He's lost both the money and the job, and he still has the nerve to show his face. How could I have raised such a good-for-nothing? Hearing this, Chen Xiaoshan burst into tears. Mom, I'm sorry I was wrong. What good does I was wrong do now? Chen Guilan trembled with rage. That 50,000 yuan was what your father and I saved up over half a year. You've squandered it all. Chen's mother interjected soothingly. Guilan, the boy didn't mean to do it. No one could have foreseen being scammed. It's no use scolding him now. Let us think about what to do next. Chan Guilan wiped away her tears and looked at Hannah Wells. Fancy, did Xiaoshan come to ask you for a loan? Hannah Wells shook her head. No, Auntie. Xiaoshan wants to go out to sea with me. I said yes. Chapter 070. Confessing their feelings. Chen Guilan froze. She looked at Hannah Wells, a complex expression flitting across her face. Although she had always tried her best to help Hannah Wells' family, deep down she still felt that Hannah Wells was a good-for-nothing, not as capable as her own son. She was proud that her son had been accepted into college and had left the fishing village behind. Now, her son was coming to beg Hannah Wells to take him in, only to end up becoming a fisherman himself. Life really was full of surprises. Fancy, thank you, she said softly. Xiaoshan will be following you from now on. If he deserves a beating, beat him. If he deserves a scolding, scold him. As long as he learns the trade and can support himself, that's all that matters. Hannah Wells looked at her and said calmly, Auntie, Xiaoshan is my cousin. I'll take care of him. But rules are rules. He must start at the very bottom and isn't allowed to slack off. Chen Guilan nodded repeatedly. I know. Chen Xiaoshan looked up, his tears not yet dry. Thanks, Brother Fan. I'll definitely work hard. Hannah Wells nodded. No need to thank me, we're all family. Chen Guilan's smile grew even brighter. Right, we're all family. Fancy, you're really something. Auntie is so proud of you. Hannah Wells listened to these words without much emotion. He knew these were just polite words. What truly mattered was his own ability. That evening, Chen Guilan left with Chen Xiaoshan. Chen's mother tidied up the fruit on the table and sighed. Fan, your aunt used to be so kind to us. As for that boy, Xiaoshan, please look out for him. Hannah Wells smiled. Mom, don't worry. Dazhuang and I have been talking lately about how we're short-handed now that we've switched to a bigger boat. Your aunt really saved the day for me this time with Xiaoshan here. He'll be able to help out with some of the work. Chen's mother nodded. As long as you know what you're doing. Early the next morning, Chen Xiaoshan showed up at the fishing port right on time. He was wearing a neat set of work clothes and looked full of energy. Brother Hannah, I'm here. Hannah Wells nodded. You'll be working with Dazhuang today to get familiar with the work on the boat. You'll have to learn everything. Don't be afraid of hard work. Got it. Chen Xiaoshan nodded vigorously. Logan Turner walked over and sized Chen Xiaoshan up. Brother Hannah, who is this? My cousin, Chen Xiaoshan, Hannah Wells introduced. He'll be working with us from now on. Dazhuang, you show him the ropes for now. Logan Turner nodded. All right, leave it to me. Chen Xiaoshan followed Logan Turner aboard the Chulan No. 2. Logan Turner began teaching him the basic tasks on board. Checking equipment, sorting fishing nets, preparing bait. Chen Xiaoshan studied intently, nodding from time to time and taking notes. Logan Turner watched his attitude and was somewhat surprised. This cousin of mine seems like a decent guy. Xiaoshan, you've never been out to sea before, have you? Logan Turner asked. No, this is my first time, Chen Xiaoshan said. But I can handle hard work. Brother Hannah told me to learn well, so I'll definitely do my best. Logan Turner smiled. That's the right attitude. Working at sea is tough, but as long as you're willing to learn, you'll get the hang of it. By the end of the day, Chen Xiaoshan had performed quite well. Although he lacked experience, he had a positive attitude and worked diligently. Logan Turner was impressed with him. When they returned that evening, Logan Turner approached Hannah Wells. Brother Hannah, your cousin is pretty good. He is eager to learn and isn't afraid of hard work. Hannah Wells nodded. That's good to hear. Keep mentoring him and help him get up to speed as soon as possible. Logan Turner's growth and Chen Xiaoshan's arrival signaled that his business was expanding. However, he needed more manpower. In the future, he would have bigger ships and more business. And all of this had only just begun. Logan Turner had also recently confided in him that he wanted to save up some money to marry Xiaofang from the village. The kid finally had a goal of his own. Hannah Wells smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. As long as they're willing to work hard, Everyone can find their own happiness. That day, Hannah Wells and the others took Emma Foster along again on their business trip. Logan Turner was at the helm, while Hannah Wells, Chan Xiaoshan, and Emma Foster chatted together on the deck. Just then, Hannah Wells noticed a speedboat in the distance heading straight toward them. She furrowed her brow slightly. The boat seemed a bit suspicious. As the speedboat drew closer, Hannah Wells could make out the person on board. It was Emma Foster's cousin Lin Hai. He was wearing sunglasses, standing at the bow with an amused smile on his face. "Hey, cousin, out on a research trip?" Lin Hai shouted. "Need any help?" Emma Foster's expression darkened. "Lin Hai, what are you doing here?" "Just came to check on you guys." Lin Hai signaled the captain to pull the speedboat up alongside the Chulon number 2. "I heard there's a shipwreck in these waters. I'm interested. My cousin's an archaeologist, so as her cousin, I've come to learn a thing or two." Hannah Wells looked at him and said coldly, "Mr. Lin, this is an archaeological survey area. Unauthorized personnel must leave." "Archaeological survey?" Lin Hai took off his sunglasses and looked at Hannah Wells with a half-smile. "I don't seem to see any official signs. Aren't these just two fishermen out fishing?" Emma Foster's voice carried a note of anger. "Lin Hai, our survey has been approved by the Cultural Relics Department." "Approved?" Lin Hai shrugged. "But I heard the approval hasn't come through yet? Isn't conducting a survey like this without authorization a violation?" Hannah Wells narrowed her eyes slightly. Lin Hai was threatening them. "Mr. Lin, if you have no business here, please do not disturb our work." Hannah Wells' voice was calm, but tinged with a hint of coldness. Lin Hai met her gaze and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. All right, I won't disturb you." Lin Hai signaled the captain to turn the boat around. "But cousin, I remember your mom telling you to stay away from shady characters. Your aunt will worry if you're out at sea this often." With that, the speedboat sped off, disappearing over the horizon. On the way back, Chun Xiaoshan, showing good judgment, stayed in the cockpit to learn boating skills from Logan Turner. Hannah Wells and Emma Foster lay on the bow, chatting. The sea breeze blew gently, the sun was warm, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. "Hannah Wells, what are your plans for the future?" "Keep building up and expanding the fleet. Once I have enough resources, I'll explore farther out to sea. Of course, the 7-star reef is my first goal." "So have you ever thought about what kind of life you want in the future?" Hannah Wells turned to look at her. "What kind of life?" "Well, for example, family, career, and romance." Emma Foster's voice was a little soft. Hannah Wells looked at Emma Foster. "I hope to find someone who understands and supports me. Someone who'll pursue my dreams with me." Emma Foster's eyes lit up. "I get it," she said softly. "That's exactly how I feel too. I don't want a life that follows a set routine. What I want is a life full of passion and purpose. To be with the person I love, pursuing our shared dreams together." The two exchanged a glance, though they didn't say it outright. They both understood what the other meant. "Emma Foster." Hannah Wells spoke up. "Actually, what I wanted to say is, you're the one I want." Emma Foster paused for a moment, then smiled. "Me too. You're the one I want too." Hannah Wells reached out and took Emma Foster's hand. The two sat there quietly, feeling each other's warmth. The sea breeze blew gently. The sunlight bathed them. Everything was so beautiful. "Hannah Wells, I know my mom's attitude makes you uncomfortable," Emma Foster said. "But please believe me, I'll stand by you. No matter what she says, I won't change how I feel about you." Hannah Wells squeezed her hand. "I know. I'll prove myself through my own efforts. I'll show your mom that I'm more than just the fisherman she sees me as." Emma Foster smiled. "I believe you can do it. You're the best." Chapter 071. A day and a half of fishing. After a brief period of adjustment, Hannah Wells set sail once again aboard the Chulang No. 2, accompanied by Logan Turner and Chan Xiaoshan. In the early morning light, the 22-meter-long vessel slowly left the fishing port, its hull glinting with a metallic sheen in the rising sun. With a displacement of 80 metric tons, it appeared exceptionally stable on the water even though they were heading out with a light load today. Its formidable cargo-carrying capacity was still evident. "Brother Hannah, our ship's ice hold has a capacity of 10 metric tons. Let us aim to fill it up today," Logan Turner shouted excitedly from the wheelhouse. Hannah Wells nodded. "What are you thinking?" That's the kind of capacity it takes others a week or even half a month at sea to fill. With just the three of us on board, if we really got 10 metric tons of fish, could you even get it all into the ice hold? Qian Shaoshan, who had already become close with the two of them, teased Logan Turner. Big Zhuang, you'll be responsible for 5 metric tons on your own. Brother Hannah and I will each handle 2 metric tons. Those who can do more should take on more. Logan Turner was instantly dumbfounded at the thought of that terrifying weight. He'd been so caught up in his boastful talk just now that he hadn't considered their actual capabilities at all. It seemed they'd need to bring in more help. The Chulon number 2 plowed through the waves. Today, the boat was equipped with a large trawl net, specifically designed for catching schools of commercially valuable fish. Although the Chulon number 2 was equipped with 2 high-horsepower diesel engines capable of sustained trawling operations, Hannah Wells didn't plan to set the net too deep today. Brother Hannah, how much fish can we haul in with this trawl net in a single haul? Chen Shaoshan asked curiously. Logan Turner explained with a smile. This trawl net is amazing. The last time Brother Hannah and I tested it, we hauled in several hundred jin in a single haul. What if we come across a huge school of fish? Chen Shaoshan pressed. That depends on luck, Hannah Wells smiled. If we hit a massive school, a haul of several thousand jin wouldn't be a problem. 3 hours later, the Chulang number 2 reached its designated fishing grounds. Hannah Wells closed his eyes, carefully sensing the conditions beneath the water. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised slightly. Beneath the surface, there was a massive school of fish, not just a few scattered fish, but a vast, dense school of yellow croakers. They were swimming at a depth of 30 meters, and their numbers far exceeded Hannah Wells' expectations. He made a rough estimate there were at least several 100,000 of them. A school this large was more than their boat could handle. Moreover, the fish were still moving, forming a school hundreds of meters wide. Prepare to set the net. Hannah Wells' voice carried a hint of excitement. Logan Turner and Chen Shaoshan sprang into action immediately. They skillfully operated the mechanical winch, slowly lowering the trawl net into the water. Brother Hannah, what depth should we set the net at? Logan Turner asked. 30 meters. Today we're targeting mid to upper layer fish, Hannah Wells directed. The trawl net slowly unfurled in the water, forming a massive conical pocket. The Chu Lang number 2 began to sail slowly, weaving through the school of fish while towing the net. Hannah Wells stood at the bow, using the power of the fragments of the monument of the vast sea to monitor the movements of the fish school and the catch in the net in real time. The school is entering the mouth of the net, he said softly. Logan Turner kept his eyes fixed on the trawl line. Brother Hannah, the net feels heavier and heavier. The boat is starting to lose speed. Indeed, the drag from the net had noticeably increased, affecting the boat's speed. Keep towing 10 more minutes, Hannah Wells ordered. 10 minutes later, Hannah Wells shouted, haul in the net. Logan Turner and Chen Shaoshan immediately activated the winch and began hauling in the net. The trawl net was slowly pulled up, and the silhouettes of the fish inside became increasingly clear. My God! Chen Shaoshan exclaimed in surprise. Inside the net, everything was a sea of golden yellow. The fish were packed so tightly together. This many? Could it be another school of big yellow croakers? Logan Turner was also stunned. When the trawl net was fully out of the water, all three were awestruck by the sight before them. The net was filled with golden yellow croakers. Although they weren't the large yellow croakers they expected, there were so many that they nearly tore the net apart. Quick! Dump them onto the deck, Hannah Wells shouted. Logan Turner and Chen Shaoshan frantically opened the net's mouth, and the yellow croakers poured onto the deck like a waterfall, instantly forming a small mountain. 1 basket, 2 baskets, 3 baskets. It took the 3 of them over 20 baskets to finally load all the fish from the net into the ice hold. Assuming each basket weighed 100 jin, Hannah Wells made a rough estimate. This single haul was worth at least 2,000 jin. 2,000 jin of yellow croaker. At the market price of 20 yuan per jin, that's 40,000 yuan. Although they couldn't compare to those high-value species, these economically important fish were the norm for fishermen, and a haul worth tens of thousands of yuan per net was already a top-tier achievement. Dazhuang, Shaoshan, get ready to set the net again, Hannah Wells shouted. The school hasn't dispersed yet. Without a word, Logan Turner began hauling in the trawl net, moving with the deftness of a seasoned fisherman. Chen Shaoshan, however, was a bit dumbfounded. He just helped Logan Turner haul more than 20 crates of fish into the ice hold, and his arms were already so sore he couldn't lift them. Brother Hannah, are we really going to set another net? Chen Xiaoshan asked, panting. Of course, Logan Turner said as he tidied up the trawl net. A school like this is rare. If we miss this chance, who knows when we'll come across another one? Chen Xiaoshan gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. Okay, I'll help. The second haul. Another 1,800 jin. The third haul. 2,200 jin. The fourth haul. 2,500 jin. The fifth haul. Chen Xiaoshan's arms were completely numb. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and the shirt on his back had long since been soaked through. He never imagined that going out to sea to fish could be this exhausting. Brother Hannah, I can't keep going much longer. Chen Xiaoshan slumped down on the deck, gasping for breath. Logan Turner glanced at him and chuckled. Newcomers are always like that. When I first started going out to sea with Brother Hannah, I was exhausted too. Hannah Wells walked over and patted Chen Xiaoshan on the shoulder. If you're tired, take a break. There's no rush. No way. Chen Xiaoshan gritted his teeth and stood up. Brother Hannah, I can't hold you back. He took a deep breath and threw himself back into the work. In truth, Chen Xiaoshan knew full well that he wasn't working this hard just to prove himself. More importantly, he owed his family 50,000 yuan and had to pay it back as soon as possible. Another haul, 1,500 jin. That's it. Hannah Wells shouted. The school has scattered. Everyone, take a break. Chen Xiaoshan slumped down on the deck, feeling as if his whole body had fallen apart. But a smile spread across his face. Even though he was exhausted, today's catch was huge. After 5 hauls, they caught nearly 10,000 jin of yellow croaker. 10,000 jin. What did that even mean? Chen Xiaoshan silently did the math in his head. 20 yuan per jin, 10,000 jin, equals 200,000. 200,000. As a recent college graduate, how many years would it take him to earn that much? Brother Hannah, you said the ice hold wouldn't be full. But look, we've already filled more than half of it. Logan Turner shouted. Hannah Wells took a look. The ice hold was indeed piled high with fish, a golden sea that looked truly delightful. Let us call it a day, Hannah Wells said. Today's catch is more than enough. Chapter 072. Lin Hai takes action. On the way back, Chen Xiaoshan slumped in the cabin, not wanting to move a muscle. But inside he was incredibly excited. Brother De Wang, today, how much money did we make? Chen Xiaoshan asked weakly. Logan Turner smiled. At market price, around 200,000. 200,000. Chen Xiaoshan's eyes widened instantly. 200,000 from just one trip out to sea? That's right. Logan Turner nodded. When you go out to sea with Brother Hannah, you often come across big catches like this. Chen Xiaoshan swallowed hard and asked cautiously, So Brother De Wang, how much are you going to make today? Logan Turner chuckled. Well, not counting my fixed monthly salary, I should be able to make about 4,000 in commissions today. 4,000 just in commissions in a single day? Chen Xiaoshan nearly jumped out of his seat. Logan Turner nodded. Yeah, you're in the same boat as I was when I first started. You're on a daily wage, right? Don't get discouraged. Get the hang of these jobs on the boat quickly. Brother Hannah is a generous guy. He'll definitely give you a raise too. Chen Xiaoshan was stunned. On a single trip out to sea, Logan Turner could earn 4,000 just in commissions. And what about him? He was only making 500 a day at most. He'd earn 500 today. The gap was just too huge. But Chen Xiaoshan wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, he felt even more excited. When Logan Turner first arrived, he was on a daily wage too. Now, though he earned a monthly salary plus commission for a single trip, his base pay plus commission came to nearly 5,000. What about him? He had a chance too. As long as he works hard, one day he'll be just like Logan Turner. At this thought, Chen Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. Today's exhaustion seemed to vanish in an instant, replaced by boundless hope for the future. In the evening, the Chulang No. 2 slowly sailed back into the fishing port. On the pier, Manager Li had been waiting for quite some time. Lately, every time the Hannah Wells went out to sea, he would wait at the pier. Business at the restaurant had become secondary to him. The lion's share of his profits now came from the fish catch business here at Hannah Wells. Lately, he'd been mulling over whether to increase his capital investment to acquire a few cold storage facilities and establish connections with several seafood processing plants. Otherwise, he truly feared he'd move too slowly, fail to keep up with Hannah Wells' pace, and ultimately be eliminated due to inadequate infrastructure. Hannah Wells, how was today's catch? Did you fill the hold to the brim again? Seeing the Chu Lang number 2 pull up to the dock, Manager Lee ran over excitedly. Hannah Wells smiled. Not bad. When Manager Lee saw the yellow croakers in the ice hold, his eyes widened in surprise. My goodness! So many yellow croakers. He stepped closer to take a closer look. That's half the boat full. I'm afraid that adds up to over 10,000 gene, doesn't it? About that, Hannah Wells said. Manager Lee's expression suddenly turned somewhat troubled. Hannah Wells, he rubbed his hands together. With this much fish, I might not be able to handle it all. Just moments ago, he'd been worried that his slow pace might prevent him from keeping up with Hannah Wells, and now, to his surprise, that fear had come true so quickly. With such a massive catch, there was no way he and his partner seafood restaurants could handle it all. Hannah Wells was taken aback. What's wrong? The seafood restaurants I work with right now can only take a few hundred gene at a time, Manager Lee explained. They simply can't handle all 10,000 gene you're offering. Logan Turner grew anxious. Then what should we do? We can't let this fish go bad. Manager Lee thought for a moment. How about this? I'll help you get in touch with a few large seafood buyers. They have cold storage facilities and can handle such a large shipment all at once. What about the price? Hannah Wells asked. Manager Lee looked a bit sheepish. As for the price, it might be a little lower. The buyers are after volume, so the price will definitely be lower than what restaurants pay. How much lower? Hannah Wells pressed. About 15 yuan per gene, Manager Lee said. That's 5 yuan less than the market price. 10,000 gene, minus 5 yuan per gene, that's a difference of 50,000 yuan. Logan Turner and Chen Xiaoshan were both stunned. Brother Hannah, this Logan Turner said, sounding a bit reluctant. Hannah Wells was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, let us sell it at 15 yuan. He understood that as their operations expanded, the local market simply couldn't absorb such a large volume of this affordable fish. To continue scaling up, they had to find larger sales channels. Manager Lee breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll contact the buyer right away. 2 hours later, the buyer's refrigerated truck pulled up at the dock. After weighing, the 10,000 gene of yellow croaker were finally sold at 15 yuan per gene, totaling 150,000 yuan. Although it was 50,000 yuan less than expected, Hannah Wells didn't mind. He knew this was the price that had to be paid for scaling up operations. Brother Hannah, we made 150,000 yuan today, Logan Turner reported. Hannah Wells nodded. Dazhuang, I'll pay your salary at the end of every month, but here's your 3,000 gene commission right now, Hannah Wells said. Xiaoshan, your daily wage for today is 500. Don't be jealous at the rate you're improving these past few days. I'm confident you'll be earning commissions within a month. Chen Xiaoshan also took the 500, though it wasn't too much. He felt incredibly excited inside. Because he saw hope. He was, after all, a student at a prestigious university. If Logan Turner could do it, so could he. As long as he worked hard, one day he'd be able to earn 30,000 on a single trip out to sea, just like Logan Turner. Maybe even more. That evening, Hannah Wells received a message from Emma Foster. I heard you had a huge catch today? Hannah Wells replied. Yeah, we caught 10,000 gene of yellow croaker today. Sold for 150,000. Emma Foster sent a surprised emoji. 10,000 gene? In a single trip? Yeah. Emma Foster sent a thumbs up. You're really amazing. I'm proud of you. Emma Foster replied with a smiley face. I'm so glad to hear that. Keep it up. Keep working hard. Yeah, I will. Just then, Hannah Wells suddenly sensed that Emma Foster's tone had grown a bit downcast, so she hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Lin Hai. He really went through with it. Emma Foster said. He pulled some strings with people in the provincial government, and the survey approval for Qixing Reef has been put on hold. The reason given was that the technical conditions aren't ready yet, and there are safety hazards. Hannah Wells's expression darkened. He's trying to use this to blackmail us. Right? Emma Foster's voice carried a note of anger. He just wants you to leave me. I'll never agree to that. Hannah Wells fell silent for a moment. Lin Hai was a tougher opponent than she'd imagined. He's rich, well-connected, and cunning. Emma Foster, don't worry, Hannah Wells said slowly. If we don't get approval, we'll just do it ourselves. We have the boat and the people will explore Qixing Reef on our own. But I won't leave you because of him. Emma Foster was silent for a few seconds, then said softly, As long as you're here, I'm not afraid.
Chapter 073, Lin 2X Provocation.
That day, while the Chulang No. 2 was undergoing maintenance, Hannah Wells took advantage of the downtime to run some errands in the county seat. He needed to buy some spare parts for his diving gear and stock up on fishing tackle at the tackle shop. After finishing his errands and leaving the fishing tackle shop, Hannah Wells was just about to head back to the village when he ran into 3 people coming the other way. The one leading the group wore a white Armani shirt and a Rolex on his wrist. Exuding an air of urban superiority, it was Lin Hai. Behind Lin Hai were 2 young playboys, both wearing sunglasses and dressed to the nines. Oh, isn't he this Hannah Wells? Lin Hai eyed her up and down, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Out in the county seat to buy fishing nets? Hannah Wells looked at him calmly. Is there something you need? Can't we just run into each other if there's nothing going on?
Lin 2 snorted the receiver.
Come to think of it, we're old acquaintances. He deliberately emphasized the words old acquaintance, as if to underscore some sense of superiority. Hannah Wells nodded, saying nothing more. Lin Hai circled around Hannah Wells, as if admiring some rare animal. Being a fisherman must be pretty tough, huh? He said slowly. Exposed to the wind and sun, and the income's unstable. I hear you fishermen only make a few 10,000 yuan a year. It all depends on whether the heavens decide to put food on your table. A young playboy behind him chimed in. Exactly. That kind of money isn't even enough for a down payment on an apartment in the county seat. But young Master Lin is in a different league now. Another young playboy hurried to flatter him. Just last month, he signed a major contract with a construction company in the county to supply building materials net profit of over 100,000 yuan a month. Over 100,000? You call that money? Lin Hai snorted derisively and waved his hand. Last month, my orders for cement and rebar alone generated over 2 million in revenue. Just yesterday, I won the bid for that new road being built in the county. They'll have to use our brand of cement that's a single order worth 500,000. He deliberately spoke the figures loudly, as if boasting about some remarkable achievement. 500,000! Exclaimed the young playboy who was playing the straight man. Young Master Lin, your business is on such a massive scale. It's just a small operation, Lin Hai said, feigning modesty, though he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. It's mostly thanks to connections. I, Logan Turner, have connections in the county otherwise. How could I have landed this project so quickly? He turned to Hannah Wells, his tone laced with condescending pity. Hannah Wells, if you're interested, I can get you a job at my construction site. The pay isn't great, 4,000 a month, but at least it's steady, and you have to work out in the elements. Exactly, working for young Master Lin is way better than fishing. Another rich kid chimed in. Hannah Wells listened to their conversation, finding it somewhat amusing. Over 100,000 a month? He'd gone out to sea yesterday and sold a single net of yellow croaker for 150,000. The day before, a single net of 9-segment shrimp brought in over 600,000. Getting construction projects through connections? His money came from real skill. However, Hannah Wells didn't argue, he merely nodded indifferently. People like this weren't worth his time. In his eyes, Lin Hai was like a kid in kindergarten bragging about how many candies he had. And he was long past the age where he needed to show off to gain recognition. I hear you've got a rickety old boat too? Lin Hai continued his mockery. How many gene of fish can it hold? Hannah Wells remained expressionless, as if watching a clown perform. He'd seen plenty of people like this. It wasn't worth getting angry over. Lin Hai, if you're done, I'm leaving, Hannah Wells said calmly. Lin Hai's expression darkened slightly. He clearly hadn't expected Hannah Wells to be so dismissive. Hannah Wells, don't get too cocky, he said coldly. Emma Foster is my cousin. She has been the pride of our family since childhood, a graduate student at Xiamen University with a bright future ahead of her. And you? He eyed Hannah Wells from head to toe, his gaze brimming with contempt. You're just a fisherman. What gives you the right to be with her? How much do you make a month? What kind of life can you provide for her? Can you afford a house or a car? Hannah Wells didn't answer, she simply looked at Lin Hai quietly. Her gaze was calm, free of anger or shame, as if she were looking at someone of no consequence. Uncomfortable under that gaze, Lin Hai raised his voice slightly. What? Did I say something wrong? Fishing is hard manual labor, it's not a long-term solution. While you're still young, go learn a trade like auto repair or cooking, at least that's stable. Hannah Wells finally spoke, her voice calm yet firm. Lin Hai, I know you look down on me. It's fine, I don't care. He paused for a moment, looking Lin Hai straight in the eye. But there's one thing you got wrong. Whether someone is capable or not isn't determined by what they say. Lin Hai's expression changed. What do you mean? It's simple, Hannah Wells said. You know how to fish, right? Lin Hai froze for a moment, then sneered. Fishing? Right? Hannah Wells said. Since you think I'm no good, let us have a contest. A fishing contest, let us see who catches the most. Lin Hai burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. A fishing contest? Are you sure? He turned to his two friends behind him and said smugly, Listen to this, a fisherman wants to compete with me in fishing. His friends behind him joined in the laughter. Young Master Lin, is there even a need to compete? You're number one in the whole county. Exactly. The fishing prince competing against a fisherman that's just bullying. Lin Hai looked smugly at Hannah Wells. Hannah Wells, are you sure you want to compete against me? I've been fishing with my dad since I was a kid. I'm known as the fishing prince in the county's fishing circles and have won the championship several times. You're just a fisherman and you can't use a fishing net. Are you sure you want to humiliate yourself? I'm sure, said Hannah Wells. Her tone as calm as if she were discussing the weather. Lin Hai's smile faltered for a moment, then grew even more smug. Fine. Since you're so eager to get your ass kicked, I'll grant your wish. He thought for a moment and said, Let us go with deep-sea fishing. 3 days from now, at the fishing grounds off the east coast of the county seat. 1 boat per person. 8 hours, we'll see who catches the most and heaviest fish. Deal. Hannah Wells nodded. What's the stakes?
Lin Hai snơ.
Just a competition is no fun. If you lose, you'll stay away from Emma Foster from now on. Hannah Wells didn't hesitate. Fine, I accept. What about you? Hannah Wells asked. What happens if you lose? Lin Hai snorted derisively. There's no way I'll lose. But he thought for a moment, then said, If I lose, whenever I see you from now on, I'll call you brother. His friends behind him burst into laughter. Young Master Lin, you're giving him way too much credit. Exactly. Calling him brother if you lose? That's way too generous. Lin Hai waved his hand, looking completely at ease. It's fine. I'm not going to lose anyway. Hannah Wells watched him and let the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. It's a deal. See you in 3 days. Lin Hai turned and walked away, tossing over his shoulder. Hope you don't chicken out at the last minute. His friends followed behind him, their laughter fading into the distance. Hannah Wells watched their retreating figures and shook her head. In her eyes, Lin Hai was nothing but a clown. A clown who relied on his family background, connections, and smooth talk. A fishing competition? For Hannah Wells, who possessed the power of the Shanghai steel fragment, this wasn't a competition at all. He could see everything clearly in the dark, sense the location of schools of fish, and predict their swimming patterns. Fishing? That was just part of his daily routine. Chapter 074. Preparations for the deep-sea fishing tournament. Dusk. Emma Foster received a call from Hannah Wells. Upon learning about the stakes of his match against Lin Hai, she was completely stunned. What? You're using me as a bet? On the other end of the line, Emma Foster's voice carried obvious anger. I didn't use you as a bet, Hannah Wells replied calmly. I just wanted Lin Hai to back off. Back off? Emma Foster scoffed. You think this will make him back off? Hannah Wells, you're so naive. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Do you know what level Lin Hai is at in the sea fishing community? Do you know what competing against him means? Hannah Wells didn't answer. Emma Foster was silent for a moment. Then her voice softened. I'm not angry because you used me as a bet. I'm angry because you're putting yourself in such a dangerous situation. Who is Lin Hai? He is the vice president of the County Sea Fishing Association and has won countless competitions. Not just at the county level, but at the provincial level too. He has been doing this since he was a kid. He has all the time and money in the world to perfect his craft. And you? She paused, her voice catching slightly. You're just a fisherman. Fishing for a living and competitive fishing are two completely different worlds. Hannah Wells listened quietly, without interrupting. Hannah Wells, are you sure? Emma Foster asked. Are you really sure? I am, Hannah Wells said. Emma Foster was silent for a long time, so long that Hannah Wells thought the call had been disconnected. Win or lose, she finally said. her voice very soft. Your feelings for me 1T change, will they? No, Hannah Wells said. Whether I win or lose, my feelings for you 1T change. That's good. Emma Foster sighed softly. I just don't want to see you get hurt. I 1T get hurt, Hannah Wells said. I just want Lin Hai to know he shouldn't keep interfering in our affairs like this. He's like a fly, buzzing around non-stop. I need to shut him up. Emma Foster was amused by that remark. That metaphor of yours is really vivid. After the laughter subsided, she grew serious again. I'll go with you tomorrow to get your gear ready. I know the owner of King of Sea Fishing, he can give you the best advice. The next morning, Hannah Wells and Emma Foster arrived together at the Sea Fishing King tackle shop. When the owner, Wang Dehai, saw Emma Foster, his eyes lit up. Miss Foster, what brings you here? Emma Foster smiled. Mr. Wang, my friend wants to buy some sea fishing gear. She pointed at Hannah Wells. Wang Dehai sized up Hannah Wells, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Miss Foster's friend? Yes. She is going to compete against someone, Emma Foster said. Wang Dehai's expression suddenly turned complex. Compete? Against whom? Emma Foster hesitated for a moment, then said, Against Lin Hai. Wang Dehai froze, sizing up Hannah Wells from head to toe as if she were a person about to face certain death. Young lady, are you sure you want to compete against Lin Hai? He asked in a low voice. In the sea fishing community, Lin Hai is practically a legend. He paused for a moment before continuing. It's no exaggeration to say that Lin Hai has been competing in sea fishing tournaments since he was 16 and has won over 30 championships, big and small. He has placed third in county level, city level, and even provincial sea fishing championships. Third place at the provincial level? Hannah Wells was somewhat surprised. That's right, Wang Dehai said solemnly. That's a competition where the province's top anglers gather. The fact that Lin Hai placed third in a competition like that shows his skills have reached a professional level. He looked at Hannah Wells and said earnestly, Young lady, take my advice. Competing against Lin Hai in sea fishing is like an amateur boxer challenging a professional champion. You. He shook his head and didn't continue. Emma Foster watched from the side, her eyes filled with concern. Hannah Wells, however, just smiled. I'm confident. Wang Dehai sighed. All right, since you insist, I'll get you the best gear. He turned toward a glass display case in the store, unlocked it, and took out an exquisite fishing rod. This rod is made of high-carbon material imported from Japan, with all Fuji guides. It's lightweight but 3 times as strong as an ordinary rod. It's specifically designed for catching large saltwater fish. It definitely 1T snap even if you reel in a grouper weighing several dozen gene.
12,000 per rod.
Hannah Wells glanced at it and furrowed her brow slightly. Do you have any domestic ones? I'm not too keen on using Japanese stuff. Wang Dehai paused for a moment, then realized, oh, I get it. I'll swap it out for a top-of-the-line domestic model. He opened another glass display case and pulled out a fishing rod with a more imposing design. This one, the top-of-the-line model from Weihai Guangwei, is made with pure domestic carbon fiber and military-grade craftsmanship. It's even lighter than the previous one, yet twice as strong. It was custom-made for the national fishing team. 28,000 per rod. When Emma Foster heard the price, her expression shifted slightly, and she quietly tugged at Hannah Wells' sleeve. Isn't he that way too expensive? Maybe I could. Hannah Wells shook her head gently and whispered, I've got the money. Emma Foster paused for a moment, then recalled what she'd seen the last time she went out to sea with Hannah Wells, a boatload of 9-segment shrimp that sold for over 600,000. Later, she also heard that when he caught yellow croaker, he made over 100,000 in a single haul. Indeed, he didn't need her help. Wang Dehai took another exquisite fishing reel out of the cabinet. This is Zhujiang Dijia's flagship model, all-metal body, German imported bearings, and both retrieval speed and tension can be precisely adjusted. Competition-grade gear 18,000. For the fishing line, use this Shanghai Shuangfian top-tier PE line. It's a 12-strand braid with 6 times the tensile strength of ordinary nylon, exceptionally abrasion-resistant, and unlikely to be cut by reefs.
1,500 per spool.
As he spoke, he carefully placed the gear on the counter. Emma Foster watched intently from the side, nodding occasionally. Although the price was higher than the previous set, she understood Hannah Wells' choice and actually admired his integrity even more. And there are hooks, sinkers, floats. Wang Dehai pulled out a few more accessories. These are all competition grade, every single one is top of the line. Mr. Wong, what is the best bait for saltwater fishing? Emma Foster asked. It depends on what kind of fish you're after, Wang Dehai replied. Generally, people use live shrimp, sandworms, or small squid. During competitions, the organizers provide bait, but the bait you prepare yourself is often more effective. Live shrimp is best, most saltwater fish love them. He recommended several common types of bait, and Emma Foster carefully jotted them all down. And this tackle box, it's the top of the line model from Guangzhou Yuziyuan. It stays insulated for 36 hours, making it perfect for competitions. 6005. Sun protective clothing and a hat, these are essentials. The sun is brutal. When deep sea fishing, you'll get sunburned if you don't wear sun protection. This set is professional grade, made in China. 3002. When the final bill came, the total came to nearly 60,000 yuan. Emma Foster looked at the receipt, somewhat surprised by the price, but when she saw Hannah Wells pay without batting an eye, she suddenly realized he really wasn't too short on money. Wang Dehai helped him pack everything carefully and offered a few parting words as he left. Young man, although I don't have high hopes for you, I'll still wish you good luck. He glanced at Emma Foster and lowered his voice. Miss Foster, please try to talk some sense into him. Lin Hai is not someone to mess with. Emma Foster nodded without saying anything further. Chapter 075. Testing the rods at sea. After leaving the tackle shop, Emma Foster accompanied Hannah Wells to Old Zhang's house. Old Zhang was drying his nets in the courtyard. When he saw the two of them arrive, he smiled. Kid, you brought a girl along? I heard from Dazhuang that you're going to compete in a sea fishing contest. Hannah Wells nodded. That's right. Old Zhang put down the net he was holding and fetched 2 small stools from the yard. Come on, sit down. I'll tell you the ins and outs of fishing. Old Zhang was the oldest fisherman in the village and had spent his entire life dealing with the sea. His fishing experience was more practical than any textbook. When it comes to saltwater fishing, the most important thing isn't technique, it's intuition. Old Zhang squinted, gazing out at the distant sea. You have to know where the fish are and when they take the bait. Hannah Wells listened intently. How do I know? Look at the color of the water, the current, and the waves, Old Zhang said. Where the water is murky, there are plenty of fish. Where the current is strong, there are big fish, and where the waves are churning, there are often schools of fish. He paused for a moment, then continued, but the most important thing is patience. He looked into Hannah Wells' eyes. For an angler, impatience is the worst vice. If the fish aren't biting, getting impatient won't help. If they do bite, you won't be able to land them if you're too slow. Hannah Wells nodded. I'll remember that. Old Zhang smiled and went on to explain many more details. Lift the rod steadily, don't be too forceful, or you'll snap the line. Reel in evenly, don't go too fast, or the fish will break free. When you see the fish rise and sink, don't rush to lift the rod. Wait until it sinks a bit deeper, that means the fish has taken the bait firmly. Hannah Wells jotted down each point. Emma Foster was also listening intently nearby, jotting down key points in her notebook from time to time. That afternoon, Hannah Wells took Emma Foster and Logan Turner out to sea for practice. He chose an area similar to the competition waters and began practicing saltwater fishing. The Chu Lang was anchored on the water, with Logan Turner assisting nearby. Emma Foster sat at the edge of the boat, notebook in hand, ready to record Hannah Wells' practice session. Hannah Wells took out the top of the line domestic fishing rod she'd just bought and inspected it carefully. Brother Hannah, this rod is really something. Logan Turner ran his hand over the rod, his eyes sparkling. 28,000 for one. How many fish would you have to catch to break even? Hannah Wells smiled but said nothing. Brother Hannah, we used to haggle with the owner when we fished at the oyster rafts. Deep sea fishing shouldn't be a big deal for you. So why are you going out of your way to practice? Logan Turner asked. Hannah Wells shook his head. Fishing at the oyster rafts is different from here. There are plenty of fish there, and they're all clustered together, so it's easy. But here, we're in open waters, the water is deep, the currents are strong, and the fish are scattered. It's much more difficult. Logan Turner suddenly realized. So that's how it is. He threaded the line through the guides, expertly tied on the hook, and baited it with a live shrimp. With the power of the monument of the vast sea, he was virtually omniscient underwater. He could see the location, number, and species of the fish. He could sense the direction and speed of the current. He could predict the fish's swimming paths. But when it came to actually fishing, he found it wasn't that simple. The pressure on the rod, the tension of the line, and the speed of reeling in every detail affected the outcome. The first fish slipped off the hook. He lifted the rod too slowly. "Oh man, Brother Hannah, you were so close," Logan Turner lamented. Hannah Wells didn't lose heart. He rebaited the hook and cast the line back into the water. The second fish snapped the line. She reeled in too fast, and the fish struggled too fiercely. "Brother Hannah, isn't this line a little too flimsy?" Logan Turner said, a bit heartbroken. "That cost $1,500. Hannah Wells shook her head. "It's not the line's fault. I reeled in too quickly. Compared to fishing at the oyster rafts, the fish here are much more aggressive and struggle much harder." The third fish was too small, no bigger than the palm of a hand, so it didn't count. Logan Turner and Emma Foster exchanged a glance, both looking a bit worried. At this rate, tomorrow's competition was likely to end badly. But Hannah Wells remained calm and unhurried, trying one by one. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and let the power of the sea steel fully take effect. Gradually, he found his rhythm. The Songhai steel allowed him to see everything underwater, at what depth the schools of fish were, in which direction they were swimming, and he could even sense the force of a fish's bite. He began consciously adjusting his movements to match the conditions underwater. The fourth fish, he successfully reeled it in. Although it was just an ordinary yellowfin snapper, this was his first success. "Brother Hannah, I caught one," Logan Turner shouted excitedly. Hannah Wells nodded and continued practicing. The fifth, sixth, seventh. His movements grew increasingly skilled. His timing for lifting the rod became more precise, and the force he applied while reeling in the line was just right. Emma Foster watched intently from the sidelines, her eyes growing wider and wider. She realized that Hannah Wells was improving at an astonishing rate, as if he were a veteran who had been practicing for years. "Hannah Wells, how are you improving so fast?" She couldn't help but ask. Hannah Wells smiled but didn't answer. He couldn't tell Emma Foster the secret of the Songhai steel. Logan Turner helped reel in the fish beside him, growing more and more amazed the longer he watched. "Brother Hannah, you're reeling in fish way too fast. I didn't even get a good look at that last one." Hannah Wells smiled. "Practice makes perfect." In truth, he knew full well that this rate of improvement far exceeded the scope of practice makes perfect. The power of the Songhai steel gave him a kind of divine vision underwater. With just a few more practice sessions, he would be able to fully master the art of fishing. The eighth fish was a grouper weighing 2 jade. The ninth fish was a sea bass weighing 3 jade. The 10th fish, in just one afternoon, he caught over a dozen fish and had already mastered 7 or 8 parts of the art of sea fishing. More importantly, he had figured out how to combine the power of the Songhai steel with his fishing technique. He could see the fish's location underwater and then precisely lower the hook right in front of them. He could sense the force of a fish's bite and prepare to set the hook in advance. He could predict the direction the fish would struggle and adjust the angle at which he reeled in the line. These were techniques impossible for the average person, but for him they were a breeze. By evening, Hannah Wells was already able to skillfully operate the entire set of equipment. His movements were fluid and seamless, just like those of a professional angler. Logan Turner watched in awe. "Brother Hannah, this is compared to fishing at the oyster rafts. You've improved way too fast. Haven't you? It's only been one afternoon, and you're almost on par with a professional angler." Emma Foster couldn't help but chime in. "Hannah Wells, you're improving way too fast. At this rate, you'll definitely be fine for tomorrow's competition." In her eyes, worry was gradually replaced by confidence. Hannah Wells smiled but said nothing more. He knew full well that he was certain to win tomorrow's competition. In the evening, they returned to the dock. Emma Foster took out the materials she had prepared. "This is what I found out, the hydrographic conditions of that area." She handed the materials to Hannah Wells, a look of concern in her eyes. "Tide times, current directions, and seabed topography, it's all marked here." Hannah Wells took the materials and examined them carefully. The information was very detailed, highlighting the locations of reefs, areas where fish might gather, and the patterns of tidal changes. It even noted changes in water temperature at different times of day. "Thanks." He put the materials away. Emma Foster hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but held back. "What's wrong?" "My cousin brought a lot of people this time, and he even invited the media," Emma Foster said. "He wants to use this competition to make you look bad in front of everyone." Her voice carried a note of concern. "Hannah Wells, Are you really confident you can pull this off? Hannah Wells looked her in the eyes and smiled. Don't worry. I won't be the one who ends up looking bad. Emma Foster paused for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. You're always so confident. It's not confidence, Hannah Wells said. It's certainty. Chapter 076. The Sea Fishing Tournament. The day of the competition. The offshore fishing grounds east of the county seat were teeming with people. More than a dozen fishing boats were moored at the pier. Some were decked with colorful flags. Others tied with balloons. It was a lively scene. Temporary tents had been set up in the spectator area, packed with onlookers. Among them were local fishermen as well as residents who had made the trip from the county seat just to watch the spectacle. I heard young Master Lin is going to have a fishing contest with a fisherman today? Yeah, and the stakes are pretty high. The loser has to call the winner brother. Is that fisherman out of his mind? Challenging young Master Lin to a fishing contest? Young Master Lin is the vice president of our county's fishing association and has won the championship several times. Exactly. I think that fisherman is just asking for humiliation. Someone pointed at Hannah Wells' gear. Look, that fisherman's still using domestic gear, a rod from Weihai Guangwei. Domestic? Is the quality even up to par? I've heard that when it comes to fishing, gear is crucial. Japanese gear is the best. You're absolutely right. Young Master Lin uses nothing but Japanese Shimano and Deva. A full set costs hundreds of thousands. Compared to domestic gear, it's like fighting on a whole different level. Her technique isn't up to par, and her gear is way inferior. How is she even supposed to compete in this tournament? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Almost no one gave Hannah Wells a chance. Lin Hai had arrived long ago. He was dressed in designer athletic wear, wearing sunglasses and a pair of professional fishing boots. He was surrounded by a group of friends, along with several reporters holding cameras. A reporter held up a microphone and interviewed Lin Hai. Young Master Lin, you're sure to win this competition, aren't you? Lin Hai smiled and waved his hand, speaking humbly, but his eyes were brimming with confidence. Not at all, not at all. It's just a friendly competition. Nothing else decided until the very last moment. But he took off his sunglasses and looked toward Hannah Wells in the distance, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. It does take a bit of luck to be my opponent. His friends burst into laughter. Young Master Lin, you're so funny. That fisherman probably doesn't even know how to bait a hook. Does he? What's the point of this competition? Young Master Lin could take him down with a single cast. Hannah Wells paid them no mind. Carrying his gear, he walked toward the competition area. Logan Turner and Chen Xiaoshan followed behind him, carrying their own equipment. Brother Hannah, our gear. Logan Turner looked at Hannah Wells' fishing rod. Isn't it a lot worse than his? It's made in China, the top-of-the-line model from Weihai Guangwei, Hannah Wells said. Pure domestic carbon fiber, military-grade craftsmanship, custom-made for the national fishing team. Logan Turner ran his hand over the rod, looking envious. So is this rod better than Lin Hai's Japanese one? In terms of performance, they're probably on par, Hannah Wells said. It's just that the brand isn't as well known as the Japanese ones. Chen Xiaoshan, standing nearby, heard this and felt even more admiration for Hannah Wells' pride. She was deeply moved by this spirit, willing to spend a little extra just to support domestic products. Emma Foster had arrived as well, wearing a light blue sun protective shirt today, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and sunglasses on her face. She stood out prominently on the pier. She waved at Hannah Wells, her voice clear and bright. Hannah Wells, go for it. Everyone on the pier turned to look. Some recognized her. Isn't that Emma Foster? The Shaman University grad student, young Master Lin's cousin. Why is she cheering for that fisherman? I just don't get young people these days. Lin Hai saw this and his expression darkened slightly. He walked over to Emma Foster and lowered his voice. Cousin, why are you cheering for a stranger? Emma Foster glanced at him, her tone flat. Hannah Wells is my friend. Of course I'm cheering for her. A friend.
Lin Hai snork the receiver.
A fisherman? Is he really worth all this? Emma Foster didn't answer. She simply turned away and continued waving at Hannah Wells. Lin Hai stood where he was, looking somewhat displeased. Exactly 8 a.m. The referee blew his whistle. The competition begins. All the competitors began boarding their boats and heading out to their respective fishing spots. The 8-hour countdown began. Lin Hai's boat was the first to leave the dock. His boat was a brand new yacht, its white hull glistening in the sunlight. Besides him, there were 2 assistants on board, responsible for helping him reel in fish, change bait, and adjust his gear. Before the competition, both of their boats had already undergone thorough inspections by staff to ensure there was nothing on board other than fishing gear. Lin Hai stood at the bow, gazing out at the ocean with a confident expression. "Today's goal," he said to his assistants, "over 50 jin." The assistants nodded. "Don't worry, young Master Lin. At your level, 50 jin is no problem." Hannah Wells was captaining the Chu Lang today. Lin Hai had originally wanted to arrange a speedboat for her as well, but Hannah Wells had declined. The Chu Lang was still the best, she was used to it. There were only 2 people on board, him and Logan Turner. Chun Shaoshan had been left in the stands with too many people. He wouldn't have room to maneuver. Having Logan Turner on board to handle the helm and help reel in the fish was more than enough. Hannah Wells stood at the stern, gazing out at the ocean. He wasn't in a hurry to cast his line first. He wanted to get a feel for the underwater conditions across the entire fishing ground. In his field of vision, the underwater world unfolded clearly. Reefs, sandy bottoms, seagrass beds, and crevices in the rocks. The distribution of fish schools, the direction of the currents, and the seabed topography. Everything was right before his eyes. Immediately, Hannah Wells spotted a reef. It was in a relatively remote location, at the easternmost edge of the fishing grounds, quite far from the forest. But the fishing there was excellent. Large schools of grouper were swimming around the reef, each weighing over 2 jin. There were also several large red snappers, hidden in the crevices of the reef, lying completely still. "This is the spot." Hannah Wells instructed Logan Turner to steer the boat toward the reef. Logan Turner was a bit skeptical. "Brother Hannah, that spot is so remote, will there really be any fish there?" "Yes," said Hannah Wells. "And plenty of them." Logan Turner asked no further questions and concentrated on steering the boat. The competition had been underway for 1 hour. Lin Hai had already caught 3 fish, with a combined weight exceeding 8 jin. His boat was anchored in open water with his skilled technique and precise positioning. He quickly located the school of fish. His friends on the neighboring boat watched intently, letting out occasional gasps of amazement. "Wow, Lin Hai's got a bite. What a huge grouper. That technique is unmatched." Lin Hai smiled smugly as he unhooked the fish and tossed it into the live well. "This is just the beginning," he told his friends. "There'll be more to come." Hannah Wells hadn't caught anything in the first hour because the spot he'd chosen was quite far from shore. Just then, his boat had just come to a stop above a reef, ready to cast his line. On the very first cast, the bait had barely hit the water when a fish took the bait. Hannah Wells flicked his wrist, and the rod tip shot upward. The Chinese-made Guangwei fishing rod displayed remarkable flexibility, and the hook firmly secured the fish's mouth. "Lift the rod reel into the net." A grouper weighing over 3 jin was placed into Logan Turner's fish box. "Brother Hannah, you've got it," Logan Turner said excitedly. "That Chinese-made rod of yours is really something. It's even more flexible than Lin Hai's Japanese one." Hannah Wells smiled but said nothing more. He knew that his top-of-the-line Weihai Guangwei rod, though not as famous as Japanese brands, was absolutely no slouch in performance. He cast again. Chapter 077. Domestic products must strive for excellence. Second cast, another catch. Third cast, yet another catch. Every cast yielded a catch. With such precision it was as if he had divine vision underwater. Logan Turner watched in awe from the sidelines, busy reeling in the fish, changing bait, and recording the weights. "Brother Hannah, your technique is simply incredible." Hannah Wells didn't answer. His attention was completely focused on the water below. The power of the Shanghai steel allowed him to clearly sense the position, size, and swimming direction of every fish. He was like a precision fishing machine, knowing exactly when to set the hook, when to reel in the line, and when to let the fish swim into the landing net on its own. It was all done in one fluid motion, never a mistake. The competition had reached its second hour. Lin Hai had already caught 6 fish, with a total weight exceeding 15 jin. He glanced smugly in Hannah Wells' direction at the far end of the fishing grounds, a long way from him. He raised his binoculars and looked at Hannah Wells' boat. The boat was completely silent. There was no sign of activity. "Ha! Looks like that fisherman really is no good," Lin Hai said to his friend beside him as he lowered his binoculars. "With skills like that, and he dares to compete against me?" His friends laughed in agreement. "Young Master Lin, You're giving him way too much credit. Exactly competing against him is practically bullying. I thought his Chinese-made gear might actually be useful, but it's still no good. Chinese-made gear is just Chinese-made gear no matter how expensive. It can't compare to Japanese technology. Lin Hai was very pleased with this atmosphere. He intended to publicly crush Hannah Wells in front of the media, letting everyone know that Emma Foster's friend was nothing but a good-for-nothing. But what he didn't know was, on Hannah Wells' boat, Logan Turner was swamped with work. "Brother Hannah, this is insane," he panted as he loaded the fish. "I'm barely keeping up. I should have called Xiao Shan to help." The fish crates were already piled high with over a dozen fish, each weighing more than 2 Gene. Hannah Wells' attention remained underwater. He could clearly sense the position, size, and swimming direction of every single fish. He knew exactly when to set the hook, when to reel in the line, and when to let the fish swim into the landing net on its own. He executed each move seamlessly, never making a single mistake. The competition had been underway for 3 hours. Lin Hai had caught 9 fish with a total weight of 25 Gene. He felt he was in good form. If he kept up this pace, he should be able to achieve a total of over 50 Gene. But just then, one of his friends walked over, looking a bit strange. "Young Master Lin, take a look over there." Lin Hai followed the direction of his finger. In the distance was Hannah Wells' boat. Then he witnessed a scene he couldn't believe. Logan Turner was opening a second fish box on the boat. The first fish box was already full. Impossible! Lin Hai jumped to his feet. How could he possibly have that many fish? He grabbed his binoculars and took a closer look. On Hannah Wells' boat, fish boxes were piled in the corner, packed to the brim with fish. He made a rough estimate. At least 15 fish. And they were all big ones. That kid! Lin Hai's expression darkened. How did he do that? The competition had reached its 5th hour. Lin Hai had caught 12 fish, with a total weight of 35 Gene. He began to sense something was off. "How many has that guy caught?" he asked his friend. His friend glanced into the distance, his expression growing even more grim. "Young Master Lin, it looks like he has caught a lot more than you." Lin Hai spun around abruptly. He saw that Hannah Wells' boat had already switched to its 3rd fish crate, and Logan Turner was still bustling about non-stop. How is that possible? Lin Hai gritted his teeth. He's just a fisherman. How could he be this good? He picked up his binoculars and closely observed Hannah Wells' movements. Every one of Hannah Wells' actions was ordinary: casting the line, waiting, setting the hook, reeling in. There were no special techniques, no astonishing speed. But the frequency with which he was landing fish was absurdly high. Almost every cast yielded a fish. "Something's not right," Lin Hai muttered. "This isn't scientific." He began to panic. He had the boat speed up and fished more frantically. But the more frantic he became, the more chaotic things got. After several consecutive botched strikes, he lost several fish. On a few other occasions, the hook snagged on underwater rocks, forcing him to cut the line and retie it. His rhythm was thrown off. Meanwhile, Hannah Wells continued to catch fish steadily. He was like a precision fishing machine. Every time he cast, he reeled in a catch. Every time he reeled in the line, it was a fish. Logan Turner was already drenched in sweat. "Brother Hannah, I can't keep up with this pace," he said. Hannah Wells smiled. "Almost there, just 2 more." He checked his fish box. There were already 33 fish, weighing over 60 Gene in total. That was enough. There were still 2 hours left in the competition. Lin Hai was still fishing frantically, trying to catch up to Hannah Wells. But he had lost his composure, and his efficiency had plummeted. Meanwhile, on Hannah Wells' boat, he had already put down his fishing rod and begun packing up his gear. "Brother Hannah, aren't you going to fish anymore?" Logan Turner asked. "That's enough," Hannah Wells said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "The competition isn't over, but the outcome is already decided." He gazed out at the distant sea, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Lin Hai thought he would lose because he didn't know what abilities Hannah Wells possessed. The fragment of the Shanghai steel gave Hannah Wells an absolute advantage underwater. He could see everything in the darkness, sense the location of schools of fish, and predict their swimming paths. Fishing? For someone who could perceive everything underwater, this wasn't a competition at all. On the pier, Emma Foster watched the competition in the distance with bated breath. Although she trusted Hannah Wells, seeing Lin Hai's boat bustling with activity still made her a little worried. Hannah Wells, Come on, she muttered to herself. Someone nearby overheard her and snorted derisively. What's the point of cheering for him? Does he really think his Chinese-made gear can beat young Master Lin's Japanese gear? You must be dreaming. Exactly. No matter how expensive that Weihai Guangwei rod is, it can't compare to Shimano. Chinese-made gear is just Chinese-made gear. Emma Foster turned her head, glanced at the man and said firmly, gear is secondary, skill is what matters. The man paused, taken aback by Emma Foster's response, and walked away sheepishly. Emma Foster continued to stare into the distance. She knew Hannah Wells's capabilities. Although he was using domestic gear, she trusted his skill. There was only half an hour left in the competition. Lin Hai was already drenched in sweat from exhaustion. He had caught 25 fish with a total weight of 42 jin. This was already one of his best results in any competition he'd ever entered. But he knew it wasn't enough. He saw that Hannah Wells had already begun packing up her gear, with 3 fish boxes piled high like little mountains. Logan Turner was weighing his catch, his face beaming with excitement. Lin Hai clenched his fists, a wave of frustration welling up inside him. He had lost, and he had lost thoroughly. The referee's whistle blew. The competition is over. All anglers, return to the dock. Lin Hai's boat slowly made its way toward the dock, surrounded by his friends, each with a look of mixed emotions on their faces. They had come to watch Lin Hai crush his opponents. Unexpectedly, the result was the exact opposite. Hannah Wells's boat also headed toward the dock, with Logan Turner standing at the bow, a broad smile on his face. Brother Hannah, today was awesome, he shouted. Let us show those guys what our Chinese gear is capable of. Hannah Wells smiled but didn't say much. He simply looked toward Emma Foster on the dock. Her eyes were filled with pride. Chapter 078. A complete victory over Lin Hai. Hannah Wells' boat slowly pulled up to the dock. Logan Turner was the first to jump off, his face flushed with excitement. Brother Hannah, you're awesome. His voice boomed so loudly that the entire dock could hear him. The onlookers turned to look. Is that him? That fisherman? How many did he catch? Look at those fish crates, holy crap. That many? Hannah Wells stepped off the boat, followed by 3 crates filled to the brim. Emma Foster hurried over, her eyes brimming with pride. Hannah Wells. Hannah Wells looked at her and smiled. I didn't let you down. Emma Foster shook her head, a hint of excitement in her voice. I never doubted you. The crowd on the pier grew larger and larger, everyone eager to see the results of the competition. The judge, holding his scorecard, began to announce the results. Lin Hai, 25 fish, with a total weight of 42.3 jin. The onlookers gasped. That's an amazing score. Young Master Lin truly lives up to his reputation as a fishing master. 42 jin any other time, that would definitely be the championship. A faint smile appeared on Lin Hai's face, though it was somewhat forced. He knew his score wasn't bad, it wasn't far off his goal of 50 jin, but it was Hannah Wells's turn. He and Logan Turner carried the 3 fish boxes onto the scale. The judge looked at the number on the scale and froze. Thinking the scale might be malfunctioning, he recalibrated it. It was correct. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. 35 fish, total weight. He paused for a moment. 68.7 jin. The crowd fell silent for a second. Then, a wave of gasps erupted. Holy shit, 68 jin. What kind of level is that? Who is that kid? 35 fish. That's over 2 jin per fish on average. The crowd went wild. Everyone stared in disbelief at Hannah Wells, at the fish crates, and at the number on the scale. Lin Hai stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his face ashen. He looked as if all his energy had been drained from him, standing there motionless. His friends exchanged glances, speechless. 68.7 jin. 10 more fish than him and over 20 jin heavier. It was a crushing defeat. A complete and utter crushing defeat. The judge walked up to Hannah Wells and shook his hand. Young man, that's impressive. You're at a professional level, aren't you? Hannah Wells smiled. Just a stroke of luck. Luck? Ah. The judge laughed and patted him on the shoulder. If luck could get you this many fish, everyone would be relying on luck. Skills like yours take at least 8 to 10 years to develop. Reporters nearby also gathered around, asking questions one after another. Facing the cameras, Hannah Wells spoke in a flat tone. I'm just a fisherman, no special tricks. The reporters tried to press him further, but Emma Foster stepped in to block them. The competition is over. Please let him rest. Lin Hai stood to the side, looking absolutely livid. His friends didn't know what to say, and the atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. A few tried to step forward to comfort him, but he waved them off. He needed some quiet time. He had lost, and he had lost completely. This wasn't an excuse of bad luck or being off my game. It was a gap in ability. He took a deep breath and walked up to Hannah Wells. The onlookers fell silent, watching the scene unfold. Lin Hai took a deep breath, his voice slightly hoarse. I lost. He looked at Hannah Wells with a complex expression. There was shock, resentment, and a hint of admiration. You were right, true skill isn't something you just talk about. Hannah Wells showed neither triumph nor mockery. She simply looked at Lin Hai calmly and nodded. You let me win. Lin Hai's face twitched slightly. According to their agreement, since he had lost, he was supposed to call Hannah Wells brother. He opened his mouth, but the words simply wouldn't come out. He was the young master of the Lin family in the county seat, accustomed to pride since childhood. To call a fisherman brother, he just couldn't do it. Hannah Wells watched his reaction and smiled. Never mind, you don't have to say it.
Lin Hai Froder.
I just wanted you to know that fishermen can be pretty impressive too, Hannah Wells said. As for the title, it doesn't matter. He paused for a moment, then added, also, Emma Foster is my friend. I don't care if you're her cousin or whatever, but you can't look down on the friends she chooses. Lin Hai's expression shifted several times. Finally, he lowered his head. Hannah Wells, I underestimated you this time. He looked up, his eyes now less arrogant and a touch more earnest. I'm impressed by your skills. He paused for a moment, then added, I've learned my lesson today. With that, he turned and walked away. His friends followed behind, each of them silent. Logan Turner leaned in and whispered, Brother Hannah, why didn't you let him call you brother? That would been so satisfying. Hannah Wells shook her head. No need. The point of humiliating him is to make him respect me, not to embarrass him. He looked toward the forest. He's already convinced. That's enough. Emma Foster walked over and stood beside him. You didn't have to be so polite to him. Hannah Wells smiled. He's your cousin and you're my girlfriend. Saving face for him is also saving face for you. Emma Foster froze for a moment, then blushed. Who's your girlfriend? Hannah Wells looked at her with a gentle gaze. Aren't you? Emma Foster lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I haven't said yes yet. Then when will you? Emma Foster looked up, glared at him, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Depends on how you behave. Logan Turner watched from the side, grinning from ear to ear. Chan Xiaoshan leaned in and whispered, Brother Hannah, your pickup lines are seriously impressive. Logan Turner playfully slapped him on the shoulder. What do you mean, pickup lines? That's just genuine emotion. Chun Xiaoshan rubbed his shoulder. Okay, you're right. The two started bantering, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The day after the competition ended, Emma Foster called Hannah Wells. Hannah Wells, I've got good news. What's the good news? The approval for the 7-star reef expedition, it's been granted. Hannah Wells was a little surprised. That fast? Emma Foster said. Lin Hai reached out to his contacts at the provincial level on his own initiative and withdrew his opposition to the project. Hannah Wells was silent for a moment. He hadn't expected Lin Hai to do that. Looks like that competition really won him over. Emma Foster smiled. He sent me a message yesterday, saying he won't interfere with our affairs anymore. He also said that you're truly talented and a worthy opponent. Hannah Wells nodded. It's good that he thinks that way. The archaeological team will be leaving next week, Emma Foster said. You'd better get ready in advance. No problem, Hannah Wells replied. He gazed out at the distant ocean, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Deep within the 7-star reef, something was waiting for him. The second fragment of the Shanghai steel. He had to find it, and this time he wouldn't let anyone stand in his way. Volume 3, Mysteries of the Dark Sea. Chapter 079. A shipwreck resurfaces at 7-star reef. On the second day of the fishing tournament, Emma Foster called first thing in the morning. Brother Hannah, the archaeological team won't arrive until next week. I'd like to take advantage of these few days to explore the seven-star reef first. Hannah Wells was somewhat surprised. Go ahead of them? Emma Foster's voice carried a hint of urgency. Yes, the archaeological team's official expedition requires time to prepare, and with so many people, the process is complicated. If I can gather some basic information in advance, it will be a great help for the work that follows. She paused for a moment, then added, and my research project requires some independent findings. If I can discover something valuable first, it will be very beneficial for my academic development. Hannah Wells understood. Although Emma Foster majored in archaeology, she had her own academic aspirations. The archaeological team's official expedition was a group project, but she wanted to accumulate some research achievements of her own outside of it. This had to do with how much her advisor valued her work, as well as her future academic path. All right, Hannah Wells said. I've been thinking the same thing. The fragment against his chest grew slightly warm, as if urging him on. The second fragment of the Songhai stele was right there at Qixing Reef. He, too, wanted to get a lead as soon as possible. He didn't want to wait for the archaeological team to arrive and then have to follow someone else's pace. When should we go? Emma Foster said. The weather's nice today, and the sea is calm. Are you free right now? Hannah Wells glanced out the window. The sunlight was just right. Yes, come over, and we'll head out right away. The last time they went to Seven-Star Reef, they only circled the outer perimeter, collecting some abalone, geoducks, and gooseneck barnacles. This time, they planned to explore the waters in depth. The approvals had been granted, the obstacles cleared, and the archaeological team wouldn't arrive until next week, so these next few days were their window of opportunity. Half an hour later, Emma Foster appeared at the Chun family's doorstep. She was carrying a canvas backpack and holding a stack of printed documents, the marine survey permit issued by the Cultural Relics Bureau and hydrographic data on the Seven-Star Reef. The archaeological team won't arrive until next week, so these next few days are our window of opportunity. Emma Foster handed over the documents. According to the county annals, the waters around Qixing Reef were an important shipping route for merchant vessels during the Song and Yuan dynasties. I'd like to explore the area in advance to see if we can discover any archaeological remains. Hannah Wells took the documents and glanced through them. The map marked the distribution of the 7 reefs that make up Qixing Reef, which resembled a scattered set of spoons. In the center of the reef cluster lay a relatively open stretch of water, with depths ranging from 15 to 40 meters. This area is interesting, Hannah Wells said, but his mind was on something else entirely. The second fragment of the Songhai stele. The inscription stated that the second fragment was hidden within the Qixing Reef. If he could find it, his supernatural abilities might awaken further. He couldn't tell Emma Foster about this. Emma Foster's goal was academic research, while he had his own secrets. The two could coexist just fine. Hannah Wells put away his materials and called over Logan Turner and Chen Xiaoshan to help. Logan Turner arrived, his 3-wheeled motorcycle sputtering and rumbling. Brother Hannah, heading to the Seven-Star Reef? Last time we collected so many great things over there. Hannah Wells nodded. This time we're going deeper. Chen Xiaoshan also joined in. Brother Hannah, what kind of treasures are in these waters? You'll find out when we get there. The Chulan 2 was docked at the harbor, the roar of its diesel engine particularly clear against the early morning quiet of the pier. Hannah Wells checked the equipment and motioned for everyone to board. Emma Foster stood at the stern, watching the harbor gradually recede into the distance. Hannah Wells stood at the bow, the salty sea breeze washing over her. The fragment on her chest continued to glow, and the sense of being called grew ever stronger. The Chulang 2 cut through the waves, maintaining a steady speed of 18 knots per hour. A little over 2 hours later, the Seven Stars Reef came into view. 7 reefs were scattered across the sea, varying in height, with the tallest rising 5 or 6 meters above the water's surface. Last time, they only operated on the outskirts. This time, they were heading deep into the heart of the reef. Logan Turner put down his binoculars. 7 Stars Reef. We're going deep this time. Emma Foster pointed to the waters in the center of the reef. The depth ranges from 15 to 40 meters. We'll start here. Hannah Wells nodded. Let us start in this area first. The Wave Chaser 2 headed toward that area, venturing deeper into the reef system than last time. As they approached, Hannah Wells could sense the conditions beneath the water. The currents in this area were complex, with slight eddies indicating that unique flow paths had formed between the reefs. Steer carefully, she said to Logan Turner. Don't let the boat get stuck on the reefs. Logan Turner nodded, slowed down, and maneuvered the boat with great care. Once the boat came to a stop, Hannah Wells took out a rope, tied one end to the stern, and secured the other end around her waist. Safety rope, Emma Foster reminded her. If anything happens, pull the rope, and we'll haul you back up. Got it, Hannah Wells nodded. He changed into his wetsuit and strapped on his oxygen tank. The moment he entered the water, the heat radiating from the wreckage became noticeably stronger. Hannah Wells took a deep breath and dove underwater. The underwater world of Seven Stars Reef was completely different from the outer areas. Here, the water was deeper, the light dimmer, and the reefs were scattered in a maze-like pattern. Last time, he only explored the outer areas. This time, he intended to go deeper. All kinds of fish darted through the crevices of the reef grouper, sea bream, and some deep-sea species he didn't recognize. Hannah Wells followed the contours of the reef, slowly descending. The heat from the debris was guiding his direction. He instinctively swam toward the southeast, where a larger cluster of reefs lay. After passing this cluster of reefs, his field of vision suddenly opened up. At the end of the reef lay a relatively flat sandy area. In the center of the sandy area lay a massive shipwreck. Hannah Wells froze. This ship was far larger than the one he had discovered before. The hull was at least 40 meters long and over 8 meters wide. The bow and stern had rotted and warped, but the overall outline remained clear. The ship's framework was exposed, covered in a thick layer of seaweed and barnacles. It was a large merchant ship. Hannah Wells slowly approached and swam a full circle around the wreck. At the bow lay a broken mast, half buried in the sand. At the stern were partially collapsed cabins, their door frames still intact. Numerous items were scattered around the wreck: shards of porcelain, fragments of bronze, and the remains of wooden crates that had drifted out of the holds. He picked up a few representative pieces: an intact blue and white porcelain plate, a small bronze incense burner, and several fragments of decorated porcelain. These items were floating on the sandy seabed surrounding the wreck. They must have spilled out of the broken crates. The warmth of the shards guided him toward the middle of the hull, where there was a partially collapsed compartment, its entrance half blocked by wooden planks. Through the gap, he saw a pile of crates inside. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the safety rope around his waist tugged twice. Logan Turner was reminding him to keep an eye on the time. Hannah Wells glanced at her waterproof watch. She had already been diving for 15 minutes. Although she could move freely underwater without oxygen, she didn't want to worry Dezhuang and Chen Xiaoshan. Hannah Wells placed the few items she collected into her net bag and began to ascend, swimming back to the surface. Chapter 080. A hold full of blue and white porcelain. Hannah Wells broke the surface and handed the mesh bag to Logan Turner. I found a shipwreck, he said. It's huge, at least 40 meters long. Logan Turner took the net bag and, upon seeing its contents, his eyes widened. Brother Hannah, what are these? Chen Xiaoshan leaned in. Porcelain plates? A bronze incense burner? They look like antiques. Emma Foster took the net bag, picked up the blue and white porcelain plate, and examined it over and over again. Interlaced lotus patterns, a vibrant blue glaze, and exquisite craftsmanship. This is a masterpiece of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. She was so excited her voice trembled slightly. And this bronze incense burner, it's in the Song Dynasty style. This shipwreck is at least 700 years old. She looked at Hannah Wells, her eyes brimming with excitement. Brother Hannah, I want to go down and take a look. Today. Hannah Wells was a little surprised. Didn't you just say you'd go back to prepare your gear and come back tomorrow? Emma Foster shook her head. I don't want to wait. The archaeological team is arriving next week, and we only have these few days. She looked at Hannah Wells, her tone firm. I have a diving certification, and there's spare gear on the boat. While the weather is good today and the sea is calm, let us go down and explore right away. Logan Turner and Chen Xiaoshan listened from the sidelines. Chen Xiaoshan scratched his head. Miss Foster is going in too? Then who's going to hold the line from the boat? Logan Turner gave him a light tap on the shoulder. You and me, of course. 2 of us in the water. 2 on the boat to coordinate. It works out perfectly. Emma Foster had already begun checking the spare diving gear on board. Oxygen tanks, wetsuits, masks, communicators. The Chulang No. 2 always kept these items on hand. Brother Hannah, wait on the boat for a moment while I change into my gear, Emma Foster said. We're going down together today. Hannah Wells looked at her eager expression and nodded. All right, but the shipwreck's structure is complex. We'll need to look out for each other. Emma Foster nodded. I know. Half an hour later, Emma Foster had finished putting on her diving gear. Logan Turner tied the safety line to both of them, checking it over and over again. Brother Hannah, Miss Foster, the line is 50 meters long. Don't go deeper than 30 meters underwater if you go past that depth. I want to be able to pull the line. Got it. Hannah Wells nodded. Emma Foster nodded as well. I'll be careful. Logan Turner added. Report your position every 3 minutes. If I don't hear from you for more than 3 minutes, I'll pull the line. That's the rule, no exceptions. Got it, said Hannah Wells. Emma Foster took a deep breath and looked at Hannah Wells. Where should we start? The debris scattered around the wreck. I picked up a few pieces earlier. Hannah Wells said. There are still plenty of crates in the cargo hold, many of which haven't been scattered yet. Let us start on the outer perimeter first to get a sense of the shipwreck's overall structure. Then decide whether to enter the cargo hold based on the situation. Emma Foster nodded. Okay. The two put on their diving masks and clamped their mouthpieces onto their regulators. Splash, splash. They dove into the water together. The moment they entered the water, the fragment of the sea monument grew slightly warm. Hannah Wells could feel the underwater world becoming clearer before his eyes, the direction of the undercurrents, the distribution of the reefs, the location of the wreck, everything seemed to form a map in his mind. Emma Foster swam alongside him, moving with practiced ease after all. This wasn't her first dive. She said through the underwater communicator, Where's the wreck? The one you just found. Hannah Wells pointed southeast. Over there. Follow me. They moved slowly along the crevices in the reef. The light grew dimmer and dimmer, and the water gradually got deeper. A few minutes later, the outline of the shipwreck came into view. Seeing the shipwreck for the first time, Emma Foster's eyes widened. She said into the communicator, The size of this, it's much bigger than I imagined. Hannah Wells nodded. At least 40 meters long. They swam a full circle around the wreck. At the bow lay a broken mast at the stern, a collapsed cabin, and the hull was covered in thick seaweed and barnacles. Emma Foster shone her dive light on the hull's surface and examined it closely. The hull's structure is typical of Song Dynasty merchant ship design. She continued, 3 masts, flat-bottomed, suitable for coastal transport. This type of vessel was common during the Song and Yuan dynasties, and was used to transport goods such as porcelain, silk, and tea. Spotting porcelain shards scattered around the wreck, she exclaimed excitedly, These all leaked out from the cargo holds. There must be even more inside. Hannah Wells pointed to the midsection of the hull. There is a partially collapsed hold over there. The entrance is blocked by planks, but we can get inside. Emma Foster nodded. Let us go take a look. They swam toward the hold. At the entrance, a collapsed plank blocked half the opening, leaving only a gap about 1 meter wide. Hannah Wells shone her light inside first to assess the situation. The hold was piled high with crates of various sizes. Some had been broken open, while others remained sealed. Scattered around the broken crates were porcelain and bronze artifacts, along with the outlines of some gold and silver items. Seeing this, Emma Foster exclaimed excitedly over the communicator. The cargo is still here. It hasn't been looted. Hannah Wells went in first, with Emma Foster close behind. The interior of the compartment wasn't very spacious, about 3 or 4 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters long. They had to swim carefully, taking care not to touch the fragile artifacts. Emma Foster shone her light on a pile of crates in the corner. The crates were adorned with carved patterns and bronze clasps, though discolored by seawater. Their exquisite craftsmanship was still evident. She moved closer to an open crate and saw porcelain neatly stacked inside. Blue and white porcelain plates, bowls, and several vases. She carefully picked up a porcelain plate and gently wiped the sand and silt from its surface with her fingers. The blue glaze shimmered with a warm luster under the light, and the intertwined floral patterns were clearly visible. This is Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Her voice trembled with excitement over the communicator. Intact Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. An antique from 700 years ago. Hannah Wells stood nearby, observing the other side of the compartment. The heat from the shards was guiding him. That sense of calling led deep into the compartment. He swam toward the corner and shone his light on the sealed crates. The light was dim, and wooden planks blocked most of his view. He could only make out the carvings on the surfaces of the crates. The crates were still tightly sealed, their latches intact. He couldn't see what lay inside. But the heat from the shard was telling him the key item was deeper inside. This deck was just the outer layer. The real clues might be hidden in the ship's deeper holds. He needed to explore further, but not today. With Emma Foster by his side, he couldn't act alone. Besides, their oxygen was limited, he couldn't take any risks. Hannah Wells, what do you see over there? Emma Foster's voice came through the communicator. Hannah Wells turned her head and said, some sealed crates, they haven't been opened yet. Emma Foster nodded, swam over, and took a look. These crates must contain valuable cargo. Tomorrow we can figure out a way to open a few and see what's inside. She took out her underwater camera and began taking photos to document the scene. Porcelain, bronze artifacts, the patterns on the crates, the structure of the hold, she recorded everything. These photos are crucial for the follow-up investigation, she said. When the archaeological team arrives, they can use this data to develop an excavation plan. Hannah Wells nodded. They continued exploring the hold. Emma Foster focused on the artifacts, while Hannah Wells quietly followed the guidance of the shards. The hold wasn't large, but the cargo was packed tightly. They swam cautiously, taking care not to touch anything. Chapter 081, Undercurrents. Early the next morning, the Wave Chaser 2 set sail once again for the Seven Stars Reef. Emma Foster sat in the cabin, holding the exploration map she had drawn the night before. Based on yesterday's observations, the shipwreck appears to have 3 main compartments. She pointed to the markings on the map. The first compartment is the cargo hold, we already explored that yesterday. The second compartment is in the midsection of the hull, and the entrance is quite narrow. The third compartment is at the stern, and it has the most complex structure. Hannah Wells leaned in to take a closer look. The map showed a top-down view of the wreck, with the locations of the 3 compartments, the layout of the passageways, and water depth markings all clearly labeled. How long did it take you to draw this last night? 2 hours, Emma Foster said. I wanted to map out our exploration route clearly to avoid moving around blindly. She pointed to the location of the second compartment. This is our focus for today. Based on the ship's structure, the second compartment was likely the crew's living quarters and may contain some daily necessities and documents. If there are documents, they'll be very helpful for researching the shipwreck's historical context. Hannah Wells nodded. All right, let us explore the second compartment first. Emma Foster then pointed to the third compartment. At the very back of the third compartment, the entrance is blocked by a wooden plank. We didn't go in there yesterday, but if we have enough time today, we can give it a try. Hannah Wells looked at that spot, feeling a faint warmth in the fragment in her chest. The sense of calling was pointing toward that spot deep within the third compartment, where what he was looking for might be. Let us start with the second compartment. One step at a time. Emma Foster nodded. Okay. After the Wave Chaser 2 approached the 7-Star Reef, Logan Turner brought the boat to a steady stop. Hannah Wells and Emma Foster began checking their gear: oxygen tanks, wetsuits, communicators, flashlights, and cutting knives. Logan Turner helped them both secure their safety lines, checking them twice. Then, they put on their diving masks and clamped their mouthpieces onto the regulators. Splash, splash, they leaped into the water together. Once underwater, Hannah Wells could feel the call from the fragment of the Shanghai steel guiding him deeper into the ship's hull. But today they would explore the second compartment first. Emma Foster swam alongside him, moving with practiced ease, signaling with hand gestures. Head to the first compartment first, then enter the passage to the second compartment from there. They followed yesterday's route, passing through crevices in the reef, and soon reached the wreck site. They were already familiar with the entrance to the first compartment. Hannah Wells went in first, with Emma Foster close behind. The porcelain inside the hold still lay quietly in the corner, covered in silt and barnacles. They didn't linger, swimming straight toward the back of the hold. There, a narrow passageway connected the first hold to the second. The passage is about 80 centimeters wide, and the planks on both sides are severely rotted, Emma Foster said over the communicator. Be careful. Hannah Wells nodded, went in first, and Emma Foster followed closely behind. The space was very narrow, their shoulders almost brushed against the wooden planks on either side. The current became turbulent here, pushing them forward. A few minutes later, they saw the light at the exit. They had reached the second compartment. This compartment was smaller than the first, measuring about 10 square meters. Everyday items were scattered about: earthenware pots, wooden bowls, tattered fabrics, and rusted ironware. Emma Foster's eyes lit up as she saw these objects. These are the crew's personal belongings. The earthenware pots were used to store food, and the wooden bowls served as tableware. This is invaluable for studying life aboard the ship. She took out her camera and began taking photos. Hannah Wells, on the other side, examined the compartment S structure, her gaze drawn to a narrower crevice in the corner leading to the third compartment. The pull from the fragments pointed in that direction. Emma Foster, you take the photos first. I'll go check out the entrance to the third compartment. Emma Foster nodded. Okay. Hannah Wells swam toward the crevice and shone her flashlight into it. Suddenly, a force surged from behind her. Boom! A rip current. Murky water surged into the passageway, carrying silt and debris, forming a whirlpool in the narrow compartment. Hannah Wells grabbed a crossbeam to steady herself and shouted, Emma Foster, grab onto something. Emma Foster was on the other side of the compartment, 3 meters away from him. She heard the warning and reached out to grab the wooden pillar beside her, but the undercurrent was too fast. The vortex swept her up, and with a thud her body slammed into the compartment wall. The shoulder strap of her oxygen tank got caught on rotten wood, and the oxygen hose wrapped around her, tightening. Hannah Wells, I'm trapped, she shouted into the communicator. Her voice panicked. On board the ship, Logan Turner was staring at the 2 safety ropes. Suddenly, Emma Foster's rope jerked violently, then snapped taut, as if something were pulling on it. Brother Hannah, Miss Foster, he shouted. Chan Shaoshan leaned in and saw the rope stretched taut. His expression changed. What's going on? Is the rope stuck? Logan Turner pulled desperately on Emma Foster's rope, but it wouldn't budge, as if it weighed 1,000 Gene. I can't pull it. It's caught on something. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Chan Shaoshan panicked. What should we do? Should we call the police? Logan Turner shouted into the communicator. Brother Hannah, Miss Foster, can you hear me? There was no response, only static. Hannah Wells' rope also began to tremble. Logan Turner turned pale. Something's wrong. Brother Hannah is in trouble too. Chan Shaoshan paced anxiously on the boat. Brother Hannah and Miss Foster, they're not in trouble, are they? Logan Turner gritted his teeth and kept pulling on the rope. Don't jump to conclusions. They're underwater. We just lost communication. But his palms were drenched in sweat. Both ropes were taut as a string. They wouldn't budge, and communication was cut off. The worst-case scenario: trapped in the compartment, running out of oxygen. Logan Turner stared at the water's surface. His eyes reddened. Brother Hannah, Miss Foster, underwater. Hannah Wells struggled through the whirlpool. The fragment of the ocean steel grew warm in his palm, helping him steady himself against the undercurrents. He swam over to Emma Foster. She was tangled in a corner, her oxygen hose wrapped tightly around her, her face already turning pale. My oxygen is running out. Her voice was weak. Hannah Wells glanced at her oxygen gauge. The pressure was dropping rapidly. He reached out to untangle the hose, but it was too tightly knotted to free in a moment. There wasn't enough time. There was only one way. Hannah Wells took off his own regulator and swam closer to Emma Foster. She saw what he was doing and her eyes widened. He removed her regulator and pressed his mouth against hers. Mouth to mouth. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Emma Foster's lips were ice cold, but they gradually warmed with his breath. Her eyes met his, glimmering in the dim water. The sound of her heartbeat was exceptionally clear underwater. This wasn't a moment of intimacy, it was a matter of survival. But Hannah Wells could feel Emma Foster's breathing steadying, her body no longer trembling. He continued to breathe into her mask while focusing his remaining energy, his finger movements becoming precise. Finally, the oxygen hose came loose. Emma Foster's oxygen supply was restored, but her tank was nearly empty. Hannah Wells glanced at his own air gauge. 20 minutes remaining. He placed the regulator on her and gestured. We'll share. She nodded. The two began to ascend. The undercurrent was still swirling, and they watched out for each other. Emma Foster's oxygen was running low, so Hannah Wells gave her a breath every few seconds. The entrance to the compartment was blocked by the undercurrent, so they took a detour and exited through a crack on the other side. The planks creaked around them, threatening to collapse at any moment. Finally, they swam out of the wreck and saw sunlight. Splash. The two broke through the surface. On the boat, Logan Turner and Chan Shaoshan saw the splash on the water's surface. The two of them surfaced, and they immediately rushed to the boat's side. Brother Hannah, Ms. Foster. Logan Turner grabbed Hannah Wells's arm and pulled him up, his eyes red-rimmed. Brother Hannah, are you okay? Just now, the rope was taut as a string. We couldn't budge it and communication was cut off. I was so scared. Chun Xiaoshan pulled Emma Foster onto the boat, equally agitated. Ms. Foster, what happened to you underwater? I thought something had happened to you. Emma Foster lay on the deck, pale-faced, her lips turning purple, gasping for breath. A rip current. A sudden undercurrent surged into the compartment. I was trapped. Logan Turner wiped the corners of his eyes. That was terrifying. When the rope got stuck, I really thought he couldn't bring himself to finish. Hannah Wells sat on the deck, also gasping for breath. We're okay. We're all out now. Once Emma Foster had caught her breath, she looked at Hannah Wells. She recalled that moment underwater when he'd taken off his regulator, brought his mouth close to hers, and shared his breath. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in her mind. Hannah Wells smiled. It's nothing, we've got each other's backs. Logan Turner watched from the side, feeling a bit moved. Brother Hannah, Ms. Foster, you two really had a lucky escape. That undercurrent. It was way too dangerous. Chun Xiaoshan nodded. We can't take risks like that again. Hannah Wells stood up and gazed out at the distant ocean. Today's peril made him realize wreck exploration was far more dangerous than he'd imagined. But he was even more certain of one thing. The pull from the wreckage led deep into the third compartment. There, something was waiting for him. He had to find it. Emma Foster walked over and stood beside him. Tomorrow shall we continue? Hannah Wells turned to look at her. You still want to keep going? Emma Foster nodded, her eyes firm. Even though it was dangerous today, this shipwreck is too important. I don't want to give up. And I trust you. Hannah Wells looked into her eyes and smiled. All right, we'll continue tomorrow. The two gazed at the seven-star reef in the distance. The secret of the monument of the vast sea was gradually being unveiled. Deep within the third compartment lay the next door leading to the truth. Chapter 082. Discovery of gold and silver artifacts. After the undercurrent crisis, the two didn't rush back out to sea. Emma Foster's oxygen tank had nearly run dry, forcing her to breathe through her partner's an incident that had given Logan Turner and Chun Xiaoshan quite a scare. Brother Hannah, that undercurrent was way too dangerous, Logan Turner urged. Why don't we take a few days off? Hannah Wells nodded. Let us rest for a day. Tomorrow we'll go to the county seat to buy new gear. Emma Foster agreed. We definitely need safer equipment. We almost had an accident this time, we can't take any more risks. The next day, the two drove to the county seat. The dive shop was still the same Sea God diving gear, and the owner was somewhat surprised to see them. Didn't you just buy a batch of gear last time? Why are you back to support my business again? The owner asked. Emma Foster nodded. A few days ago underwater, my oxygen hose got tangled, and we nearly had an accident, so we came to look for safer equipment. The shop owner's expression turned serious. Conditions on the seafloor are indeed unpredictable. I'd like to recommend some safer equipment for you. He showed them a few items. First, you should switch to a dual tank system, the shop owner said, pointing to a set of gear. The two tanks are connected in parallel, with a primary tank and a backup tank kept separate. If the primary tank fails, the backup tank can still last for over 10 minutes. Emma Foster asked, how much does it cost? $8,000 for a set, including 2 high-pressure tanks, a backup valve, and a quick switch system. Hannah Wells nodded. We'll take 2 sets. The shop owner then recommended a new model of communicator. This model has a more stable signal, a range of 150 meters, and a backup frequency. If the main frequency cuts out, it automatically switches to the backup frequency. 2 of those. They also bought emergency flares, underwater locators, and thicker safety ropes. The shop owner introduced each item one by one, and the two purchased them all. When it came time to pay, the total came to nearly $30,000. With this upgraded gear, your safety has improved, the shop owner said. But you still need to be careful. Emma Foster nodded. We'll be careful. After buying the gear, the two went to a hardware store to purchase several steel pipes and reinforcement fittings. Logan Turner looked over their shopping list and whistled in admiration. Brother Hannah, Ms. Foster, you're armed to the teeth now. Hannah Wells smiled. Safety first. Emma Foster stood nearby, organizing the new gear and inspecting every component. The dual-tank oxygen system, the new communicators, the emergency flares, every single item had to be checked and confirmed. We'll head out to sea tomorrow, she said. This time, we'll be even more cautious. With everything ready, Wave Chaser 2 set sail once again for 7-Star Reef. The boat was loaded with plenty of new gear. Logan Turner looked at the pile of oxygen tanks and communicators and remarked, "This boat is practically turning into a submarine." Emma Foster smiled. "Safety comes first." She pulled out the exploration map she'd drawn the day before and pointed to the location of the second compartment. Although yesterday's undercurrent was dangerous, it also led to some unexpected discoveries, she said. The undercurrent washed away some of the planks, revealing another chamber deep within the second compartment. Hannah Wells leaned in to take a closer look. A new marker had been added to the map deep within the second hold, a gap torn open by the current, leading to an unknown compartment. That compartment was previously sealed off by planks, so we couldn't see it, Emma Foster said. Yesterday, the undercurrent washed away the planks, revealing the entrance. She looked at Hannah Wells. Our focus today is this newly discovered compartment. Judging by its location, it's likely the shipowner's private cargo hold, which may contain the most valuable items. Okay, let us explore that compartment first. Emma Foster nodded. Our gear is ready, let us go down together. The two checked their new gear once more: dual-tank oxygen systems, new communicators, emergency flares, and underwater locators. Logan Turner helped them secure their reinforced safety lines, checking them twice. The line can hold 800 kilograms, it's sturdy enough, he said. If anything happens underwater, pull the line immediately. Got it. The two put on their diving masks and clamped their mouthpieces onto the regulators. Splash, splash. They dove into the water together. Once underwater, Hannah Wells could feel the debris pull more strongly than ever before. Emma Foster stayed by her side, moving cautiously. After yesterday's near accident, she was more careful than ever. They followed their familiar route, passing through the first compartment and entering the second. Traces of yesterday's undercurrent still lingered in the compartment's scattered planks, piles of silt and sand, and items swept into the corners. Emma Foster shone her flashlight into the gaping crack. The entrance is about a meter wide, much wider than yesterday's narrow passage, she said over the communicator. We should be able to get in. Hannah Wells nodded. I'll go in first. You follow me. She swam toward the crack, shining her flashlight into the interior. The light pierced the darkness, revealing a relatively spacious area. The compartment was larger than the second one, measuring about 20 square meters. Several wooden crates were neatly stacked in the corner, unlike the ones they'd seen earlier. These crates had copper reinforcing strips on their surfaces and more intricate locks. Hannah Wells swam inside, with Emma Foster close behind. It was quiet inside the compartment. The water flowed smoothly, with none of the turbulent undercurrents they'd encountered the day before. Hannah Wells approached the wooden crates and examined them closely. The crates were rotten, their surfaces covered in silt and barnacles. But the copper reinforcing strips were still intact, and though the latches were rusted, their fine craftsmanship was still evident. She shone her flashlight into one of the crates. The lid had come partially loose, revealing its contents. A flash of light. Gold. It was gold. Gold bars and ingots were neatly stacked inside the crate, their surfaces covered in silt and sand, yet they still glimmered faintly in the light. Emma Foster's eyes widened at the sight. Gold? Is that gold? Her voice trembled with excitement over the communicator. Hannah Wells continued to inspect the other chests. The second chest contained silver ingots, blackened by oxidation, yet still retaining a hint of their former luster. The third chest held jade artifacts and pearls. The jade was carved with exquisite patterns, and though the pearls had lost their luster, they remained perfectly round. The fourth box contained gold and silver jewelry rings, bracelets, and necklaces set with gemstones and crafted with exquisite artistry. Emma Foster swam over to get a closer look at the jewelry. This craftsmanship, it's in the style of the Song and Yuan dynasties, she said excitedly. The setting techniques, the carved patterns, this is the craftsmanship of the imperial court from that era. She took out her underwater camera and began taking photos. Gold bars, silver ingots, jade artifacts, pearls, and jewelry. She documented them one by one. The value of these gold and silver artifacts is incalculable. Her voice trembled. These gold bars alone weigh at least several dozen kilograms. And this jewelry, every piece is an antique. Hannah Wells watched from the side, but her mind was on something else entirely. The pull of the fragment reached its peak here, but he didn't see anything engraved with the words, Songhai steel. These gold and silver artifacts were merely ordinary cargo. The fragment wasn't leading them to these. The real target lay even deeper. He looked toward the corner of the compartment, where a narrower crevice led deeper into the ship's hull. But that entrance was blocked by a massive plank, making it look difficult to access. Emma Foster was focused on taking photos and didn't notice his observation. "These photos need to be reported immediately," she said. "The Cultural Heritage Department needs to know about this discovery." Hannah Wells nodded. "Yes, it's certainly important." He checked his oxygen gauge. He had 20 minutes left. Emma Foster's oxygen supply was still ample as well. "Let us keep observing for a while longer, then head back," he said into the communicator. Emma Foster nodded. "Okay." They continued exploring the compartment, documenting every detail. Emma Foster focused on the academic value of the gold and silver artifacts, their age, craftsmanship, and origin. Hannah Wells secretly sensed the fragments call as she examined the entrance leading deeper inside. A wooden plank blocked the crevice. It looked sturdy. To get inside, they need more specialized tools, underwater cutting equipment, or greater force. Chapter 083, The Mysterious Octopus. Hannah Wells pushed against it with her hand. It didn't budge an inch. The plank was rotten, but at least 20 centimeters thick, and wedged tightly into the surrounding structure. To get inside, they need professional cutting equipment. "This plank is blocking the entrance," she said to Emma Foster over the communicator. "We won't be able to get in anytime soon." Emma Foster swam over to take a look. "We'll need underwater cutting tools. A regular diving knife can't cut through with this thick." Hannah Wells nodded. "Underwater cutting equipment isn't something you can just walk into a store and buy. That kind of specialized gear requires special channels and comes at a hefty price. More importantly, even with the equipment, operating inside the shipwreck is extremely dangerous. Cutting the plank would cause vibrations that could trigger the collapse of surrounding structures." "Let us head back for now," Emma Foster said. "Mark the location of this entrance, and we'll deal with it once the archaeological team arrives." Hannah Wells nodded, followed Emma Foster out of the compartment, and made her way back along the safety line. The ascent went smoothly. They encountered no undercurrents. A few minutes later, they broke through the surface. Splash! Logan Turner and Chun Shaoshan immediately pulled them aboard. Emma Foster removed her breathing apparatus, her face beaming with excitement. "We've confirmed the gold and silver artifacts. Gold bars, silver ingots, jade artifacts, jewelry. They're incredibly valuable. However, there's another entrance deep inside the compartment blocked by wooden planks. We'll need cutting equipment to get in." Logan Turner took the camera and flipped through the photos, his eyes widening in shock. Is that gold?" Chun Shaoshan leaned in. "Holy crap, that many gold bars?" Emma Foster tried to stay calm. "These are gold and silver artifacts from the Song and Yuan dynasties, exquisitely crafted. The gold bars alone weigh at least several dozen kilograms, and their jewelry, every piece is an antique." Logan Turner muttered. "How much must that be worth?" Emma Foster shook her head. "These are cultural relics. They belong to the state. We have to report them to the Cultural Relics Department for handling." She began organizing the photos and documents. "I'll compile the information on these gold and silver artifacts here on the ship first, then submit it to the Cultural Relics Department when we get back." Hannah Wells listened from the side, but his mind was on something else. The call from the shards led deep into the cabin. He wanted to investigate that crack to see if there were any other entrances. Emma Foster looked at him. "Brother Hannah, shall we head back? I need to finish organizing the data today and submit it to the Cultural Relics Department." Hannah Wells shook his head. "I want to go down and take another look." Emma Foster was taken aback. "You're going back down?" "Yes," said Hannah Wells. "There are other areas deep within the compartment that I haven't examined closely yet. I want to study the structure to prepare for future explorations." Emma Foster hesitated. "Going down alone?" She glanced at his gear, a twin-tank oxygen system, a new model communicator, emergency flares, and an underwater locator. The safety margin was much higher than before. Plus, today's exploration had gone smoothly, with no dangers encountered. "All right," she nodded. "But be careful and stay in constant contact." Hannah Wells nodded. "Don't worry." Emma Foster stayed on the boat to organize the data, while Logan Turner and Chun Shaoshan continued to watch the safety line. Hannah Wells checked her gear once more and attached the safety line. "I'm going down to take a look. I'll be back in half an hour." Logan Turner nodded. "Brother Hannah, I'll keep an eye on the line. If anything happens, I'll pull it right away." "Got it." Hannah Wells put on her diving goggles and clamped the regulator between her teeth. Splash! He dove into the water. As soon as he entered the water, the pull of the debris grew intense. It guided him deep into the compartment. Hannah Wells followed a familiar route, passing through the first compartment, entering the second, and swimming toward the crack blocked by wooden planks. He didn't rush toward the crack. He circled the compartment, observing his surroundings and shining his flashlight into every corner. The compartment's structure was complex, with rotting planks and collapsed beams, but there were some spots in the corners that had gone unnoticed. He swam to the other side of the compartment and shone his flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating an area covered by collapsed planks. He swam closer to take a look and discovered a very narrow gap between the planks, only about 30 centimeters wide. Half of the gap was blocked by a crossbeam, but if he turned sideways, he could just barely squeeze through. He pried at the beam a few times with his diving knife. Crack. The beam gave way, revealing the gap. He swam sideways into it. The passage was very narrow. He had to press his shoulders against the wooden planks on either side as he moved forward. After swimming about 10 meters, the space suddenly opened up before him. It was a sealed-off passageway that no one on the outside could possibly discover. At the end of the passage, there was an octopus, a giant octopus. Hannah Wells' pupils dilated instantly. The octopus was astonishingly large. Its tentacles were at least 3 or 4 meters long, and its body blocked the end of the passage like a wall. Its eyes were as big as lanterns, oval-shaped with horizontal pupils, staring straight at him. 8 tentacles swayed slowly in the water, each covered with suction cups as wide as the mouth of a bowl. It was guarding this passageway. Hannah Wells froze. He had seen many marine creatures, including quite a few octopuses, but this was the first time he'd ever seen one this big. He instinctively took a step back. The octopus sensed his intention, and one tentacle shot out suddenly. Hannah Wells reacted quickly, dodging to the side. The tentacle brushed past him, creating a ripple that made his wetsuit squeak. The tension was at its peak. The octopus blocked the end of the passageway, its 8 tentacles dancing through the water as if warning the intruder. Its eyes remained fixed on Hannah Wells, never wavering. Hannah Wells realized this octopus was guarding something deep within the wreck. It wouldn't let anyone inside. He didn't want to confront the octopus. Octopuses are intelligent creatures. They've been guarding this place for years, and there must be a reason. He didn't want to resort to violence. But if he didn't go inside, he'd never know what lay hidden deep within the wreck. Just then, the fragment of the Shanghai steel reacted. A warm current surged from his chest and spread outward. Hannah Wells felt as if a strange connection had formed between himself and the octopus. It was as if he could sense the octopus's emotions. Wariness, suspicion, and a hint of anticipation? This was the affinity with marine life ability. One of the abilities granted to him by the fragment of the Shanghai steel, the ability to establish a certain level of communication with marine life. He tried to convey a message to the octopus in his mind. I won't hurt you. I just want to see what's inside. The octopus paused in its movements, its eyes fixed on Hannah Wells, its pupils contracting slightly as if gauging his intentions. A few seconds later, it slowly retracted its tentacles and shifted its body slightly to the side. It neither attacked nor yielded the path, but the tense atmosphere eased somewhat. Just as Hannah Wells was about to step back, the octopus suddenly moved. It didn't attack, but instead extended a tentacle, gently pointing toward a side passage to the right. The passage was narrow and blocked by a fallen beam. It would have been impossible to spot without a careful look. Hannah Wells paused in surprise. Was it guiding him? Chapter 084. The arrival of the archaeological team. A few days later, the archaeological team from the Cultural Relics Department arrived. A professional team of more than 20 people, equipped with various devices, had traveled from the provincial capital to the county seat. Leading the team was Professor Zhang, a man in his 60s with gray hair but full of vitality. When he saw Hannah Wells, he shook his hand, his voice filled with excitement. Young man, your discovery is incredibly important. A shipwreck this well-preserved is extremely rare. Hannah Wells smiled. It was just a fluke. Luck is part of skill, Professor Zhang said, patting him on the shoulder. Next, we'll conduct a systematic survey. As the discoverer, you'll be part of the team. No problem. Professor Zhang then turned to Emma Foster. Emma Foster, the report you submitted was very detailed and has been a great help to our work. Emma Foster nodded. Professor, I've clearly marked the location of the shipwreck, but the underwater terrain is complex. so we'll need someone familiar with the area to lead the way. Professor Zhang looked at Hannah Wells. Then I'll have to rely on you. You're familiar with these waters, please lead us to the shipwreck. Sure, we'll set out tomorrow. Early the next morning, the Chulan 2 set sail for the Seven Stars Reef with Professor Zhang and several members of the archaeological team on board. Logan Turner was at the helm, while Hannah Wells stood at the bow, giving directions. The Seven Stars Reef was 50 nautical miles from the port, a journey of just over 2 hours. Standing on the deck, Professor Zhang watched as the cluster of reefs gradually came into view. These waters are indeed dangerous, he said. They're riddled with hidden reefs and have complex currents. Without a guide who knows the area well, it's easy to get into trouble. Hannah Wells nodded. Fishermen have always given the Seven-Star Reef a wide berth. It's only because I've explored this area several times that I know which route is safe. Once the boat approached the wreck site, Professor Zhang instructed the archaeologists to begin preparations. Let us survey the outer perimeter first. There is no rush to go inside, he said. According to protocol, we need to get a sense of the overall situation first. Hannah Wells felt a bit impatient. He'd already surveyed the outer perimeter many times and wanted to go deep into the ship's holds. But Professor Zhang insisted on following protocol. Safety first, we can't take any risks. Once the archaeological team began their work, the slow progress drove Hannah Wells a bit crazy. On the first day, they set markers around the wreck, measured the water depth, and mapped the terrain. On the second day, they installed monitoring equipment to record changes in water currents and temperature. On the third day, they began a preliminary survey of the wreck's exterior, taking photos, making notes, and marking locations. Hannah Wells joined them on multiple dives, but all he did was repetitive work on the periphery. Every time he suggested entering the interior of the ship's compartments, Professor Zhang shook his head. We haven't finished surveying the exterior yet, we can't rush in. The wreck's structure is complex, it would be very dangerous if something went wrong. Hannah Wells had no choice but to be patient, but he couldn't go inside. The archaeological team's progress was too slow. That evening, the Zhulang No. 2 anchored in a cove near Qixing Reef. Logan Turner and Chun Shaoshan were chatting casually on deck, while Hannah Wells sat nearby listening. Brother Hannah, when are we going to head out to sea to fish again? Logan Turner asked tentatively. Hannah Wells looked at him. What's up? Logan Turner scratched his head. Nothing much, it's just that we've been out at sea with the archaeological team these past few days. Even though you're still paying us, I don't feel right taking this money. Chun Shaoshan chimed in. Brother Hannah, we don't really understand this archaeology stuff, and the progress is so slow. Shouldn't we just go back to doing our own thing? Logan Turner nodded. Exactly. We're fishermen, going out to sea to fish is what we're supposed to be doing. Even though we're still getting paid by the archaeological team, it just doesn't feel like money we've earned ourselves. Hannah Wells listened and remained silent for a moment. The archaeological team's progress had indeed been slow these past few days. Peripheral surveys, equipment installation, data recording. These tasks were meaningful for archaeology, but for fishermen it was a completely different story. It was true that Logan Turner and Chun Shaoshan felt uneasy about taking the pay. Besides, with the team moving so slowly, when would they ever reach the depths of the chamber? Professor Zhang said the preliminary survey would take 1 or 2 weeks, and the internal exploration would take even longer. 1 or 2 weeks, or even 1 or 2 months. Hannah Wells couldn't wait that long. The call of the fragments reminded him every day deep within the chamber. Something was waiting for him. But the archaeological team's protocols held him back. He couldn't go in. Dazhuang Shaoshan, he began. Tomorrow I'll talk to Professor Zhang. Let us head back first. We don't need to stick with the archaeological team for now. Logan Turner's eyes lit up. Brother Hannah, are we going out to sea to fish? Hannah Wells nodded. The archaeological team is moving too slowly. The perimeter survey will take 1 or 2 weeks, and the interior exploration even longer. If we stick with them, we'll just be wasting our time. He gazed out at the distant ocean. The weather's been good these past few days. Let us head out to sea to fish. We'll still get paid. Earning what we're owed gives us peace of mind. Chun Shaoshan grinned widely. Brother Hannah is right. We're fishermen, going out to sea is what we're really supposed to be doing. Logan Turner nodded as well. Then tomorrow I'll get the Wave Chaser 2 ready to set sail. The next day, Hannah Wells explained the situation to Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang, I've been participating in your survey work these past few days, and I've clearly marked all the necessary locations. Next, I'm heading out to sea to fish, so I won't be able to stay with you for the time being. Professor Zhang was somewhat surprised. You're leaving? Not exactly, Hannah Wells said. I understand the archaeological team's schedule, but the perimeter survey will take a week or two. During that time, I can take care of my own business. I'll rejoin you once you begin the interior exploration. Professor Zhang thought for a moment, then nodded. That sounds good. The perimeter survey does take time. There's no need for you to stay with us the whole time. We'll let you know when we're ready to enter the interior of the chamber. Okay. Hannah Wells added one more piece of advice. Deep inside the chamber, there's an entrance blocked by a wooden plank that requires cutting equipment to access. That entrance is very important. Be sure to let me know when you reach it. Professor Zhang nodded. We'll be prepared, don't worry. The Wave Chaser 2 set sail from 7-Star Reef and headed back to port. Logan Turner was at the helm, his mood noticeably improved. Brother Hannah, we're going to make some money again. Chen Xiaoshan was also excited. Being cooped up with the archaeological team these past few days, doing absolutely nothing, it was killing me. Hannah Wells smiled. The archaeological team works too slowly, that's not our style. We'll wait until they start their internal exploration. He gazed out at the vast ocean in the distance, but his mind was on something else entirely. Deep within the hold, the place guarded by that octopus. When would the archaeological team reach that spot? A week or two? A month or two? He couldn't wait that long. But there was nothing he could do. Cutting equipment, specialized tools, and procedural requirements, all of these held him back. He had no choice but to wait. It seemed that, for now, he'd have to continue going out to sea with Logan Turner and Chen Xiaoshan to fish and make ends meet. When the time was right, he would go after the second fragment of the Songhai steel. He had to find it. Chapter 085. A Chance Discovery. After leaving the archaeological team, Hannah Wells resumed her daily fishing trips with Logan Turner and Chen Xiaoshan. The Chu Lang No. 2 set out to sea every day as usual to fish, gather seafood, and sell their catch. Day after day passed. Logan Turner and Chen Xiaoshan smiled more and more. Brother Hannah, our earnings have been pretty good these past few days, Logan Turner said with a chuckle as he looked at the ledger. Hannah Wells nodded. Not bad. The weather's been good these past few days, so the catch has been decent. Chen Xiaoshan leaned in. Brother Hannah, will I get a raise this month? Hannah Wells looked at him. You're working much faster now than before. Setting the nets, hauling them in, sorting the catch, and packing the boxes, you can handle all of that on your own. Chen Xiaoshan grinned widely. Does that mean I'm considered a seasoned worker now? Yes, Hannah Wells nodded. Starting next month, your salary and commission will be the same as Dezhuang's. Chen Xiaoshan jumped up in excitement. Really? That's great. Logan Turner patted him on the shoulder. Xiaoshan, you're officially part of the team now. Don't be so clumsy from now on. Chen Xiaoshan nodded. Don't worry, Brother DeWang, I work really fast now. Hannah Wells watched the two of them, feeling much more at ease. During their time with the archaeological team, although they were still getting paid, Logan Turner and Chen Xiaoshan had felt uneasy. Now that they returned to their regular fishing trips, they were earning real money, and naturally they were happy. Half a month later, Chen Xiaoshan came running excitedly to find Hannah Wells. Brother Hannah, I've saved up 50,000 yuan. Hannah Wells looked at his excited expression. That's quite a bit. Chen Xiaoshan nodded. I took the money home, and my mom was so happy she cried. She said that back then, I'd been scammed out of 50,000 yuan while looking for a job, and now I can finally pay it back. He paused for a moment, then added, My mom's coming over to your place today to thank your mom in person. Hannah Wells smiled. We're all family, no need to be so formal. If it weren't for you, I never would been able to save this much money. Keep up the good work, Hannah Wells said, patting him on the shoulder. There'll be plenty more opportunities in the future. Chen Xiaoshan nodded vigorously and turned to run back to the pier. Logan Turner watched from the side and remarked with emotion, Brother Hannah, that kid Xiaoshan has really changed. You can't see a trace of that clumsy guy he used to be anymore. Hannah Wells nodded. Everyone needs a chance. Give him one, and he'll grow. That day, the Chulang No. 2 set sail for a remote reef area. It was far from shore, and fishermen rarely ventured this far. Hannah Wells had chosen this spot because the fragment of the Songhai steel had given off a faint signal suggesting that something was hidden in these waters. Logan Turner and Chen Xiaoshan waited on board. Brother Hannah, have we ever been to this reef area before? Logan Turner asked. No, we haven't tea, Hannah Wells replied. It's too remote, and there aren't many fish here, so no one wants to travel this far. Chan Shaoshan gazed out at the empty sea. Brother Hannah, what could possibly be here? It looks like there's nothing at all. There might be something underwater, Hannah Wells said. I'll go down and take a look. He put on his diving gear and jumped into the water. As soon as he entered the water, the power of the fragment of the Shanghai steel activated. Everything underwater became crystal clear reefs, shellfish, seaweed, and schools of fish. The terrain of this reef area was complex, with reefs of all sizes scattered across the seabed, forming a maze-like structure. Hannah Wells swam along the crevices in the reef, sensing everything around him. Various shellfish clung to the reef abalone, conches, and barnacles. There were also some grouper darting in and out of the crevices. It looked much like any ordinary reef area. Hannah Wells swam for a while but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly noticed a massive rock ahead. There was a crack on the side of the reef, and above the crack was a cave. The cave was located high up, close to the water's surface. At that moment, the tide had just receded, exposing a small portion of the cave. He swam over to the reef and climbed up to take a look. The cave's entrance was narrow, he could barely squeeze through. He turned on his flashlight and shone it deep into the cave. The light illuminated the cave walls. Hannah Wells froze. The cave walls were densely covered with grayish-white nests. They sat upside down on the rock like bowls, with rough surfaces and hollow interiors. Were these bird-s nests? Swiftlet nests? Hannah Wells' heart began to race. He continued shining the light deeper into the cave. The number of nests kept increasing. They were densely packed on the main wall, with quite a few clinging to the side walls as well, and even more deep within the cave.